Born into suffering, suffering leads to death. Parting with one's desire leads to bitterness. Bitterness leads into what one does not desire. Being unable to obtain one's desires leads into suffering. In Buddhism, there are the 8 sufferings. Our protagonist had experienced no fewer than 5 of these sufferings. His whole life since birth had basically been a chronicle of tragedies. Fortunately, it was a short chronicle because he only lived to the age of 28 before facing his mortality. Perhaps his life ought to have ended at that point. However, at that moment, fate conceived a single turning point. Nian turned over. A feeling of wetness arose from his back as his clothing clung closely to his skin. It was an uncomfortable sensation. He vaguely recalled having been shot in the back and collapsing onto the ground. His blood flowed out, seeping into the earth. Isn't it just death? He lay there calmly where he collapsed. To silently pass away like this. Couldn't this also be considered a peaceful death of sorts? He had lain in ambush for 5 whole days at the gates of the Cao Su mansion. There he waited with great anticipation for his target to emerge. In the moment when Cao Su nearly disappeared into his vehicle, Nian pulled the trigger. Employing his sniper rifle, he delivered a bullet straight through Cao Su's skull. Bang, blood dyed the ground. Gazing through the scope from a distance, he noticed a hole in Cao Su's head with blood flowing out smoothly. Cao Su's eyes stared vacantly before finally becoming blank as the light in them gradually faded away. Replaying the event in his mind, Nian felt incomparable pleasure in his heart as he recalled the scene of the bullet piercing through Cao Su's head. Naturally, it was because he had been unburdened of his hatred. Cao Su possessed a lifetime of glory and splendor, yet he died at the hands of a nobody like Nian. Even if he became a ghost, Nian wouldn't be too particularly bitter. In the face of death, everyone was at an equal standing. Even if he had the wealth to rival nations, it still hadn't been able to save his life. Cao Su had committed too many evils. It would be hard for him to escape retribution in the afterlife. At the same moment when Cao Su's brains were blown out, Nian came to a realization. His perspective on life underwent a complete transformation. Everything in life could be determined by no more than a single shot of a sniper rifle. Perhaps tomorrow his picture would appear plastered on the front page of the morning newspaper. The headline would read, "Millionaire Cao Su assassinated." Below, a giant mugshot would lay on the page for the common people to revere and worship. Immediately after Nian had assassinated Cao Su's personal bodyguards discovered his location and went in pursuit. They shot at Nian, and a single bullet managed to hit him in the back. He felt a burst of sharp pain. So this is how it feels to get shot. His heart gradually grew colder as his life force rapidly escaped his body. Am I about to die? He thought and let out a faint laugh. He laughed at the bitter shortness of life. He laughed at his life of confusion and hesitation. Only when he was about to die did he finally awaken to reality. Shortly after this realization, tears began to streak down his cheeks. The deep animosity he felt towards his parents had already ceased to exist. The events of the past were now replaying within his mind as if they were some kind of film. The only thing he longed for now in his fading time on this earth was her faint, unblemished smile. She was Nian's fellow classmate in high school. By now she had already been engaged to someone else, yet her elegant and refined complexion remained engraved in Nian's mind the same as it was in the past. Following the passage of time, her image became all the more unforgettable. He wondered, when she receives the news of my death, of how I took Cao Su out with me, how will she react? Will she sigh? Or perhaps will she shed tears in grief? The old memories of the past seemed to breach through their constraints and began flooding in. They were now drifting and floating within his mind. He was quite regretful. Sometimes, when you finally realize or understand the truth of something, it is already too late to do anything about it. In this lifetime, he truly had too many regrets, too many unfulfilled desires. Nian reached out to grab at the empty air, wishing to grasp onto something. However, to his dismay, everything had gradually gone out of his reach. Alas, his life had finally reached its limit. Up ahead lay only an eternally silent abyss. Remorse and dismay resembled a dagger as it incessantly sliced at his heart. The pain in his chest was unbearable. What wrongs have I committed in my past life for the heavens to torment and punish me in such a way? Nian's grievances soared to the heavens. He was bitter. He screamed resentfully in his mind as teardrops continually tumbled down his cheeks. The moment seemed to last forever, and Nian was actually completely unaware of how much time had passed. Eventually, his mind calmed down and gradually became serene. His mind was still active as he pondered away. Could it be? Is this death? Perhaps I'm in spirit form now. For a long time, Nian felt sensations in his fingers. Moreover, it felt real. Why, after all this time, why am I still conscious? He immediately sat up. Surveying his surroundings, he stared out blankly at a complete loss. Could it be? Is this the underworld? Nian's dull eyes gradually began to regain their focus. As he looked around, a few old things entered his vision: a wooden bed, a chair, and a visibly damaged floor. Where is this place? Didn't I already die? He felt as if he were in a dream, having a sort of illusory sensation. He began feeling his back. His entire hand felt wet and sticky. However, as he moved his hand into view, he saw that his palm wasn't covered in blood but rather sweat. The wet sensation he felt earlier was due to the clothing on his back having been soaked wet in his own perspiration. What's going on? Didn't I lose a lot of blood? He vaguely recalled his blood being red. It was just like red wine, except with a scarlet tint. It was the color of his life gradually fading away. Nyan still felt pain after pinching himself. This really isn't a dream. Don't tell me. Assassinating Cao Su was a dream as well. Why did it feel so real? It was just as. Zhuangzhu muttered as he awoke from a dream. Am I Zhuangzhu who dreamt I was a butterfly, or a butterfly who dreamt it was Zhangzhu? How do I determine what is real and what is a dream? He surveyed his surroundings with a hint of doubt. There were just too many questions left unanswered. Within the dim lighting, there was a shabby-looking wooden bed, chair, and desk. By the wall, there stood the grandfather clock his old man loved to exaggerate as a priceless antique. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the sound it produced echoed into the silence. Nyan recalled that the clock's time had never been accurate, not even once. It was as if his past memories were stored in an old photo album. They slowly began opening up. This room here feels so familiar. Isn't this the house I lived in when I was in high school? Through the gap in the window curtains, sunlight shone in. He felt a stinging sensation as the sunlight entered his eyes, causing his pupils to violently contract. This was a type of dazzling awakening into reality. I'm still alive. Nyan stretched his right hand forward. He gazed at its tenderness and slight immaturity before noticing the sickly pale skin tone. What's going on here? Am I myself from 10 years in the past, or am I myself from 10 years in the future? Nyan scratched his hair in great bewilderment. Aligning his train of thought, a few fragments from his memories began emerging. Gradually, they became clearer and distinct. This was the year he turned 18. It was summer vacation and his parents weren't home. He had developed a 40-degree fever that summer and nearly died. Only through luck did he manage to keep his life. During that time, his parents had left him with a bit of money. Immediately afterward, they took off without a word of goodbye. They never returned home, not even after 2 or 3 months, and he wasn't able to reach them through their cell phones either. It was as if they had just vanished without a trace. At that time, he believed his parents didn't want him anymore. He was alarmed, terrified, scared. All kinds of emotions began to plague and burden him. In addition to this, he had also developed that high fever. The experience left a deep trauma within his heart. He became timid, cowering at the slightest breeze. It took him until the age of 25 to begin correcting that personality to some extent. Only afterwards, when he grew up, did he find out that his parents hadn't abandoned him on purpose. Rather, they had borrowed money from a family friend and started up a smuggling businesses at the country's borders. At that time, the country urgently needed a type of metal called polonium. It proved to be an important strategic resource. Following every nation's discovery of this metal's usage, they rapidly began placing restrictions on its export and started hoarding the resource for themselves. It was unknown how Nyan's parents were able to find such a source, although in the end they managed to smuggle the metal back into the country, selling it to the government at several hundred times the price they purchased it for. As a result, they earned a huge sum of money. Their current circumstances at the time were very stressful and nerve-wracking. Thus, Nyan's parents were unable to contact him through the phone. Furthermore, their matters were classified military secrets. If any information were to leak out, it would result in their deaths. As a consequence, Nyan and his parents' misunderstanding became buried in such a way. It took many years after the matter had passed for his father to inform him of the truth, and only then did Nyan forgive the both of them. It was that year when his father had earned his first major payout and used it to establish a smelting company. Furthermore, he undertook and completed several large projects, advancing the company's reputation by leaps and bounds. He resolved his family's plight, and as a result, Nyan was transferred over to a high-class school within the city. Is it possible? Have I really returned to that time? I can start all over again from the beginning. Nyan's current emotional state was hard to describe. Pleasant surprise and nervous apprehension interweaved with each other as his emotions swayed all over the place. He was anxious that everything occurring now was simply a dream. Nyan climbed out of his bed and opened the window curtains. Rays of sunlight were scalding as they released their scorching heat onto his skin. The sensation clearly informed him that at present, he truly wasn't dreaming. He bent his head down to see that beside the windowsill lay his textbooks, arranged neatly on the table: mechanical theory, automation, language, advanced mathematics, AI design, and so on. Nyan flipped open a few pages. The familiar characters were like a clear stream. Along with his past memories, they rejuvenated his mind. These textbooks represented the youth that had passed by. After reaching his senior year of high school, he transferred to a high-class inner-city school. The projects that his father had undertaken succeeded. From then on, any materialistic desires he had were easily satisfied. His rise into becoming a well-off son of an entrepreneur caused him to turn lazy and idle. By the time he had graduated high school, his academic marks were definitely less than stellar. Afterwards, his father spent quite a bit of money to allow him to attend a famous university. Only. By the time he graduated from university, he had learned absolutely nothing. He wasted every day sitting around idly. When he reached the age of 25, his father's business started suffering from the attacks of the Kaosu Century Financial Group. Several family friends who were also trusted confidants were bribed by Kaosu into betraying Naiyan's father. Thus, his company met with several setbacks in quick succession. Money, once more, had become a concern for the family. His father committed suicide by overdosing on drugs, and his mother fell ill due to the grief. She eventually passed away in the end as well. Only after suffering the pain of losing both his parents did Naiyan begin making progress in his student self, studying in numerous courses. However, by that time it was already too late. He had simply missed too many opportunities. Once full of longing, Naiyan was prepared to hew out a piece of the world for himself. However, how could Kaosu allow the son of his former enemy to make a comeback? With Kaosu interfering behind the scenes, there wasn't a single company who dared to hire him, leaving Naiyan with nowhere to go. If it weren't for him playing the virtual reality game Conviction Scraping by with what little income he could earn by selling items, he wouldn't have been able to even eat a meal. He had no hopes of gloriously defeating Kaosu by rising to prominence as an underdog. However, an anxious hare could still give a nasty bite. Being at an impasse, Naiyan's final decision was to take Kaosu out with him. The sound of the gunshot vented out all of Naiyan's resentments and loathing. His destiny seemed bright and clear, so Kaosu probably never thought his life would conclude in such a way. Naiyan believed himself to have died and never expected time to play a joke on him, returning him to the summer vacation of his second year in high school. And though he still wasn't able to contact his parents, he could at least be certain they were still alive. When he thought of this, tears began filling his eyes. When a son wanted to provide for his parents, yet the parents were already gone, no other person was capable of understanding the bitterness and grief in Naiyan's heart. The heavens had given him another chance. He would absolutely never become confused and act indecisively again. It would take a little over 20 days for his mother and father to return home. Since it was summer vacation right now, at the moment he had no choice but to stay at home. That year, in the second half of the semester during my second year of high school, if I recall correctly, the virtual reality game, Conviction, had just recently been released. Naiyan distinctly remembered the scene of countless financial firms establishing a presence in Conviction's rapidly rising popularity on the year of the game's release. They poured tremendous amounts of resources into the large-scale development of this virtual reality game. It was truly due to these numerous financial firms that Conviction deservedly became the second world for humanity. After he entered the high-class inner-city school, he was finally introduced to the game by his best friend. By that time, a semester had already passed. Only by then, many people were already at a very high level. He had already missed the best period of time to begin leveling. Left behind, he had no choice but to try and catch up with all his might. The faded pages of the photo album his memory once again turned anew, revealing their bright colors. The most unforgettable moments in his life had come from the time he'd spent in the game. He had come to know so many friends in that game. In the calendar of his life, it was only because of them that those days of loneliness had not appeared too excessively senseless. Prior to assassinating Kaosu, Naiyan was formerly a level 180+ great thief. Though he wasn't at the summit, he could barely be considered to be among the top experts. Naiyan suddenly recalled there was a bank card containing all of his savings in the drawer. I have the money to buy a virtual reality helmet. Naiyan was 18 years old this year. However, he possessed the soul of his 28-year-old self. Everything would once again start anew. From henceforth, a new chapter in his life would open up. However, without the sufficient capital, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything, so he would start from the game. Using his prior experiences of the game, becoming a professional gamer, and earning a little bit of money was a very simple affair. Naiyan remembered the time when Conviction's first gaming helmets had just begun selling. In an effort to make them spread, the prices were unusually cheap. There were 3 entry models, Model A, B, and C. Each entry model's configurations were unique. The immersion level of the virtual reality helmets ranged from $76.98. A sum of 1,300 credits was enough to afford the cheapest model. With the current amount of money Naiyan had stored in his savings, it was sufficient for him to purchase the lowest-tier model virtual reality helmet. He could clearly and distinctly recall many items and things from the game. If he started all over again, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to procure some results. Placing his bank card within his pocket, he shifted his gaze towards the advanced mathematics textbook on the side. As if God himself had just slightly nudged the textbook up, it trembled a little bit before a crisp new $100 bill emerged and fell out. At that moment, he he recalled several things as memories once again began floating into his mind. He suddenly remembered that the first meeting between him and Zai Yao would occur today. He had taken the $100 bill and left the house to buy medicine at the pharmacy. Zai Yao was his deskmate during his senior year of high school, as well as the prettiest girl in his class. Once again, he reminisced on this past event, a segment of his life that he couldn't bear to look at without causing his wrists to tremble. After nearly a decade had passed, Zai Yao and the publicly recognized gifted student in his class, Liu Rui, had fallen in love. The two of them had moved together to the moon. Only after he and Zai Yao communicated through several calls did he find out Zai Yao was not the least bit happy. When matters relating to the past in his senior year of high school were brought up, both of them would sigh incessantly. If he had just been a little bit more courageous. If only he wasn't so gutless and inferior in front of Zai Yao, perhaps he wouldn't have missed his chance. Sometimes, there were decisions that lasted for an entire lifetime. They would become regrets that one would never be able to resolve. At the time, Zai Yao always liked wearing a white skirt. Pure and beautiful, her appearance remained engraved deeply in Naiyan's heart. This sort of melancholic yearning was just like the sound of a flute playing in the evening, tranquil and far away in the distance. Naiyan glimpsed at the shabby-looking clock, the hands pointing to 3 o'clock. There still might be enough time. He picked up the $100 bill, rushed down the stairs out and out the door. His family lived in a suburban district. It was extremely bleak, a shabby street that wasn't at all wide, and as the wind blew over it picked up a lot of dust. Contrary to what one might expect, many trees were seated on either side of the street. Under the blazing hot sunlight, they remained lush and flourishing, casting shade on the earth below them. Greeted with a hot afternoon, no pedestrians could be seen walking by. Cars were also few and far between. Occasionally, 1 or 2 hover cars would drive by. In the past, Naiyan had loathed this town very much. However, after his reincarnation, as he once again met with this bleak place, Naiyan did not feel loathing or disgust. To the contrary, he unexpectedly felt an amiable familiarity. This was the place he lived in when he was 18 years old. Before Naiyan reached the age of 25, he was timid and weak. It was not unrelated to the living environment of the former years of his life. He was just a little boy from a small town whose family suddenly became wealthy, and because of this, he was transferred over to a high-class city school. Originally, during his first and second year of high school, his academics could actually be regarded as pretty exceptional. However, by the end, it was the complete inverse. He was also frequently ridiculed for wearing tacky clothing. In addition to the events that occurred during that hot summer, it caused him to have a very low self-esteem and left behind many psychological insecurities. By the time he moved to a new environment, he had already become insecure and timid, seemingly never fitting in with everything and everyone. If he hadn't come to know several good friends, it would be hard to say he wouldn't have suffered a mental breakdown. However, this was in the past. Presently, never did he expect that after going through an entire lifetime, he would return to where it all started. This time, he promised to himself that he would never repeat the mistakes of his previous self again. He sprinted off towards the pharmacy. The surrounding buildings looked somewhat shabby. There were no signs of human life. Following the increasing speed of the urbanization process, the people of this small town would migrate towards the dense crowds of large cities, and the area within this small town's borders would become increasingly desolate as the population became fewer and fewer. After 100 years, this area would become demolished and once more change into an open field. Over here is the school, and on the other side is the supermarket. Like an old horse that knew the way, Naiyan gazed at the surrounding buildings with familiarity. His frame of mind gradually became more optimistic. I've gone back. I've truly gone back. I'm going to start all over again. I'll do it right this time. Naiyan was tempted to scream these words at the top of his lungs, venting out all of the indescribable emotions he had held within his heart. Naiyan increasingly neared the pharmacy. However, as he was crossing the road, as if by some supernatural occurrence, he tripped and fell hard onto the pavement. When one reaches the peak of happiness, sorrow is soon to strike. SSSSSS. Naiyan hissed in pain. His hands felt numb from breaking the fall, and his knee was bleeding from scraping off the pavement. Naiyan sat up with great difficulty. His knee had been badly cut open, exposing raw flesh and blood. At that time, a pink hovercar happened to be passing through the area. It halted, not far from where Naiyan had fallen. The hovercar was of top quality, truly a rare sight in this peaceful little town. It appeared to be a limited edition hovercar, valued around $90 million, something an ordinary family certainly couldn't afford. A young lady in a white skirt appeared, stepping out after the car door was opened. Urgently, she ran over to where Naiyan had fallen. "Fellow student, are you all right?" A clear and pleasant voice appeared to be deeply concerned as it passed through Naiyan's ears. Hearing this voice so familiar to his heart, his soul began to tremble. He turned his head to look. If the person appearing before his eyes wasn't Zai Yao, then who else could it be? She was wearing a white dress dotted with pink lace. Her hair was tied behind her back as her clear and charming eyes gazed on with concern. Her cheeks, appearing still somewhat childish, were brimming with youth and life. She was still as beautiful as ever. Yan absent-mindedly recalled the high school reunion that had occurred 6 years after his graduation. At that time, Yao had become a successful businesswoman. She had worn a beautiful and enchanting OL dress. Time was indeed a wondrous thing, changing a pure and innocent young girl into a charming and beautiful woman, and at present, once again changing her back. After a whole lifetime, I've met you again. Perhaps this is fate, our destinies rewinding like magnetic tape, placing us two once again at where we first encountered. Melodious music slowly began playing in his soul, every single note so pleasant and beautiful to listen to. Yan still kept the memories of the day he and Yao had first come across each other. It had mirrored this exact scene. His eyes were moist. Yao, I haven't seen you in such a long time. Are you still doing fine? In this lifetime, I'll never let you go again. Your knee is badly scraped, and it's bleeding badly, Yao called out in alarm. After recalling that the first aid kit in her car still had a few bandages, she quickly ran back to retrieve them. Yan watched as Yao returned to her vehicle. During his senior year, what he loved to do the most was follow her elegant little figure with his eyes. Glancing at her seductive figure, her knee-length skirt revealed snow-white skin that resembled exquisite jade. On that topic, Yan's appearance also couldn't be considered too bad. Following his father's success, his financial circumstances had also become pretty good. He wasn't the least bit inferior to Yao. However, when facing her, he could never rouse up enough courage to interact with her. His state of mind during senior year was odd and hard to fathom. Looking back as an adult, he felt he truly was too immature at the time. Yao grabbed the bandages and walked over to Yan's side. She then began disinfecting the wound with antiseptics. Moving with extreme care, she picked off the tiny bits of gravel with her delicate fingers. How can you cry? You're already a grown boy. How could a little wound like this cause you to tear up? It's not a very good appearance, you know. Yao smiled teasingly while using her thumb to massage Yan's bruised knee. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth exposed her slight dimples, revealing a type of indescribably bright charm. When I fell, there was just a little dust that got into my eyes. Yan's cheeks became a little red as he absent-mindedly replied with an excuse. The real reason he had cried wasn't due to the injury on his knee in the slightest. It was Yao's appearance which caused him to feel as if boiling hot water had been poured over his head. His state of mind was in a chaotic mess. An overwhelming amount of bitterness and joy mixed together wanted to surge out of him. Yao's attention was single-mindedly focused on Yan's bruised knee. Yan raised his head and gazed at Yao's face as she leaned in towards him. Her skin, like flawless white jade, was tender and supple. A strand of black hair hung down as he gazed at the beautiful earrings that hung from her earlobes. In the past, when he and Yao were deskmates, he always liked to secretly peek at her during class time, though no matter how much he looked, he felt he could never look enough. Yao was without a doubt the prettiest girl in their class. However, other classes had very pretty girls too. Yan, on the other hand, firmly believed Yao was the most beautiful girl in the entire school. After their first encounter, Yan had never forgotten her. Later on, when he entered his senior year of high school, he was surprised to discover the both of them were in the same class. Not only that, but they were also deskmates as well. He came to believe this occurrence was predestined. It wasn't until 10 years later that he came to understand. Even if two people were fated to be together, if one didn't properly seize their opportunity, they would miss their chance. By the time he became aware of this, it was already too late. How could you come here all by yourself? This is a really dangerous area where a lot of criminals operate, Yan said in a genuinely concerned tone. It truly was an area occupied by many criminal organizations. An especially dangerous place for a beautiful young girl like Yao to be alone. Don't underestimate me. I'm a 3rd-level black belt in Taekwondo. After I turn 21, I'll be able to advance onto the 4th level. If you don't believe me, then let me show you. Yao took up an open stance, then suddenly halted as her face turned dizzily red. She stalled and said, actually, never mind. I'm wearing a skirt today, but I really am super strong. Yao said innocently without the slightest trace of scheming. Yan replied with a laugh, and after chatting with Yao for a while, he confirmed that this young lady in front of him was indeed Yao, the girl who was so sincere, lovable, lively, and carefree. Yet after graduating university and meeting up once again, that sort of lively innocence soon became something he could never see again. It turns out going through a stressful period of time would indefinitely change anyone. Yao began sizing Yan up a bit. Compared to herself, he seemed to be younger than her by a few years. His height was also roughly the same as hers, appearing to be only around 170 centimeters. The clothes he wore were a little dirty, possibly from falling over just now. Appearance-wise, though, he couldn't be regarded as handsome and was passable. Only she didn't seem to know why, but she felt an indescribable sort of familiarity and closeness towards Yan. Unknowingly, they ended up chatting for quite a while. What school are you from? From your appearance, it looks as though you should be studying in middle school, right? Zia felt Nyan was a little bit foolish and empty-headed, so silly it was slightly adorable. Not minding the ground while he was running, many boys from middle school are foolish like this. They become a lot more mature by the time they reach high school though. Although Nyan was 18 years old right now, he had the wisdom of a 28-year-old. When he met with Ziyao once again, Nyan was no longer the confused, ignorant little boy he had been in the past. His spirit had been refined and tempered by the passage of time. He had become calm and collected. Who said I'm in middle school? If it weren't for the country's child policy, my son would already be old enough to buy groceries himself. Nyan replied jokingly. As a person, one shouldn't be so deadpan and boring. Your son, buying groceries himself. Stop joking around. Nyan's words had caused Ziyao to burst out into laughter, causing her to giggle nonstop. I'm 18. Are you really 18? You don't look like you're around my age, Ziyao said in surprise. Due to being a bit malnourished, Nyan's present height was evidently a bit short, around 165 centimeters tall. When his living conditions had improved later on, his height soared up to 180 centimeters by the time he had reached his senior year of high school. His current appearance still seemed that of a juvenile, and he really did look like a middle schooler. This was the reason why he had always looked a little depressed. The most unfortunate thing for him, as a 28-year-old, was unexpectedly being told he looked like a middle school student. However, he really did look baby-faced at present, so there was nothing that could be done. This is because my face looks naturally younger compared to others. If you're young, you're young. You still won't admit it. Ziyao replied, giggling. She came to feel this Nyan was a pretty amusing person. All the boys in her class were always either shy when they met her, never knowing what to say, or haughty delinquents that brought her disgust. The two talked for quite a while. Nyan appeared very comfortable when conversing with Ziyao, occasionally teasing her with a few clever quips that made her laugh. Nyan gazed at Ziyao's smiling expression that was simply beautiful. It reminded him of the time he had graduated high school. He and Ziyao had been deskmates for a year, and he had always believed the two of them could never form any sort of connection. They were two people from completely different worlds. He continued to admire Ziyao in secret, gifting Ziyao whatever she asked for. However, he had never made a demand for Ziyao to remember a lowly person such as himself. Never did he expect that after graduation he would unexpectedly receive a gift from her. Perhaps he really had left an impression in Ziyao's heart. What appeared in the gift was a photograph of Ziyao as a 12-year-old. At the time, she was still a chubby little fat girl. It was a picture that would only be shared with someone she considered herself to be close to. After graduation, Nyan remained incapable of forgetting Ziyao, and both of them continued to stay in touch. After being reborn, Nyan would never again allow himself to miss his opportunity. Having once more encountered each other, Nyan's state of mind fell into somewhat of a daze. In his past life, and in his current life, he and Ziyao shared an unbreakable bond tied by fate. Her clear and limpid eyes stealthily glanced at Nyan's face, sizing him up. Although Nyan wasn't particularly handsome, even looking very ordinary at first, and despite looking very childish, he had a very indescribable calmness. Perhaps it has to do with his personality. My name is Nyan, Chinese letter, The Ni written with pair, Chinese letter, and ear, Chinese letter, and the Yan written as word, Chinese letter in, language, Chinese letter, Nyan said while gazing at Ziyao directly in the eyes. Ziyao's charming face became flustered as she tried to avoid Nyan's gaze. I'm called Ziyao. Nyan shifted his gaze downwards, stopping at Ziyao's lips. They were a faint pink and color soft with a glossy allure. The previous Nyan in his senior year of high school would absolutely never dare to gaze at Ziyao's face in such a way. He had only dared to stealthily sneak glances at Ziyao's beautiful face from the corner of his eye. My father is still waiting for me, so I'll be leaving first. I felt very happy chatting with you today. But remember, you can only remove your bandage by tomorrow. You definitely can't remove it any earlier. Ziyao didn't feel assured, so she repeatedly warned Nyan as she stood up. Nyan attempted to move his knee a bit, and noticed that he was able to do so without issue. The wound was only superficial. I'll be leaving first then. Bye-bye, Nyan replied smiling as he began strolling away. As he walked up to the pharmacy, he couldn't help but feel a little sentimental in his heart. After briefly meeting one another, they parted once again. Ziyao sat in her hovercar and started it back up. Nyan turned his head and glanced back, but by that time Ziyao's hovercar had already departed. They had met in the past like this, completely by accident. However, it didn't go as smoothly as this last time, as the previous him hadn't even been able to form a single coherent word in front Ziyao. The Ziyao back then had wrapped up his leg with a bandage and left right after. Though it was this chance encounter, caused by his carelessness, that allowed Ziyao to leave an inerasable mark in his heart. It was to the extent where he had never forgotten her. Reincarnating is such a wonderful thing, everything could once again start afresh. Nyan then came to think. his everything could very likely be snatched away by Kaosu in a couple of years down the road. In his mind rose a strong sense of urgency. He had to become much more powerful to be able to protect everything that he held dear. Thinking about Kaosu, Naiyan's heart gradually grew colder. This was a loathing that penetrated deep into one's Maroto, the extent where he felt not the slightest hesitation in putting a bullet through his enemy's head. However, for now, all he was currently able to do was seize his opportunity and enter Conviction as quickly as possible to set up an early foundation in the game. Conviction was unlike any other game, naturally because it was humanity's second world. The game had transformed the entire globe. Naiyan could obtain what he wanted by playing Conviction. At the pharmacy, he bought a few packets of cold medicine. As he swallowed it down, he immediately felt his body relax as his fever receded. At present, he felt the medicine's effects were very satisfactory. After he finished up in the pharmacy, he walked over to the department store in the area. He planned to buy a virtual reality helmet. Every department store had a dazzling lineup of products within. They had many kinds of appliances and devices, so many, they couldn't be counted. For the most part, they were all smart devices. There were some products Naiyan wasn't even able to name. This place had no sales representatives. You only need swipe your card, and you'd be able to receive whatever you wanted to buy. Half a day had passed since Naiyan left his house, and finally, he had reached the section where they sold virtual reality helmets. They were displayed one by one, stacked on top of the wall. It was a feast for the eyes. There were 3 entry models, differentiated by thousands of styles, patterns, and designs. The lowest price was 1,300 credits, while the most expensive reached upwards of 1,200,000 credits. The higher the price, the better the configuration. You get what you pay for, and at present Naiyan could only afford the cheapest configuration. Besides the currently available virtual reality helmets, there were also limited edition ones that could be purchased only by making a reservation. Their prices reached upwards of 60 million credits. Regarding these helmets at present, Naiyan could only wish for them in his thoughts, nothing more. Naiyan swiped his card at the register. He had chosen a light blue-colored helmet and furthermore bound it to his identity. Once his identity was registered to the helmet, it could only be used by him from then on. Conviction had only been released 7 days ago, thus the highest-leveled player was probably only level 5, so he still had plenty of time to catch up. After having been reborn, he should be able to effortlessly obliterate any opponent in his way in a grand and imposing manner. Step up to the highest peak, and all mountains below will be seen as insignificant. Naiyan glanced back at the clock. It was already 3:30. Conviction's game servers were open from 5 in the afternoon to 9 in the morning, 16 hours total. In this way, it wouldn't be a hindrance to the common person's work schedule. Thus, everyone's game time was more or less equivalent. Hence, it made it unlikely for any single player to create a large disparity in level compared to the rest of the player base. In addition, Conviction's virtual reality technology exceeded perfection. As a result, it gained increasing popularity, eventually becoming popular all over the globe. It gradually transformed into an absolute necessity in everyone's life. This was the world that had become dominated by virtual reality technology. It had become a perfect system. 5 months later, Conviction would complete this system by connecting virtual currency with the real-world economy, thus completely merging into humanity's livelihood. With such a high rate of player retention, the player base was able to grow to a tremendous amount. It spurred the increasing consumption of virtual reality in the rest of the world. The amount of time the world spent playing Conviction every year was so astronomical. It was to the extent that it surpassed the amount of time they spent in reality. The emergence of numerous new consumer groups caused the creation of a great number of service industries, a vast majority of which targeted the professional gaming community. Almost every financial group had established a presence in Conviction. Following the establishment of his father's business after the company had produced decent earnings, Naiyan's father also began participating in Conviction's rising popularity. He put up a large sum of money into the game as well, though in the end, due to suffering a crushing defeat, it resulted in the company and its assets being brought to ruin. This allowed Kaosu the opportunity to seize even more of an advantage. Naiyan absolutely wouldn't allow such a situation to occur again. Establishing an early presence in Conviction was essential, and it was crucial that he mustn't fail. Naiyan needed to first help his father by paving the road ahead. Only when his father begins injecting funds into Conviction will he be able to establish an uninterrupted chain of funding and take the first steps towards success. This would prevent any problems from arising in the future. Naiyan made a stop and ate out for dinner, spending $30. By the time he had arrived home, it was already nearing 5 o'clock. After putting on his helmet, he calmly waited for Conviction to boot up. 12 minutes had passed. The helmet's display gradually illuminated, revealing the time to be 500 p.m. Abruptly, a lively jingle began playing, echoing through his ears. The tune felt familiar. It had been something he'd heard countless times in the past. He never felt any particular attachment towards it. However, it currently felt strangely pleasant to his ears. System, do you wish to create an account? Yes. System, please select your country. There were 3 factions you could choose from when entering Conviction. The first was the Righteous faction, who guarded the light. This faction consisted of the Viridian Jilin Lan Empire and Satrine Sa Tn Empire. The Viridian Empire was a nation ruled by humans and governed by an elder parliament. The Satrine Empire, on the other hand, was a nation formed from the alliance between dwarves, beastmen, and elves. The second was the Evil faction, who guarded the darkness. It was ruled by a tyrant who reigned over both the devils and undead. For people who didn't enjoy conflict, there was a third faction which was neutral and ruled by the Irenic giant tribe. In the past, Nyan had chosen the Tempest Thief class of the Viridian Empire, which meant he was also quite familiar with the landscape of the empire. Furthermore, he was well acquainted with the Tempest Thief skills and class quests. If he had chosen a different starting nation, then the superior advantage he had gained from being reborn wouldn't be worth much in the end. Nyan held a special type of affection for the Tempest Thief class. After all, he had dedicated nearly a decade of painstaking effort into it. The level 180 Thief represented the height of his glory. When he considered all these factors, he selected the Tempest Thief as his class once again, just as he had in the past. System, you've chosen to start in the Viridian Empire. System, you've selected Tempest Thief as your class. System, please name your character. Chinese letter Ni, Chinese letter Yan. Nirvana Flame. Nyan chose the same name as he had in the past. Nirvana Flame, though these words were pronounced in the same way as his real name when they were spoken, they presented the meaning of a phoenix entering nirvana and being reborn. System, successfully created character name. The character Nirvana Flame has been created. The game automatically blurred the player's true appearance after entering. Then, the system would conduct minor alterations to the face of the player's character. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of the player's character and the player's actual appearance were vastly different. It would actually be quite difficult to recognize a player in real life. However, the actual beauty or ugliness of the character was more or less equivalent to how it would be outside the game. Nyan opened his status window and took a look at his own stats. These were the base stats for every type of thief in the beginning of the game. Furthermore, at level 0, the system gave 5 stat points and 1 mastery point. Nyan took a glance at his status window. When he had chosen the Tempest Thief class in the past, he had added 1 point in strength, 2 points in dexterity, and 2 points in physique in order to make himself more durable. In turn, it caused him to have a very weak attack power and slow attack speed during the initial stages of the game, causing him to waste a lot of his time trying to level. In reality, thieves never required a lot of HP at the start of the game. In the past, when he thought about this failure and all the time he had wasted, Nyan couldn't help but drop his shoulders down and sigh many times, wishing he could delete and restart again. This time around, he wouldn't repeat such a disastrous mistake again. This time he added 3 points into strength and 2 points in dexterity. He had concluded this was the most optimum ratio after taking into account the leveling habits of his previous life. He took another glance at the status window after allocating all of his stat points. Attack 5-6. Hit rate 10-10.6. Movement speed 5-5.4. Attack speed 5-5.6. There were also class masteries. Regarding these thief class masteries, a majority of thieves from the human race would choose to add their first mastery point into either evasion, weapon mastery, or cloaking. Nyan was also prepared to add his first mastery point into weapon mastery, but he stopped suddenly. After a moment of careful consideration, he decided to add his first mastery point into marksman. Beginner marksman, intermediate marksman, rapid reloading +3, firing range +3, attack when using crossbow bow +3, ignore level +3, thief class modifier +1. Class masteries were divided into 5 levels. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, expert, specialist. One could not advance further after reaching specialist. However, there were many types of class masteries, and different class were allowed to upgrade different class mazetaries. Human thieves were proficient in a variety of tools and enchanted items. Bows and crossbows belonged to this category, which is why those with intermediate marksmen received an additional attack bonus when they were used. After assigning his stats, Nyan's scenery shifted, and he soon appeared at the transfer point within Kalor Kaluo City. Encompassing the surroundings were rows upon rows of towering buildings. Every building in Kalor City was pure white and possessed an incomparable brilliance. At the center of the city stood a white spire which towered through the skies. Not too far from the spire was an equally magnificent pure white sculpture that stood several hundred meters in height. Holding onto a magician's scepter, it had a solemn and dignified expression. This was, of course, the protector of the Viridian Empire, Jebaiah the Great. People were arriving and departing as they moved through the main streets, which were bustling with noise and excitement. Evening in reality was actually early morning within the game. The light of daybreak enveloped and warmed the top of every building, as if a blanket of silver-white light had been laid over all of Kalor City. Kalor City was the capital of the Viridian Empire. It was a floating city that lay suspended over the Kalor prairies. From the city, numerous transfer points connected to various other cities, towns, and villages. Selling top-rate white-grade dagger attack +2. It's better than the novice dagger attack +1 and only costs 2 copper coins. Only 3 left in stock until they're all sold out. A level 3 arcane mage had currently set up shop near the transfer point. Many beginners were crowding in front of his store. Every new person who enters the game receives 10 coppers in their inventory as their starting capital. Even though they felt their hearts ache, many people still purchased one of these daggers for the sake of training a little bit faster in the initial stages of the game. Nyan snorted in disdain. On the map, the same daggers could be found in level 15 villages being sold for only 1 copper. Furthermore, level 0 players could easily walk up to a transfer point and teleport to one of these villages free of charge. They could purchase one of these daggers from an NPC and then come back all within 2 or 3 minutes. In his previous life, he had also foolishly bought one of these daggers, only to find out he had been cheated later on. The nearby towns each had their own stores. The small town of Link had a clothing shop, Josephtown had a hat and shoe store, and Locktown had a shop that sold weapons. Nyan teleported back and forth 3 times through the transfer points. He spent 6 coppers to switch out his defenseless beginner equipment for better gear. Each piece of equipment gave him an increase in defense. He gained 12 defense each from equipping his new footwear, headgear, shoulder guards, and leg protectors. He also gained an additional 23 defense from equipping cloth armor. These were all lessons he had learned from his past experiences. Taking a look at his defense, it had now become 813. If beginner thieves at level 2 or 3 weren't resourceful enough in keeping their equipment up with their levels, they would also have this little bit of defense. After taking a stroll around the marketplace, he discovered a level 3 paladin selling thief-class stealth skill books. He was selling 6 books for 6 coppers each in his store. Many of the low-level thieves could only gaze from afar due to the price of these skill books being so expensive. The paladin had the appearance of a man in his 20s. His stature was tall and robust. It would have been pretty good if he had chosen to be a warrior, but he was still passable as a paladin. Paladins were guardians of the Temple of Light. They could learn holy skills passed down from the temple, such as certain offensive enchantments or healing skills. Furthermore, they had decent close combat skills and could provide supportive party buffs for teammates at the same time. They were a pretty balanced class in every aspect. Silencing paladins were paladins that could learn Silencia divine skill that could suppress mages, priests, and other mage-type classes. How much for this stealth skill book? Nyan asked as he bent down and picked up the skill book from the cloth mat that was spread out on the ground. The stealth skill was an essential skill for a beginner thief. Luckily though, the stealth skill book had a very high drop rate from the various monster spawn points, so it wasn't too expensive. You've already seen it, the price is 6 coppers, the paladin replied, pursing his lips into a frown. Aren't you just trying to rip people off? A silencing paladin like you can easily hunt down the fallen shamans around Linktown. You could easily farm out 6 skills books in a day and still not lose any health. It's definitely much easier to make money this way compared to farming goblins. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, selling at such a high price, 3 coppers and not a copper more? Nyan haggled down the price to half. How could it be as easy as you described? Do you even know much I spend on potions a day? If I sold it to you for 3 coppers, I basically wouldn't be making any money. My lowest offer is 5 coppers. The paladin was shocked by Nyan's words and had taken quite a while to reply. He definitely wasn't the type of person who was calculating and skillful at deceiving others. At a glance, this new player in front was definitely a well-informed customer, definitely not someone to be easily fooled. That's because the place you're farming monsters at is inefficient. If you farm the fallen shamans at these coordinates, 223852133823329, you can easily get at least 10 skill books a day. Not only that, you won't waste a lot of money on potions as well. 3 coppers, not a single copper more. If you don't want to sell, then I'll just take my leave. Nyan had inspected this paladin. He had a squarish jawline with slightly grown-out stubble, and his appearance didn't seem too despicable. Wait a minute, what did you say those coordinate numbers were? Does that place truly drop many stealth skill books? The paladin hurriedly asked. After hearing the manner in which Nyan had spoken in, he somewhat began to believe this passing thief. 2238521338233229. The location is near the fallen shaman camp, but it's still a fair distance away. The area should be absolutely safe. After farming for around 20 minutes, a fallen shaman should spawn once every 5 seconds. A silencing paladin like you can train there up until they hit level 5. Brat, you're still too inexperienced. If this great master were to casually hand out even a little bit of game advice, you'd be able to receive endless benefits. Nian shamelessly boasted while patting the paladin's shoulder. How about it? Give me another discount. 4 coppers, I won't go any lower. The paladin was still skeptical about Nian's words. However, he was indeed able to obtain around 6 skill books a day by farming the fallen shamans outside of the fallen shaman camp, just as Nian had said. Though this fallen shaman camp, he had gone there once before and nearly lost his life. The location and the coordinates Nian provided should definitely lead him right outside of that same camp. Nian's words completely matched this information, so it probably shouldn't be false. The paladin muttered to himself and began pondering. Should I head over to those coordinates and take a look myself? 3 coppers. If you're not willing, then I'll be taking my leave. However, if you're willing to give me this book as a gift, I'll give you some more valuable information regarding the fallen shaman camp. Nian gave an incentive. After seeing the paladin still appearing hesitant, he turned his body and prepared to depart. Nian was embarrassingly short on funds. He didn't have a lot of money to spend on the stealth skill book. However, it was still essential for every thief during the early stages of the game. This truly won't do. I'll have to put it off for later. At least until I can manage to get a bit of money grinding off level 1 mobs in the beginning area. Wait, hold up. Seeing Nian about to leave, the paladin hurriedly called out to him. He hastily picked up a stealth skill book from the little shop he had set up and said, "Isn't it merely a single stealth skill book? I can easily farm out 6 of them in a day. Here, I'll give this to you as a present. Now tell me, what's information you have on this fallen shaman camp?" It just so happened that he and his companions would be setting off to train in that area shortly. Thus, he really wanted to be as informed as possible about the area. In the paladin's eyes, Nian certainly did appear to be a very knowledgeable person. Nian glanced back at him. This paladin does seem to be an honest person. I was able to secure a stealth skill book, and I didn't even need to spend a single penny. Recalling this, Nian was in a great mood, seeing as you're being sincere. Don't head over to the coordinates I just gave you. If you really did head over there looking to train, then not even within 5 minutes passing, 3 fallen shaman leaders would appear. A single cast of their fireball would cause an explosion that would kill you instantly, Nian casually informed. Upon hearing these words, the paladin instantly broke out in a cold sweat as he felt a great chill run through his heart. When Nian informed him that those coordinates were a good place to farm, he truly intended to head over there and try his luck. He never expected that not only were these coordinates false, they were also dangerous as well. If he hadn't hurriedly called Nian back, one could only imagine the consequences. It would have truly been an injustice if he had been killed in such a way. Nian was simply too cunning, not even raising a single finger, and he entrapped someone. Originally, the paladin still felt a bit regretful giving away the stealth skill book. However, at present, he became incredibly overjoyed. There was basically no comparison between his life and a single stealth skill book. Dying in the game would result in losing a level along with losing a random piece of equipment. It turns out being a kind and sincere really does have its own benefits. Noticing the paladin gazing at him with such an aggrieved expression, Nian flashed a slight smile and said, "The real coordinates are 223252138323359. You can farm out 10 stealth skill books from there. The spawn rate is pretty good too, so it's definitely a good place to train. I'm not lying to you this time around. This is my way of expressing gratitude for gifting me this beginner skill book. Then I guess this could be considered your payment." As for the fallen shaman camp, naturally it's a 20-person instance. There's a requisite of 72 defense for warriors. Regarding paladins and priests, the requisites are also similarly high. Paladins must have a willpower of 8 and priests are required to learn the heal skill. The strength of their heal must also reach 30 points. Not only this, but when entering the camp, you must bring an ample supply of health and mana potions. The requirements are too high. Would I still be able to enter if my willpower is only 7 points? The heal skill books are also too expensive as well. The influx of new players has caused the skill book to skyrocket to an extremely expensive price. It's to the point where it has no set market value. Our party consists of only 1 priest, and the reason we want to enter the fallen shaman camp is because we need to obtain the heal skill book for him. So tell me, if we don't meet these requirements, can we still enter the fallen shaman camp? The paladin asked. Entering is definitely possible. However, you'll need to use a special method to enter. What kind of special method? The paladin asked curiously. Nian smiled wordlessly. In the future, he would most likely enter the fallen shaman camp as well. If others wanted him to inform them about this special method, then they must be willing to pay a sufficient price. All party quests are divided into 5 difficulties: easy, normal, hard, expert, and specialist. If you guys are unsure of yourselves, then you should select the easy difficulty. Speaking of which, it really shouldn't be too difficult. If you guys don't meet the requirements, then you simply need to just keep upgrading, that's all. Nayan looked at him meaningfully. He can't possibly think that a single stealth skill book would allow him to candidly obtain the special method for entering the fallen shaman camp, could he? Although Nayan was only level 0, he still gave off the appearance of a professional. The paladin began weighing his thoughts, and in the end, he still trusted Nayan's words. Nayan couldn't help smiling. The person before him was forced to give him a skill book free of charge, and he still thanked him in the end. Thighs was truly adorable. In his previous life, Nayan was also such a sincere type of person. Only after experiencing many difficulties and setbacks, he slowly became cunning and sly. Although he felt this paladin was very stupid, Nayan had a good impression of him. While tossing the skill book in his hands, he muttered, "We each take what we need." Just as Nayan turned around and started to leave, the paladin called out to him, "Expert, what's your name? Why don't we add each other as friends? That way, if I ever meet up with a problem I can't solve, I'll still be able to ask you for advice." "Sure, but it'll cost you." "I'm not one who offers a free service," Nayan replied. He definitely didn't want to give out information for free. "That's not a problem," the paladin replied straightforwardly. "All right then, my name is Nirvana Flame." If this person was able to give a sufficient price, Nayan felt there would be no harm in sharing some information. He'll just consider it earning a bit of extra income. "My name is Flying Stone, though all my friends just call me Stone," the paladin named Stone replied. He had already considered Nayan to be one of his friends. "That's fine. I have a few matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. See you later." Nayan said his goodbyes to Stone and walked over to the transfer point. He wanted to learn the stealth skill quickly. A thief's defense and health were too low when compared to other close combat professions. In the initial stages of the game, he would only be able to train on the weak mobs that were the same level as him. Not only that, but he could only fight them one-on-one too. If he were to face a more powerful mob or perhaps 2 or more monsters, then his only option would be to flee for his life. Thieves were unlike warriors, who possessed the ability to fight 2 monsters of the same level. If the warrior had decent equipment, then they'd be able to face off against 3 or more monsters. Therefore, unless a thief was training in a party, their leveling from beginning to end was much slower when compared to warriors, mages, and other similar professions. Currently, the highest level player among them was level 5, while the highest level thief was only level 4. At the start, thieves must continuously make money in order to buy skill books. Only after getting plenty of skills would their strengths finally begin to emerge, which would additionally cause their training speed to gradually increase. At present, Nayan had gained the first ability in his skill bar, Stealth. Stealth was the bread and butter skill for all thieves, their most basic and most powerful skill. Nayan transferred over to Telak Tilaki town. This was one of the most ordinary towns within the Kalor Prarisit, was an NPC settlement. The houses were made of clay and mud, which exuded prairie-like characteristics. There were many level 2 players in the area, hence the place was bustling with movements. The monsters surrounding these small settlements ranged from level 110. There were level 23 players everywhere in small towns. They were either trading goods or looking to form parties to hunt monsters. The streets were filled with noise and excitement. When walking down the streets, one could easily feel a bit claustrophobic. If he recalled correctly, there was a silver treasure chest near the Wildcat region of Telak town. In his previous life, he had discovered it while farming monsters in that region. He had obtained a high-quality thief skill book from the chest. However, it was an area that contained level 5 monsters. Fortunately, no one should have reached that location yet. When teams formed parties to level, players would usually split into groups of 3 or 4. Otherwise, the experience definitely wouldn't be worth it. If 10 or more were to form a party to hunt, then the experience gained would be too minuscule after being split. In general, 3 to 5 people in a party were able to train in an area where level 5 monsters spawned. However, this was also rarely seen. Treasure chests were graded from white treasure chests, silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, dark gold treasure chests, legendary treasure chests, etc. The higher ranked the treasure chest, the better the items that would come out of it. The items inside the chests were set, so once they were removed, the chest would disappear. Although he was only level 0, after obtaining the stealth skill, Nayan had come up with a few ideas on how to obtain that silver treasure chest. Towns contained only the most rudimentary of buildings, general stores, low-level equipment shops, personal storages, etc. Even NPCs were sparse in number, and these NPCs were quest givers. For the most part, these simple quests consisted of gathering and collecting various items, hunting and killing an animal to collect its fur, collecting herbs, ores, and so on. After completing these quests, one would be rewarded with either money or experience. After arriving at the general store, Nyan went forward and bought 3 basic health potions. One potion would restore upwards of 30 health, and each potion was priced at a single copper. General stores only offered basic health potions. Middle or higher tiered potions could only be purchased from an alchemist. Following the purchase of his 3 potions, only a single copper remained in Nyan's pockets. Nyan walked outside and went out of the town's boundaries. After leaving the town, he hurriedly rushed over to the treasure chest's spawn point. If he met a monster, he would make a detour around it and maintain his distance. The place he was heading towards was a level 5 monster area. At present, with his current level, the danger was very high. However, with his experience currently at level 0, even if he died, he wouldn't lose any experience. Nyan passed through 2 level 1 monster zones, a level 3 monster zone, and a level 4 monster zone. After 4 minutes, Nyan had finally arrived at the monster zone where level 5 wildcats spawned. After surveying the surrounding area, he saw dense pastures and lush grass that could reach up to one's waist. Gazing at a distant area in the dense pastures, he saw a tall willow rising above the vegetation. It appeared to be especially lofty and majestic as it occupied its own space within the pasture. The silver treasure chest wasn't far from this location. Nyan's heart began to tense up with nervousness as he grew closer. At his current level, the level 5 wildcats in this area weren't monsters that Nyan was capable of dealing with. Occasionally 1 or 2 wildcats would pass through the area, and Nyan would hurriedly conceal himself. Thieves possessed a passive profession skill which raised their ability to conceal themselves. Once they went into hiding, it wouldn't be easy for other lifeforms to detect them. At the same time, he was still able to use his stealth skill. Nyan began calculating the level difference formula for stealth in his head. After activating stealth, the safe distance between him and a wildcat should be about 2 meters. In other words, if he went within 2 meters of a wildcat while he was in stealth, he would be discovered. Between 2 and 3 meters was the buffer zone where he could possibly be discovered. Beyond 3 meters, he was at an absolutely safe distance. Having spent over a decade playing the thief profession in his previous life, Nyan's usage of these thief skills had long been tempered to perfection. In addition, using his vision to estimate distance also wasn't too hard of a feat. Suddenly, the underbrush in the distance began to tremble and stir with movement. Nyan's complexion rapidly changed as he quickly went into hiding by activating stealth. A wildcat that was as large as a German shepherd pounced out of the thickets. Its sharp eyes surveyed the surroundings, but it didn't discover anything strange. As it passed through the open space that lay ahead, it entered into another patch of grass and disappeared. Only when he was assured the wildcat had gone far away did Nyan dare to continue moving forward. There was a stretch of open space in a 10-meter radius around the willow. A silver-white chest quietly lay at the base of the willow tree. The nearby area had 6 to 7 wildcats roaming around freely. To clear out these level 5 wildcats would require a team of at least 20 level 3 players. It would not be easy getting a hold of this chest. Nyan observed the movements of these wildcats within the thickets of grass as he attempted to find a safe route to the willow tree. Their movements appeared to have a fixed pattern. After observing for a while, Nyan removed all the equipment from his body and stored them in his inventory. He then re-equipped his defenseless beginner equipment. If his beginner equipment were to be sold to an NPC store, they wouldn't be worth even a single copper. Simply put, they were trash. Even if one were to throw them on the ground, no one would bother picking them up. Dying in conviction would result in the loss of a level. Additionally, a random piece of equipment would also be dropped upon death. If the new equipment he had just recently bought dropped unexpectedly, then that would truly be wasteful. However, if the beginner equipment dropped, he wouldn't care. He was only equipping it temporarily to cover his body anyway. While using his stealth skill, Nyan slowly crept towards the willow tree. He walked for approximately 10 seconds before suddenly stopping and holding his breath. A wildcat was making its way around Nyan's left flank within approximately 2 meters. After waiting for 6 seconds, Nyan pressed onwards once again, carefully exercising control over his distance between each wildcat. Gradually, the distance between him and the chest shortened. Nyan's heart rate sped up once again. He understood that as a level 0, if he succeeded in grabbing the skill book, then it would be immensely helpful in the future. 2 wildcats began moving towards Nyan's location. Nyan quickly halted, but the wildcats continued their advance. Fortunately, the distance between them was still about 2 meters apart. Nyan was frightened badly as he felt a cold sweat run down his back. Stealth had a total duration of 2 minutes, and time was ticking away. Knowing that stealth's effects would end within 32 seconds, Nyan's state of mind began to fluctuate. There's not enough time. Nyan slightly accelerated his pace. Not far from where Nyan was located, a wildcat moved slightly. It became aware of Nyan's location almost immediately. After locking its eyes onto Nyan, the wildcat exposed its sharp teeth and let out a hoarse growl. "Not good, I was discovered." the wildcat moved, pouncing towards Nyan. The wildcat's sudden attack was quick, and Nyan's movement speed meant that he was basically incapable of keeping up. However, Nyan still managed to sidestep out of the way of the wildcat's attack by relying on his reaction speed, something he had developed during his past life. The basic movements for a character were sidestepping, rolling, jumping, etc. Players were able to utilize these movements to dodge attacks as long as it was within the capabilities of the system. The sharp claws of the wildcat swiped through empty air, missing Nyan's throat by just an inch. Just as Nyan had dodged, two more wildcats appeared and pounced at him from the sides. One of them clawed at him from the back, while the other bit into his arm. "I'm finished." Under these circumstances, using health potions would be useless. 68-32. Two damage values floated over Nyan's head. He collapsed to the ground as his health fell to 0. The scenery changed, and Nyan found himself resurrected at the cemetery in Telak town. His failure was a result of using stealth too early. When stealth's duration was nearly up, he had become impatient and mistakes were made. This was the root cause that led him to failure. Nyan summed up all the causes of his failure and continued forward. As he glanced at the equipment on his body, he noticed that his arm guards had been dropped. However, it was only a piece of beginner equipment. Even if it dropped, it wouldn't be too alarming. As for losing experience, it didn't matter because he was still at level 00. He had already created a plan in case he ended up dying, which was why he dared to venture into an area with level 5 monsters. Nyan set off once more. After he had left the boundaries of Telak town, he went back over to where the wildcats spawned. Once again, Nyan arrived at that open space. He soon discovered slight changes in the movement paths of the wildcats. He had led the wildcats near the chest before he died, and they continued to remain close by where he fell. Obtaining the silver treasure chest had just become a much more difficult task. The wildcats were constantly roaming about in the area. Nyan began studying their movement again. He could possibly brave death by drawing these wildcats away. Then he could resurrect, use stealth to easily slip the past, and get to the chest afterward. He ended stealth prematurely. Gradually, his figure emerged about 3 meters away from the wildcats. 5 wildcats in the surrounding area simultaneously discovered him and began their pursuit. Nyan made a mad dash away from the area, but his movement speed was slow compared to the wildcats. Soon, they quickly caught up with him. One wildcat pounced forward, causing Nyan to fall to the ground. The other wildcats soon encircled him and went in for the kill. After a flash of white light, Nyan once again resurrected at the cemetery in Telak town. This time, his leg guard had dropped. He once more set out of the town, rushing back to plunder the treasure after resurrecting. With the passage of 10 minutes, Nyan had once again reached the open clearing. The wildcats were now some distance farther from the treasure. As he calculated their movements in his head, Nyan's eyes lit up. There shouldn't be any problems this time around. Nyan activated stealth and approached the silver treasure chest. He advanced for more than 20 seconds before stopping in place after noticing 2 wildcats coming up from behind. They came close to Nyan's location before gradually walking away. All the wildcats in the area were rather far away from Nyan at about a distance of approximately 5 meters. When he confirmed that he was finally safe, Nyan accelerated his pace and quickly arrived at the silver chest. Stealth still had a remaining duration of 36 seconds, 6 seconds more than he had initially anticipated. Nyan crouched down to open the chest. While still in stealth opening, the chest would not cancel the skill. System opening chest. Estimated completion 20/50. A wildcat in the vicinity walked towards Nyan. It neared a little over 2 meters before eventually stopping. Nyan's pulse unconsciously sped up. Calm, must remain calm. He had to constantly console himself in his head before his pulse finally calmed down. The wildcat glanced around for a short while, but eventually turned around and left after not detecting anything. Nyan's body eased up, and he let out a sigh of relief. System chest successfully opened. Time taken, 27s. Nyan opened the chest and began feeling around inside. When his hand came into contact with a book, his heart abruptly jumped. This is it. Taking the book out, he looked it over. Skill book, Vital Strike. Description: thieves can cause additional damage by attacking an enemy's vitals. Requirements: action requires weapon. Properties: hitting a target's vitals causes 5 additional damage, marking the target with a damage debuff. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Restriction: thief, warrior, paladin can be learned by any faction. Indeed, this was the Vital Strike skill book. This was the best skill he was capable of learning at level 0. This was what he had worked so hard to obtain. After Nyan grabbed the book, it became a ray of white light. Glancing at his skill bar, he noticed that another skill had appeared, Vital Strike. Following Nyan's removal of the Vital Strike skill book, the silver chest began to gradually fade away before disappearing without a trace. It's all settled. Heh, I can return to town for free too. As Stealth's duration ended, Nyan's figure slowly emerged. The few wildcats in the area immediately discovered him and attacked. Nyan didn't have any experience to lose, so he was planning on dying and resurrecting in the town to avoid having to run back. Nyan peacefully awaited his fate. Once again, Nyan died and returned to the town cemetery. This time, his novice gloves dropped. However, compared to the Vital Strike skill book, the loss was negligible. By obtaining Vital Strike, his training speed would increase greatly. Nyan wanted to proceed forward with the second step of his training plan. However, he required 20 coppers in order to do so. Earning money while simultaneously training at a high speed, this is the only way to be efficient. Nyan thought for a moment, then began running deeper into Telek Town. Coordinates 3092892221 Telek Town, NPC Hunter Klaus. Quest: collect 50 giant silverdust rat skulls. Coordinates 290231256 NPC Farmer End. Quest: kill 50 giant silverdust rats. Coordinates 3502203889 Telek Town Outskirts, Hidden NPC, Alchemist Ower. Quest: collect 21 giant silverdust rat tails. Nyan found 2 common NPCs and 3 hidden NPCs that handed out quests related to killing giant silverdust rats. The coordinates for the hidden NPCs were provided in a strategy guide from his previous life. Countless players had come to experience great difficulty in finding these hidden NPCs because they were unaware of these coordinates. After he had received 5 quests, Nyan ran out of Telek Town and began heading towards the area where giant silverdust rats spawned. Giant silverdust rats were a species of immensely large rodents that possessed a silver ashen gray coat. Their build slightly exceeded that of a water buffalo's, and they appeared similar to small moving hills when they roamed about. However, their movements were quite sluggish, and their attack wasn't all that high. Giant silverdust rats, level 1. Health 100. The game's servers had already been up and running for a little over a week, and the vast majority of players have already reached level 2 or 3. Hence, many of them had already moved on to hunt in higher-leveled regions. As such, only a sparse few players were still training in this level 1 area. Nyan moved quickly after discovering a giant silverdust rat. He attacked, leaving several stab marks on its back. 21-20-21. 3 damage values appeared, floating above the giant silverdust rat's head. The giant silverdust rat retaliated by turning its head to attack Nyan. Before it could, though, Nyan activated Vital Strike and stabbed the giant silverdust rat in the eye. System Vital Strike successful. Attack +5, resulting in additional damage dealt. 38. Another damage value floated over the giant silverdust rat's head. The giant dust rat let out a miserable squeak and immediately fell to the ground. Not bad, Vital Strike is pretty decent. Nyan collected the giant rat skull that had been dropped as loot. Vital Strike's cooldown was 30 seconds, giving Nyan just enough time to seek out another giant silverdust rat. After finding an area where giant silverdust rats spawned rather quickly, Nyan began to idly grind monsters. Numerous giant silverdust rats were constantly defeated and fell to the ground. Nyan's experience bar gradually rose. 1, 2, 10. After about 2 hours, Nyan had slain a little over 200 giant silverdust rats. He continued until his experience bar finally reached 15. Giant rat tails, giant rat skulls, etc. All these items were gathered in a large heap. Furthermore, he had also obtained 3 coppers total as loot drops. The drop rate for money was extremely low. Only under certain circumstances would the drop rate be higher. This was in order to make convictions in game currency much more valuable. As Nyan's Vital Strike slew yet another giant rat, something appeared flickering under its corpse. Nyan's heart skipped a beat. Quickly, he bent over to pick up the item. Tough leather leg protector's white equipment. Requirement level 0. Properties defense 35. Weight 3 lbs. User restriction warrior can be equipped by any faction. Equipment drops in conviction were quite rare. Only in a few relatively higher instances would the drop rate be increased. However, the level of difficulty for such instances would also be much higher. Nyan remembered very clearly in the past, there were many players level 10 or higher who had no choice but to equip level 5 equipment. Simply because they couldn't find level 10 equipment, they had to form parties and hunt monsters with lower level gear. Since this tough leather leg protector is meant for warriors, it'll sell for at least 7 coppers if I throw it into the auction house. He stored the tough leather leg protector into his inventory. A beginner bag had only 20 slots. Nyan filled his bag with so many items, there now were only 11 slots remaining. Inside the beginner bag was a dimensional space. Items stored inside this space wouldn't raise a player's weight value. A player's weight value is only affected by the player's equipment. With the 3 coppers that had previously dropped, and by selling off the tough leather leg protector, my funds should be brought up to 10 coppers. Turning in these quests should also give me a few rewards. I ought to have a little over 20 coppers by then. Nyan glanced over at his bag space. The 5 quests he had accepted were all completed. So he started heading back to Telak town, as he no longer needed to hunt the giant silverdust rats. Nyan was doing his utmost to catch up. First, he would bridge the level gap between him and the other players. Then he would use his past life's experience to progressively expand his superiority in the game. After returning to Telak town, Nyan handed over all 5 quests, completing his missions. He obtained 600 experience, which raised his experience bar to 55. Furthermore, he had also received 34 copperson amount, which exceeded his expectations. The money and experience awarded by those 3 hidden NPCs were several times higher than what ordinary NPCs would have rewarded. Besides the money and experience, he also received 3 basic health potions. Nyan put the tough leather leg protector in the auction house and walked towards the weapon shop. Upon arriving outside of the place, he saw a small, narrow shop front. However, after entering, the interior space was actually quite large, roughly 5 by 10 meters. Weapons for every class could be seen lined up on both the left and right sides of the wall. Common equipment for all classes could also be seen hanging from the rear wall of the shop: bows, crossbows, small daggers, etc. The store, filled to the brim with equipment, was a dazzling display for the eyes. The weapon shop's owner was a fierce-looking blacksmith, appearing to be in his 40s. The weapons I forge are the best within the whole region of the Western Prairies. Respected adventurers, may I ask what you require? Seeing business arrive, the blacksmith came up to greet him in a lively, straightforward tone. Bow or crossbow? Let's see. What kind of bow or crossbow are you looking for? The equipment I have here can meet all the requirements of adventurers who are level 5 or lower. Level 0, one that I can use. Attack +3 or more, and firing rate of 12 or more. Nyan thought for a moment, and added, the price should be within 30 coppers. Nyan originally thought collecting 20 coppers would be sufficient to purchase an ordinary bow or crossbow. He didn't expect that he would exceed his target goal and earn 37 coppers. After the tough leather leg protector sold, his funds would surpass 40 coppers. He had a complete abundance of money to splurge on a better bow or crossbow. I have 3 pieces of equipment that meet your criteria. The first is a short bow. Attack +3, firing rate is 13, attack deviation of 11, and a range of 20 meters. The price is 7 copper coins. The blacksmith took out a short bow and presented it to Nyan. Do you have anything better? Perhaps something with a higher accuracy? He had a task he wanted to complete, and though the short bow would suffice, having something better would save him time. Well, I also have this long bow. It is attack +5, firing rate of 12, deviation of 9, and range of 30 meters. The price is 15 coppers. The blacksmith took out a long bow and presented it. Afterward, he took out an exquisite one-handed crossbow. He loaded it with 5 bolts, then propped it up with his arm and aimed it around the shop. If that doesn't please you, then this is my finest piece of work, the one I'm most proud of. Compact crossbow with a triple shot effect, attack +5, firing rate of 8. Furthermore, as a result of its supplementary firing ability, the firing rate of a single shot is tested at 15. It has a deviation of 5 and a range 30 meters. The price is 28 coppers. I'll take it. Give me 9 low-grade crossbow bolt quivers as well, Nyan said. Each quiver contained 1,000 low-grade crossbow bolts. It was definitely enough. Nyan spent 37 coppers to complete the transaction, leaving him without a single copper remaining. He stored the crossbow and 9 quivers he had recently purchased into his bag space. Feel free to come again, respected adventurer. I wish you a safe journey. In his past life, when Nyan had first entered the game, he believed the NPCs only possessed simple AI. He amazed at what he discovered. Afterward, he was able to keep his calm much more easily. As Nyan left the weapon shop, a system notification appeared. System, your tough leather leg protector has been sold for 8 coppers. Ah, it finally sold. Not bad. I now have 8 coppers as my total funds. At least I won't be considered too poor right now. Nyan left the boundaries of Telak town and hurried over towards the level 8 bison spawn area. The bison monsters were even more dangerous than the wildcats. They had extremely powerful attacks, and their movement speeds were also much faster than the wildcats. In fact, they were more than 3 times faster than Nyan with his current stats. When facing against these bisons, there was essentially only death and no chance of survival. Currently, there was not a single player whatsoever who dared to face off against a level 8 monster. Even if they were currently the highest level player in the game, they still wouldn't dare. Passing through a vast expanse of prairie land, Nyan at last arrived at a region of barrens and stone. As far as the eye could see, lofty and oddly shaped boulders were irregularly strewn throughout the area. Within this mess of boulders were narrow cracks and passageways. It should be right here. Nyan surveyed the expanse for a moment. After confirming without a doubt that these were the correct coordinates, he became especially vigilant and began slowly sneaking around. This region was where bisons actively roamed about, the whole area permeated with a sense of dread and danger. Cautiously, he squeezed himself into one of the narrow passageways within the boulders, coordinates 567528192. The topography of this region was strange and eccentric. The narrow passageways within these boulders only allowed enough space for a single person to pass through. As he looked out after going through the narrow passageway, a dark-colored bison in an area at a distance of about 26 meters away entered his vision. Large and robust, its entire body was densely packed with muscle. Above its head, two sharp horns resembling the tips of daggers protruded out. Bison Chief Leader, Level 8. Health 300. Nyan took out his crossbow and held it with his left hand. He began calibrating it, making sure the angle was just right. By lucky coincidence, the bison chief was within his attack range. Due to its body size being so massive, even if it were to discover his presence, it was still unable to traverse the narrow passageways within the mess of boulders. As a result, it was completely incapable of attacking him. This was a typical terrain exploit. This was an exploit his arcane mage friend had discovered within the game. However, at present, the only one who was aware of this terrain exploit was him. By employing this exploit, Nyan could bypass the level disparity and effortlessly kill this bison chief. Nyan began loading the crossbow with bolts. After 3 seconds, 3 crossbow bolts were completely loaded and the crossbow was cocked and ready to fire. WSH. 3 bolts were fired in rapid succession, flying in a straight line right towards the bison chief. Put. The 3 crossbow bolts hit the bison chief nearly simultaneously. Miss 1. Miss. 3 damage values floated above the bison chief's head. Due to the level disparity between both sides being too large, Nyan's attacks against the bison chief were weak. Most of the time it would be a miss, and even if it did hit the target, it would only cause a little bit of damage. After it had been attacked, the bison chief huffed out a large amount of musty air and began its mad charge towards Nyan's location. Boom! A large crashing sound burst out. The bison chief had charged into the boulders and was repelled back. Its attack was unable to reach Nyan. It could only turn around and circle the boulders, without having any other course of action. Nyan skillfully finished reloading the crossbow and, like before, shot out 3 bolts in rapid succession towards the bison chief. Although the damage was extremely low, under Nyan's continuous and unrelenting attacks, the bison chief's health bar began showing signs of declining ever so slightly. However, it was awfully slow, merely falling by the smallest amount. Every now and then, it even recovered by a slight fraction. Nyan's rate of fire was quite stable. After suffering his attacks, the bison chief bellowed out furiously, precisely because it was incapable of even nearing Nyan. Everything went as smoothly as expected. Nyan was attacking the bison chief while figuring out the next step in his leveling strategy. After being reborn, if he were like others trying to find a place to level, it would truly be an asinine waste of his time. One must know, Nyan's mind possessed a vast amount of game knowledge. He followed his own reasoning and designed a perfect leveling plan. The seconds and minutes continued to pass by. After half an hour, Nyan had completely used up all of the crossbow bolts within 1,000 crossbow bolts. At present, the bison chief still had approximately 2/3 of its health remaining. The uninterrupted process of reloading and shooting made Nyan feel himself about to fall asleep. However, he still spent great effort in maintaining his high frequency of firing, so as to avoid having the bison chief's health recover again after he ceased his attacks. The bison chief began getting somewhat weary. It continually strained for breath as it anxiously rammed against the rocks and collapsed a portion of the boulders. Nyan quickly retreated inward a bit, and at that moment his menu sounded out with a voice call notification. Expert, I went to the coordinates you gave us for farming monsters. It is indeed very fast. I've already picked up 2 stealth skill books from today alone, Flying Stone said. At the location where Nyan told him to train, leveling was 50% more efficient compared to the common training areas. This had made Flying Stone really excited. Gifting Nyan a single stealth skill book had given him such a treasure trove of a training area. It was definitely a worthwhile trade. That's natural, of course. Fallen Shamans also dropped the Owl's Sight skill book. If you find any extra, don't forget to send me one. Nyan wasn't the least bit surprised. He had gone through numerous expert strategy guides in his previous life. Small tidbits like the said amount he remembered was definitely not few in number. In his life, Nyan was the type of person who was thick-skinned and furthermore very forgetful. There was an awful amount of things he would go through life forgetting or completely neglecting. However, the only things he remembered the most distinctly were definitely these game strategy guides. Every person had an exceptional memory when dealing with the things they were particularly interested in. If the skill book drops, I'll send it to you through the mail. There's something I've been wondering about. How did you find out about this training spot? Stone asked through the chat. When he had met Nyan, the latter had been nothing more than a level 0. I used to play on a warrior account, however. I deleted it to create a thief. Nyan casually gave out an excuse without thinking. Naturally, he didn't want anyone to know the secret was that he had been reincarnated, so it was like that. Your warrior account must have been really high-leveled, huh? Why'd you end up deleting it? In a few days, one of my friends wants to form a group to enter the fallen shaman camp. Expert, what are your thoughts on this? Stone asked expectantly in his message. Nyan certainly did appear to be a person who was very knowledgeable. Furthermore, his several friends were indeed only able to fight to the fallen shaman camp's outer area and couldn't advance any farther. The fallen shaman camp is a high difficulty instance. Instances are divided into special instances and basic instances. When a special instance is cleared by players, it disappears and becomes an ordinary area. As for basic instances, if they were cleared by players, they can still be repeatedly entered afterward. However, the equipment drop rate is much lower and the profits earned weren't that high either. The fallen shaman camp is classified as a basic instance. It's divided into 5 difficulties: easy, normal, hard, expert, specialist. The higher the difficulty, the better the equipment that would drop. If a party were to clear this instance, they would have to wait 5 days until they could enter and clear it again. A full walkthrough on how to clear the fallen shaman camp will cost you 2 silvers. No bargaining, Nyan replied. 2 silvers were the equivalent of 200 coppers. Towards new players, this was definitely an extravagant sum of money. However, since Stone's friends were able to form a team to clear the fallen shaman camp, 2 silvers shouldn't be regarded as much. I'll go back and discuss it with my friend. Stone was a little skeptical. He couldn't possibly have a complete fallen shaman camp walkthrough, right? Such a thing doesn't even exist online. On an average run, profits from clearing the easy difficulty of the fallen shaman camp should be about 3 silvers. If their luck were good, they might be able to obtain 1 or 2 high-quality drops with decent stats, though the drop everyone wanted the most from the fallen shaman camp was still the heal skill book. Nyan demanding a 2 silver information fee could be regarded as beyond excessive. If no equipment dropped, then they would have paid Nyan for nothing. The difficulty of the fallen shaman camp was a little high. After their party gets wiped out a few times, they'll naturally realize the fee Nyan had commissioned wasn't the least bit expensive at all. Reply to me after your friend agrees. If he doesn't agree, don't bother me unless you have business. Nyan continued shooting at his target. Under his constant rain of fire, the bison chief gradually began showing indications of falling. All right, I'll go and talk with our party leader. There was basically an equal sign connecting Nyan to the title of an expert. He wasn't slightest bit offended in regards to Nyan's cold attitude. Experts who have this kind of personality were also pretty common. Stone was wondering, what level did Nirvana Flame's previous warrior account reach? It ought to have been really powerful, but why did he end up deleting it? Could it have possibly been related to a matter that was difficult to discuss? Flying Stone finished speaking. Doot, doot, doot. A busy signal came from the voice chat. Nyan hung up and accelerated the firing rate of the crossbow in his hand. One after another, bolts rapidly left the crossbow. Firing for 1.5 hours, he had consumed around 3,600 crossbow bolts. Moo at long last, the bison chief let out a final agonizing cry before staggering to the ground. The massive body smashed heavily towards the earth, and Nyan could even feel the vibrations under his feet. Nyan estimated a bit. If he had used the short bow, killing the bison chief would have taken at least 5 hours, in addition to consuming over 10,000 arrows. Fortunately, this single-handed crossbow with its additional skill saved him quite a bit of time. 2 white lights shone upon Nyan's body, as 2 clear and melodious tunes sounded out each. One represented a single level up. System, you've successfully slain a bison chief, plus 1,800 experience for killing a monster above your level. You have received 8290 experience points. Nyan glanced at his experience bar. He had reached level 2 with 21 of his experience bar already filled. The experience gained from killing the bison chief was definitely enormous. After finally completing his task, Nyan put away the crossbow in his hand and walked over towards the bison chief's corpse. Searching under the bison chief's dead body, he found that it dropped 5 coppers. In addition, he also managed to pick up a dagger. Nyan glanced at the dagger's stats. Horn dagger, bronze. Properties unidentified. Nyan's eyelids jumped up in excitement. It was a bronze-grade dagger. Equipment was divided in these grades: white, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and legendary. Occasionally, there would also be green-colored sets. Only equipment at bronze grade or above had additional properties. The monsters within Conviction were classified into these classes: leaders, sub-elites, elites, and lords. These monsters were uncommon and very few in number, as well as spawning infrequently. Equipment with additional properties only had a 1 in 1,000 chance of dropping. The majority of players could only make do by wearing white-grade equipment. Due to this, equipment with additional properties were all fairly precious, and their prices would skyrocket to the extent that they were unbearable for ordinary players. Bronze-grade weapons normally had an additional 20 attack above that of ordinary weapons. Furthermore, they also came with additional properties. The equipment that a level 8 Bison Chief drops should be level 5. At present, the price of a level 5 bronze-grade dagger is at least 3 silvers or higher. Furthermore, an average level 3 player's total assets for the most part was only about 20 coppers. If one had assets valued at the level of silvers, they were definitely a very well-off person. According to his plans, he gathered the Bison Chief's drops and stored away the bronze-grade dagger into his bag space. Nyan retreated from the narrow passageways within the boulders and headed back towards Telak Town. Telak Town's only appraiser was a short-statured, white-bearded old man with narrow triangular eyes. He was very shrewd, making everyone who saw him feel very unnerved. However, he was the only appraiser in all of Telak Town. Nyan opened the trading window. "Youngster, do you need me to appraise any items?" the short old man asked. "A dagger." Nyan put up the horn dagger into the appraisal window. "The appraisal fee is 10 coppers. Do you still wish for an appraisal?" Nyan's heart skipped a beat. This horn dagger's appraisal fee was 10 coppers. Typically, the appraisal fee for an item was 5% of the item's price, and this was only the NPC's price for the item. The market price was frequently more than 6 times higher than that. In other words, this horn dagger had a value of at least 12 silvers. He thought for a moment. In the next few days, I won't be needing to go anywhere that requires a lot of money. Spending 10 coppers also won't be that troublesome. He pressed confirm. The horn dagger blossomed with a cyan radiance. Its brilliance was definitely not understated. This radiance was a distinctive characteristic of bronze-grade equipment. The horn dagger's handle was cambered with the texture of wood, with an awfully sharp blade in the front. It was much thicker compared to ordinary daggers, and possessed the unique characteristic of being shaped like a bull's horn. Horn dagger bronze. Requirement level 5. Properties: attack 1619, strength +5. Attack speed 2.3. Weight 1L base. User restriction: thief can be equipped by any faction. This horn dagger gave a bonus to his strength stat. These 5 points in strength were equivalent to 5 points of attack. Then add on to the fact that the dagger's base attack was already higher than an ordinary level 5 daggers by 3 or 4 points. It meant this horn dagger was better than an ordinary dagger by nearly 10 points. The influence of these 10 points of attack, speaking from a new player's perspective, was indeed very large. "Looks like I've picked up a reliable level 5 dagger," Nyan thought. After finishing the appraisal of the dagger, Nyan had begun to walk outside. Lowering his head, he took a glance at his skill bar. There were only 2 skills there, stealth and vital strike. A perfect thief should have numerous skills piled up at their disposal. A thief could make do without equipment, however. They absolutely could not do without skills. Of the several areas where thief skill books could be farmed in the beginning stages of the game, Nyan knew all of them like the back of his hand. However, he would be unlikely to take the great effort and pain of farming them out. If a skill book could be farmed out, then it could also easily be bought in the marketplace. Were there any other places where I could find rare beginner skill books? Nyan smacked his forehead. How did I manage to forget that? With regards to classes such as a thieves, if they wanted to possess sustainable fighting strength, they would often select either alchemy crafting or the bandage skill. Alchemy crafting allowed a player to manufacture every kind of health potion, drug, etc. In the middle of a battle, a health potion that could instantly restore lost health was tantamount to a second life for a player. Afterwards, when a battle was over, drinking a recovery potion allowed a player to quickly restore their health and throw themselves back into combat again, thus accelerating their training speed as well. As for the bandaging skill, in comparison to a health potion, it was a bit lacking. The common bandage skill could not be used during a skirmish. Nyan knew of a location where a rare skill, combat medic, could be learned. Unlike bandage, it could be used while in combat. At higher levels, if a person wished to purchase middle or higher tiered health or recovery potions from the marketplace, their expenditure would be quite large. After all, their prices were quite costly for most players. Health and recovery potions were items they could only acquire by digging through the gaps between their teeth. Unless one were rich, the average player wouldn't be seen commonly using health or recovery potions. However, Nyan was different. His head was filled with many ways to earn money quickly and easily. He didn't need to worry about money. Later on, health and recovery potions were all things he could easily buy from the marketplace. Thus, it wasn't necessary for him to waste his time learning alchemy crafting. However, if he learned this combat medic skill, it would greatly enhance his survivability. Thinking to this, Nyan suddenly had an idea. "I'll put that off for later. I should learn the combat medic skill first. Nayen spent 2 coppers and bought 2 basic underwater breathing pills from the NPC general store. Right after, he rushed towards Lake Rando, which wasn't too far of a distance from Telak town. After passing through several level 23 areas, he had met many players that had formed parties to hunt monsters. They often occupied a single region in their own area. Warriors, paladins, etc. All these close combat classes worked to draw monsters. Right afterwards, the mage would unleash an unceasing barrage of spells towards these monsters. Some parties would even bring their own priest. Most priests didn't currently have the heal skill. Their ability to deal damage wasn't as good as mages either. For the most part, they were dirty experience leeches. Despite this, every team still looked for a priest as if they were a hot commodity. This was because if a team wanted to have any growth or development in the future, they absolutely needed to have a good relationship with their priest. Lacking a priest was the same as lacking an endless supply of health potions. As for thieves in the early stages of the game, many thieves would be easily dumped by their team. However, thieves were quite famous for their solo training speed. As long as they purchased all of the necessary skills they required, a thief's training speed would not be inferior to a mage's in any aspect, so it wouldn't be much of a loss if they couldn't join a team. Level training in the various monster spawn areas was awfully monotonous and boring. However, these players could still chat with each other. Thus, the time would pass quite quickly when they chatted on idly. Nayen carefully passed through these areas where players were training, because a lot of struggles would occur between players for certain training spots. If a player killed other players, they would receive a penalty with their names marked red. They would be barred from entering city walls as well. Having their names marked red meant other players could kill them without fear of recourse. Their loss of levels upon death would be even harsher, and every single piece of equipment would drop as well. Though if that player killed monsters for a certain period of time, the red marking on their name would eventually disappear. Despite this, many players would still frequently take this risk for the sake of stealing another player's equipment. Not hesitating in the slightest, they would kill others for their equipment, regardless of having their name marked red. In order to do this safely, they would often target strangers in the wilderness far away from any city. Thus, one must be very cautious when traveling alone. Lake Rando. This area was inhabited by fishmen monsters. According to rumors, these fishmen were the descendants of the ancient wicked Naga. After countless generations, they finally developed into their current form. They possessed the body of a fish and 4 limbs just like a human. The weapons they employed for attacks were their sharp teeth and the tridents they held in their hands. Fishmen were level 3 monsters that heavily populated the area with their massive numbers. Furthermore, there was even a fishman village within the vicinity. It was necessary for Nayen to pass through the borders of the village to enter Lake Rando. Afterwards, he would need to swim through the lake to arrive at his destination. Situated by the lakeside of Lake Rando was the fishman village with its several hundred wooden huts scattered sporadically by the sandy edges of the lakeshore. This fishman village contained at least 300 or so fishmen, several tens of fishmen leaders, and 2 elite fishmen. If one wanted to clear this area, they'd need at least 1,000 players or more. Just as Nayen was preparing to activate stealth to bypass the fishman village, a system announcement rang out. Local announcement: the guild, Victorious Return, is planning to clear this location in 3 minutes. All players within the vicinity of the fishman village, please depart immediately. Victorious Return. Nayen raised his eyebrow. In his previous life, he and the guild Victorious Return had a few run-ins and festivities together. Victorious Return's people ran rampant and acted arrogantly. They'd clear the path and kill everyone in it whenever they wanted to. A long time ago, one of Nayen's brothers killed 3 members from Victorious Return because he was discontent from the guild forcing him out of a training area. A bit of a grudge was pillared down with those from the Victorious Return, and all of the guilds went chasing after him. They threatened to have his brother slaughtered back to level 0. Nayen's and the others' strength was still pretty weak back then, thus he could only hide deep within the ravines in the mountain range. He continued to level up and train like a madman for over a month. Only when he felt his level had reached high enough did he dare to come out. Even then, he was still barely able to defend himself. In the end, he never dared to have a direct, open confrontation with a big guild like Victorious Return. The feeling of powerlessness back then, don't even bring it up. In this life, that sort of history absolutely won't repeat itself. This debt would definitely be one that I'll have repaid in full. However, it won't be today for now. Nayen had just entered the game for less than a day. He still needed to gradually accumulate his wealth bit by bit. Immediately, he turned and ran towards the lakeside. As he looked ahead of him, he saw the clear waters merging with the reflection of the azure sky. The lake gleamed and sparkled as the sun's rays illuminated the top of the crystalline clear waters. Victorious Return's players had mobilized intensely and were surveying the area. There were many areas in the vicinity where one could discover the movements of Victorious Return's people. they definitely did not come with few numbers. It appeared that they were preparing to begin their operation on the Fishman village. The Fishman village wasn't an instance, but rather a spawning ground for monsters to congregate. These types of places would also frequently drop decent items. Nyan passed through a small grove of trees, arriving at about 200 meters away from the lakeside. Suddenly, a ball of fire streaked through the sky, launching towards Nyan's location. As the ball of fire flashed, Nyan's line of sight shifted past the grove of trees. His eyes fell upon the body of an elementalist wearing a red robe. The opposing player was a level 3 elementalist from Victorious Return. Mages were divided into 3 types of classes: elementalists, arcane mages, and holy mages. Elementalists had the ability to control ice, fire, and lightning. Their power was the elements. Arcane mages were able to control arcane might, and finally, there were the holy mages. They were the least selected class. Their skills were the most difficult to train in, but their power was definitely the strongest. They could cast and unleash the power of divine spells. The killing power of fire spells was the highest among the spells at an elementalist's disposal. By the time Nyan had noticed the fireball, it was already too late. Boom! The fireball exploded on Nyan's body. It tore through Nyan's health, as his health bar plummeted by 22 points. System: the opposing player Violet Flame has attacked you. You are free to retaliate in legitimate self-defense. Time: 3 minutes. When coming across a mage, you either run up to them and engage them in close-quarters combat or hastily run away. After confirming there were no other players from Victorious Return nearby, Nyan dashed towards the elementalist named Violet Flame. A mage's strategy was to maintain as great of a distance from the enemy as possible and bombard them with magic spells. The elementalist Violet Flame leapt back using the spell Flame Burst and cast Fireball once again. Afterwards, he turned around and fled in an attempt to gain some distance from Nyan. When facing incoming magic in a fight, players were usually able to dodge the spell by rolling. However, if they dodged the spell by rolling, they would undoubtedly give the opposing elementalist the opportunity to gain some distance. Nyan directly confronted the elementalist's fireball and continued to charge forward. Boom! The fireball exploded on Nyan's body, causing him to lose 27 points of health. Each time Violet Flame cast a spell, there would be a delay in the casting of the spell. There were some essential factors in casting magic. Gestures, language, material, and magical tools were all required in casting different types of magic. The requirements for casting different spell were distinct. Some only required for you to perform a chant to cast the spell. Some required gestures and others required chants, gestures, and materials, all of these components at once in order to cast a spell. Every spell had different requirements in order to be cast, and the casting time would vary as well. Casting a spell used syllables and gestures as units own syllable per second and 1 gesture per second. 10 syllables formed into a set of syllables, and 10 gestures formed into a set of gestures. Syllables and gestures could also be layered over each other, meaning they could both be done at the same time. The casting time for the Flame Burst spell was 2 syllables and 2 gestures for a total of 2 seconds. If they hadn't learned a movement skill when casting the Flame Burst spell, they would need to stay still for 2 seconds. Nyan took advantage of the time Violet Flame used to cast Flame Burst to press forward. Quickly, with a forward stab, he shaved off 23 points of health from Violet Flame. A mage's defense was extraordinarily fragile. Violet Flame leapt backwards. Promptly, he cast Fierce Flame Ring. 4 separate flames appeared launching towards Nyan. Fierce Flame Ring only required 1 syllable in order to cast. At such a close distance, Nyan was simply unable to evade it. Thus, he could only suffer through, receiving 39 points in damage. With a flick of his finger, he took out the basic health potion from his belt and downed it. Violet Flame's actions could be regarded as standard for a mage. However, his movements were quite rigid and clumsy. Every mage would tense up when a thief neared them in close proximity. As the Fierce Flame Ring was flying through the air, Violet Flame took the opportunity to draw back. Nyan added many points into dexterity. In terms of speed, thieves were still quite remarkable. This time around, his speed gained him an advantage as he continuously wrapped around Violet Flame. He lunged out with 2 consecutive stabs, causing Violet Flame to lose 36 points of health. Once more, Violet Flame cast another fireball towards Nyan. Conviction's combat system counted 3 seconds per round, and any magical spell that took less than 3 seconds to chant would be uninterruptible unless the caster died. Even though it was a close combat battle, Violet Flame would still be able to counterattack Nyan. Under Fireball's high damage, Nyan was left with 25 health remaining. Violet Flame wanted to retreat back to pull some distance. Brandishing his staff, he began reciting another spell incantation. The fire elements rapidly began moving towards his staff and coalescing into a round mass. It appeared Violet Flame still had 51 health remaining. For the time being, he was safe because Nyan merely had 25 health remaining. As long as he casts another fireball, he could finish off Nyan. Following Violet Flame's chanting, the fire elements rapidly gathered together as it raged and blazed forward. Drop dead, Violet Flame felt everything was now within his controlled. Flames from his staff illuminated the sinister expression on his face. Nyan was well aware of how dangerous his current situation was. He had already forced his way to Violet Flame's side. Glancing at his rage bar, he noticed it was fully charged and matched the requirements for an enhanced attack. Nyan's deep black pupils locked onto Violet Flame's throat. Quickly, he maneuvered the dagger in his hand into a reverse grip. Vital strike. Nyan's and Violet Flame's body crossed paths. A streak of cold glint flashed past Violet Flame's throat. A deep cut appeared on his throat as it split open with blood gushing forth. System Vital Strike successful. Attack +5, causing additional damage. 51. A damage value floated atop Violet Flame's head. A complete turnaround. How is this possible? His eyes were deeply permeated with an unfathomable sort of expression. Never underestimate the explosive power of a thief. When facing a thief, never feel that you're safe or secure, even if you occupy an absolute advantage, because in the very next moment, the one who ends up dead could very well be you. The light in Violet Flame's eyes gradually faded. Plop. He collapsed on the ground, still unable to understand what had happened. How could a single thief just suddenly burst out with so much damage? Vital strike. This skill's damage is pretty good, Nyan thought. Nyan put away his dagger, then bent down to look through Violet Flame's corpse. Soon, he retrieved a dropped equipment and picked up a level 0 intelligence +3 bronze staff. He estimated he could sell it for around 10 or so coppers. There's an enemy over there. Violet Flame was killed. Chase, don't let him escape. Nyan had killed a member from Victorious Return. Such a large event was certain to attract the attention of everyone within the surrounding area. 6 members from Victorious Return came from every direction and quickly rushed towards Nyan's location in an attempt to surround him. Seeing this, Nyan made a mad dash towards Lake Rando. His running speed was quicker than most of the average players at his level. Soon, he rapidly gained some distance between him and the other players, though a swordsman appeared right ahead of Nyan, barring his way forward. You want to run? It's not going to be that easy. Linear slash. The berserker jumped high into the air. Borrowing the force of gravity, he sent his sword cleaving towards Nyan. By the time Nyan saw the berserker's bastard sword whistling through the wind, it had already neared his forehead. Nyan leaned his body to the side as the sword brushed past. Within conviction, long-range attacks would automatically lock onto their target who could only roll to dodge. As for melee combat, one could sidestep to avoid certain attacks. The most important requirement while sidestepping to dodge head-on attacks was to have good reaction speed. The timing had to be extremely precise. In his previous life, Nyan had already trained this ability to an extremely proficient level. After he dodged the berserker's attack, he made a mad dash towards the lake. As his sword slashed through empty space, the berserker stared out blankly with a look of shock. That guy's reaction speed is quick, being able to even dodge an attack like that. By the time he turned his head, the berserker had discovered that Nyan had already run out a far distance. Seeing this, he held his sword out and gave chase. Third brother, what's going on with you? You can't even stop a single person from running away. To his side, a fighter came running over and voiced out his complaints. That thief's movements were too quick. I wasn't able to stop him at all. The fighter quickly glanced over at Elementalist Zaihua's Violet Flame's corpse. Zaihua was an extremely reclusive fellow, however. His skills were definitely not weak. Yet he still died by the hands of that thief. Looking back, it appeared that the thief was not as simple as he first appeared. Everyone, gather up and bar his way forward. Both the fighter and berserker accelerated their pace. As he drew increasingly closer to the lake's surface at about 5 or 6 meters away, Nyan fished out the basic underwater breathing pill he had bought prior and popped it into his mouth. He wants to dive into the lake to escape. Don't let him get to the water. In a moment of mutual understanding, both the berserker and fighter simultaneously leapt forward. The fighter and berserker were both professions of the warrior class. Their attacks after borrowing the momentum of their leaps were much more fierce and quick compared to other melee professions. Sudden assault, flame slash. The fighter brandished his sword and charged forward, quickly advancing towards Nyan. As the berserker cleaved downwards, his sword ignited and became enveloped in raging flames. Nyan and the two were still a bit of a distance apart. As he turned his head to look back at them, he immediately felt his face assaulted by the flames of the sword stroke. Suddenly, from the corners of his mouth, he revealed a strange smile and then leapt backwards. His back entered the waters first, as he plunged deeply into Lake Rando. Right after, concentric ripples began slowly dispersing through the surface of the tranquil lake waters. The fighter and berserker rushed over, finally stopping at the lakeside. The berserker prepared to jump into the lake waters, but the fighter pulled him back and stopped him. Forget it. There's no need to chase after a cornered enemy. Besides, none of us have any underwater breathing pills. The fighter thought back to the strange smile Nyan had shown just moment prior. This was the root cause of his unwillingness to enter the lake's waters for fear that Nyan could possibly have some sort of malicious plan for them in the waters below. Ultimately, he was fearful that it would cause them to be left buried under the lake bed. Forget it. Just like that, the berserker replied in an extremely depressed tone. Just consider it Zai Huo's bad luck, who let him think he was so invincible that he could just separate himself from the team like that. Anyway, we'll let this be a lesson for him. There are still many experts besides him. Several players from Victorious Return ran up to them breathlessly, most of whom were mages, priests, and so on. Their movement speeds weren't as quick compared to the warriors, hence they were left far behind. How'd it go? Where'd that guy run off to? One of the mages asked. The fighter shook his head and replied, we didn't catch him. He ended up diving into the lake. That mage had an astonished expression as he gazed at the fighter and berserker. These two, Ziyan Violet Cliff and Ziming Violet Underworld, could be considered the top two warriors within the guild. First, that thief killed Zai Huo, and then he managed to escape even after being surrounded by Ziyan and Ziming. Where the hell did that thief come from, I wonder? What was that thief's name? Go ask Zai Huo. He should have already revived at the graveyard. The mage spoke in a curious tone. Zai Huo just said the thief's name is Nirvana Flame. Ziming replied and firmly kept this name within his mind. In a concerned tone, the mage commanded, from now on, have the people under you stay cautious. If they encounter this Nirvana Flame, have them report back immediately. When the several of them came across Nyan, they were unable to gain any sort of advantage. As for the outcome, if ordinary members of the guild were to encounter him, one could well imagine the consequences. After Nyan dived into the lake, he began swimming about. The waters of Lake Rando were extraordinarily clear. The sun's rays penetrated through the water. As the light refracted through the water's surface, it formed brightly colored pillars. The lake's vegetation drifted about, gently slowly dancing with the waves. It formed an exceptionally beautiful and mesmerizing piece of scenery. As Nyan was submerged near the lake floor, shuttling himself between the lake's vegetation, he suddenly recalled that there was another chest within Lake Rando's waters as well. However, he was a little unsure of its exact location, as his memory was still a bit hazy. It should definitely be near this area. That chest should contain the skill book of a supportive skill called Gatherer. Even though Gatherer is not some kind of rare skill book, it's still pretty scarce, considering the average level of the current player base. After a player learned the Gather skill, they could increase their income by quite a bit. Every team required at least one member to have this skill, and every solo player definitely required the Gather skill as well. The market demand for the skill book was huge, however, the supply was few. This caused the relationship between supply and demand to become unbalanced. In turn, it caused the price of the Gather skill book to soar to great heights. If I'm able to find the treasure chest, it would be very good. One of the characteristics of thieves is that they're able to reach many locations that other professions would be incapable of reaching. By acquiring the Gather skill, I can make it display even more of its usefulness. Basic underwater breathing pills can only last for 15 minutes. If I had known earlier that I was going to be underwater searching for a treasure chest, I would have definitely bought a few more. Nyan felt a considerable bit of regret. In the far distance, a figure slowly submerged itself into the water and began swimming over. After being illuminated by the sun's rays, Nyan could at last see the figure distinctly. It was indeed a level 3 fishman. It had the body of a fish, its four limbs continuously moving to and fro. The speed of its movement underwater was unusually quick. In addition, it held a trident which was grasped firmly in its hand. Nyan hurriedly concealed himself within the thickets of the underwater vegetation. If it were 1 versus 1, Nyan could effortlessly kill this fishman. However, fishmen very much loathed fighting one-on-one. In a situation where they were attacked, they would produce a howl so intense that it draws all the fishmen within the immediate vicinity over to its location. For the purpose of staying safe, Nyan definitely did not dare to provoke these troublesome fellows. The fishman was in an area not far from Nyan and was swimming over. Pushing apart the underwater vegetation, it made its way through. While the fishman was brushing past the underwater plants, Nyan's eyes peered through the thickets of vegetation, discovering an object faintly concealed within. Glancing at the fishman who had swum a far distance away, Nyan carefully swam past. This was an area heavily surrounded by fishman activity. If he were discovered, it would become dangerous very quickly. Nyan brushed past the vegetation. After searching for a while, he finally found a small wooden crate within the vegetation. It was the lowest level of treasure chest's white grade. However, he was unsure if it was the one from his memories that he was looking for. After opening the wooden crate, Nyan went about digging through it. Surprisingly, the sensation he felt in his hands when he touched the object in the chest wasn't that of a skill book, but rather that of a smooth pearl. Nyan examined this object's properties. Murloc Water Aversion Pearl, special item. Additional effect allows the user to breathe underwater. Once activated, allows the user to breathe underwater for 30 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. It was the most basic of special items. Although the item wasn't anything particularly great, it would allow Nyan to save on a few basic underwater breathing pills, so he would still be able to use them in the future. It seems this place doesn't contain only a single chest. After thinking about it, it should be right. Within such a large lake, the developers definitely wouldn't place only a single treasure chest. Nyan continued to search through the thick plant growth, traveling back and forth. After finding the water aversion pearl, he spent quite an ample amount of time searching for treasure chests underwater. There were some movements in one of the thickets not far from him, causing Nyan's heart to jump with fright. Hurriedly, he ducked into the undergrowth next to him and concealed himself. A single fishman appeared swimming through the vegetation, not far from Nyan. It leisurely swam past the gaps between the aquatic plant life. In the next moment, another fishman came swimming towards Nyan's location. A single fishman appeared swimming through the vegetation. Not far from Nyan, it leisurely swam past the gaps between the aquatic plant life. In the next moment, another fishman came swimming towards Nyan's location. Then another fishman appeared, and another one. Fishmen were appearing with increasing frequency. Damn it, did I end up stumbling upon a fishman lair? Or maybe it's just my luck that I ended up coming across a school of fishmen swimming by. One of the fishmen neared him. The distance between them became increasingly shorter. Nyan felt a lump in his throat's mind, full of anxiousness and urgency. He firmly grasped onto the dagger in his hand. Hiding seems like it's going to be impossible now. I can only hope for an opportunity to escape. Only my swimming speed can't be compared to that of a fishman. I'm not confident that I can really escape. The number of fishmen within the vicinity were simply too many. If all of them came over, the only path Nyan would have left to take was death. If I were to blame someone, I can only blame myself for getting too greedy. For the sake of finding treasure, I completely forgot about the dangers. One of the fishmen arrived in the area about 3 meters away from him. It seemed to have noticed something. Halting in place, it raised up the trident in its hand. Kie, croak, the fishman opened its mouth and produced a bizarre call. Nyan gazed at his surroundings. At least 10 or so fishmen emerged, surrounding the area he had hidden himself in. The trident, which was as bright as snow, had already completely sealed off his escape route. He was finished. There was no way he could beat these fishmen. The speed at which they moved underwater was unusually quick. Furthermore, once their sharp teeth bit into their target, they wouldn't release their jaws until they tore their target to shreds. Escaping is absolutely impossible. It's also impossible to win, even if I try forcefully facing off against them. In his mind, Nyan was prepared to die. He quickly glanced at the body of the fishman directly opposite of him. They had a soft red patch surrounding their abdomens. That area was their weak spot. Even if I die, I'll at least take one out with me. Just at that moment, the intense sound of a horn rang out from the distant direction of the lakeside. The quick tempo was filled with urgency, as the loud and clear sound continuously resonated into the far distance. This was the warning signal. The fishman tribe was being attacked. The 10 or so surrounding fishmen near Nyan all stopped their movements at the same time. Gurgle, croak, shifting their heads to listen carefully, they opened their mouths and spoke in a strange language. Right after, they all simultaneously swam towards the direction of the lakeside at a great speed. These 10 fishmen swam away, becoming increasingly distant. Over 100 fishmen rushed over from all directions, converging together towards a single point as if they were a shoal of fish. The fishmen gradually disappeared from Nyan's view. Nyan still felt apprehension in his heart. By some stroke of luck, the outcome of those subsequent events was surprising. However, they were still within his expectations. Nyan glanced in the direction of the lakeside. It seems they've already started. The fishman tribe was suffering an attack by the victorious Return Guild. This was why the encircling fishmen had abandoned their attack and returned to aid their tribe. I never thought victorious Returns people would end up saving my life. Haha, this world is so wonderfully strange. After all the fishmen had swum away, the surrounding vicinity was now completely safe. Hence, Nyan stepped up his search for nearby treasure chests. Eventually, he noticed another treasure chest hidden within the thick underwater vegetation. It was a white treasure chest, just like the last. The surrounding landscape, everything here coincides with the one in my memories. This is the location. Nyan opened the chest. Digging through it, he felt a skill book make contact with his hands. It was the Gatherer's skill book. As he held it in his hands, it turned into a streak of white light. The skill bar for supportive abilities had another skill appear: Gatherer. Pretty decent harvest. However, I don't know if there are any other treasure chests within this area. It would simply be a waste of time to keep searching. It doesn't matter, I still know many other locations where I can find treasure chests. When I level up a bit, I can go pick them up at any time. Nyan swam, shuttling back and forth between the aquatic plants. If he encountered a monster, he would avoid them by staying a far distance away. After about 10 minutes of swimming, he noticed a single island in the middle of Lake Rando. Only after noticing this did he swim towards the surface. System, you've discovered an island within the center of the lake. Reaching the shore, Nyan checked his coordinates. As he was investigating the surrounding area, he discovered a person sitting in the far distance fishing by the shore. This NPC was a very odd old man. He would make a request to every single player who encountered him to retrieve fine silk. For every bundle of fine silk that was brought back, the player would receive 1 silk cloth. If fine silk was sold to an NPC, it would amount to 3 coppers. However, silk cloth could only be sold for 2 coppers. If one continued on like this, there would be a loss in profit. Even after continuously exchanging with him, this old man would still do absolutely nothing to compensate the player. There were many players who would complete this task. However, every one of them would continue to receive losses, never to receive a reward of any sort. Nyan also did this task in his previous life. Only after delivering 5 fine silk did he finally give up accepting this quest. Exchanging fine silk for silk cloth was truly a waste of money. Sometime later, a person who did not believe he would continue to receive nothing repeatedly accepted the quest. Only after delivering 30 fine silk did he finally receive a reward. This NPC would impart onto the player the combat medic skill. Not only this, but it would be at the intermediate level as well. After this information came out, it caused an uproar among the player base. One after another, they would continuously rush over to accept the quest. However, by that time, the NPC had already left. Currently in the area where Nyan was located, there were level 3 monsters known as water spiders that dropped fine silk. Obtaining 30 fine silk would probably require about 3 days of continuous grinding. It just so happened that he could farm these 30 pieces of fine silk while also leveling up. Exchanging 30 fine silk for 30 silk cloth was merely a loss of 30 coppers, nothing more. Compared to an intermediate combat medic skill, it was truly a negligible amount. Nyan walked over to the old man. The strange old man muttered loudly to himself. Around this time of year, the Hilton stronghold would be besieged by the devil creatures that arise from the remote underground. There are numerous warriors who defend the stronghold. For the sake of safeguarding this lush and prosperous land, they pay with their blood and lives. The wounded suffer in anguish every day and night. To them, yesterday is the same as tomorrow, and tomorrow is the same as yesterday. He turned his head towards Nyan and asked, "Youngster, now tell me, would it better if I fished here on the shore, or would it be better if I fished while on the waters?" The old man had gray hair and appeared somewhat senile with his age. Numerous wrinkles were spread across his face. As if withered, his skin looked similar to tree bark. Sagging like the folds of his skin, his ashen gray cloak hung low by his fishing rod. From his impression, Nyan felt this NPC was a funny, muddle-headed old man. He always asked a series of strange and odd questions, and it was fine as long as you somewhat answered them. However, at present, when Nyan heard the old man's words, "Yesterday is the same as tomorrow. Tomorrow is also the same as yesterday," they had a new type of meaning. This old man wasn't an old fool. Rather, he was actually quite wise. It was fine if you answered the question in whichever way you liked. However, as if goaded on by some supernatural force, Nyan answered, "As long as you're able to catch fish, shore or water, what difference does it make?" Hearing Nyan's answer, the old man's eyes flashed with a strange glint. Noticing the change in the old man's expression as it fell upon his eyes, Nyan became increasingly convinced that this old man in front of him definitely wasn't simple. Time is akin to an illusion and moves like a pendulum. The months and years are wasted doing nothing, and suffering eternally repeats. In the end, everything returns to dust. Even if those brave warriors are able to defend this vast great world, they won't be able to escape the pain of illness and the reaper of death. In the end, what meaning is there to life? The old man sighed. The meaning of life is to stubbornly prevail to live without regrets, Nyan said, while deep in contemplation. These were the insights he had gained this life after living through his previous one. He continued replying to the old man's question. All their loved ones, their fellow brothers, all of them are here alongside them in this vast world. They continue to resist the attacks of their enemies for the sake of bringing them happiness. They stake their lives in order to defend this conviction. That is their honor and that is their glory. In doing so, the God of Light will protect them. Nyan speculated that this old man was very likely one of the NPCs from the Hilton stronghold, who left and journeyed outside in search of fine silk. Listening to Nyan's words, the muddled expression in the old man's eyes became clear. "Young man, I need a lot of fine silk. Is it possible for you to help me obtain it?" the old man asked. "It's my desire to help in any way I can," Nyan happily replied. These were the exact words he had waited for. "System, you've received a task. Physician Blevins has entrusted you the task of retrieving fine silk." Nyan began to recall. In his previous life, he had simply answered all these questions without much thought. The task he ended up receiving was Nameless Old Man's Request. It seems the name of this current quest and the one he had received in the past weren't exactly the same. This old man ought to be the NPC physician in the Hilton Stronghold. Did he come all the way from the Hilton Stronghold for the sake of finding fine silk? The fact that this old man also taught the intermediate combat medic skill further confirmed Nyan's suspicions. All of that doesn't matter right now. First, I'll finish this quest and think about it later. Nyan bid farewell to the old man and headed south of the small island. That region of the lake was an area where water spiders roamed about. Although water spiders were level 3 monsters, their combat strength wasn't that great. Only when they were on the water's surface would they become somewhat of a problem. Once more, Nyan plunged into the lake, then stuck his head out of the water. This region of underwater space didn't have a lot of monster activity, thus he didn't have to worry about any monsters launching a sneak attack from below. Soon, he discovered a water spider. They were a species of spider that grew to a very large size. They were capable of moving about at high speeds on the water's surface. Unlike other spiders, they didn't use venom to attack. Furthermore, they were even afraid of humans. As long as a player didn't attack them, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack the player. Water Spider, Level 3. Health ID. Nyan gradually neared the water spider from behind. Swiftly, he raised his dagger and pounced forward. Stabbing into the water spider's back, he managed to attack it several times in quick succession. The water spider shrieked miserably before lunging towards its attacker. Nyan quickly dodged and then returned with another stab. Saving enough energy for a vital strike, he stabbed the water spider in the eye. Letting out an agonized shriek, the water spider's legs shriveled up and curled towards its body as it floated on the surface of the water. After dying, it dropped a single copper. Nyan caught the copper coin it dropped before swimming off towards another water spider. The drop rate for fine silk was 0.5. In other words, Nyan needed to kill around 6,000 water spiders in order to obtain the 30 pieces of fine silk. This would require about 3 days of non-stop grinding. 3 days would be enough time for Nyan to raise his level to 3, learn the combat medic skill, and return to town to purchase a few skill books. His strength would improve quite a bit. In the far distance, Nyan saw a water spider moving at high speed on the surface of the lake. A single spell fell from the heavens and struck the water spider down. Soon, a damage value of 36 floated over its head. It was Holy Smite, a spell used by holy mages. There's another person in this area. Nyan became vigilant and went on high alert. Looking far off into the distance, he noticed a person being pursued by a level 3 water spider. It was quite far away, so Nyan could only see that this person belonged to the Holy Mage class. Not only this, but the Holy Mage was a woman as well. She was clutching a blue-colored staff in her hand and was wearing a white mage robe over her body. However, he was still unable to clearly distinguish her features. It seemed that she was in a bit of trouble. Nyan stayed silent for a moment. Afterwards, he dived underwater and swam towards her. If she was a hostile player, he would kill her without hesitation. However, if there was no enmity, he would lend her a hand. That holy mage was dealing with the pursuing water spiders. By coincidence, she was also swimming over in his direction. At last, Nyan's head broke out of the water. He was now approximately 5 meters away from her. Noticing another person, Nyan, popping out of the water, the holy mage tensed up. Immediately, she changed directions and swam over to another location. She was currently being chased by several water spiders. If she encountered a person who took pleasure in kicking others while they were down, it would undoubtedly mean her death. Both parties were already in close proximity. When the holy mage turned her head around, Nyan could clearly see the other person's appearance. She was a beautiful-looking young woman. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, with a single lock of hair hanging down from the side of her face. Her cheeks were white, and her eyes were as clear as water. Although conviction altered a player's appearance, they were only slight adjustments. The overall attractiveness of the player would not be altered. Hence, their level of attractiveness would fundamentally be the same as it was in reality. This was also one of the reasons why conviction drew people in. Nyan was able to clearly see at a glance that the holy mage across from him was a real beauty. The holy mage worryingly gazed over at where Nyan was located. Their 2 eyes converged. She turned around and continued to fend off the water spiders. Simultaneously evading 3 water spiders was definitely a little challenging. However, she still remained very calm. Using a haste scroll on herself, her speed immediately increased by several fold. After recognizing the opposite party's appearance, Nyan's mouth opened so wide a chicken egg could fit in it. How did I end up meeting her here? He couldn't help emotionally sighing at how minuscule the world was. The beautiful woman across from him was called Yao Yao Dark Mystery. Come to think of it, in his past life, the two of them actually had a rather complicated and ill-fated relationship. Never did he expect that they would meet again here. It appeared lovers or enemies could truly not avoid meeting with one another. Perhaps this type of chance encounter was meant to be. Yan and his friends were going to enter an instance. However, they were short a mage. Thus, one of his friends brought Yao Yao into the team. This was the first time they had met. Afterwards, they gradually grew closer when they found more opportunities to party up later on and had many more adventures together. Old friends are the same as before, Yan sighed with deep sorrow. Yao Yao was continuously placed in dangerous situations. Seeing this, Yan quickly swam over in her direction. Yao Yao became even more nervous when she saw Yan swim over. There were 3 monsters chasing her from behind. Perhaps if she relied on her excellent skills, then she would be able to slowly whittle away their health until they died. Even then, her hopes of survival wouldn't surpass 10%. However, if Yan were to take advantage of her situation, she would essentially have no chance of living. Noticing the 3 water spiders repeatedly launching themselves at Yao Yao, Yan increased his pace and closed in from behind. Gradually, he overtook one of the water spiders. With his dagger in hand, he leaped out of the water's surface and stabbed at the center of its back. Yao Yao turned around and followed Yan's attack by casting Holy Smite. The spell connected and blasted the water spider's body, killing it in the process. She gazed over and stared at her savior. Since Yan had helped her deal with the water spider, Yao Yao presumed he didn't have any malicious intents. Yan directed his attention to another water spydrome that had only half of its health remaining. Using Vital Strike, he stabbed the spider in the eye and dealt 52 damage. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 3 original spiders remained standing. What a powerful attack! Yao Yao stared in astonishment at Yan. In her mind, out of all her friends, she had never met anyone as strong as him. Looking again, he seemed somewhat unfamiliar. After Yan finished killing the second water spider, he immediately swam over to the third. With 2 people against only a single spider, the situation immediately appeared to be much more relaxed. Yao Yao brandished the staff in her right hand and cast Holy Strike. The attack landed on the remaining water spider's body. No need to be polite, it was only a slight effort. Hi, I'm called Nirvana Flame. Yan smiled brightly and began to recall how Yao Yao had been a very gentle and understanding girl. She was a very considerate person. Though she was a little headstrong as well for a girl, it wasn't too hard of a shortcoming to accept. My name is Yao Yao. Evidently, she still remained quite cautious. She had never met Yan before, so it wasn't very easy for her to let her guard down. Yan wanted to add Yao Yao as a friend and find out what she was doing here. However, so as not to make it appear too sudden, he wouldn't ask these inappropriate questions immediately. After all, Yao Yao was still a girl. Despite understanding that she remained cautious when facing him, Yan still firmly believed that from his understanding of Yao Yao, the 2 of them could still become friends like before. Back then, after he became acquainted with her in the game, it was always her who would stay by his side comforting and encouraging him whenever he felt really depressed or frustrated. The 2 of them still remained friends. However, a certain relationship had unwittingly occurred between the 2 of them. From thenceforth, the complications between the 2 could not be broken nor tidied up. Yao Yao quietly observed Yan. Looking at him, he gave the impression of being very young and he didn't seem like a bad person. The 2 people didn't exchange any words afterward. Due to Yao Yao's cold nature, it caused the 2 parties to become somewhat silent. You're welcome. So why are you here farming water spiders? Yan asked. This place was quite a far distance from any towns. Hence, few players would frequent this area. One of my quests is to kill water spiders and collect their water sacs, Yao Yao replied. As she began to recall the prior events, she thought that was quite a close call. Just a moment ago, I nearly died to the monsters here. If I died, then these past 3 to 4 days of painstaking efforts would have gone down the drain. That's great. I also happen to accept a quest that requires me to kill water spiders, but to gather their fine silk instead. We should party up and kill these spiders together. The water sacs will go to you and fine silk to me. How about it? Yan suggested. Yao Yao remained silent for a moment. Then she nodded her head and said, all right, however, we both have to agree to one condition. If a person finishes collecting the materials they need, then they can leave at any time. She chose to put forth these conditions, so if she felt Yan were being useless when they were killing monsters together, she could leave immediately. That's only natural. I'll start the party. Yan sent Yao Yao a party request. System, Yao Yao has become a member of your party. 12 fine silks is the equivalent of 36 coppers. Yan shook his head in refusal. Are you meaning to say that my level's worth of experience isn't even worth 36 coppers? Besides, I don't have any use for fine silk anyways. Yao Yao stared at Yan. Her eyes were quite large and round, while her eyelashes were slightly raised. She appeared to be quite smart and quick-witted. Yao Yao clearly showed that she didn't want to owe him a debt. Furthermore, she also came up with an idea to pay him back. Since it was also favorable for him, Yan didn't have any reasons to pester her more about it. Fine, Yan confirmed the trade. Once Yao Yao was set on a matter, she would become very stubborn. Hence, Yan didn't want to argue further and cause the atmosphere to become too stiff. That's more like it. Yao Yao let out a faint smile once she saw Yan accept the trade. In this way, Nyan had taken a large step towards completing his quest. Nyan began organizing his inventory as he quietly observed Yao Yao. Compared to the time when the two had first met in his past life, she seemed slightly more immature. Her skin appeared white as snow, while the lake waters that had soaked into her clothes caused her tight-fitting robe to accentuate her curvaceous figure even more. Nyan distinctly remembered the day when they were in the dungeons under Fanart City. When Yao Yao had taken off her clothes, her bare and perfectly curved body resembled the carving of a goddess. On that erotic and lascivious day, both of them became completely dominated by the most primal of urges. However, they clearly understood. This was only a game. Neither of the two had the courage to approach the other in real life. After that event, they gradually returned to the roles of just being good friends. Only that one instance had ended up turning into a magnificent mistake. It became a lifelong memory that could never be erased, submerging itself deeply within their hearts. Nyan and Yao Yao chatted for a while, talking about topics related to nothing but the game. However, the two still chatted rather amicably. How about we start going? Yao Yao blinked while staring at Nyan. Nyan's appearance could only be regarded as ordinary. Indeed, he was unable to compare to the several people on her team. However, the way he treated people wasn't bad. So in that sense, he was much more pleasing to the eye than her other companions. Two people hunting monsters was much faster than a single person alone. Nyan tanked, dealing with the monsters in the front while Yao Yao attacked from the back with Holy Smite and Holy Strike. A Holy Mage's damage output was really powerful. Compared to Nyan's damage, it was much higher. Though naturally, when it came to comparing attack speed, she wasn't able to reach Nyan at all. Nyan's mind went blank for a moment as he began to recall those matters in his previous life. Immediately, he regained his focus. Those matters in the past were already over. He'll become good friends with Yao Yao again, however. He absolutely wouldn't make that mistake again. Zai Yao was the only person who was engraved in Nyan's heart. After all, everything in a game is only an illusion. In the end, even the most harmonious of virtual lovers would also eventually part ways. Have you joined a team yet? Yao Yao asked. At present, I still haven't. How come? With your skills being so good, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a lot of teams competing to recruit you. Yao Yao felt rather puzzled. I'm used to training alone. As for joining a team, I'll think about it in the future. There's no meaning in joining a team in the early levels after all. Nyan finished speaking and lunged towards a nearby water spider. Very quickly, Yao Yao followed up with a Holy Smite. Just as the water spider was about to make a move, Nyan's dagger had already stabbed into the spider's abdomen, killing it in the process. The pair coordinated extremely well and had a tacit understanding. This was the first time Yao Yao had felt so relaxed while farming monsters with another person. She couldn't help but have some doubts in her heart and wonder, could she have met Nyan somewhere before? Nirvana Flame Nyan, Nirvana Flame Nyan. When it couldn't possibly be him, right? Muttering to herself, Yao Yao stared at the figure of Nyan's back. Dazedly, she began to feel he somewhat resembled a person she knew. Our team currently has only 17 people, so it's still not full. Do you want to join us? Yao Yao suggested. Although Nyan is only level 2, his skills are quite good. Big Sis Blue Feather Yulan would most likely welcome him gladly. I don't want to join any teams for now, Nyan said, declining her offer. Oh, Yao Yao felt a slight sense of disappointment. An assassinate skill book for thieves dropped, Nyan said. It's a thief skill book, so you should take it then. If a mage item drops, just give it to me. We'll each take what we need. After having chatted for quite a while, the two gradually became more familiar. Thus, Yao Yao also wouldn't haggle over any drops with Nyan. Then I'll be helping myself. Nyan gazed at the assassinate skill book. Skill book, assassinate. Description: thieves gain rage after a successful strike. Requirements: action requires weapon. Properties: hitting a target's vitals adds an additional attack +2, rage +1, combo count +1. Cooldown 30 seconds. Restrictions: thief, warrior, paladin can be learned by any faction. Nyan wasn't like those whom she had partied up with before. They would put on an act of sincerity and decline, only to accept it right afterward. Yao Yao's expression changed into a slight smile. While interacting with Nyan, she had unexpectedly developed a sort of familiarity that penetrated deeply into her bone marrow. Right here, she didn't need to act in the sort of manner she did in real-life ways, putting on many false facades. Nyan finished learning the assassinate skill. Thus, his skill bar had another skill added to it. A thief's attack skills were divided into basic skills, combo skills, and finishing skills. Basic skills could be used at any time. Combo skills were used to obtain a combo count and to build up rage when attacking an enemy. Vital, strike, and skills similar to it were classified as finishing skills. They were only able to be used after building up a sufficient amount of rage. Every additional point added to the combo count would give an additional +20 in attack. The upper limit for this combo count was 10 stacks. Once they were used, the combo counter would reset to 0. As such, this was the beauty of the existence known as the combo system. If two thieves possessing the same skills were to match up, the damage an expert-level thief would deal was often 2 to 3 times higher than the average thief, sometimes even more. Under ordinary circumstances, it was considered quite normal for a thief to have twice as many basic skills and combo skills than finishing skills in their skill set. After obtaining Assassinate, Nyan's rage was now able to build up at a much faster rate. One normal attack followed by Assassinate would build up enough rage to use Vital Strike. Nyan and Yao Yao became increasingly skillful in their coordination. Thus, the two of them acted more daringly as they accelerated the rate at which they hunted monsters. During the times when there were many opponents, Nyan would be dealing with 3 monsters at a time, while Yao Yao frantically cast spells from behind. Her staff never stopped moving, continuously firing off holy smites and holy strikes. When she was out of mana, she would drink a mana recovery potion. As long as one wasn't interrupted by an attack from the enemy, a basic mana recovery potion would restore 60 mana in 30 seconds. The price was also inexpensive, so it was extremely cost-effective. How many water sacks have you collected? 52. How much more do you need? 8 more. It seems you'll be finished collecting them very soon. You probably haven't learned alchemy crafting yet, right? After you've handed in your quest, go to most town. 35632931. That place should have a hidden NPC who issues the quest called Rare Herbs. After you've completed the quest from the NPC, you'll be able to learn perfect alchemy crafting, Nyan said. Perfect alchemy crafting's effectiveness was a lot more powerful when compared to common alchemy crafting. I'm going to complete my quest so soon. Yao Yao suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. Hunting monsters together with Nyan was far more enjoyable than leveling alone at the very least. She had a companion to chat with. Why learn alchemy crafting? Yao Yao Dark Mystery asked in a puzzled tone. Mages who don't learn alchemy crafting are certain to become poor beggars by the time they reach a high level. After all, magic potions are extremely expensive. The innate skill of a human mage is that they are able to skip a grade when creating magic-type potions. It would simply be too much of a waste if a mage didn't learn alchemy crafting, Nyan replied. After noticing the movements of a water spider just ahead of him, Nyan began swimming towards its location. It was in an area about 5 meters away, though suddenly, he stopped and swam no further. The water spider in front of him wasn't exactly the same as an ordinary water spider. Its build was slightly larger than average. Water Spider Leader, Level 3. Health 160. It's a leader monster. Nyan turned his head and said to Yao Yao, "Can we beat it?" Yao Yao asked. Nyan was more knowledgeable than her, so somehow she was starting to get used to asking Nyan whenever she had a question. Just barely. Only, it's going to be slightly difficult. Nyan surveyed the nearby area. The open water didn't have any terrain they would be able to make use of, not to mention this region was a haven for water spiders. If it's too dangerous, then we should let it pass, Yao Yao added. It would simply be too much of a loss if they ended up dying and dropping a level, for it would take 2 to 3 days' time at minimum if they desired to train back to their current state. Do you have any underwater breathing pills? Nyan asked. The water spider was a type of creature that could only move on the water's surface. Hence, they were unable to dive underwater, a fatal weakness of theirs. I don't have any more. I didn't carry enough and ended up using them all before. Yao Yao's expression had turned a shade of red. She hadn't expected Thatwell on this journey would be required to use up so many underwater breathing pills. If she did have enough pills, she also wouldn't have met with such dangers. She could dive underwater whenever she encountered danger, and there would have been no problems at all. I still have one more pill with me. Take it. Water spiders can't dive underwater, so you'll be the one attacking it first. If you're forced into close quarters with it, then dive underwater immediately. I'll be in the distance shooting crossbow bolts to draw it away. Once it's gone far enough, resurface and continue casting. When its health nears 0, we'll regroup and face it then, Nyan said after contemplating for a moment. Using this method, they could gradually whittle at the water spider leader's health until it died. I didn't see it before, but that head of yours is truly useful. Yao Yao couldn't help but stare at Nyan. In his hands, any sort of problem simply became a cakewalk to resolve. When I was younger, my IQ was tested to be at 206. Matters such as these are a mere trifle. Nyan smiled before swimming over to another side. Seeing the appearance of how pleased Nyan was with himself, Yao Yao couldn't help but break out into a grin. Really, this guy, give him a little praise and he gets so happy. Seeing that he was about 20 meters apart from the water spider leader, Nyan signaled Yao Yao. She waved her staff and cast Holy Smite. The spell struck the spider leader's body, dealing 15 points of damage to its health. What's with this leader monster? Its defense is actually higher by a lot. Hiss, the spider leader let out a strange screech and began sprinting towards Yao Yao. Before the spider leader was able to reach her location, she could still cast one more spell. She began to activate Holy Strike. Boom, a beam of light exploded forth, falling from the heavens and smashing down onto the spider leader's body, causing it to lose 16 health. Once Nyan finished arming his crossbow, 3 bolts fired out in succession. Put, 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 all of them hit their target. 666. 3 damage numbers floated above the spider leader's head. Afterwards, he continued to rearm the crossbow. Having finished casting Holy Strike, Yao Yao saw that the spider leader had charged close to her position. Almost immediately, she dove back into the water. After Yao Yao had dove underwater, the spider leader had no means of getting to her. The spider leader was skittering back and forth fretfully on the water's surface where Yao Yao had submerged. WHSH, WHSH. WHSH 3 bolts arrived at their target, hitting the spider leader's head. Nyan immediately attracted its attention, and the spider went sprinting towards his location. Nyan anxiously resupplied his crossbow with bolts. Before he could even finish fully reloading, the spider leader had already rushed in front of him. He hurriedly swapped his crossbow for his dagger. Assassinate. Nyan struck out with Assassinate, stabbing the spider leader in its flank, dealing 12 points of damage to its health bar. The spider leader leapt forward and struck him, causing Nyan to lose 60 health. What a strong attack. If I suffer another hit, I'll undoubtedly die. Nyan originally wanted to fight it out for another round. However, when he was facing a danger of this degree, he didn't dare take the risk. In the next moment, he dove into the water. The spider leader's next strike hit empty air. Raising its sharp, stinging legs, it stabbed into the water below. Its legs were similar to arrows raining down and entering the water's surface. One struck Nyan and pierced directly into his shoulder. 32. A damage value floated atop Nyan's head. The spider leader had succeeded in hitting with one of its attacks. Soon after, another leg came piercing towards Nyan. Nyan did a quick roll within the water. The spider leader's all-like leg pierced through the water just past Nyan's cheek, causing a large streak of bubbles to emerge. Close call. Only after Nyan dived a bit deeper did he finally leave the spider leader's attack range. He had a little less than 20 health remaining. Next time he wouldn't confront the spider leader head-on. Sacred Art. Taking advantage of the spider leader's attention on Nyan, Yao Yao cast her strongest spell, dealing 27 damage to its health. Are you all right? Yao Yao asked in a worried tone. She saw 2 very large damage values float over Nyan's head. I'm fine. The water spider leader's attacks are too powerful. By all means, do not get hit by one of its attacks, Nyan said while still having some lingering fears. He had underestimated the spider leader's attack capability and nearly died. Okay, I understand, Yao Yao answered back and continued to brandish her staff. Under her unceasing bombardment of attacks, the spider leader's aggro shifted back to Yao Yao. Once more, it charged in her direction. Holy Smite, Holy Strike, 1516. After Yao Yao finished casting another round of spells, she once again dove underwater. The spider leader irritably skittered around the water's surface. Nyan then fired off another 3 bolts, hitting the spider leader in its butt. So after kiting it back and forth, the spider leader's health bar was gradually drained clean. Following Yao Yao casting one final sacred art, the spider leader's health bar dropped to 0. Its body floated above the surface of the water, shriveled and curled up. The entire process was simpler than they had imagined. Seeing the water spider leader meet its death, Nyan finally relaxed and sighed in relief. After killing it, his experience bar rose to 52%. What item did it drop? Nyan asked. Come and see. Yao Yao put the 2 items she just picked up into the trade window. Fine silk gloves, bronze grade. Requirements, level 0. Properties, defense 23, magic +3. Weight 1.3 lb. Restrictions, mage can be equipped by any faction. Rare fine silk raw materials. Quantity 5. You have the appraisal skill, Nyan asked. It's reasonable to say that recently dropped items should be unidentified. He would have never expected that Yao Yao, with her level being so low, had already learned the appraisal skill. Yao Yao nodded her head and said, correct. I learned the most basic appraisal skill. The gloves go to you, and since I need it, the rare fine silk to me, Nyan said. What difference does this rare fine silk have with ordinary fine silk, I wonder? Will Physician Blevins accept this rare fine silk or not? And I won't be polite then, Yao Yao said. Fortunately, those gloves were just what she needed, having magic +3 as a property. To a mage, an increase in magic was the best property they could wish for in a piece of equipment. If it were placed in the market, it would go for at least 50 or 60 coppers. If one calculated, Nyan had received the raw end of the deal. Yao Yao felt slightly apologetic, but recalling that Nyan had also picked up the Assassinate skill book earlier, she became less flustered. Yao Yao placed the rare fine silk in her trade window. Afterwards, both of them pressed accept. While the two were conducting the trade, they were both really close. Nyan glanced at Yao Yao's cheek. Her skin tone was as healthy as ever, jade-like porcelain, so white he couldn't find a single blemish. What are you staring at? Yao Yao asked in a panicked manner. Being gazed at by Nyan caused a deep red to emerge from her cheeks, lightly spreading across her face. Seeing Yao Yao's expression redden like a tomato, Naiyan laughed and swam towards a nearby water spider. After an afternoon of killing monsters, Naiyan had collected 23 fine silks, and Yao Yao finally finished gathering the water sacks she required. In a few days, my team will be hunting in the Treant Forest near Telak Town. We still have a few spots. Do you want to join? Yao Yao pretended to ask in a casual and nonchalant manner. However, in her heart, she actually had some faint hopes and expectations that Naiyan would accept. Treant Forest is a small level 3 instance. It's one of the basic instances. The difficulty for basic instances is usually high. The final Treant King is pretty troublesome as well, an elite monster. If a fighter's defense stat didn't reach 60 and their health wasn't at least 220, they basically have no chance. How many people do you have? Including you, we have 18, 2 fighters, 2 berserkers, 2 paladins, 2 thieves, 3 priests, and 7 mages. How much defense and health do your fighters have? Naiyan asked. If her team is skilled, there'd be no harm in going once. Treant Forest drops quite a few good thief-related items. 53 defense and 230 health. Their health is fine, however, their defense is too low. I'd still advise you guys to not go, Naiyan said as he shook his head. The fighters' stats were lacking a bit. Why? Yao Yao opened her eyes widely, staring at Naiyan in bewilderment. The Treant King has a 2% chance of landing a critical hit, therefore the fighter's defense and health must be high. The priest's heal skill also needs to be able to follow up. Otherwise, if a critical hit occurred and your fighters are killed, then your whole team will end up being wiped. Although you don't drop equipment or levels in an instance, you'll still lose 20% of your experience, which is enough to be unbearable for most people. How do you know this? Naiyan faintly smiled, but he didn't reply. Although I feel what you're saying could possibly be correct, they've already been preparing for many days. I can't just refuse to go, right? Just listen to my words. Have your fighters get their defense to 60 first, then you can go, Naiyan said. If Yao Yao didn't listen to his warnings and went now, she was sure to lose 20% of her experience. Fortunately, 20% wasn't all that much. With less than a day's worth of training, she could gain it back. Defense of 60. It's only possible if we get another piece of bronze-grade equipment at the very least. That's going to be too difficult, Yao Yao said while shaking her head. A piece of bronze-grade equipment was at least, but not limited to, 5 or 6 times the price of ordinary equipment. At minimum, it would cost at least 3 to 4 silvers. Their team definitely didn't have such financial power. If you can refuse, then just refuse. However, if your friends really are determined to go, then there's no helping it. In any case, it's only 20% experience, nothing more. Naiyan, is what you said true? Yao Yao furrowed her beautiful brows and asked with concern. Naiyan nodded his head and swam over to a nearby water spider that was off to his side. Yao Yao's intuition told her Naiyan's words were credible, yet she was still quite puzzled. How did Naiyan know about this information? Could it be? Had he already been to the Treant Forest before? Even if he did go there previously, it was still impossible for him to obtain such accurate data so quickly. I've finished my quest, so I should get going. Today was quite enjoyable. Training together with you was very fun. Naiyan Nirvana Flame, how about we add each other as friends? So in the future I can contact you again, Yao Yao said. In her heart, she felt a little reluctant to part. Naiyan was the very first friend of the opposite gender she felt happy being around with. Of course, her intentions were for them to be within the boundaries of friends and nothing more. Sure, Naiyan responded and added Yao Yao to his friend list. I'll be leaving first then. Bye-bye, Yao Yao said while waving her hand in farewell. The figure of Yao Yao's back became increasingly distant. Once Yao Yao left, Naiyan felt a bit of melancholy. However, very soon he adjusted his mood and continued to kill water spiders. One after another, spiders continuously fell at the hand of Naiyan's dagger. He looked at the time, still 3 hours until the game closed. Pururu. Pururu, Pururu, Naiyan received a voice notification. Expert, it's me, Stone said via voice message. What do you want? Naiyan replied back, I have a friend who wants to meet you. I've been very busy lately. I don't have the time. My friend said he's willing to pay the 2 silvers required to obtain the guide for the fallen shaman camp. Did your team get wiped out by the wooden fences there? Naiyan asked. That area was an extremely difficult hurdle. If you didn't know the trick to get through, then passing was extremely difficult. How'd you know? Stone asked in surprise. Naiyan had guessed correctly. He became more certain Naiyan had definitely beaten the fallen shaman camp in the past. Of course I know. You guys want the fallen shaman camp guide. That's fine. First send the money over to my personal storage. A personal storage was the same as an account. Players themselves were free to access their own storage. They were even allowed to send money and items to another player's storage, but they were not allowed to take anything out. This, I'll have to ask first, Stone said. It was evident he wasn't the one making the decisions. After a moment, he sent another voice message to Naiyan. My friend said we're able to send 1 silver in advance as a down payment. If your guide truly is effective, then we'll send the other half of the payment. Naiyan thought for a moment and said, all right, that's fine. Due to Naiyan having hit the mark several times on the things he spoke of, the other party was willing to do this trade. However, by paying first, they were taking on a huge risk. If by chance Yan was actually a swindler, it would be the same as if they flushed their money down the toilet. Thus, they chose to send the first half as a down payment. System player Flying Stone has deposited 1 silver into your personal storage. Money? I've already sent it, Stone messaged again. He was a little bit nervous. If Yan really was a scammer, then their 1 silver would completely go to waste. The first hurdle you'll face is by the wooden fences. There are 7 fallen shamans in that area. Don't send your warriors to tank. At level 5 and under, they'll be completely unable to resist a volley from 7 fallen shamans attacking together. Instead, send your thief over to the willow tree outside the fence and station them there. Tell them to use their bow or crossbow to shoot at the fallen shamans to the left. Remember carefully, there cannot be any mistakes in where you shoot. Only then will you be able to draw out 3 fallen shamans and kill them. After you've gotten rid of them, the remaining 4 should be much easier to deal with. The second important location is off to the side of the altar. There's a fallen shaman priest located there. When facing him, if you're not careful, you'll end up aggroing the fallen shaman leader as well. Once every 5 minutes, the fallen shaman priest will start walking around. Wait until it walks past the altar and arrives next to the obelisk. Then have your fighter draw it outside to about 5 or 6 meters away, where you'll surround and kill it. Afterwards, you'll be able to kill the fallen shaman leader. If you still have any problems, just send me a message, Yan said. This was taking another's money to help them avoid disaster. In any case, it was just a small instance. Very soon, someone would come along and beat it, so it was quite good that he managed to exchange some information for a bit of spending money. What's more, it was 2 entire silvers. That's all, Stone asked in a daze. That's all. Just this little bit of information was worth 2 silvers. Yan had earned this money a bit too easily. However, this method for overcoming the hurdles was summed from the experiences of countless players. An average team needed to go through this instance at least several times before they could get a feel for it. In that perspective, perhaps the guide wasn't that expensive after all. Kalor City Transfer Point. At present, a group consisting of 20 or so players were gathered together in a heated discussion. I definitely think that guy's a swindler. How could he possibly know the strategy for the fallen shaman camp? That person shouldn't be a swindler. Otherwise, how was he able to correctly guess where our party was wiped? Only by having a deep understanding of this instance could he have known where we would fall apart. Everyone had differing opinions. Hence, it was very hard for them to come to a conclusion. Stone, what's up? Has he said anything? Asked a warrior on the side. He was Sleepy Fox, the captain of the team. Stone then proceeded to pass Yan's words on to them. A priest pondered to himself for a while before looking at his teammates and asking, "Do you guys think his words are trustworthy?" "Hard to say," replied a teammate beside him. The several hurdles they had to pass in the fallen shaman camp were too difficult for them. It was to the extent that they had all been wiped out before even having a chance to encounter the fallen shaman priest. We can't say for sure whether or not this Yan Nirvana Flame has already beaten the fallen shaman camp with a team. He really is an expert. Remember the area where I was farming near the fallen shaman camp? It was he who had told me about it. He said that he used to have a warrior account in the past, but he deleted it and made a new thief account. I have a feeling his old warrior account was around level 4 at the very least. If not, how could he know so much? Flying Stone said as he argued in Yan's defense. In regards to Yan's words, Stone held a firm belief in him. So we're gonna try his method then. Everyone, begin your preparations. We'll be setting off in 10 minutes, the priest called out as he came to a decision. Big Brother Fox, are we actually going? Another mage asked. I believe his words hold some degree of credibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so knowledgeable of the fallen shaman instance. Let's give it a try. If that person ends up being a swindler, then I'll make him pay the price, said Sleepy Fox in a confident manner. Truth or lie, he was still able to distinguish the two. If it weren't for them getting wiped at the instance prior to this, he wouldn't have allowed Stone to contact Yan for help. Yan was still killing water spiders and gathering fine silk. The whole process was rather mundane and boring. He was in the middle of fighting against a water spider, one that was already on the verge of being defeated. Hiss, the spider let out an intense high-pitched cry. In the distance, 6 water spiders were alerted by the noise. Their movements showed that they were heading to flank Yan. Simultaneously dealing with 2 spiders was his limit. Anymore, and he had absolutely no chance of winning. Yan leapt forward. With a single vital strike, the lone water spider that had been surviving on low health was killed. As the spider fell, a single copper dropped from its corpse and floated into Yan's hand. By that time, the 6 charging water spiders had already neared him. Without delay, Yan dived into the water below and swam towards the lake floor. Upon arriving at their destination, the 6 spiders skittered about on the water's surface as they tried to find traces of Yan. However, Yan continued to swim a fair distance away. After about a minute, he felt himself start to suffocate. He turned his head and looked up to the surface of the water. Unexpectedly, the amount of spiders roaming around his location had increased in number. If he were to go up at this moment, he would certainly die. For the sake of not drowning, Nyan had no choice but to activate the underwater breathing ability of the water aversion pearl. He prepared to resurface after finding an area with fewer water spiders. A ray of light was cast down upon the lake, illuminating its serene depths. Near the lake floor, Nyan's eyes noticed a faint flash of golden light. His heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be some kind of treasure, right? In any case, the duration of the water aversion pearl's ability is pretty long. Nyan continued his descent, diving deeper into the depths of the lake. It was deep to the extent that one could not see the bottom, and the deeper he dove, the greater the pressure he felt bearing down on his body. Strange rock formations were clustered around the surrounding lake floor. Between these rocks were dim, narrow passages where one's field of view would only extend to about 2 meters. Nyan was able to see a few black iron crystals and other types of ores covering the tops of these rocks. It was a pity he didn't have the mining skill. Thus, he could only leave them be. A stream of cold water flowed between the strange rocks, battering Nyan's body and causing him to feel a cold chill. Suddenly, a huge gold-colored eel came out from the rocks and swam past Nyan's side. The sudden appearance caused Nyan to jump out in fright. When he was finally able to see it clearly, he discovered that it was a golden electric eel. Just a while ago, that golden flash of light he had seen from above was actually this eel. The golden electric eel was a type of rare monster that ranged from level 0 to 20. Their temperaments were gentle and docile, so they never attacked the player first. However, if a player attacked them first, they would retaliate by using the back of their tails to release an intense electric shock. In the water, this was a powerful killing move. Though golden electric eels would normally drop some good equipment when killed, at the very least, it would be bronze grade. Golden electric eel, level 0. Health ID. Fortunately, it was only a level 0 golden electric eel. If the level were a little higher, Nyan basically wouldn't stand a chance. Nyan swam beside the eel and followed it closely. He was trying to find weaknesses as he observed its 3-meter-long body. The eel didn't seem to mind Nyan's existence in the slightest, to the point where it even swam a few laps around his body. It had been reported that the golden electric eel's weak point was its neck. Nyan swam over to check and discovered red-colored scales covering its neck. That's the golden electric eel's weak point. Nyan swam with the golden electric eel until they finally reached a narrow crevice between the rocks. Raising his dagger, he swiftly stabbed towards the eel. Dark red blood gushed forth as Nyan activated Assassinate while the dagger entered the eel's neck. 11. The golden electric eel never expected that the player beside it would attack. It struggled violently, wanting to break free from its attacker. Nyan firmly held onto the eel. However, its entire body was covered in a slippery mucus, making it very difficult to hold onto. The golden electric eel swung its tail, and a powerful electric shock bombarded Nyan's body. 32. When the electric current struck, it felt as if 10,000 ants were stinging him all at once. He was unable to move as he felt his whole body go numb. The golden electric eel's attacks have a paralysis effect. In his absent-mindedness, Nyan noticed that the golden electric eel was trying to escape. Once Agginwith dagger in hand stabbed into the eel's body. The dagger was embedded near the eel's spine. He tenaciously held onto his dagger. The golden electric eel swam forward, dragging Nyan with it. Once again, another electric shock blasted his body, causing a damage value of 23 to float above his head. Golden electric eels were a special class of monster. They were even a bit stronger than leader monsters. If the eel's level had been just a little higher, then Nyan would have already lost his life a long time ago. Feeling himself almost lose consciousness, Nyan forcefully shook himself awake. The eel swam at an extremely fast pace as it moved through the narrow crevices between the rocks. Blood kept gushing forth from its wounds, dyeing the surrounding water red. After a while had passed, the golden electric eel once again let loose an electric shock, battering Nyan's body and dealing 16 damage. The amount of electricity within the golden electric eel's body was limited. Consequently, the more times it released an electric shock, the weaker its power would become. The eel dragged its attacker along, unceasingly attacking him as it swam about for 5 or 6 minutes. Nyan's health continued to drop until he was left with only 23 health remaining. With great strain, he managed to use a basic health potion. The repeated electrical shocks had paralyzed his whole body. Even making the slightest of movements was incredibly difficult. After finally becoming exhausted, the golden electric eel stopped. Nyan quickly seized this opportunity. Using the dagger in his hand, he activated Vital Strike and stabbed into its neck. The golden electric eel continued to struggle by wrapping itself tightly around Nyan. He felt himself start to suffocate with the eel completely coiled around his body. 555. One by one, these damage numbers floated above Nyan's head. His health had only 15% remaining. Seeing his health continuously drop lower and lower, Na Yan quickened his attacks. The dagger in his hand unceasingly stabbed at the eel's neck. 888. The golden electric eel's health appeared to have finally reached zero. It gradually loosened its coil, then flipped over and revealed its white belly. Na Yan finally broke free from the eel's hold. Using his right hand, he caught a piece of equipment that the eel had dropped at a pair of gloves. Soft leather gloves, bronze. Properties unidentified. A level 0 golden electric eel should drop level 0 equipment. As for the properties, I still need to go back to the city to get it appraised. However, since it's leather equipment, a thief can definitely use it. Na Yan placed the soft leather gloves in his bag space. Gradually, the paralysis effect on his body wore off. He also didn't know where the golden electric eel had dragged him off to, so Na Yan began swimming towards the surface. As he swam through the dark, narrow crevices between the rocks, Na Yan discovered a small plant in the distance. It danced and fluttered about as it followed the movements of the currents, lying firmly planted atop the rock. This small plant was half an inch in length, with 3 tile-shaped green leaves that were as soft as silk. Looking at its features, this should be water-scale grass. Na Yan's eyelids jumped. There were 6 recipes for creating mana potions. Among these recipes, water-scale grass was the main ingredient out of the raw materials required to make them. Generally, the lowest tier of mana potion was worth around 30 coppers. Therefore, this water-scale grass as the main ingredient would be valued at around 20 coppers. Not far from where the water-scale grass was located, 2 red-colored water snakes emerged. Flower-scale water snake, level 3. Health 100-100. Na Yan lingered by the side for a moment, waiting for the water snakes to swim away. Only after they moved away did he swim over to the area where the water-scale grass was growing. The plant resembled a gecko as it sat firmly atop a rock. Na Yan finally plucked it and placed it in his bag. This ought to be an area where water-scale grass grows. Na Yan began searching around the area, eventually finding 2 more water-scale grasses. Pretty good harvest. Na Yan swam up towards the surface until his figure broke through the water. Spending such a long time within that dark underwater environment was truly oppressive. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. His location was still within the water spider's territory, so Na Yan continued farming water spiders. By the time the game servers were about to shut down, Na Yan had managed to pick up a paladin skill, Book Divine Light Slash. This was one of the beginner skills for a paladin. At the moment, its price should be about 30 coppers. His luck wasn't bad. The drop rate for the Divine Light Slash skill book didn't exceed 1 in 10,000. Some people could end up killing water spiders for several days, and they still wouldn't find this skill book. System, the servers will be shutting down in 3 minutes. We request that all players prepare to go offline. Na Yan found an area that seemed safer than others and concealed himself within. After 3 minutes passed, his vision went dark. By the time he logged off the game, it was already 9 in the morning. A new day had begun, and people were getting ready for work. Due to the implementation of a 3-hour workday, an hour of work in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, their schedules were fairly relaxed. Students, on the other hand, were beginning the day's summer recreation. After finishing breakfast, Na Yan began to exercise. His old man, having a military background, had harsh and strict expectations for Na Yan. Thus, his foundations were pretty good. Back then, he persisted for 2 years in tempering his body for the sake of assassinating Cao Su. He employed special forces training that he had gotten from the internet. The training methods were extraordinarily abnormal. Due to being too old at the time, he missed the optimum period of time to train his body. Thus, the results weren't that amazing. However, he still had the ability to easily knock out 2 or 3 grown men. When referring to 2 or 3 grown men, Na Yan was referring to adults who had at least some training. The increasing productivity had liberated people from the toils of hard labor. Thus, the modern man placed an increasing importance on elite martial and intellectual education. Beside the core academic courses, electives such as kickboxing, taekwondo, and boxing could also be taken. Since people studied martial arts from a young age, everyone's physical fitness was pretty decent. At the very least, they would know a few martial arts techniques. Today, there was a never-waning abundance of huge martial arts tournaments of all kinds. Speaking precisely, the present society is one that promotes the martial spirit. He didn't have any equipment at home, so he could only do a few basic exercises. In the future, when his family would have more money, he could buy equipment and body-enhancing medicines. The effects would be much more distinct. He exercised for an hour and did 20 minutes of martial arts training. Afterwards, Na Yan began to review his schoolwork. In this day and age, making use of one's knowledge was of the utmost importance, and the knowledge contained in textbooks covered just about everything. Starting from small such as simple physics and chemistry, the largest such as manufacturing polymers, aircrafts, small-scale nuclear batteries, etc. All of these were covered. if he managed to put all of the knowledge within these textbooks to use, let alone manufacturing aircrafts. Even constructing a mecha wouldn't be a problem at all. People in this age with advancements of bioelectric stimulation in medicine had an average IQ of 160 or higher. On the higher end, a person's IQ was even capable of reaching 260. However, throughout their whole lives, these people would still be completely unable to master all of the accumulated knowledge left behind by their predecessors. During high school, scoring 50 or 60% on a test paper could already be considered not bad. There wasn't a failing grade in these tests. However, every test mark would be recorded and entered into an individual's overall evaluation. Yan, when he was in his first and second year of high school, was ranked among the top 3 in terms of academics. However, after he transferred from his school to a high-class one in the city, his achievements could only be ranked at the bottom. In this world, perhaps you could do plenty of things if you had money. However, knowledge is what secured a person's position indefinitely. Perhaps Yan's father, using his money, could pave a future of brilliant prospects for him, though whether or not he was able to walk down this path, Yan was still required to rely on himself. Yan studied for an hour, then went back to training. Whenever he was hungry, he would take out a portion tube of nutrition tonic from the fridge and then go back to studying. He continued this cycle of studying, training, and eating until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Ring, the phone in Yan's home rang out. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" Yan picked up the phone and asked. "Yan, how about we go out and play? I'm almost suffocating to death by staying at home." The voice Yan had just heard belonged to Tang Yao. The pages in his memories once again began turning. Tang Yao was his best friend. The two had known each other since they were in diapers. Though Tang Yao's family eventually became quite wealthy and they moved away to the city. However, their family ended up purchasing a villa near this town. So every summer, he would come over to visit and stay for a while. However, Tang Yao had one fatal weakness: he loved frequenting bars and womanizing. One time while drinking at a bar, he got into a fight with another man over a woman and ended up being beaten to death by that person. Due to the other side's background being too great, the case was left unsettled. "Tang Yao, you're still alive. This is great. In this lifetime, I will definitely not let that sort of thing happen again." All of a sudden, tears began gushing forth and pouring out of Yan's eyes. "Hello, Yan, don't just die on me. Say something. Where are we going?" Yan asked after restraining his emotions. "Let's go to the PK bar. Are you interested? Recently, this conviction game has been really popular. Have you played it yet?" "I've been playing. I'm a level 2 Tempest Thief," Yan replied. The PK bar is a gaming and entertainment club where players can transfer their characters from the game and compete with other players in various scenarios. This type of duel wouldn't raise a player's level, nor would it affect their progress in the game. Only occasionally were players able to win 1 or 2 pieces of equipment through gambling with other players. "Not bad at all. You've already risen to level 2. When did you buy a game helmet?" Tang Yao asked, somewhat astonished. He remembered Yan's family was not well off at all. "I've had it for some time now. Let's head out then. We'll have a stroll over to the PK lounge. I have a level 3 arcane mage, by the way," Tang Yao flauntingly said in a somewhat proud tone. Yan faintly smiled. 18 to 19-year-old kids all want to show off even the smallest accomplishments. Naturally, this was human nature. However, Yan had already long passed that age. At the current stage, anyone who was able to rise to level 3 was a decently skilled player. Such players were in the top 10% of the player base. However, Yan knew that Tang Yao's skills were still a bit lacking if he wanted to go to the PK lounge. The number of experts at the lounge were not few. It was a place where all sorts of experts gathered. Us going there to play is fine. However, it's best if you don't gamble, Yan said. From his memories, Tang Yao loved to gamble, yet he would never win out even once. This never dissuaded him, however, and he continued to enjoy it. Luckily, the amount of pocket money Tang Yao had wasn't very much, so losing wasn't that big of a deal. With the current teachings, the head of the family wouldn't give their child too much money. This was to avoid having that child form bad habits and become a good-for-nothing in the future. "Since when did you become such a naggy old lady? Hurry up, I'm heading downstairs." "All right then," Yan reluctantly replied with a hint of helplessness in his voice. He understood Tang Yao's character. Preventing him from gambling was definitely impossible. Yan only wished to remind him to show a little restraint while he was by Tang Yao's side. In his past life, there was a time when he didn't go with Tang Yao because he had fallen ill and didn't feel well. He heard that during that time Tang Yao had lost over 3,000 credits. Yan washed up his sweaty body, changed his clothes, and headed downstairs. That brat, why is he still dawdling around? By the time Yan came downstairs, Tang Yao had already arrived in his hover car and parked next to Yan's house. Yan pushed down the emotions stirring within his heart. He hadn't seen his friend in ages. The current Tang Yao was still the simple, short little fatty he remembered. He and Yan were of the same stature. It wasn't until their 3rd year of high school that they would grow in height. The handsome and confident Tang Yao from that time was entirely different from the one currently before him. I was taking a shower. Get in the car. Hurry up. It wasn't easy slipping away, and when I get home my old man's gonna call me to help him out with his work again, Tang Yao urged. Na Yan opened the car door and got in. We haven't seen each other in nearly a year, huh? You brat, you still haven't grown at all. You're the same too, Na Yan said with a smile. This type of close and familiar feeling came back to him again. Tang Yao, it's been almost 3 years since we've last met. I lost over 1,000 at the PK lounge yesterday. Now this young master is burning with anger. I definitely have to beat those several brats until they only have their underwear left, Tang Yao hatefully said. He stepped on the gas pedal and the hover car shot forward as if it were an arrow. Those guys were Wei Kai's group, Na Yan recalled. He remembered those several people were the neighborhood bullies. When he was still going to school in this area, he was bullied a lot by them. It was exactly them. Yesterday I wanted to vent out some anger towards them in your place, Tang Yao gloomily said. In Tang Yao's mind, Na Yan had always been very cowardly and timid type who didn't dare to utter a word when they were bullied. Thus, Tang Yao was always very protective of him. However, he was unaware that the present Na Yan was no longer the previous weak and afraid person he once knew. Yo, you've arrived, young Master Tang, and just on time. An 18 to 19-year-old youth came walking forward. He was dark-skinned with a skinny build. The clothing on his body looked like it hadn't been washed in several days. Once he spoke, he gave off a delinquent type of feeling. His name was Wei Kai. Due to his dark skin, a shade that would make him seem invisible during the night, Na Yan and Tang Yao had once wondered if he were of African descent. Secretly, they started only referring to him as Black Person, a nickname which ended up spreading later on. This caused Wei Kai to direct his hate towards both Na Yan and Tang Yao. However, he was still a little afraid of Tang Yao, as Tang Yao's father was the CEO of Linju Airline Somyeon he couldn't afford to offend. Consequently, from time to time, he would look for Na Yan to start trouble with instead. There were also 5 others following behind him, though they were a bit younger. They were all a part of his group. Oh, this brat Na Yan also came. Tusk. He still hasn't learned enough of a lesson from last time. Those several brats grinned maliciously as they stared at Na Yan. In his previous life, Na Yan heard that Wei Kai caused some trouble and was exiled to another planet. Afterwards, there was no more word of him. The current Na Yan, after reincarnating, could barely be bothered to keep these few delinquents in his mind. Regarding the bullying he received back then, what meaning was there for him to collect his debts now? No need to worry, you have me here with you. They won't dare do anything to you. Tang Yao spoke in a low voice and attempted to comfort Na Yan. Na Yan nodded his head. Tang Yao couldn't help but look at Na Yan. The latter seemed especially calm today. This brat, looks like he finally gained some courage. Less bullshit. Did you bring the money? Tang Yao said to Wei Kai. No worries, I brought 2,000. However, you'll be the one paying for our entry fee today. Wei Kai took out a bank card, shaking it in his hand. Only 100 or so credits and you're making such a hassle about it. Tang Yao slanted his lips in disdain as ruthless words came out of his mouth. I'm not like young Master Tang right here who's so well off with money. Our little group of commoners has no choice but to bother about this small amount of money, Wei Kai smilingly replied without the slightest bit of anger. From an adult's perspective, Na Yan re-examined Wei Kai. He discovered Wei Kai, although simply a delinquent, still carried an air of shrewdness about him. There were many people like Wei Kai, fumbling through society, gaining a lot of knowledge and experience along the way. God damn, isn't it just him having a rich old man? What's so amazing about that? The several youngsters behind Wei Kai couldn't bear Tang Yao anymore and began cursing at him one after another. Tang Yao treated his friends very well. The reason his words were so unkind today was most likely because of Wei Kai and his group frequently bullying Na Yan. Tang Yao ignored those several youngsters and walked up to the counter. He took out 200 credits, placed them on the reception desk, and then said, "Boss, open up a private room for us. No need to return the change. Also, have the attendant send some drinks over. No Coke, please. Room number 6. This is the card for your room." The manager handed over a card to Tang Yao as he spoke. "Please, you lead the way, young Master Tang," Wei Kai said while laughing. Then briefly, he swept his gaze towards Na Yan. Their eyes locked as they met face to face. Na Yan stared back at him calmly. Wei Kai was mildly surprised. Today, Na Yan appeared to be distinctly different than how he was in the past. Previously, whenever Na Yan met him, he would be timid and afraid, yet today he was unusually calm. A group of people went over to room number 6. Na Yan and the rest entered the room. The interior was separated into 2 areas. Each area had 5 platforms with recliners and machines. Players could hold 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, and 5v5 battles. If they wanted to hold larger team battles, they were required to rent out a larger room. Na Yan and Tang Yao entered one area and closed the door. Their area and Wei Kai's were separated by a glass wall. "What level is Wei Kai?" Na Yan asked Tang Yao. "A level 3 berserker," Tang Yao replied. Yesterday they had fought 10 matches and Tang Yao only won 3 of them. After he returned home, he had his father's underling find him an arcane blast skill book, as well as a bronze-grade mage robe which he exchanged for his own. He was well prepared to beat Wei Kai in a few matches, and thoroughly return all the losses he had received yesterday, 10 matches. The prize for every match was 200. What skills do you have? Nyan asked. For good or bad, Nyan had played Conviction for many years. Even if you've never eaten pork, you'd still be able to recognize a pig. So although he never played Arcane Mage before, he had faced them countless times in battle. As such, he somewhat understood their abilities. Arcane Missiles, Arcane Fireball, Arcane Blaze, Arcane Blast, and Magic Return. Tang Yao spoke without thinking. He never considered Nyan to know a lot about Conviction, as he had already trained up to level 3, while Nyan was only level 2. What's your health and mana? 120 health and 150 mana, Tang Yao replied. His equipment could be considered decent for a level 3 arcane mage. Has Wei Kai learned Provoke yet? Nyan asked. He was really confused. With this set of skills, just how did Tang Yao manage to lose in his previous life? He's learned it. No wonder, Nyan suddenly understood. After a berserker learns Provoke, if they were able to use the skill well, they could easily suppress an arcane mage. It's about to begin, Tang Yao said as he put on his game helmet. Tang Yao was most likely going to lose. Nyan thought for a bit. He would continue observing for a while more. If Tang Yao started losing badly, then he would make a move. They swiped their IDs over the machine and then put on their game helmets. The machines here would automatically extract the player's character information from Conviction and duplicate it. They were able to conduct battles here, and since the data was only a copy, it would have no relation with Conviction. Everyone entered the game. Nyan and those 5 youngsters were placed in an auditorium, and the arena chosen was random. It appeared the first one would be in the mountains. The mountainous terrain was especially advantageous for arcane mages. Tang Yao and Wei Kai both finished their preparations. Following the sound of a system prompt, the two began the battle. Hey brat, long time no see. A level 2 Tempest Thief, huh, not bad. Are you interested in having a match? The one who spoke was one of the boys from Wei Kai's group. Nyan faintly remembered that this guy's name was Shifeng Stone Mountain, a level 2 battle thief. There was an essential difference between battle thieves and Tempest thieves. Battle thieves had a more elegant title called Knight Errants. They were the same as Tempest thieves in that they both had the stealth skill. However, when fighting, they placed a greater emphasis on combat. Usually they used weapons such as daggers and had decent close combat abilities. The properties of classes are all unique. There was no division of strongest and weakest classes. Conviction had no weak classes, only weak players. Nyan shot a glance at Shifeng and said with indifference, "You're still unworthy. Picking such a skillless class like a knight errant, you have poor tastes. Seems you're missing a beating. Do you believe this grandfather won't give you one once we leave the game?" Shifeng cursed back at him. He didn't expect that Nyan, who had always been a yes-man, would dare to speak rudely to him. Nyan raised his eyebrow. They were just a few brats, nothing more. What did he have to fear? Even though his current body's health was a little weak to the point where it was poles apart from his previous peak condition, be relying on his fighting skills, he would be able to deal with these kids who had barely reached adulthood and still have energy left to spare. These good-for-nothings were a level inferior to Wei Kai. They were still a bunch of students, yet they dressed like delinquents and poured obscenities out of their mouths, thinking of themselves as gangsters. They were very childish. Though in reality, being a gangster was also a type of class that required skill to make a living. If you have the guts, then come out and fight me next match. Only one match. The stakes for this gamble are too small. I'm not that interested, Nyan said. Wasn't it too simple of a task to take care of Shifeng? The brat's grown up, huh? I have 300 here on me. Let's have a match. How about it? Shifeng took out a bank card. Nyan, this brat's becoming more and more courageous. If I don't teach him a lesson, he truly won't know how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is. I'll only play one game. I've got 700. Nyan brought out his bank card. He swiped it to show the amount of money in the card was 700 credits. This amount of monito, the 18-year-old Nyan, was an amazingly huge sum of money. Any of you guys have money? Lend me a few hundred. Shifeng turned his head and spoke to the friends beside him. I've got 200. I've got 100. I've also got 100. After borrowing 400, Shifeng finally had 700 credits. He hung out with Wei Kai, but after all, he was still a delinquent and never had much money on him. Nyan glanced at Tang Yao and Wei Kai's battle. In the mountainous terrain, Wei Kai wasn't able to fully display his berserker's abilities, and the match was won by Tang Yao. The next match was in open plains. Tang Yao would likely lose this one. Let's go then. Nyan withdrew his glance, then spoke to Shifeng. The scenery of the two people switched over. Soon they appeared in a jungle. Thick vegetation surrounded them everywhere, and the two were separated by about 50 meters. Little brat, watch this grandpa teach you how to respect others. Nyan faintly laughed. He didn't even bother having a verbal showdown with Shifeng. Shifeng muttered, whispering to himself, why is Nyan giving off a feeling that would make others feel unsettled today? System match start. Yan and Shifeng both activated stealth. Stealth didn't equal invisibility. When a thief entered stealth, their body would melt into the background. If one didn't observe carefully, it was really hard to detect. However, if one concentrated their attention, they could still make out the flaws in the camouflage. Stealth was based on a thief's dexterity and their ability to hide themselves. Being discovered would depend on the other player's eyesight. At this time, the two were approaching each other. Yan's footsteps were light and gentle. If he came across leaves and branches, he would carefully move around them. He left no footprints behind. After playing thief for so many years, if he were to be discovered by a novice like Shifeng, he'd be losing too much face. Yan's eyes moved like electricity as he scanned the area. On a branch in the far distance, there was a trace of unusual movement. Focusing his gaze, he was able to distinctly make out the vague figure of a person. He had quickly discovered his opponent's position. Shifeng was moving about slowly and cautiously, carefully paying attention to his surroundings. However, to him, it seemed as if Yan had disappeared completely. Shifeng couldn't find any traces of him whatsoever. A thief's ability to conceal themselves was very closely related to their surroundings. The more complex the background, the easier it would be to find them. However, if the background were simple and only had one color, even if the enemy carefully observed, it would be very hard to discover them. Just like a stick insect sticking to bamboo, they would completely melt into the background. Even if a predator came up close to it, they would still be unable to discover anything. Stealth's effectiveness was also greatly related to a player's ability to control their movements. While in stealth, the route and pace you walked in were all things that required very careful attention. For Yan, he basically didn't need to conceal himself in such a meticulous manner. The motions of concealing himself had become instinctive to him. These movements had long penetrated through the core of his being, down to the bone marrow. After 10 years playing as a thief, even an idiot would still turn into an expert, let alone Yan, whose comprehension abilities could already be regarded as quite decent. Shifeng brushed Yan's side, though unexpectedly he had moved past without noticing his opponent. "Damn it, where's that brat?" Shifeng muttered under his breath. He had yet to realize that he had already been exposed. Yan trailed behind Shifeng, following him closely. His gaze was focused on the area around Shifeng's back. The dagger in Yan's right hand resembled lightning as it swiftly stabbed towards the back of his unsuspecting victim. By the time Shifeng felt something wasn't right, it was too late. Yan's dagger had already arrived, penetrating deeply into Shifeng's back. Schlink, splurt, the dagger easily cut into him, dealing 31 points of damage to Shifeng. Evidently, his defense stat wasn't very high. One attacked and the other was being attacked. Immediately, the effects of stealth for both players disappeared simultaneously. Having finally discovered his assailant, Shifeng turned around and retaliated. He slashed back at Yan, sweeping his dagger in a wide arc. Shifeng's dagger seemed to be just a bit short in length. However, that lack in blade length signified a miss as his dagger passed by Yan. Vital strike. Yan's dagger seemed to carry a cold glint as it streaked through the air, slitting Shifeng's throat. System vital strike successful. Attack +5, resulting in additional damage dealt. In one fell swoop, the 79 health Shifeng had remaining was instantly depleted. His eyes were filled with disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. Thud, his body collapsed onto the jungle floor. The entire course of events had taken place in merely a few seconds. Yan still had full health remaining. The corner of Yan's mouth faintly curved into a sneer. He wasn't required to showcase even the least of his abilities to deal with this novice-level 2 knight-errant. Both of them were returned to the auditorium at the same time. Shifeng, what the hell happened? Just how? How did it end so quickly? The several youths encircled Shifeng and began asking questions. On the video screen, they saw the figures of both Yan and Shifeng in combat after they had come out of stealth. In that fleeting moment, they were basically unable to clearly see nor understand what had occurred near the end. Within the blink of an eye and simply a few exchanges, Shifeng had already collapsed on the ground. His movements were really fast. Shifeng recalled their earlier exchange. Yan had only made a few simple movements, yet his speed was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Yan had killed him in 2 strikes, one of them hitting him in the vitals. Inside the game, the system would assist a player's movements when executing skills. However, when it came to reaction speed, judgment, and so on, all of them relied on the player's own capabilities. Shifeng had a hard time imagining what sort of disastrous outcome would occur if the two of them were to end up fighting in real life, especially if Yan had a blade in his hand. As he stared at that person's figure, Shifeng recalled all the times they went to him looking for trouble. He remembered how that person would always grin and bear through their humiliation without a hint of resistance. If that same person from the past had always been faking it, now that would be truly too terrifying. As he thought back to that dagger in Yan's hand, Shifeng felt a cold chill run through his heart. I lost. At that moment, Shifeng didn't dare to refute his defeat. The facts were arranged right before everyone's eyes. Furthermore, he had also lost to Naiyan's boldness during the fight. There was no need to fear those who acted arrogant and tyrannical. In reality, their tough appearances were merely poor disguises. Shifeng was one such person. What people like him feared the most were those who possessed great strength and could endure without ever wavering. Shifeng began to think of Fourth Elder Lei, who opened a restaurant in Gatehead Village. He truly was an amiable and gentle person. In the past, this area used to have a bunch of gangsters who would frequently go to his place. They would freeload food and vandalize the restaurant. Fourth Elder Lei had always let them do what they wanted, bearing through their humiliation. There was a time when Shifeng had gone to his restaurant in order to freeload food with 10 or so other people. By chance, they ended up meeting his daughter who had just returned. Fourth Elder Lei had grown into a hunchback, but that daughter of his was actually fairly lively and beautiful. Several of them couldn't resist trying to get their hands on his daughter. Fourth Elder Lei begged for mercy, but those gangsters wouldn't have it. They started to tear off his daughter's clothes, which enraged Fourth Elder Lei. He grabbed his kitchen knife and cut down 3 of those gangsters. They were instantly killed on the spot. Then with his knife, he chopped off Boss Yin's arm. Fourth Elder Lei's whole body was covered in blood, yet he remained calm and unperturbed, allowing the customers on the side to call the police. At that time, Shifeng was so frightened he nearly urinated in his pants. Since Fourth Elder Lei had acted in self-defense, he was only sentenced to half a year in jail. After that, no one dared to cause trouble at his restaurant, nor lay a hand on his daughter again. People who could endure silently were the most terrifying. It was because if they were to snap one day, they would reveal their full ferocity, becoming fiercer than anyone else. Remembering the scene of that day, Shifeng felt his body break out in a cold sweat. After experiencing something like that, Shifeng had honestly and properly behaved himself for a while. Afterward, however, he began following Wei Kai's group. After experiencing the fight today, his whole body began to quiver. If they were to bully Naiyan and push him to the brink one day, would he snap just as Fourth Elder Lei had? Would Naiyan grab a blade and ruthlessly slash their throats akin to what Shifeng had just experienced in the game? In the future, it'll be better if we don't provoke that guy anymore. He's definitely hard to deal with. Shifeng warned the several people beside him in a solemn manner. Shifeng, you can't be terrified after losing just one match, can you? From now on, we don't know each other. One of the youths by his side cursed at him. The others around him had also exposed expressions of disdain. I'll still pay you guys back the money. As for the loss, it's no big deal anyway, Shifeng said. He suddenly understood. Although people like them felt good when they often bullied others, there would come a day when all their debts are repaid in full, just like that matter with Fourth Elder Lei. On that day, Boss Yin lost both his arm and his position as the boss. Now he could only make a living by scavenging for trash. As for those 3 gangsters who were cut down, they couldn't even make a living as they had lost their lives. Get out, scram. Naiyan no longer paid attention to Shifeng and the others. He continued looking at the scene of the match. The competition between Tang Yao and Wei Kai was still in the second round. Since it was on an open field, this time Tang Yao had lost his advantage. Eventually, he was killed by the slash of Wei Kai wielding his sword. One after another, the matches continued. After they had finished 10 matches, Tang Yao had won 2, while Wei Kai had won 8. As a result, Tang Yao lost 1,200 credits. FCK Wei Kai, that bastard, also learned a new skill. This time it's the Berserker skill, Resist Magic Aura. This beating is truly depressing, Tang Yao said while he fumed with anger. Resist Magic Aura increased the player's magic resistance. A Berserker with this skill was practically the bane of all mages. You know, Resist Magic Aura only decreases your damage by a little bit. When you're PvPing as an arcane mage, your movements need to be quick. Secondly, you need to keep your mana expenditure at a stable rate. Third, your reactions have to be fast as well. Furthermore, when you were fighting, your timing for casting spells was incorrect, Naiyan advised. In terms of strength, Tang Yao's arcane mage was stronger than Wei Kai's Berserker by a lot. The reason Tang Yao lost wasn't because Wei Kai was more skilled than him by any means. Rather, it was because arcane mages had a higher skill cap. A skilled arcane mage could effortlessly toy a Berserker of the same level to death. However, an unskilled arcane mage would easily be hacked to death by a Berserker of the same level. Simple professions like Berserkers, which were tanky hack and slashers, didn't require much skill to play at all. You brat. I didn't expect that you knew so much, Tang Yao said in admiration. In retrospect, Naiyan's words made quite some sense. After pushing open the door, Wei Kai and his group came over from the other side with Shifeng following from behind. The latter glanced at Naiyan with a somewhat complicated expression on his face. Young Master Tang, it seems that your brother here is growing up more and more. Surprisingly, he even defeated Shifeng. Wei Kai's narrow and slender eyes glanced over towards Naiyan. In the past, Naiyan had always been a well-behaved punching bag. Indeed, it appeared the Naiyan of today and the Naiyan from the past just weren't the same. Be it expression or temperament, there was quite a large change in both. Wei Kai switched the video on the screen over to the time when Yan defeated Shi Feng in their fight. Afterward, he played it back in slow motion. The entire fight had concluded within 3 seconds. Looking at the screen, Yan's movements and attacks were flawless and watertight. After watching the video, Tang Yao stared at Yan with an astonished gaze, as if what he had seen was unimaginable. This brother of his, just when had he become so courageous and powerful? Just a few moments ago, you had a match with Shi Feng. Tang Yao was a little dazed. He still didn't dare to believe that person in the video was Yan, just a small match. He was too weak, though. Yan replied in an unrestrained manner, not minding the people near him at all. Wei Kai gave a meaningful glance, signaling the youth who wore a flower-patterned shirt next to him. This action caught Yan's eye. That person was called Li Yang, Wei Kai's right-hand man. Brat, don't get too conceited. Do you believe I can't beat you down? Li Yang approached Yan and came at him with a kick. His age was 1 or 2 years younger than Yan, however. He was taller and more robust in comparison. Yan was a little short. Combined with his poor nutrition, he was also very thin and weak. Yan coldly smiled, then dodged Li Yang's attack. He followed up by kicking Li Yang's supporting leg, stamping on the knee joint. He was no longer the same youth who had been so easily bullied in the past. His current strength was not one bit inferior to a second-grade mixed martial artist. It was just that his body was still weak. However, when it came to dealing with wannabe gangsters like them, he had more than enough energy to spare. Aha! Li Yang let out a miserable shriek as he reeled back, stumbled, and then fell. That blood-curdling scream sent chills through the hearts of everyone who witnessed this scene. With this show of force, Shi Feng was reminded of fourth elder Lei. At that moment, he felt becoming an obedient student at school would be quite a wonderful and fortunate idea. You're courting death. The several youths behind Wei Kai wanted to charge in and give Yan a painful and thorough beating. However, they were all pulled back by Wei Kai. Li Yang's prior actions were simply Wei Kai's way of probing Yan, though admittedly he was also greatly surprised. Unexpectedly, the timid and cowardly Yan, who was always grinning and bearing through humiliation, actually had this kind of skill. From his experience, he had only seen those kinds of quick movements from a few people. Martial arts wasn't something one could quickly improve in only 2 or 3 days. It required long periods of training. Only then would one be able to slowly improve. Could it be? Yan's cowardice in the past, was it all just an act? Why is it that no matter how I look at him, Yan seems completely different today? Ignoring Li Yang, who was still clutching his leg and screaming on the floor, Wei Kai walked up to Yan and said, "Young Master Nai, are you interested in playing a match?" He had even changed the way he addressed Yan. After drifting through society for so long, he knew which kinds of people he could touch and which he could not. Yan had just revealed his skill and completely put Wei Kai in awe. There's no harm in playing 1 or 2 matches. However, I won't play if the stakes are too small. Inwardly, Yan felt unavoidably Shiketha's Wei Kai was quite a character. The criminal bosses of the underworld acted outwardly kind in appearance, but commit evil deeds in secret. In addition, many of them would reveal astonishing talents when they were at a very young age, fostering them as they grew older. In his past life, he heard Wei Kai had actually become pretty well regarded. It was only until later on, when he invaded another criminal organization's territory and caused a major event, did he disappear without a trace. 1,000 a match. I have 3,000, Wei Kai said. He had brought out all the money he had. That's too unfair. A level 3 berserker facing a level 2 tempest thief. Don't you think you're bullying people too much? Tang Yao said in a dissatisfied manner. There was a difference in level, and it was a heavily armored warrior versus a lightly armored thief. It was obvious which side was superior. 3,000 a match. Yan interrupted Tang Yao's complaints and spoke to Wei Kai. Fine. I'll keep you company then, Wei Kai replied. He didn't believe a level 2 tempest thief was capable of turning the tables on him. Yan, have you gone mad? Tang Yao anxiously said. A level 2 tempest thief versus a level 3 berserker, unless he was a heaven-defying expert who could bypass the level gap, he would definitely lose this match. I only have 1,400 on me. Lend me 1,600, Yan said to Tang Yao while laughing. God damn it. If you lose, it's whatever. You still have to pay me back, though. Tang Yao angrily muttered back. I'll pay you back, Yan said. Although Tang Yao's old man was wealthy, he still didn't get a lot of pocket money. Not to mention, it would all be earned through working for his dad. In this era, all high-class elites would educate their children in this way, making them earn their own living and become self-reliant. Bullshit. If you want to lose, just lose. Who wants you to pay them back anyways? Tang Yao swiped his card, transferring over 1,600 credits to Yan. In his past life, Yan had received too much of Tang Yao's grace. He had never once thought of letting Yan pay him back. This is what a true brother should be like. Pull Li Yang up, we're leaving, Wei Kai said. The group of people headed back to their respective area in the room. Yan, that brat. How did he suddenly become capable of fighting? God damn it. It hurts like hell. Next time I'll definitely find some people to beat that shitty brat to death. Li Yang walked over to the sofa and rolled up his pant leg. A large area on his knee was bruised completely black and blue. Don't waste your breath, he didn't even use any strength. Otherwise, your leg would have been broken. I want you guys to remember this from now on. No one is to provoke Nyan. If you meet him, I want you to hide far away. If any one of you stirs up trouble for me, don't blame me for not being polite, Wei Kai warned. Their school taught taekwondo, boxing, and mixed martial arts as academic programs. He was able to make out that the movements Nyan had made were standard in mixed martial arts. However, in comparison to the mixed martial arts that was taught in school, his movements were much more fierce and violent. When he took action, every movement would either cause serious or even fatal damage. Just what kind of person is this brat? He began to recall Nyan's former cowardly and timid manner. That guy's thoughts are really deep and mysterious. He was actually able to conceal himself for this long. Wei Kai felt a wave of coldness pour over his heart. How can we just let it pass? Li Yang unwillingly asked. So, what about it? You ask yourself, are you capable of beating him in the future? Properly go to your taekwondo classes and you won't lose so miserably next time. Wei Kai replied, Boss, it's about to start. A youth next to him spoke. Wei Kai put on his helmet. In the adjacent area, Tang Yao was carefully observing Nyan. After a long while, he finally spoke. Just a moment ago, I was being stupid and forgot to ask. Brat, you're actually not too bad. When did you become so strong? One move and you had Li Yang knocked down and rolling on the floor. I've been training at home for a while now. It's more than enough to deal with those guys, Nyan said. His body's strength really was too weak. Otherwise, his power wouldn't be this little. Li Yang and those good-for-nothings were like a bunch of pillows. Only Wei Kai would be a bit difficult to deal with. Even then, he still wasn't much of an opponent. You brat, you've certainly made me look at you in a new light. I'm still suspicious of whether or not you're the same Nyan I've known since childhood, Tang Yao said in quite a good mood. It doesn't matter how much I change, you're still going to be my brother. Nyan proclaimed. In his past life, even when he was at the lowest point of his life, Tang Yao still viewed him as a brother. Just as distance would determine the stamina of a horse, time would eventually reveal a person's true nature. For the sake of those words, let's properly have a toast when we get back, Tang Yao said while patting Nyan on the shoulder. Wei Kai's already waiting inside the game. Are you sure you can win? Tang Yao anxiously asked. No worries, just watch and see. What? Could it be you don't believe I'll pay you back that 1,600? Nyan laughed, joking around with Tang Yao. Go have your match. As for money, that kind of thing is useless to me. Even if you lose, it's not like it's the end of the world. Besides, you don't get much of an allowance every month anyways. If you end up losing that 1,400, you'll be eating boiled rice for a whole month. Isn't that right? 1. Watch as I toy this level 3 berserker to death, Nyan said with a confident smile. Good man, you're getting wilder and wilder, Tang Yao laughed. 2 people wore their helmets and entered the game. When he re-emerged, the stage Nyan appeared in was an open prairie. There was an endless field of lush green grass. The dense underbrush was tall, roughly reaching up to a person's knees. My luck is pretty bad. Turns out it's a grassland stage, thought Nyan as he knitted his brows. However, even if he were in the open fields, he still had his tactics. The green background of the grassland served as good camouflage for a thief to conceal themselves with. The only flaw was that the dense undergrowth on the ground could possibly expose his whereabouts. The current stage is an open field. If you think it's unfair, we can switch stages, Wei Kai suggested. There would be a large amount of luck involved if they were only playing a single match. Different terrains suited different professions, and the open prairie suited warrior professions such as the berserker who could freely charge around swinging their swords. Although Wei Kai was a bully, he surprisingly acted in a magnanimous manner. Doesn't matter. If it's an open field, it's an open field. Nyan grasped his dagger and entered stealth. His opinion of Wei Kai had actually changed by quite a bit. A gentle breeze blew past the open prairie, causing the tall grasses to bend in its direction. Gradually, Nyan's silhouette faded into the background. He has this much ability. Wei Kai felt his heart sink, his expression becoming solemn. He was observing carefully, yet he couldn't find any traces of Nyan's whereabouts. He wasn't even able to find any peculiarities with the thick grass on the ground either. Nyan did indeed have some skill. Wei Kai grasped onto his greatsword and gradually drew closer. The shorter the distance between them, the easier it would be for him to find his opponent. Nyan walked alongside the wind, continuously changing direction in accordance with it. Even if he were to step on the grass, it would slant in the same direction the wind was blowing. One boiled rice is sort of like rice gruel, putting already cooked rice in hot water and eating it like that. Pretty bland and tasteless. It's usually eaten by the poor. Seeing Wei Kai draw near, Nyan gradually made his way around his opponent. He continued to slowly move until he was behind Wei Kai and out of his range of vision. Then he began creeping towards his unsuspecting opponent's back, taking long and unhurried steps as he did so. Wei Kai turned his head, surveying the area in every direction. He was unable to find anything particularly odd. All he could see were endless fields of grass rolling about gently under the influence of the wind, like waves following the ocean breeze. Where the hell could he be? This was the first time Wei Kai had come across a Tempest thief who was actually able to employ stealth to such a perfect extent. It was reasonable to say that the thick grass beneath Wei Kai's feet was an easy place for a thief to expose themselves. Yet, Nyan seemed to have no issues hiding in the field with the assistance of stealth. Wei Kai carefully moved forward with his greatsword held close to his chest, keeping it at the ready. He believed that Nyan must have been moving at an extremely slow pace in order to remain unexposed while stealthed. Hence, he came to the conclusion that Nyan was most likely some distance ahead of him. However, he remained unaware of the fact that Nyan was already behind him, having circled around a long time ago. Approximately 3 meters were between Nyan and Wei Kai's back. Suddenly, a large gust of wind blew forth, turning the gentle breeze into a howling gale. Just as the wind began to howl as if he had been waiting for that exact moment, Nyan abruptly sprinted forwards. The dagger in his grasp resembled lightning as it struck out, speeding towards Wei Kai's back. The sound of rapid footsteps and howling wind blended together, creating a mess of sounds that was hard for a person to distinguish. The gust of wind also greatly reduced Wei Kai's awareness. Assassinate. Nyan's dagger pierced into his target's back, dealing 35 points of damage. Wei Kai never expected his opponent to suddenly appear behind him. He held up the greatsword and swept outwards in a wide slash. Nyan dodged the strike and managed to reposition himself behind Wei Kai once again. He dashed forward, dagger in hand, and stabbed Wei Kai in the back for the second time, causing him to lose 23 health. Out of the 160 health he had, only a little over 100 points remained. Since the beginning of the fight, Wei Kai had been completely incapable of keeping up with Nyan's speed. A berserker's speed relied on their ability to quickly charge forward. A thief's speed, on the other hand, relied greatly on their ability to make agile and nimble movements. The type of movements the two professions specialized in clearly differed. Nyan's movements were fast and agile as he stuck close to Wei Kai's back. In this short period of time, he had already managed to attack Wei Kai 2 times in quick succession. This bastard is as nimble as a monkey. Wei Kai suddenly roared in anger. An aura began radiating from his greatsword as he started spinning around in circles. Whirlwind slash. Wei Kai resembled a top as he spun around with his greatsword. The moment Wei Kai brandished his sword, Nyan judged from the movements that Wei Kai was about to execute whirlwind slash, so he quickly retreated back about 2 meters. The greatsword unleashed a strong gust of wind as it streaked through the air. The slash barely grazed past Nyan, almost directly hitting him. 9. A damage value floated over his head. Despite missing, the whirlwind slash still managed to cause some damage to Nyan. Wei Kai's attack finally ended after he had rotated 3 times. He gasped for breath as he thought, "This bastard is so quick at dodging." In the split second Wei Kai stopped spinning with his sword, Nyan dashed forward, the dagger in his hand aiming straight for Wei Kai's throat. Vital Strike, Tang Yao, Li Yang, and the others were watching the match from outside with dumbstruck expressions. Nyan's movements were simply a perfection of art. From the moment he escaped Wei Kai's whirlwind slash to when he attacked with Vital Strike as it ended, the timing of his every action was at the peak of perfection. After watching Nyan, they now understood what PvPing truly meant. It wasn't two opposing sides simply slashing their swords at each other, but rather a battle of awareness and skill. Within his mind, Tang Yao had a sudden flash of insight. He finally understood why Nyan said that his timing when casting spells was incorrect. Depending on whether or not a player took action at the right time, 2 entirely different outcomes could arise. He never expected that Nyan, whom he had known and grown up with since they were in diapers, would possess this kind of skill. The amount of skill Nyan displayed really expanded Tang Yao's horizons. There was a saying, when a scholar disappears for 3 days, view them in a greater light. These words were the most appropriate to describe what Tang Yao was feeling at the moment. Nyan's dagger slashed across Wei Kai's throat. 95. Vital Strike was still as powerful as ever. In just a few attacks, Wei Kai had already been reduced to a mere 7 health. Meanwhile, Nyan's health was still close to full. It was clear which side had established their superiority. It was only then that Wei Kai realized the immense gap between the two of them. Flame Slash. Wei Kai was unwilling to be defeated in such a manner. Just as Nyan's Vital Strike ended, he took advantage of the opening that was revealed and brandished his sword towards Nyan. The greatsword in his grasp was enveloped by a raging flame as it cleaved downwards in a blazing radiance. The raging heat assaulted his face as it drew closer. The might of a berserker's flame slash was immense. Nyan deeply understood this as a result of first-hand experience. He decisively pulled back in an attempt to avoid the sharp blade. Despite this, Wei Kai still managed to catch up to Nyan after suddenly accelerating his pace, and the flame slash struck him right in the middle of his chest. 56. A single damage value emerged, floating atop Nyan's head. Nyan took the brunt of flame slash. Just when he finally managed to regain his footing, Wei Kai activated his charge skill. He approached with his sword raised, resembling a tank as he came crashing forward. Linear slash. The sword aura formed a straight line as it came slashing down. Nian had only half of his health remaining, and the charge skill had a brief stunned duration. If he collided into Wei Kai, the Berserker's explosive power would be more than enough to kill Nian in a matter of seconds. So Nian quickly decided to pull back and retreat again. At that moment, Wei Kai's sword brushed past Nian's face barely by just a few inches. Nian's pupils violently contracted as he sidestepped in an attempt to avoid the attack. He then switched the dagger in his hand to a reverse grip and slashed at Wei Kai's throat. In the end, he was still sent flying back after being struck by Wei Kai's charge. As Nian fell to the ground, his opponent's health bar finally depleted. He staggered back up and stood firmly on both feet. Then he gazed at his own health. Only 25 points remained. MHMM as expected. Facing a level 3 as a level 2 is a little troublesome. Nian's gaze fell on Wei Kai's corpse. Seeing that he died, Nian put away his dagger. Moments later, the two were transported away from the PvP arena and back to the auditorium. I'm impressed, brat. Who knew you were so capable? Ha ha ha. Tang Yao approached Nian as the latter took off his helmet. The win was a fluke. I just happened to be a little lucky, Nian said. He had almost been killed by Wei Kai as well. In the end, there just wasn't enough time for him to acquire enough equipment and skills. If he had a few more skills at his disposal, then defeating Wei Kai would have taken much less effort. A win is still a win, not to mention that it was a level 2 versus a level 3. Hey, do you know how to play arcane mages? Teach me how to play them when we get home, okay? Tang Yao said as he rubbed his hands together. It seems Nian really does know a lot. I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to arcane mages. They have various unique skill builds, all of which requires different tactics. I'll teach you what I know, though, Nian replied. When it came to Tang Yao, he wouldn't conceal things and act selfishly. That would be great. Having witnessed Nian's abilities in battle firsthand, Tang Yao held a firm belief in him. Nian gazed at his bank card, which displayed a total of 6,000 credits. He took 3,000 and transferred it to Tang Yao. The 1,600 is what I owe you. As for the other 1,400, consider it me helping recoup your losses. It's only a few thousand credits. How could that kind of money be anything between us brothers? Tang Yao said, sounding a bit displeased. From the start, he had never regarded this money with any importance. Nian bothering about it actually made him feel quite unhappy. True brothers always repay their debts. If you're still unhappy about tonight, you can treat me instead, Nian said with a smile. You've made so much money today, while I barely broke even. Yet you still have the nerve try and freeload off me. You're the one treating me to dinner tonight. End of discussion. Fine then, eating a small loss is no big deal. What are we eating tonight? In any case, let's head to a restaurant. A bowl of wonton noodle soup is $5. That should be enough to fill you up, Nian said as he stashed away his bank card. I say, aren't you being too much of a miser here? Takes one to know one, Nian laughed. He and Tang Yao could be considered birds of the same feather. Wei Kai and his group walked into the room, having come over from the other area. Tang Yao's expression became grave upon seeing them. He knew that Wei Kai and his people had lost a lot of money today. They wouldn't fly into a fit of rage, would they? A smiling expression still remained on Nian's face. Compared to Tang Yao, he certainly looked a lot calmer. Wei Kai, you wouldn't be trying to shamelessly take back the money you just lost, would you? Tang Yao had inadvertently placed himself in front of Nian. Subconsciously, he still considered Nian to be the same as he was in the past, an easily bullied youth. How could I? Money lost is money lost after all, and money won is also money earned. Even this one knows this much when it comes to gambling. You know, they say that even disputes will eventually lead to friendship, so how about we settle our debts and make up? Young Master Nai and young Master Tang, when you two have time in the future, you should pay a visit to our little establishment. Wei Kai said with a smile. Wei Kai had been drifting through society for many years now. Contrary to what one might expect, he had actually learned how to conduct himself properly during those years. He understood which types of people he should not provoke, and as a result, he did not mention their past grievances at all. We'll be sure to visit when we have the time. Nian nodded his head. Wei Kai, this guy, he also knows when to advance and when to retreat. This one will take his leave first then. Young Master Tang, young Master Nai, you two have fun, Wei Kai said while smiling, bringing his lackeys with him as he departed. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly become so formal and courteous? That's way too abnormal. God damn, it's really making me uncomfortable, Tang Yao said in a baffled tone as he stood by Nian's side. Who knows? Nian let out a faint laugh. Wei Kai and his group had just left the PK lounge when one of his underlings spoke. Boss, why were you treating that brat Nian so politely? Young Master Nai, does he even deserve it? Li Yang walked up to Wei Kai and asked in bewilderment. You know, there's a saying, do not bully the youth when they are poor. When have you heard it before? In the future, when you judge someone, don't just look at the present. You also need to gaze a little further into the distance, Wei Kai replied. he was able to discern that Nyan was a hidden dragon. Sooner or later, he would fly up high into the heavens. It would be in his best interest not to become enemies with such a person. Li Yang was still at a loss as to what those words meant. However, in comparison to the rest of them, the boss was much more knowledgeable and experienced. Thus he thought, the boss's words are definitely correct, so I'll listen to him. Nyan and Tang Yao got into a car and drove off in the direction of a nearby restaurant. What's your in-game name? Tang Yao asked. Nyan was a human thief, so Nyan was definitely the same race as him. They both started out in the Viridian Empire, Nyan Nirvana Flame. The Nai in Nirvana and the Yan in Fire, Nyan replied. I'll come and find you when I get home then, Tang Yao said. He couldn't help but get excited when he thought of how he could level together with Nyan. I'm in the middle of a quest right now, so I can't return to the city, Nyan said. He still needed to hand in the quest from Physician Blevins. Moreover, he already had arrangements for future matters, so he would be unable to level together with Tang Yao. Never mind then. How about you just teach me how to play Arcane Mage now, and I'll practice it when I get back home. Tang Yao felt a slight touch of disappointment, though he quickly went back to being excited in a few moments. Arcane mages are basically divided into 3 groups. First, you've got the ones that are the most universal arcane fire mages. They wear all sorts of equipment in order to raise their magic damage. Also, the skills they learn are all similar to ones like Arcane Flame, Burst the type that has a high kill potential. Arcane mages like these are welcome in all teams. Another kind are the Arcane Speed mages. They wear equipment that gives a bonus to movement speed. Once they start moving, they end up being really fast. Add in the Arcane mage's relatively short cast time, and you've got a build that's great at PV ping. The remaining group is essentially a balance between the last two. So what path do you intend to take? Nyan asked. Tang Yao thought for a while, then started smiling in embarrassment as he asked, which group has skill requirements that are a bit on the lower side? That's definitely going to be an Arcane Fire mage then. As long as they have good equipment and high damage, all teams will want them. When fighting in a team, all you need to do is keep on attacking and you'll be fine. However, that kind of Arcane mage has no chance when PV ping. With just a glance, Nyan could tell that Tang Yao wanted to be lazy. This scoundrel's brain isn't dumb, he's just too lazy to use it. I won't be able to PvP. That's way too boring. PV ping was just too exciting of an activity for him. Without it, half of the excitement in his life would be gone. Now Tang Yao felt rather unwilling. It's better if you choose a balance of both then. Before you allocate your points, make sure you consult with me first, Nyan advised. Conviction was designed so that every 5 levels from level 1 to 30 would grant a player 5 stat points and 1 mastery point to allocate. Therefore, for a player, every 5 levels prior to level 30 was a minor watershed in combat power. Alright then, I understand. Tang Yao happily agreed. If he had Nyan helping him allocate his points, then he would be saving himself a lot of trouble. What he hated the most was thinking about these types of complicated matters in the game. I still have some business to attend to after we finish dinner. We'll contact each other in the evening when we get in the game, alright, Nyan said. Alright. After the two had dinner, Tang Yao dropped Nyan off and then went home himself. Having been out for so long, Nyan had wasted a lot of time. Upon arriving back home, he immediately went off to train, then study once again. One courtesy of Deathblade, it's better to bully an old poor person than a young person. If you bully a poor young person, you never know what that young person will grow up to be and how rich and powerful they might become. As Nyan opened up his textbook, various equations ranging from complex mathematics to theoretical physics appeared in front of his eyes. He managed to quickly solve all of them in a surprisingly short amount of time. In light of this development, he noticed that his cognitive abilities had vastly improved since his reincarnation. Though it hadn't reached the point where he developed photographic memory, his memory had still improved quite significantly. Moreover, he sensed that his mind had become sharper as well. For example, he had finished twice the amount of work in half the time when he was studying. In addition, there was an even more astonishing discovery. He felt neither the slightest bit of fatigue nor weariness despite having intensely exercised for quite a long period of time. In fact, after every training session, he felt his strength increasing in small yet noticeable increments. Nyan was quite satisfied with his current body. As long as he received the proper amount of nourishment, it would rapidly transform and rise in stature similar to how it had in the past during his senior year of high school. However, there was only one complication. The nutritional supplements he required were simply too expensive. At present, the expenses weren't something he could handle. In fact, the lowest quality nutritional supplements had a price tag of around $500, while medium quality ones could cost upwards of several thousand. Sadly, his household carried only 2 portions, one of which he had already used earlier in the morning. Finally, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Nyan entered the game once more. Upon reconnecting, he discovered a nearly endless swarm of water spiders skittering around him in all directions. It appeared that every single monster in the vicinity had respawned. Fortunately, players were invulnerable for the first 30 seconds upon reconnecting. They would appear in an ethereal state as if they were a spirit. In this state, they would not only be unable to attack, but monsters would be unable to attack them as well. Yan took a detour around these water spiders and swam away from the area where he had concealed himself. After 30 seconds had passed, he began farming the spiders in the surrounding area once more. Currently, he had already gathered 25 fine silks and 5 rare fine silks which came from the water spider leader the day prior. With his current hunting speed, Yan estimated that it would take around 3 more hours for him to complete this quest. When I return to town, I'll definitely have to make more money. That way, when I come across another gathering quest like this one, I can just buy the needed materials from the market instead. With this plan, Yan would have no need to go through the tedious labor of gathering the materials himself. Another hour passed by, and Yan received a notification. It was from Yao Yao. Yan Nirvana Flame, where are you right now? I'm still farming water spiders. Why you need something? He didn't stop killing water spiders, even while he chatted with Yao Yao. After activating Assassinate with his right hand, he stabbed a nearby water spider with his dagger. As it died, it miserably flipped over and curled up. My friends and I went to the Treant Forest earlier this morning. Oh, you're not going to ask how it went. There's no need for me to ask. Regarding this Treant Forest, Yan already understood this instance quite well. In the past, it had taken him and his friends 5 attempts to pass the instance. If the party didn't have warriors with at least 60 defense and 220 health, they wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, it would be impossible for them to clear the instance. Alright, it was just like you said. Our party was completely wiped. We didn't even manage to get to the Treant King. But never mind that, one of my friends wants to meet you. We're gonna try and clear the forest again tomorrow. So, can you join us then? Come back when your fighters upgrade their defense, then we'll talk. I'll see if I have the time by then. However, make sure you tell your friend this. In exchange for joining you guys in the Treant Forest, I want to act as the party leader. Furthermore, every single thief item that drops will go to me. There was a rather decent thief cloak that dropped from the monsters within the Treant Forest, one that Yan wanted. You want to be the party leader. Why? I don't trust anyone else with leading a team. This, I'll have to ask. Giving every thief drop to you is going to be a bit difficult. After all, we have a thief in our party as well. Yao Yao's party was set so that drops were distributed equally among their members. If your team captain doesn't agree to it, then so be it. Yan really didn't want to make things awkward and difficult for Yao Yao on purpose. However, in Yan's eyes, this thief in Yao Yao's party was especially unpleasant. I'll go ask our captain. Yan's harsh demands lowered Yao Yao's impressions of him by quite a bit. The team captain Yao Yao spoke of was a woman named Yulan Bluefeather, a berserker. Yan's first impression of this woman was her large pair of breasts. Her berserker armor, which was tightly fitted around her body, accentuated her curves, particularly in the chest area. Moreover, the gap in her armor also exposed an extreme amount of cleavage. When he recalled this memory of her, he couldn't help but slightly tremble. However, Yan would never dare to provoke Yulan. Normally, she was quite friendly and amiable. However, if someone were to irritate her, then her fiery temper would become as large as her breasts. He remembered that there was a time when another player decided to tease her. Yulan ended up chasing and killing that player until he dropped 5 levels. It was because of such things that this beauty could only be gazed at from afar. She could neither be toyed with nor treated with disrespect. Otherwise, one would most likely find himself being the one toyed with instead. Also, there's one other thing. Other than the thief equipment, I also want the jewel that the Treant King drops when it dies, Yan said without a hint of politeness or restraint. We all just want to try and run the dungeon together. But you, how can you act in such a selfish way? Yao Yao stomped her feet and ended the call. She was furious and frustrated to the point where glistening tears began to flow from her eyes. After fighting and completing their quests together yesterday, she noticed that they actually matched each other quite well. Because of this, she felt that Yan was a rather decent person and even wanted to get to know him better and befriend him. Yet she never thought that, again and again, Yan would continuously crush her good impression of him that she held deep within her heart. Yan indifferently smiled. Sometimes attempting to explain was superfluous. Yao Yao hung up the call in anger. Yan sighed softly. If they were to run an instance together, then it would be better to make some things clear at the start. Otherwise, when the time came, disputes would certainly arise. At the Telak Town transfer point, Yulan's team had assembled together in the area. In total, there were 19 individuals gathered together. Among them, the most conspicuous were Yu Lan, who was wearing blue armor, and Yao Yao, who was wearing a white-colored mage robe while standing in the center. Like the stars gathering around the moon, everyone there had gathered around, placing these two beauties at the center. Naturally, the team had other decent-looking women as well. However, compared to the two beauties in the center, they could only entirely serve as the background. With her tall, curvaceous figure and long, slender legs that were almost too alluring, Yu Lan had grown up to be quite a beauty. Her looks could be rated at the highest quality. Despite appearing to be only in her 20s, she gave off the full charm of an adult woman, though the main reason for this was her large, voluptuous chest that easily attracted one's eyes. On the other hand, Yao Yao was another sort of beauty. With her whole body covered by a white robe, along with her delicate oval-shaped face and her hair that was tied in a ponytail, she looked pure and beautiful. Anyone who looked at her would have been moved by her charm. "Yao Yao, what'd he say?" Yu Lan asked when she saw that Yao Yao had disconnected her voice chat. "He said that if we're gonna go together, then he wants to be the party leader, get all the thief equipment drops, and he also wants the jewel that drops from the Trink King." Yao Yao's face was nearly red from anger. Originally, she had been quite excited about having Naiyan as a good friend and introducing him to Yu Lan. Never did she expect that Naiyan was actually that kind of person. "Yao Yao, you're just really too naive. These kinds of people are everywhere." "He's definitely just a weak liar who's trying to cheat us out of our drops," said a thief by her side. He was Chen Bo, a rather handsome man who appeared to be around 20 years old. Yao Yao wanted to refute those words on Naiyan's behalf, but after giving it a second thought, she realized that she was too angry to bother. She didn't know why, but for some reason, she still somewhat sided with Naiyan in her heart. After all, he was actually quite strong. Not to mention that, unlike Chen Bo, she truly didn't think he was trying to scam them for equipment or anything that intolerable. That's not necessarily true. He already knows that the Trink King drops a jewel, which means that he's definitely gone to the Trink Forest before. Not only that, but cleared it as well. The fact that he was able to make it through the instance with a party of his own is more than enough to prove his ability to work in a team. Moreover, he's significantly more experienced than us, so it wasn't that excessive for him to request to act as party leader, nor was it excessive for him to receive both the thief drops and the jewel. Since he bluntly stated his demands to Yao Yao, it shows that he did so with a clear conscience. Yu Lan patted Yao Yao's shoulders. "Yao Yao, you don't need to mind it." After listening to Yu Lan's words, Yao Yao revealed a relieved smile. Though she was still a little angry at Naiyan, in her heart she was already feeling significantly better. Seeing the beautiful smiling expression on her face, Chen Bo felt his heart sink. He didn't know why, but the sudden appearance of this Naiyan gave him a sense of foreboding. "We'll rent a piece of bronze-grade fighter equipment for tomorrow." "Oh yeah, make sure to tell him that we're running the instance tomorrow and that he's invited to join us," Yu Lan said. She had already begun her arrangements. "HMPH, I'm still gonna ignore him for the rest of the morning. I'll talk to him again in the afternoon." Yao Yao pouted. "All right, you can contact him again in the afternoon." Yu Lan nodded while smiling. During all this, Naiyan continued to kill water spiders. His luck wasn't bad at all, considering that 3 fine silks had dropped in succession. Looking in his bag, he already had 29 of them. Only one more was needed to finish his quest. Nevertheless, it appeared that hunting monsters early in the morning had its own benefits. For one, the drop rate for various items was comparatively higher. After killing another water spider, Naiyan reached out with his right hand to collect the loot. "What I get?" As he held up the item to get a closer look, he realized that it was a thief skill book. Skill book, Lacerate. Description: thieves can use their daggers to slice into an enemy, causing them to bleed profusely. Targets hit by this attack will take bleed damage every second. Requirements: action requires weapon. Properties: cuts into a target creating an open wound. Attack +1. Causes 5 points of bleeding every second for 6 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Restrictions: thief, warrior, paladin can be learned by any faction. Lacerate was a basic skill that synergized well with Assassinate. It could be used to follow up after Assassinate, causing additional lacerations that would make an enemy bleed for 5 health every second for 6 seconds. However, as for its killing power, the damage from Lacerate, even including its additional bleed damage, was slightly weaker than Vital Strike. Even so, it was still a considerably decent skill. Presently, this exact skill was what Naiyan lacked the most. After learning the skill, Naiyan turned to face a water spider. Suddenly, he received another notification from his voice chat. "This little girl, she's sending another call request." Naiyan answered the call. However, there was an awkward silence between the two that lingered on for what seemed like an eternity. "You know, I originally planned to ignore you and never talk to you again, but I'm an adult who's willing to be magnanimous, so I won't bother stooping to your level and arguing with you. My party is going to run the Trink Forest tomorrow, so are you going to come or not?" Naiyan couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile after imagining Yao Yao's adorable pouting expression. Tomorrow. No need to explain yourself if you've other business to attend to tomorrow. Just tell me whether you're coming or not, yes or no. Nai Yan was interrupted by Yao Yao just as he was about to speak. All right, just tell me the time for tomorrow and I'll definitely be there. Nai Yan smiled helplessly. When it came to this little missus, he had already thoroughly given up. Now that sounds better. Good, we'll call you over tomorrow morning. What are you going to be busy? Yao Yao was quite pleased with Nai Yan's reply. She immediately hung up, not even giving him a chance to speak further. HMPH. Little boy, we'll see if I can't discipline you, Yao Yao thought proudly to herself. When she imagined the distressed look on Nai Yan's face, she couldn't help but giggle to herself. Doot doot, upon hearing the sound of the call ending, Nai Yan could only smile bitterly. It seems that tomorrow I'll have to go for a run in the treant forest. With the distraction gone, Nai Yan continued to kill water spiders while steadily speeding up his pace. After receiving the lacerate skill, a significant increase in his hunting speed could be seen. By attacking with assassinate and then following up with lacerate, he was able to effortlessly kill a water spider. Ding, a melodious jingle could be heard as a system notification rang out. Nai Yan had risen to level 3. After a while, he finished collecting the 30 fine silks. I'm finally done. Nai Yan swam back towards the island to hand in his quest. System player Flying Stone has deposited 1 silver into your personal storage. Stone informed Nai Yan in excitement. I've received it. Is there anything else you need? With the 2 silvers from Stone plus his recent earnings, he had almost 3 silvers. With this, he could be considered to have some capital. One of my friends said that they're gonna form a party to hunt in the Agmoda muddy wetlands the day after tomorrow. Do you want to come? Stone asked with a hint of expectation. I'm going to be busy the day after tomorrow. The Agmoda muddy wetlands was a somewhat difficult instance, though seeing as Stone's party was able to clear the fallen shaman camp, it seemed like their strength wasn't too bad. Never mind then. Expert, would you happen to have a guide for the Agmoda muddy wetlands as well? Do you think I'm some kind of god? Agmoda muddy wetlands is the most difficult level 3 instance. You think I'm able to make up a guide for it so quickly? He couldn't keep offering to sell guides for dungeon instances. Otherwise, he'd end up attracting too much suspicion from others. Besides, it would be better for him to wait for a good offer, which would inevitably come after Stone and his team were wiped during their first few attempts. I'm sorry. I was just thinking out of habit. Haha, Stone laughed in embarrassment. Nai Yan and Stone briefly exchanged a few more words before hanging up the call. By this time, he had already arrived back at the island. There, he found Physician Blevins still fishing by the lakeshore. Youngster, how many bundles of fine silk did you manage to collect? Physician Blevins asked after seeing that Nai Yan had returned. Esteemed senior, here are the 30 bundles of fine silk I've gathered. I'd like to request that senior have a look, Nai Yan replied in a polite and formal tone that was standard when turning in quests. System Physician Blevins wishes to teach you intermediate combat medic. Will you learn it? Nai Yan felt his heart skip a beat. This was exactly the skill he wanted to learn. Without showing the slightest hint of hesitation, he immediately hit accept. System the Great Mage Blevins has taught you a skill. You have learned Intermediate Combat Medic. Intermediate Combat Medic allows the player to create and use intermediate combat bandages while in combat. Requires 10 silk cloth. Each bandage replenishes 20 health every second for 10 seconds. Healing can be interrupted after 3 seconds of applying bandages. Bandages can also be used on other party members. 10 silk cloths were equivalent to 20 coppers. Although it was a tad expensive, this was still a skill that could save lives in a moment of crisis. System the Task Physician Blevins has entrusted you with is 20 complete. Nai Yan stared blankly at this notification. Reasonably enough, he believed that the quest would have ended after handing in the 30 fine silks, but reality proved otherwise. What the hell? Why is it only 20% complete? Youngster, 30 bundles of fine silk is still far from being enough. I still need much more. Would you be willing to help me find more? I'm willing to aid you in your task, Nai Yan hurriedly replied. It appeared that the combat medic skill was merely one of the rewards in this lengthy quest. He was clueless as to what other quest rewards would lie further ahead. Esteemed senior, here are 5 rare fine silks that I'd chanced upon, though I am unsure of their usefulness. Fine silk becomes rare fine silk after it has undergone processing. Each bundle of rare fine silk is equivalent to 6 bundles of common fine silk, the old man explained to Nai Yan. Afterwards, the old man inquired further, so youngster, are you willing to give them to me? Yes, Nai Yan replied. 5 rare fine silks were equivalent to 30 ordinary fine silks. He had been killing water spiders for so long, yet he never once thought to hunt water spider leaders despite them giving better drops. However, this was to be expected, as killing a leader-ranked water spider was truly too dangerous of a task. In any case, it wasn't something Na Yan could simply accomplish by himself. System, you've received 30 silk cloths. System, you've received Headhunter's silver leather armor. System, the task physician Blevins has entrusted you with is 40 complete. Na Yan felt a pleasant surprise after reading the second system announcement. After opening his bag, he found a silver-colored piece of armor within his inventory. Who knew what kind of animal hide was used to make this piece of leather armor? It was tough, durable, and radiated a silver-white luster. Furthermore, it didn't need to be appraised. Let's take a look at its properties. Headhunter's silver leather armor. Requirements level 5. Properties defense 1317, strength +5, dexterity +5. Weight 3 lbs. Restrictions thief paladin can only be equipped by a member of the righteous faction. The properties of silver grade equipment were at least 30% higher than normal equipment. Furthermore, they also included 2 additional properties. With current market prices, Na Yan estimated that he could sell this piece of armor for at least 5 silvers if he put it up in the auction house. Na Yan's equipment would improve significantly upon reaching level 5, as he would finally be able to replace his current equipment with the horn dagger and Headhunter's silver leather armor. With these thoughts in mind, he suddenly felt more motivation to level up. This old man sure is generous with his quest rewards, and 60% of the quest still remains unfinished. If I try to farm 90 more fine silks myself though, I'd end up working myself to death. I'll just spend some money to buy the materials off the auction house instead. 90 fine silks, that would be about 3 silvers. Looking at it this way, I'm still a long ways off from having enough money to spend freely. How can I make some money fast? Na Yan was trying to rack his brain for a solution to this difficult problem. Eventually, he remembered a certain online guide that he viewed in the past. It was then that Na Yan had a sudden flash of insight. Back when the game was first released, the most worthless item in the game was a drop by the name of bat teeth. It was a material used for crafting level 0 beginner weapons. Even more laughable, these weapons would come out with pitifully low attack. Thus, for the most part, no one, aside from the occasional player who would purchase a few to level up their blacksmithing after learning the skill, would buy the bat teeth. Other than that, there were just no other players who would bother buying any. Not to mention, even if you sold 5 stacks of theme 100 bat teeth to an NPC, you would only receive a single copper. For these reasons, there were quite a few bat teeth littered across the ground in the level 3 bat spawning area, as few would bother picking them up. Many players would rather throw them away than have this trash material take up space in their bag. As a result, only the poorest of players would bother picking them up and selling them to the NPC stores. Na Yan, however, knew these bat teeth had another use. They could be given to a high-level blacksmith in Kalor City after triggering his hidden quest. In exchange for 10 bat teeth, half of a full stack you would receive a little bit of experience and 1 copper. Furthermore, you could exchange an unlimited amount of bat teeth with this blacksmith. As more and more players discovered this blacksmith, the market price for these bat teeth rose accordingly. This sort of business is actually doable. Na Yan couldn't help but have this thought. All he needed to do was head to the level 3 bat spawn area and advertise that he's buying a stack of bat teeth for 1 copper. He'd soon have a massive amount of bat teeth delivered right to his doorstep. Afterwards, he could exchange all of them with that blacksmith in Kalor City and receive his quest reward. This way he could make a profit while also leveling up at the same time. How could he have forgotten something like this? Na Yan no longer hesitated and immediately ran off towards Telak town. After returning to the town, he retrieved his 2 silvers from the storage, threw all his unwanted equipment up in the auction house, and then finally went to the appraiser to appraise the soft leather gloves that he looted from the golden electric eel. The gloves ended up being a level 0 equipment with an additional property of dexterity +2. The properties were fairly decent for level 0 equipment. Na Yan put the gloves on. They were the first piece of bronze-grade equipment that he could actually equip. The gloves radiated a faint cyan glow until Na Yan turned off the visual effects and equipment settings. It was still best if he kept a low profile. If his equipment was too conspicuous, then he would very likely be followed after leaving the city. After finishing up his business in town, Na Yan went through the transfer point to Kalor City. From there he went directly to the Cade Smithy within the city center. Kalor City housed over 60 smithies that offered various blacksmithing services. You could buy everything from large siege equipment to weapons, armor, and even horseshoes. Only the Cade Smithy differed from this norm. Of all the smithies in the city, it was the most unremarkable. It was the high-level blacksmith, Cade, who issued the quest to gather bat teeth. In his former life, the player who first discovered it was a paladin. After discovering that this blacksmith, Cade, gave out such a quest, he immediately bought a large amount of bat teeth and exchanged them with Cade for a large amount of profit and experience. He wanted to keep this his own secret, so he worked especially low-key. However, as this paladin purchased an increasingly large amount of bat teeth, other players began to grow suspicious. What could this paladin possibly need so many bat teeth for? Afterwards, a thief ended up shadowing him to the Cade smithy, and the secret became publicized. However, by that time, most players were already over level 10. The price of bat teeth had increased, and no players were willing to sell them for a low price now. It already wasn't worth it for them to go back to the area and farm bat teeth for the quest. When those level 10 players recalled all the bat teeth they threw away in the past, they could only helplessly shake their heads and sigh. As for the paladin who had first discovered this hidden quest, he had already earned overflowing basins full of money from doing this quest in secret for such a long time. However, at present, the only person who knew of this hidden quest was Nyan and Nyan alone. Nyan entered the Cade smithy. Its shopfront was extremely narrow. Nevertheless, it was still one of the many smithies designated by the Viridian Empire military. As Nyan entered the smithy, he saw an NPC apprentice blacksmith. "Dear customer, may I ask if there is anything you require?" The apprentice came up and asked. "I'm looking for Mr. Cade." "I'm sorry, but my master has already gone out," the apprentice replied apologetically. "I have some business with him. May I ask when he'll be back?" The apprentice's reply came as no surprise. This was precisely how the hidden quest was triggered. "May I ask what business you have with my master?" "I can pass along a message." The apprentice sized up Nyan, a sharp expression filling his eyes. "Please let Mr. Cade know that I can help him with the current problem he's facing. Please wait a moment." The apprentice hastily ran out the door. After a while, the smithing apprentice came back with a tall and sturdy-looking blacksmith in his middle ages. He had messy sideburns, and his upper body was completely bare. His whole body was robust and covered in muscles from head to toe. Not only that, but his skin had also turned a dark shade of red after being exposed to the heat of a blazing furnace all year round. "Mr. Blacksmith, rumors say you've met with some worrisome troubles. May I ask what they might be? Perhaps I might be able to help you out," Nyan said, and then thought to himself, "There should be no problems with my wording here. Coming this autumn, the situation in Hilton's stronghold will become more and more intense. We need much more weapons in order to meet the demands of the soldiers on the front lines. I need materials, a great amount of them, and at present I'm clueless as to how I can amass such a large amount of these materials." Blacksmith Cade said in a distressed manner. "May I inquire what kind of materials you need? Perhaps I can help you find them. I need a large quantity of bat teeth. I'm willing to purchase a stack for 2 coppers if you have them," Blacksmith Cade replied. For Cade, these bat teeth were crucial materials he was in desperate need of. NPCs didn't have much intelligence. They simply followed the instructions given by the main system. AI they could only issue and receive quests. Hidden NPCs like Blacksmith Cade would not announce their quest publicly. "System, do you wish to accept Blacksmith Cade's request?" "Yes." "System, you have accepted Blacksmith Cade's request. Please be at ease. I will definitely help you find these materials." Nyan reassured Blacksmith Cade, then went through a transfer point to the town of Mordor. There was a large expanse near Mordor where a large amount of level 3 bat monsters congregated. With about several hundred people in it, the town was quite crowded, recruiting people level 3 or higher for level 3 instance, Warrior's Tomb. "I'm a mage that deals over 30 magic damage, recruiting people to hunt bats. I'm a level 3 fire elementalist." Players were looking to form parties. Some would end up joining parties, while others would be buzzing around like houseflies. Those who had good equipment would often have an easy time finding a party to join. Meanwhile, those with poor equipment would find themselves being ignored by most parties. Parties formed one after another and left the town. It was currently early morning in the game. Once players formed a party, they would farm monsters for the whole day, only disbanding late in the evening. Nyan had set up a booth near the player's storehouse. There he put up a sign that read, "Buying bat teeth, 1 stack for 1 copper." He had just put up the sign, yet there were already many players gathering around him. Many of them always hung around this area hunting bats, thus their bags were filled with many bat teeth. Once they gathered 100 of them, they would go back and sell them to the NPCs. 1 copper wasn't much, but no matter how insignificant the amount was, it was still money. Besides, Nyan buying bat teeth for 1 copper per stack was a much better deal than selling the materials to an NPC. The players thought, these bat teeth litter the ground everywhere. I can actually sell a garbage drop like this for such a high price. Doing the math, I can make a decent profit selling these bat teeth. The everyday income for the average players wasn't very high. Add on their need to purchase equipment and healing items, most players would only have 10 or 20 coppers on them at most. Naturally, they were all very willing when they learned that they could make a few extra coppers off of Nyan. "Hey brother, I have 3 stacks of bat teeth here. Do you want them?" "Of course." If you have any, I'll take them, Nayan said while nodding his head. After briefly sweeping a glance at the 10 or so people circling around him, he noticed that 5 or 6 of them were already organizing their inventories. Several others were hastily opening up their personal storages, fearful that Nayan had collected enough bat teeth and no longer wanted any more. What are these bat teeth used for? Some players probed and asked. I'm using them to level up my beginner blacksmithing skill, Nayan would reply. How does leveling up the beginner blacksmithing skill require so many bat teeth? I have 10 or so friends who are all learning blacksmithing as well, and they're having me buy the materials all at once. If you're going to sell, then sell already. If you're not, then stop standing around and blocking the line, Nayan replied indifferently. Here, I have 2 stacks. Nayan glanced at the trade window. He put in 2 coppers and then hit confirm. Here are mine. There are 3 stacks. One after another, players continuously made trades with Nayan. Those who had more would sell around 3 or 4 stacks, while those with less would sell only 1 or 2 stacks. There were even a few who hadn't traded anything. They stood off to the side and gazed helplessly. They were the ones who had either already sold all their bat teeth to the NPCs or thrown them away. In either case, they all stood there filled with regret. While trading, Nayan was also depositing the bat teeth into his personal storage. His bag only had 20 slots and simply didn't have enough space to hold all the materials. More and more people came to trade with Nayan. The players who had sold their bat teeth would pass this information on to their friends. Then those friends who had bat teeth would come over one after another, bringing their bat teeth with them. Before long, Nayan had collected over 200 stacks of bat teeth. Nayan hurriedly made an announcement. Everyone, please wait a moment. All of you, please wait. I'm already out of money. Let me get some more money from my friends first. I'll be back in just a moment, 15 minutes at most. Everyone, please come back after 15 minutes. I'll be back here by then. I still have some here. Wait, there's mine too. Nayan pushed through the crowd as he walked out. Finally, he took a deep breath. These players are way too enthusiastic. Nayan arrived back at Kalor City after passing through the transfer point. As soon as he arrived, he turned a corner and entered a nearby alleyway. There he activated stealth after making sure no one was following him. Only after making 7 or 8 detours through the alleyways did he finally arrive at the Cade Smithy. This was a lesson learned from the past. He definitely wouldn't allow the location of the Cade Smithy to be disclosed. Nayan would retrieve the bat teeth he had collected from the other player in batches, then transfer and sell them to Cade. A while later, over 200 stacks of teeth were sold for 4 silvers. 2 silvers had become 4 in only half an hour. In addition, he also gained 900 experience. Nayan noticed his experience bar had already risen to 5% when he glanced at it. He went back to Mordor after handing over all the bat teeth and continued buying more. Those players who saw Nayan return, fearful that he might soon leave again, immediately lined up and waited to trade. Mordor was bustling with an unusually high amount of activity due to Nayan's actions. Everyone, there's no need to feel anxious. After I buy everything I need this morning, I'll be coming back around 8 in the evening to buy some more. Nayan issued an announcement to the crowd. These players would most likely amass quite a few bat teeth after farming monsters for the whole day up till 8 in the evening. By the time he had purchased over 200 stacks, the amount of bat teeth being traded had gradually lessened. After purchasing another 100 stacks, Nayan saw there were no more players coming to trade. Thus he went through the transfer point back to Kalor City. 2 thieves were following him closely. Nayan had bought these bat teeth all in one go, yet he still had the appearance of someone who looked like they still hadn't had enough. With that sort of behavior, trying not to attract the suspicion of others was difficult in itself. Nayan's mouth curved into a faint smile when he detected these thieves attempting to track him. At present, those who were able to track him haven't even been born yet. Nayan turned a corner into an alleyway and activated stealth, very quickly disappearing from sight. By the time those thieves made their way over to the alleyway, all traces of Nayan were gone. Where'd that guy go? I can't find him. Brother, what do you think that guy's gonna do with all the bat teeth he bought? Who the hell knows? It definitely isn't for leveling his blacksmithing though, that's for certain. There's no way in hell blacksmithing would take that many bat teeth to level up, even if he's buying them for his friends. Not to mention he's even coming back for more in the evening. Let's wait until next time. Those 2 thieves who stood at the corner spoke a few more words, then turned around and left. Gradually, a silhouette emerged from a wall not far from where those 2 thieves had been. It was Nayan coming out of stealth. He had been just 2 meters away from them at most, yet they hadn't detected anything in the slightest. Nayan smiled coldly as he gazed at the backs of their retreating figures. It was simply wishful thinking, believing that they could pry into his secret. He wouldn't be so stupid as to reveal Blacksmith Cade's location. He turned around and went further into the alleyway. Having exchanged all 300 stacks of bat teeth with Cade, Nayan now had 7 silvers in his pockets. With the current average level of the player base, this could be considered a massive sum of money. He then ran to Carter Town and Yeem Town to purchase more bat teeth. After exchanging them with Cade, he had a total of 26 silvers. He now understood what it felt like to be rolling in money. Ah, how refreshing. The amount of money a player had early in the game was essential to their growth in the future. That paladin from his past life had made over 10 gold coins from this quest. Earning such an amount seemed inconceivable to him when he first entered the game, but now he knew it was possible firsthand. Those players who knew about Nyan buying bat teeth for a high price would never imagine he was selling them to an NPC. Thus he would be able to make even more money down the road. A person's confidence would change when they had money, and Nyan was no exception. He immediately went off to the largest auction house in Kalor City. The equipment and weapons being auctioned, they were all at least bronze grade or higher. In addition, there were also various uncommon skill books and materials being auctioned off as well. For the most part, players who traded here were those who would often partake in raids. While on his way to the auction house, Nyan decided in advance that he would buy 90 fine silks at the lowest possible price. After making the purchase, he deposited his new materials into storage, so he could retrieve them whenever he wanted to hand in his quest. Afterwards, he strolled into the large hall of the auction house. Nyan had routinely walked through these halls in his former life. After finding a corner to sit down at, he picked up his bidding device and marked down the quoted prices of the various merchandise that would appear on the magic screen. He looked at page after page of merchandise. Everything listed on the magic screen was separated into categories, making it easy for players to find a specific item they were searching for. Nyan unchecked all the categories that were of no use to him. All that remained on the screen were items that could be used by all classes, such as defensive daggers, small round shields, bags, etc. Player could equip up to 5 bags. They were divided into slots of 16, 20, 24, 28, and so on. The larger the bag space, the higher the price. Each player would be given a starter bag with 20 slots when they began the game. If they wanted more bag space, they could buy a 16-slot bag from the marketplace for 10 coppers. As for 20-slot bags, their prices were even higher, though at any rate, money wasn't really an issue for Nyan at the moment. Money spent could still be earned back in the future. In reality, the real loss was letting it waste away in your pockets. Nyan was using this money to outfit himself with the best equipment. The auction house had no more than 11 20-slot bags up for auction, each one being auctioned off for around 20 coppers. Nyan placed bids on 4 of these 20-slot bags. Although the price of the bags Nyan bid on gradually rose, his maximum bid never exceeded 22 coppers. Before long, he managed to secure 4 20-slot bags. God damn it. Tailors are the ones that make the real money. Nyan couldn't help but think to himself. However, it was necessary to have the right connections if one wanted to be successful in a crafting profession. For example, a player could be at ease leveling their crafting skill if they had a guild to rely on and have the guild supply them with an endless amount of materials. Tailors were like this as well. And although many normal players would learn a crafting skill as well, they couldn't compare to those players who specialized in their crafting skill. Nyan's need for money still hadn't degenerated to the point where he needed to become a player that specialized in crafting. After spending half a silver, he opened up a page that was exclusively for thief merchandise. He skimmed through the page, searching for anything that looked interesting. As long as the item was useful, he would buy it without the slightest hint of hesitation. It didn't matter if the item was a little overpriced, he would still purchase it regardless. The items he bought were all bronze grade: a pair of soft leather pants with dexterity +3, a set of azure fur armor with strength +2, a pair of horsehide boots with balance +2, and a silver tip dagger with strength +3. Nyan had spent a hefty sum purchasing these 4 pieces of level 0 equipment. After replacing his current equipment with his new gear, he was now wearing only bronze grade equipment. Any one of these 4 pieces of equipment would cost a fortune for the average player. If it wasn't for him taking advantage of Cade's hidden quest to make a profit, he definitely wouldn't have dared to spend so much money. Nyan glanced at his equip load after replacing his equipment 16 lb. His weight was still classified as a light load 20 lb, thus his movements wouldn't be hindered at all. In addition to those 4 pieces of equipment, Nyan also bought 3 thief skill books. The first was the passive skill, Enhanced Stealth. Stealth and Cloaking receive an additional bonus of +3. The second book taught an attack skill called Concussive Blow, directly strike an opponent, confusing them and preventing movement for 3 seconds. This skill has a cooldown of 30 seconds. Finally, the third book taught a skill called Smothering Strike. Strike an enemy from behind, putting them in a dazed state for 6 seconds. Target will awaken from the stun if attacked. This skill has a cooldown of 30 seconds. These 3 skill books taught only level 0 thief skills, however the market price for them was roughly 20 coppers each. Thieves would be very poor when first starting out in the game. In that respect, thieves and mages could be considered fellow sufferers in the same boat, as both classes would end up spending practically all their wealth buying skill books. Thieves were a class that couldn't survive without skills, but each skill book was quite expensive. Thus they had no choice but to bear through the hard times, living frugally each day so they could purchase a single skill book. Sometimes these players would even be forced to continue wearing their old worn-out equipment, just so that they could save a few coppers. Even the thief players who were somewhat wealthy in real life would sometimes have no choice but to head to the transaction platforms and spend some money to buy in-game currency. A thief's true power, their formidable ability to control a fight, would only emerge if a player could endure through these hard times and buy the skills they needed. Nyan had also endured these hardships before, slowly making his way up bit by bit before being reincarnated, though he was able to easily buy his way through this barrier in his current life. His skill bar looked that much less empty after learning those 3 skills. He pulled up the page for skill books again to see if there were any other skills up for sale. As he browsed, the name of an uncommon skill caught his eye. Skill book Parry. Description: parry an opponent's attack with your weapon. Requirements: action requires weapon. Cooldown 30 seconds. Restrictions: thief, warrior, paladin can be learned by any faction. Nyan couldn't forget this skill. It was something that every close combat class yearned for, the most valuable asset of any melee class. It didn't matter what kind of situation a player was in, whether PvPing or fighting a monster, being able to parry an attack was a lifesaver. Parry was a skill that had a 1 in 10,000 chance of dropping from demonic monsters. Only 1 or 2 players had learned the skill when he participated in a 100-man battle full of level 60s in the past. This exemplified how rare of a skill it was. Its value was only slightly less than the skill book for Vital Strike. It didn't matter though. He would buy it anyway. Nyan glanced at the current bid: 20 silvers. Not only that, but the bidding price was constantly rising by at least 50 coppers each time. The ones who made bids on these uncommon and rare skills were usually wealthy players, teams, or maybe even guild leaders. More often times than not, they wouldn't mind spending a few silvers for the sake of a single skill book. 2 silvers and 50 coppers, 3 silvers, 3 silvers and 50 coppers. The fierce bidding on the parry skill book attracted the attention of many players. It's a rare skill. No wonder the bids are so high. 3 silvers. It was roughly the same amount that a team would make after clearing a common level 3 dungeon. Even then, the most they could earn would be 5 silvers. After a short while, the bidding came to a halt. The auctioned item would go to the highest bidder if 10 minutes passed without any further bids. 4 silvers. Nyan placed his bid. He was determined to get this parry skill book. 4 silvers and 50 coppers. He didn't know who, but someone increased the bid yet again. This price could terrify the overwhelming majority of players in the game. At this moment, it was simply a matter of which side was more willing to throw their money away. 5 silvers. Nyan increased his bid once more. No matter what, he'd still have many more opportunities to earn money in the future. This amount wasn't something he'd be lacking in the slightest. God damn, who the hell is that rich to spend that much money for a single parry skill book? All of the players at the auction were already discussing it in private. A single thief skill book being auctioned for such a price. This was just too terrifying. There truly are a lot of wealthy people. The price didn't increase for a while. It seemed the other party had been scared off by Nyan's bid. The parry skill book entered his bag after 10 minutes passed. After learning the skill, he bought a vial of poison used by thieves to coat their daggers for 30 coppers. It could be applied 3 times before running out, and would cause an enemy to lose 10% of their defense after being poisoned. Finally, he was done purchasing everything he needed. Furthermore, the items he had auctioned earlier had been sold. Currently, he still had 16 silvers remaining in his pockets. Despite having learned so many new skills, Nyan didn't need to practice with them at all. This was because he was highly familiar with both the thief skills and the class itself. He could use these skills with ease right off the bat, thus his strength had increased significantly after learning them. Nyan now had a lot more confidence when comparing himself to those who had started when the game first released. Using the game knowledge of his past life, he could now pave a path for his future development. Then in the future, he could walk down this path unobstructed. Afterwards, he crafted the silk cloths in his bag into bandages, which could be used in case of emergency. He also bought bread and other useful items that could replenish his strength. Furthermore, he now had a bag full of basic health potions and basic recovery potions. Intermediate Combat Medic, Skill Mastery 10,500. Should I head off and level then? Nyan immediately thought of several leveling locations that were very suited for thieves to train in. I suppose I'll check Spirit Myth Pond first. There should be a few treasure chests there, not to mention the drops aren't too bad either, though I don't know whether or not the chests have already been found by someone else. Ding! While contemplating this matter, Nyan suddenly received a notification. System player Yao Zai Young Sparrow Hawk has sent you a friend request. Yan, it's me, Tang Yao said in an anxious tone. What's the matter? Yan asked. The anxiousness in Tang Yao's tone caused him to furrow his brows. I've been cornered at Levin Hills, Tang Yao said depressingly. The only person he could think of who could help him out at this moment was Yan. What? Who's got you cornered? People from the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild. There's at least 20 of them. All 5 of my teammates were killed by those bastards. Only I alone managed to escape. If it wasn't for Lei Zai Young Thunder shielding me, then I would have died as well. Right now those guys are blocking the only 2 exits from Levin Hills. Lei Zai was Yan and Tang Yao's classmate in middle school. However, unlike Tang Yao, he wasn't very close to Yan, as they had only made brief contact in the past. Radiant Sacred Flame. Yan had actually heard of this guild before. It was a large guild, similar to Victorious Return. In the past, around the time he had reached level 60, Conviction's developers implemented the guild ranking system. Radiant Sacred Flame was one of the guilds that had ranked in the top 60s. Even as the years went by, they never fell below the top 100. Hide well. I'll be there in just a moment, Yan advised. Tang Yao would very likely be killed if he was late by even a few moments. Dying meant the loss of a level. This would be an extremely unfortunate outcome for Tang Yao. Yan entered a scroll shop and bought 5 return scrolls, 5 basic haste scrolls, and 5 basic strength scrolls. He only needed to give Tang Yao a return scroll, and the latter would be able to be safely teleported to the nearest city or town. As for the other scrolls, he prepared them in case he needed them later on. A single return scroll would cost upwards of 30 coppers. As for the basic haste and strength scrolls, they were slightly cheaper at 20 coppers each. Both these scrolls had a duration of 30 seconds. Basic haste scrolls would increase movement speed by 20%, whereas basic strength scrolls would increase strength by 5 points. For players who weren't so wealthy, these scrolls were items that many of them couldn't bear to use. No one would dare act like Yan and buy this many scrolls in one go. He also bought more basic health potions in preparation for the future. Yan put away the scrolls and hastily made his way towards the nearest transfer point. He was equipped with bronze-grade equipment that gave stat bonuses such as dexterity +5 and move speed +2. As a result, his current movement speed vastly outstripped the average player. He quickly arrived at the transfer point and teleported straight to Link Town. After emerging in the town, he immediately sprinted off towards the north. How'd you guys get into a scuffle with them in the first place? We met a leader-class monster in the area where we were hunting level 3 mobs. While we were fighting it, a group of people came over and tried to forcefully steal the kill from us, just because they had the advantage in numbers. In the end, our party's thief managed to grab a piece of bronze equipment when the leader-class monster died. Those guys weren't willing to accept that, though, so they tried to kill us afterwards. Now 3 of them have their names marked red. Tang Yao seemed to be out of breath while he said all this. It appeared that he was still hiding from his pursuers. How much longer do you think you can hold out for? Luckily, Levin Hills is a pretty wide area, so as long as I keep moving around, they shouldn't even think about catching me within the next hour, especially considering how few people they have. That is, unless they call for more reinforcements. 1 hour is enough. I'll make sure to thoroughly have fun with them. Yan was beginning to grow restless. He was equipped from head to toe with bronze-grade equipment and had learnt many new skills. He was just itching to go, now that he had found new opponents to test them out on. What're you gonna do? This brother is going to vent some frustrations on your behalf, Yan confidently replied. How many people do you have with you? Tang Yao asked, bewildered. He couldn't help but wonder if Yan actually managed to bring a lot of people with him. None, just me. Is this some kind of joke? Tang Yao felt this was simply too ridiculous. Haha, what do you think? Yan replied. At present, most players in the game weren't that strong. After all, they've only been playing the game for about a week. To put it simply, they were all still novices. Even guilds like Radiant Sacred Flame would be hard-pressed to find even a single member that could rival Yan, let alone having the bottom-ranking runts facing him. I can't wipe them all out, but taking care of a few of them shouldn't be a problem. Yan had 10 years of experience playing a thief. He knew all the skills used by each and every class for PvP. Not to mention, he understood combat strategies like the back of his hand, even if they have more people. So what? Don't go getting yourself killed, though. If the situation starts looking dangerous and you can't help me, then so be it. Even if I die, I'll only lose 1 level. It's nothing to lose your head over. No worries, find a place to hide and don't come out. Just sit back and watch. The entrance to Levin Hills was a small ravine that allowed only 3 to 4 people to pass through at a time. Steep vertical cliff faces flanked the ravine on both sides. There were 3 players guarding this entrance, a level 3 berserker, a level 3 elementalist, and a level 2 priest. Among the 3, only the elementalist had their name marked red. Their companions had already gone in to chase after Tang Yao, leaving only these 3 to guard the entrance. And the hapless Tang Yao was trapped inside, just like a turtle in a jar. Damn, that bastard is as slippery as a loach. Even after all this, we still haven't managed to catch him. What's worse is that I don't even know when this red mark on my name is going to disappear. I can't even enter any towns or cities until it goes away, the elementalist cursed while chatting with his teammates. Captain Diane Kang Blue Drop, don't be angry. There's no problem as long as you don't get killed by someone before your red name disappears. Besides, we gained a lot of profit from this. Each of those 5 people we killed dropped a piece of equipment, the berserker consoled. Hey, those 5 pieces of garbage aren't worth ass. If it weren't for those brats thinking they could actually steal our equipment, putting me in a shitty mood, then this old man wouldn't even have bothered with them. The elementalist named Diane Kang replied disdainfully. Captain Diane Kang, you're truly like an invincible god. You managed to single-handedly take out 3 of them by yourself. Remember when you cast Scorching Flame Explosion earlier? The way you used it was simply too exquisite. The priest next to him began flattering and fawning. HMPH, those 3 were just weak. It only took 1 Scorching Flame Explosion to take out over half of their health. If it weren't for their small amount of magic resistance, they surely wouldn't have survived. Diane Kang said, somewhat pleased with himself. The nearby berserker and priest were simply followers of this ill-tempered elementalist. It seemed that his position within the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild was rather high. The 3 chatted on idly like this. Ah, a red name. Looks like today's meal will be rather decent. Naiyan cackled with a strange laugh while hiding far off in the distance. If a player with their name marked in bright red like this elementalist were to be killed, then not a single piece of equipment on their body would remain. Everything equipped would drop. Furthermore, the equipment this elementalist donned didn't look half bad. He wore a blazing red mage gown that resembled flowing flames. He held in his hands a dark crimson redwood mage staff with a fiery blaze that circulated at the top. It appeared to be a part of the Fire Chaser set, but Naiyan himself wasn't too sure. This elementalist was going down a route that focused on fire damage. The high damage from his fire spells was going to be a slight pain to deal with. The nearby berserker also looked like he would be hard to handle. As for the priest by their side, he could simply be ignored. Most priests still haven't even learned heal this early in the game. Therefore, they would just follow the team from behind and leech experience. Diane Kang swept his eyes over the surroundings. The steep inclines of the nearby mountains made the background slightly difficult to blend into. However, Naiyan had learned the enhanced stealth passive skill, so it wouldn't be much of a problem. He entered stealth and slowly moved towards those 3 players. He grasped the dagger in his right hand, holding it in a reverse grip, and slowly crept closer. At about 5 meters away, he was able to clearly make out the expressions on each of their faces. The elementalist Diane Kang felt something peculiar and glanced over the nearby area. Seeing this, Naiyan quickly halted his steps and exercised control over his breathing. Seems this elementalist has a rather high awareness. Captain Diane Kang, what's wrong? The berserker asked with a bewildered expression. He looked around, but all he saw was empty space. Diane Kang searched the surroundings once more with a more focused gaze, but still didn't discover anything. He shook his head and said nothing, probably just my imagination. Naiyan faintly knitted his brows. He could tell this Diane Kang was experienced in peeking, because he was able to vaguely sense Naiyan's presence from such a far distance. The more points a player had in awareness, the easier it would be for them to detect hidden enemies such as thieves. I can't take my opponents too lightly, Naiyan inwardly reminded himself. Numerous bitter experiences in the past reminded him that underestimating an opponent would often lead to defeat. Naiyan lightly tread forward, occasionally altering his walking speed. After calming his mind, he gradually entered a thief's stealthing state and completely merged with the background. Captain Diane Kang, who knows where that arcane mage could be hiding up in the hills. Maybe Bai Mao Whitehair and the others have already lost him, the berserker said after taking a quick glance at Diane Kang's expression. Oh, Diane Kang absent-mindedly replied, that brat is pretty cunning. He nearly killed Dong Zai's child just now, the priest informed after looking at the party chat. MHMM. His defense is too weak, Diane Kang answered back. He seemed preoccupied with something else. The berserker and priest were quite puzzled. What's going on with the captain? Why is he so absent-minded? By this time, Naiyan had made his way behind Diane Kang and was unable to see the expression on the latter's face. He was now only 2 meters away from Diane Kang. Naiyan attentively gazed at his target's back. After making some quick measurements, he found that he was about 3 meters away from the other 2. It's about time. He resembled a cheetah as he patiently stored up power in his legs before suddenly pouncing towards his target, Diane Kang. Brat, I was waiting for you to show yourself. Diane Kang laughed sinisterly. He retreated back and brandished the staff in his hand. Fierce Flame Ring. He had discovered Nyan long ago. His 8 points of awareness weren't something to be trifled with. Even if they were stealthed, it would still be incredibly difficult for a thief to leave behind no traces in front of an expert. The elementalist had intended to lure Nyan closer, so he could kill him with the help of the nearby berserker and priest. You took a fancy to this old man's equipment. Do you think you'll still have a life to snatch it with? Dian Kang smiled disdainfully. He thought Nyan was no more than a passing thief who was lusting after his equipment, one who was urged on after seeing his red name and the type of gear he was wearing. From the start, he never thought Nyan and Tang Yao were connected. Dian Kang finished casting his spell. Immediately, a blazing ring of fire emerged out of thin air, expanding outwards in every direction as it headed towards Nyan. After casting Fierce Flame Ring, the elementalist immediately retreated backwards. Nyan was assaulted by the sensation of scorching flames. Nyan was inwardly surprised. This guy's reaction speed is pretty quick. Thief, the nearby berserker and priest finally reacted to the situation and immediately began taking action. At present, it was much too dangerous for Nyan to turn his back on them and try to make an escape. If the berserker were to start off with charge, and then the elementalist and priest were to follow up with their attacks, he would undoubtedly die. Kill him. Dian Kang forced Nyan to halt his steps by casting Fierce Flame Ring. The berserker seized this opportunity and went to cut off his escape. Meanwhile, Dian Kang started putting more distance between himself and Nyan so that he could calmly cast spells from the back. How could Nyan not understand his intentions? He knew that retreating at this moment was the same as asking Dian Kang to barrage him with spells. With a flick of a finger, a scroll appeared in his hand. Although he was a little regretful, he still used it without the slightest bit of hesitation. System, your movement speed has been increased by 20 for 30 seconds. Nyan's base movement speed was already quite high. However, with the 20% increase, it had reached an astonishing level. He welcomed the oncoming blaze head-on and rushed forward. Boom, an explosion rang out as the Fierce Flame Ring struck Nyan. 35. System, the opposing party led by player Dian Kang Blue Drop has taken the initiative to attack you. You are free to retaliate in legitimate self-defense. Time, 30 minutes. The retaliation period increased to 30 minutes when facing a small party. It would increase even further in team battles or guild wars. The magic damage from Dian Kang's Fierce Flame Ring was quite high. If Nyan hadn't changed his old gear to his current bronze grade equipment, this Fierce Flame Ring would have surely taken out at least the greater half of his health. Sparks scattered in every direction as Nyan rushed through the Fierce Flame Ring, rapidly drawing closer to Dian Kang. He stabbed out with his dagger, aiming directly at his opponent's chest. Dian Kang had originally hoped that his Fierce Flame Ring would force Nyan to withdraw. He never thought that Nyan would be so unwavering in his offense, pushing ahead instead of retreating. His speed was even faster than it was just moment prior. Moreover, he hadn't expected that his spell would do so little damage to Nyan. He honestly thought that it would deal around 50 damage at the very least. He hastily retreated backwards while casting Small Fireball. Assassinate, splash, blood gushed out and splattered everywhere. Nyan had met the spell head-on as his dagger penetrated Dian Kang's chest. Finally, within melee range, his dagger flashed with a chilling light. This wasn't the first time Dian Kang had faced a thief in combat, but it was definitely the first time he had felt such enormous pressure. Nyan's damage was quite high, and his movements were extremely quick. He used a scroll. Dian Kang hurriedly drew back and pulled out a talisman for his next spell. As he put some distance between himself and his opponent, he prepared to cast Scorching Flame Explosion. Scorching Flame Explosion required 5 syllables, 2 gestures, and a magic catalyst to cast the spell wouldn't cast if even one of these components were missing. Fortunately, the talismans could be bought in stores and weren't expensive at all. The berserker came around from the side, then leapt into the air and cleaved down towards Nyan with Flame Slash. He was covering for Dian Kang so that the latter could cast their spell. The two had fairly good teamwork. The berserker had managed to block Nyan at a crucial time. Red-colored fire elements began rapidly coalescing. In Dian Kang's arsenal of spells, Scorching Flame Explosion had the highest amount of damage. If the opponent's magic resistance was low, it was even possible for them to be instantly killed on the spot. The magic resistance of thieves could only be considered average. Their base magic resistance was equal to 60% of their defense. The casting time for Scorching Flame Explosion was 5 seconds. Seeing the berserker leap at him from the side, Nyan waited until the edge of the oncoming blade was in front of his eyes. In that moment, Nyan swiftly and elegantly raised his dagger, parrying the blow. The 6-inch dagger and berserker's greatsword clashed against each other. A sharp metallic sound rang out, jolting both players at the same time. The berserker's greatsword struggled to advance by even half an inch. Dian Kang continued retreating backwards while chanting out cryptic-sounding syllables one after another. His voice radiated out with a muffled yet explosive power. This voice was beckoning the elements to his call. Bang! A ray of holy light had struck Nyan, dealing 13 damage. Although this priest's damage output was limited, he still continued to attack Nyan regardless. Nyan quickly went in pursuit of Diane Kang once more after he had parried the berserker's attack. The elementalist's heart shook in awe after witnessing this thief who was still advancing forward, even after facing an onslaught of fierce attacks. What a valiant thief. Nyan clearly understood that he had no time to think because he would lose his life if he hesitated in the slightest. In order to preserve his life, he could only put it at stake. He bravely faced the enemy head-on so that he could achieve victory. Countless years of PvP experience from his past life gave Nyan extremely sharp instincts. He wouldn't lose. 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Blazing flames were rapidly coalescing into a huge mass atop Diane Kang's staff. Soon the flames had rotated into a chaotic mass of deadly scorching fire essence. Nyan dashed forward at full speed and arrived in front of Diane Kang. Concussive blow. In the end, Diane Kang was just a step slower. Nyan bashed his dagger into the elementalist's skull. The scorching flame explosion rapidly collapsed before completely dissipating into thin air. Concussive blow had the effect of interrupting attacks. Therefore, Nyan attacking Diane Kang with concussive blow in the middle of casting caused Diane Kang's spell to be cancelled. Nyan felt the tight heartstrings in his chest loosen by a bit. I barely made it. If I had let him successfully cast Scorching Flame Explosion, I just can't imagine what sort of consequences there would have been. The berserker's flame slash had been parried, and in the blink of an eye, Nyan had already gotten out of his attack range. Furthermore, he had also managed to interrupt and stun Diane Kang. Too fast. The berserker felt a chill in his heart. Nyan's speed was much faster than any other thief he had seen before. However, he didn't have the time to continue staring out blankly. He brandished his sword and activated charge. The berserker resembled a tank as he came crashing forward in Nyan's direction. Vital strike. Nyan completely ignored the incoming berserker. He took advantage of Diane Kang's dazed state to activate Vital Strike and pierce his dagger into Diane Kang's heart. System Vital Strike successful. Attack +5, causing additional damage. The 60 or so health Diane Kang had remaining immediately started to plummet, then completely disappeared. Thud, everything he was wearing from his upper body to his lower body dropped. From his headgear to his mage robes, gloves, pants, and boots, not a single piece of equipment remained. Every single piece of equipment had dropped and fallen on the ground. System, you have killed a red name player and receive fame +1. In the game, it was possible to receive a little fame for killing a player who had their name marked in red. However, you wouldn't receive any more fame after killing the same red name player more than 3 times. Killing red name players wasn't the only way to earn fame, though players would also receive it for completing missions. The higher a player's fame, the easier it would be to receive certain missions. Fame would also allow players to receive more preferential treatment in towns and cities. By the time Nyan had killed Diane Kang, the charging berserker had finally arrived and came slashing down with his sword. Nyan dodged by sidestepping, and their shoulders brushed as the charging berserker missed his target. Nyan was right before his eyes. The berserker had been absolutely certain his attack would hit Nyan. He never expected that Nyan would actually dodge all of a sudden, leaving him to continue charging far off into the distance. All of the captain's equipment dropped. Quickly, pick it up, the berserker anxiously shouted. Diane Kang was an important figure within the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild and someone who frequently participated in guild dungeon runs. Every piece of equipment on his body was extremely valuable and rare. Even if you compared it to the entire guild, it would still be considered more valuable. If one were to estimate their value, they would be worth more than 10 silvers. However, the dropped equipment was just too far away from him. When he looked back, he found that Nyan was already beginning to pick the equipment up. The priest quickly ran over to where Diane Kang dropped his equipment after dying. Just prior, he had run off into the distance, casting spells from the back in order to evade Nyan. How could he possibly make it back in time to grab some of the equipment? Just as Nyan had bent over and stuffed 2 pieces of equipment in his bag, a ray of holy light struck his body. 17. A damage value floated above Nyan's head. Linear slash. The berserker came leaping forward with his sword, slashing towards Nyan. Nyan ignored the oncoming berserker's slash and continued stuffing 1 piece of equipment after another into his bag. Ah, that's everything. Picking up equipment sure does make a person happy. By the time he lifted his head back up, the berserker had already arrived in front of him. Bang! The berserker's sword aura struck Nyan's body, causing him to lose 22 health. Nyan only had 23 health remaining, yet he still maintained a cool head. He rapidly fell back and drank a basic health potion. Brat, let's see if I can't hack you to death. Diane Kang had been killed. If he didn't kill Nyan, then he would have a hard time facing Diane Kang. As a result, he frantically pursued Nyan with bloodshot eyes. That would require you to have at least some skill. Nyan laughed in contempt as he turned around and dashed away. He managed to pull himself away from the berserker almost instantaneously. The thief was already an inherently nimble class, yet now, with the dexterity bonus from his bronze-grade equipment and the movement speed bonus from the scroll, Nyan vastly outstripped the berserker in terms of speed. Nyan had already retreated 5 yards back. "Don't let him run away, or else we won't be able to explain ourselves to the captain," the berserker shouted anxiously. He was too slow. There was absolutely no way he'd be able to catch up. As he took a quick glance at charge on his skill bar, he lamented the fact that it was still on cooldown. "I know." The priest attacked once more. A beam of holy light struck Nyan, dealing 16 damage. The berserker relentlessly pursued from behind. However, from the start, Nyan never intended to escape. He was simply stalling for time so that a few skills could come off cooldown. Just as the priest finished casting, Nyan pulled back and began applying bandages to himself. +20, +20, +20, +20. Gradually, his health began restoring every second. On the 4th tick, the priest struck Nyan with another beam of holy light, interrupting the healing. Though by this time, Nyan had already been restored to full health. At present, with the average level of the player base, intermediate combat medic was an existence that defied the heavens. "He has a medic skill," the berserker exclaimed in surprise. A hint of fear could be heard in his tone. What kind of medic skill is this? The medic skills he had seen in the past could only be used when combat ended. Nonetheless, they would still only restore 5 health every second. Yet, Nyan's skill restored 20. He had never even encountered a medic skill like Nyan's that could be used in the middle of combat, let alone one that had such outrageous healing effects too. It was a painstaking effort trying to get Nyan down to low health. His death was right before their eyes. Then all of a sudden, the situation completely reversed. By now, all of Nyan's skills had come off cooldown. The corner of his lips faintly curved into a smile. "Now it's your turn." He turned around and dashed in the direction of the berserker. The berserker's complexion turned deathly white as he watched Nyan pounce towards him. Hurriedly, he raised his sword in an attempt to resist. Nyan at full health could kill their captain even while being attacked on 3 sides. Now that Diane Kang was dead, how could just the 2 of them possibly be a match for Nyan? The dagger in Nyan's hand sliced in a wide arc, then suddenly changed direction mid-slash. Concussive blow. Thwack, the berserker's greatsword crashed into Nyan's chest. At the same time, the pommel of Nyan's dagger hit the berserker directly on the forehead. The berserker sunk into a dazed state. Assassinate. Nyan plunged the dagger into the berserker's chest. He then followed up with Vital Strike, sending the dagger even deeper into his target. Instantly, the berserker lost the greater portion of his health. Seeing the berserker about to come back to his sense, Nyan circled behind him and used Smothering Strike, putting him in a dazed state once more. Due to performing a series of attacks and having been in combat so long, Nyan was running somewhat low on stamina. Taking a deep breath, he plunged his dagger into the berserker's back. Through the sequence of explosive attacks, the berserker's health had gone from over 180 to a mere 60 within just a few short seconds. "If this continues, I'm dead for sure." The berserker was distraught with fear as he emerged from his dazed state. He frantically fled in the other direction in an attempt to preserve his life. If the berserker had turned around and attacked Nyan, he might have still been able to cause some damage. However, he chose not to because he was self-centered and cowardly. Instead, he panicked as soon as he saw his health was low, desperately running for his life just because he was afraid of losing a piece of equipment upon death. "You think you can escape?" Nyan pursued, effortlessly arriving behind the berserker's back. He raised his dagger, then successively slashed his opponent several times in the back. 23-21-16. "Arg, damn it," the berserker cursed as his health fell to 0 and his vision faded to black. His body collapsed and landed flat on the ground. Just a moment later, a piece of equipment dropped from his corpse. "Heh, it's finally your turn." Nyan dashed towards the priest after picking up the berserker's dropped equipment. He had taken quite a sore beating from this priest. From the time he was fighting Diane Kang up until the berserker just now, this priest was constantly firing off attacks at him like a buzzing fly. Seeing the berserker collapsed on the ground, the priest stared out foolishly. How did he suddenly become the only one remaining in the blink of an eye? He was just a low-level priest who hadn't even learned any healing skills. How could he possibly be a match for this thief? The priest turned his back and broke into a mad sprint. At that moment, he had completely thrown away any thoughts of trying to fight Nyan. No matter what course of action he took, he would still end up dead. Therefore, his first instinctual reaction was to flee for his life. Nyan was already in pursuit. Mage classes like this priest were inherently rather slow, so where could a priest like him possibly escape to? As Nyan slashed in quick succession, his dagger easily tore through the priest's cloth armor. 31-32-32. Several damage values floated above the priest's head. Before he had even made a few steps, his body fell forward and collapsed on the ground. Nian walked up to the priest's corpse and picked up the piece of equipment that dropped. The equipment the priest and berserker dropped were rather ordinary pieces of level 0 equipment that were both white grade. The best pieces of gear were still the ones that were dropped by the elementalist: headgear, gloves, mage robes, staff, pants, and boots. 6 pieces of equipment in total, and not one less. Fire Chaser crown, fire damage plus 5. Fire Chaser gloves, balance plus 3. Fire Chaser robes, fire damage plus 10. Fire Chaser pants, willpower plus 2. Fire Chaser boots, movement speed plus 2. Fire Chaser set. No wonder that Elementalist's damage was so high. The equipment for this set came from the level 3 instance, Black Flame Forest. Before level 5 instances were released, this set was regarded as the best possible equipment for mages that focused on fire magic. Of course, because it was good, the set pieces had a rather low drop rate. It would take at least 4 or 5 runs through the Black Flame Forest to collect all the pieces required to complete the entire set. Besides the Fire Chaser set, there was also a silver grade level 0 tempered blue staff. It had the additional properties of magic plus 3 and elemental damage plus 5. Nian reckoned that Dian Kang's intestines were now green with regret. Even if Dian Kang continued killing Tang Yao and his party members until they dropped back to level 0, it still wouldn't be worth losing every single piece of equipment on his body. Not bad. He even had a silver grade staff. Nian thought to himself, if he were to put this staff up for auction, it would at the very least sell for 3 silvers. This bronze grade Fire Chaser set can be equipped by both elementalists and arcane mages because both of these classes have fire magic. Elementalists are able to control the fire elements, whereas arcane mages are able to control arcane fire. Nian could gift Tang Yao this Fire Chaser set as a present. As for the silver grade staff, Tang Yao wasn't able to use it. As such, Nian thought about selling it and using the money for other expenses. If not, he could always exchange it for 1 or 2 pieces of equipment instead. Where are you right now? Tell me your coordinates. 23139525. There's a cave in that area where level 5 monsters spawn inside. I'm in that cave right now, hiding in a corner and afraid to come out. I killed 3 members from the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild. One of them was called Dian Kang or something. You killed Dian Kang? You're not lying to me, are you? That bastard was too damned overpowered. He took out 3 of my party members all by himself. With his magic damage, a single fireball was able to take out half our health. To Tang Yao, Nian killing Dian Kang was an amazing and unimaginable outcome. The guy's name was marked in bright red. He dropped every single piece of equipment from his body when he died. Here, this is his equipment. It's the Fire Chaser set. I'll give it to you as a gift. Brother, I was lucky to have you watch out for me in my past life. I've burdened you with much too many things. Before I even got to repay you back, I ended up reincarnating. Brother, in this life, I'll be the one to watch out for you instead. Nian inwardly thought as he shared the Fire Chaser set with Tang Yao. Tang Yao's mouth was agape. His face was filled with surprise as he stared at the equipment Nian shared with him. This isn't real, right? Tang Yao slapped himself in the face to confirm he was seeing things clearly. This set, are you sure you want to gift this to me? Tang Yao naturally knew what this Fire Chaser set signified. It was only possible to get this set after running the Black Flame Forest 4 or 5 times. Not to mention that teams would often get wiped while running it as well. If he were to wear this set and enter an instance with another party, then it could be said that from the value of this set alone, it was certain that those members would rush to recruit him into their team. Do you think I'm making fun of you or something? Nian scolded Tang Yao and laughed. Even if I die today, it'll still be worth it. Although I'm only 18 years old this year and still haven't experienced many serious matters in life, what I'm most proud of is that I managed to find a brother like you. Tang Yao emotionally exclaimed. He naturally understood Nian's financial situation. This Fire Chaser set. If Nian were to put it up at a transaction platform for real money, the price he'd fetch would be quite considerable. Yet Nian was actually preparing to send him this set as a gift. This proved that Nian truly regarded him as a brother. Nian thought back to the past. What he had wanted to say the most to Tang Yao in his past life were those words as well. When it comes to brothers like us, there's no need to be polite. Wait up, I'm going to kill a few more of them, Nian informed. He still had 25 minutes remaining where he was allowed to retaliate in self-defense. I never thought that a guy like you would be so gifted at playing this game. When I listened to your advice earlier in the day, everything suddenly became clear to me, and my skill significantly improved. Otherwise, I would have never been able to hold on up until now, Tang Yao informed. He admired Nian from the bottom of his heart. After seeing his performance today, he couldn't help but view Nyan in a whole new light. His equipment would vastly improve with this fire chaser set, and he would enter the ranks of experts. In the past, Tang Yao had regarded Nyan as a poor and pitiful brother, one whom he would have watched out for in everything. But now Nyan's actions had caused him to look up to and admire Nyan. For the first time, he felt this brother of his was quite truly a capable person. Arcane mages only have so many skills, so all you need to do is put on that fire chaser set, practice your skills for a bit, and you'll find yourself improving in no time. There are over 20 people. How do you plan on dealing with all of them? Tang Yao asked. No matter how strong Nyan was, he was still just a single person. This is the difference between thieves and other professions. Thieves don't necessarily have to attack head-on. The expertise of a thief lay in their ability to set ambushes. Tang Yao somewhat understood when he heard these words. Nyan was preparing to mount a sneak attack, catch them off guard, and take them out one by one. However, this wasn't going to be easy to pull off. If he wasn't careful and ended up getting caught, then he would most likely end up dead. Tang Yao couldn't help but think that perhaps Nyan was being a bit too confident. Small hilltops stretched out as far as the eye could see. They were covered in dense thickets of trees and strangely shaped boulders that towered over the landscape. Small streams flowed at the base of each hillside, where dense amounts of stone and rubble could be seen littering the nearby area. The terrain of this place was quite complicated. It was no wonder that Tang Yao could hide in this area for so long without anyone discovering him. Off in the distance, a few indistinct figures could be seen at the top of one of these hillsides. Nyan sprinted off in that direction. Tang Yao was hiding within a cave on that exact hilltop. This group of scoundrels was rather unrelenting. They seemed to be fine wasting their time trying to completely exterminate Tang Yao's party, simply because a minor conflict had arisen between the two of them. They were truly too vicious, and the only reason they dared to act in such a way was because they noticed that Tang Yao's group didn't have a guild backing them up. Therefore, even if Tang Yao and his friends were killed off, they would have no one to bring up their grievances to. Today, the Radiant Sacred Flame members were killing Tang Yao's group in order to make them drop a level. They did this with the intent of impeding their progress. This was to prevent Tang Yao and his party from becoming more troublesome when they leveled up in the future. Nyan traveled through the dense thickets. He was only around 100 meters away from the cave that Tang Yao was hiding in. I'm not too far away from you. For now, it's best you don't come out, so just keep hiding. Be careful, they aren't weak. Tang Yao knew what Nyan wanted to do and couldn't help but worry a little. No worries, with their levels, I'll be able to easily toy with them to death. Nyan's bag was full of potions, his gear was bronze grade, and he had learned many new skills. Furthermore, he possessed the immensely overpowered intermediate combat medic skill. Killing one or two of them wouldn't be a problem for him at all. Tang Yao felt that Nyan had changed a great deal. In fact, he had changed so much that Tang Yao didn't even recognize him anymore. The cowardly Nyan of the past wouldn't dare to say such words. Nyan had become a lot more confident compared to his past self. Not only that, but he also gave off the feeling that you could firmly place your trust in him. While Nyan and Tang Yao were talking, a slight rustling noise could be heard off in the distance. They're here. Nyan's eyebrows raised as he took cover behind a tree. A party of 5 was moving through the nearby thickets. Nyan observed the composition of their party: an elementalist, a holy mage, a berserker, a fighter, and a paladin. The frontliners took the lead while the 2 casters followed from behind. This was a rather standard formation. Their equipment didn't look like anything special either. Within the current player base, those who could wear bronze grade or silver grade equipment were few in number. The dense thickets were full of branches that grew without restraint and got in the way. These branches made it very difficult for the group of 5 to move forward, as they had no choice but to duck their heads and travel through small gaps between the trees. The berserker even had to use his sword to chop down the occasional thick branch that would obstruct their path. Captain Dian Kang was killed, the fighter said as he looked at the team chat. How's that possible? With the captain's strength, there are very few people capable of beating him, the paladin replied in a surprised tone. Dian Kang's strength was publicly recognized amongst all of them. With the fire chaser set, his damage was at least within the top 10 in the entire guild. Not to mention his skill in combat wasn't bad either. The captain's name was still marked red, which means that all that equipment on his body. The elementalist raised his head to look at everyone and discovered the gloomy expressions on each of their faces. None of them dared to ask what happened next. Everything dropped, the fighter gloomily exclaimed. They truly were unlucky today. Who did it? They must have had a lot of people, right? The elementalist questioned. In his mind, there should have been no other way. Whoever killed Dian Kang must have brought many people in order to do so. Which team was it, or was it perhaps the work of a guild? We'll exterminate them. The enemy was only a single thief, the fighter replied. When he had heard the news himself, he too felt that it was inconceivable. Wait, weren't there two other people with the captain? Indeed. However, that one thief managed to kill all three of them. What? How is that possible? What level was the thief? Level 3. A single level 3 thief managed to kill Diane Kang and his party. This was simply too crazy. Everyone felt that such a thing was simply outrageous. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? This piece of information came straight from the mouth of the captain himself. The information couldn't be false. After all, a single level 3 had wiped out his entire party. For Diane Kang, this definitely wasn't something he was proud of. If the information wasn't true, then he wouldn't be proclaiming it everywhere. What was that thief's name? The elementalist asked. Currently, the level difference among the player base wasn't high. Being able to fight 1 versus 2 was already a huge accomplishment, but being able to win 1 versus 3. This person must have had some kind of god-level combat ability. He's called Nyan Nirvana Flame, and the guilds put out a hit order on him. The reward for killing him once is 5 silvers. In the future, if anyone encounters this player, they are to remain vigilant. Captain Diane Kang said that person has a lot of skills. Unless your party is over 3 members, it's best not to seek him out with the intent of provoking him, the fighter announced. Although the reward for killing Nyan was luxurious, they were still required to put their lives on the line to do it. Diane Kang was unable to defeat him, let alone them. 5 silvers is a lot of money, the elementalist and the others exclaimed in amazement. 5 silvers was more than enough for them to buy several pieces of bronze-grade equipment. While these people were deep in discussion, Nyan had stealthily made his way over to them. A kill order from the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild. Interesting. I'd like to see how you intend to do that. Nyan smiled disdainfully as he approached from behind and confirmed the positions of the 5 people. The closest one to him was the Holy Mage at about 3 meters away. The next was the Elementalist at about 5 meters. The furthest away were the Berserker, Fighter, and Paladin, who were clearing the way ahead. Occasionally, 1 or 2 level 3 deer would appear in this area. However, they would be swiftly killed by these 5 people. 3 powerful members who could fight in close combat, along with 2 mages who had high magic damage made killing monsters especially quick. Nyan was waiting for the right opportunity as he leisurely followed them from behind. The Holy Mage seemed to have sensed something and turned his head back to look around. Nyan hurriedly hid behind a nearby tree. He hadn't activated stealth yet. Instead, he was relying entirely on his own awareness. As he ducked away from this Holy Mage's line of sight, the shade from the tree concealed his body. The thief's innate concealing abilities would automatically reveal its effects. Everything was serene. The Holy Mage didn't discover anything strange. Could it have just been my imagination? There are monsters ahead. Hurry up and catch up with us. The Elementalist turned his head and said to the Holy Mage who was lagging behind. Oh, all right, the Holy Mage replied and quickened his pace to catch up. Hearing the conversation between those 2 people, Nyan's heartbeat jumped. His opportunity had arrived. He entered stealth and slightly accelerated his pace. There's a leader class deer. Everyone be careful. The fighter yelled out as he raised his round wooden shield and slowly proceeded forward. We're not searching for that arcane mage anymore. We have no idea where that brat ran off to. In any case, the situation has turned out like this. Let's kill this deer chief first, then we'll discuss it afterward. As it was 5 of them versus a single deer chief, they expected an easy fight. A huge deer emerged from the thickets ahead. It had a build similar to that of a bison, and its entire body was covered in white spots. Immense antlers that resembled overgrown coral sprouted from its head. The deer lowered its head, its antlers reaching down past its knees and prepared to charge. The moment the deer chief moved, the muscles in its forelimbs incessantly trembled, brimming with an explosive power. The moment it saw the fighter approaching, it lowered its antlers and issued a warning cry, then slowly began moving forward. Deer Chief Leader, Level 3. Health 200. Are you guys ready? The fighter nervously shouted back to his allies. His wooden round shield and the deer's antlers were only a few meters apart, yet he was still able to feel the powerful and imposing pressure that emanated from this deer chief's robust body. Ready. We have to kill this deer chief before Fei Jia, Ziaku, and the others arrive, the fighter instructed. If the 5 of them killed this deer chief now, then the loot would be distributed evenly amongst the 5 of them. However, if the others were to arrive, then they wouldn't receive much after distributing it evenly. The Berserker and Paladin were flanking from both sides, while the Holy Mage and Elementalist took their positions away from the front. The fighter shouted with a booming voice, then rushed forward and cleaved down with the sword in his right hand. Slash. The sword left a large wound after it struck the deer chief's body. The deer chief took 1 step forward and swept its sharp antlers at the fighter. The fighter pulled back a bit and raised his shield to defend against the incoming blow. Bang. A heavy sound reverberated as a pair of antlers collided with a round wooden shield. Berserker and Paladin took this opportunity to flank the deer chief on both sides in a pincer attack. Guys, pay attention to your aggro, the fighter urged with a worried tone. Due to their ability to wield a shield, fighters had a much higher defense when compared to other professions. Because of this, the Deer Chief was only able to deal 10 or so damage to the fighter when it attacked. However, if the Deer Chief were to switch aggro onto the Berserker or Paladin, they would at most be able to survive 5 attacks. Monsters would initially focus their aggro on whoever attacked them first. However, in the event that there was someone who dealt too much damage to a monster, or a player's level or power was exceedingly low, the monster's aggro would switch onto them. "We know, you can relax," replied the Berserker and Paladin. The Holy Mage and Elementalist at the back began casting spells and dealing damage. Their coordination would be considered about average. It seemed that killing the Deer Chief within the next few moments wouldn't be a problem for them. Only, they weren't aware of the danger that was quietly approaching from behind. Nyan stealthily made his way behind the Holy Mage and Elementalist. Only a few steps more and he would close the distance between them. The two mages were standing quite close to each other, and their attention was focused entirely on the Deer Chief. It appeared that the Deer Chief would be dead within the next 30 seconds. The party members were filled with an endless amount of excitement when they thought about all the loot they would receive. Before Nyan's eyes, the heads of the Holy Mage and Elementalist were completely exposed. Nyan's pacing slowed as he drew closer, as he needed to be more cautious when he neared his target. Otherwise, there was a possibility that the prey within his grasp would slip away. Patience was another major quality that defined a thief's competence. After all, the outcome of their battles often depended on whether their first strike was a success or not. Of course, there was also an endless amount of sneaking and preparation which led up to that first strike. If a thief lacked patience, it would be very easy for others to find flaws and catch them. The battle between this group of players and the Deer Chief was about to reach its climax. The Deer Chief had been unceasingly ramming its antlers against the fighter, causing the latter's health to rapidly fall. When his health fell to around 20, the fighter took out a basic health potion and drank it. "Keep it up, everyone. The Deer Chief only has half its health remaining," the fighter shouted as he raised his shield and slashed forward with his sword again. The Berserker and Paladin followed suit, increasing their attack speed. While in combat with the Deer Chief, their health had fallen to about half. The only ones who hadn't received any damage were the two mages in the back. "Lazai, fall back a bit." "Why are you so far forward?" the fighter admonished to the Berserker. I know. The Berserker hurriedly pulled back. Evidently, out of the 5 people in this group, it appeared that this fighter had the most combat experience. "When we're running a dungeon in the future, you guys absolutely cannot go too far forward. Otherwise, you're looking to get yourself killed. Realize your mistakes today, and tomorrow we'll run a small 5-man dungeon together. Once you guys get more familiarized with team-based combat, then we can start running larger dungeons with a full team," the fighter said. He then took a few steps back, luring the Deer Chief in between 2 large trees. "What activities has the guild been doing lately?" The Berserker's eyes lit up as he asked. "There have always been guild activities. The guild leader and some of the others have been running the Treant Forest and Dark Wetlands for a while now. You think you're good enough to accompany them?" The fighter asked rhetorically. The people running Treant Forest and Dark Wetlands were all elites in the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild. In terms of a player's defense, attack, health, etc., their guild had harsh requirements. So unless a player's equipment reached a certain level, or they had good skills, there was basically no chance that they would be allowed to run a dungeon with the elites. In other words, this group of 5 shouldn't even dream of going. There's no level 2 dungeons. "You know, like Moose Rat Cavern or Skeleton Cave?" the Berserker asked. These dungeons were also 20-person instances. They were easier, and the equipment that could be looted wasn't bad either. That was why running one of these dungeons would help them upgrade their equipment in preparation for the higher-ranked ones. "The guild leader will be organizing something in a few days, so let's focus on raising our levels for now. Be careful and don't let your attention wane. But for now, let's get rid of this Deer Chief. Who knows, it might drop some decent equipment." The fighter took 2 more steps back. His retreat was firm and stable. The Holy Mage and Elementalist copied him and retreated a few steps back as well. Nyan noticed the opposing fighter was rather decent. His ability to pull aggro was quite good. As soon as he noticed the Deer Chief was about to switch its aggro, he would strike it with his shield and attract its attention again. With its aggro constantly being attracted and pulled, the Deer Chief was unable to display its full fighting strength. Were it not for this fighter, this team wouldn't have stood a chance against this level 3 Deer Chief. Nyan's movements were extremely cautious in order to prevent being detected by the Holy Mage and Elementalist. However, they unexpectedly started retreating back towards him. For FCK's sake, Nyan thought. The Holy Mage had already retreated back to where he was hiding. Nyan raised his dagger and struck down, aiming at the back of the Holy Mage's head. Smothering strike. His dagger hit the Holy Mage and put him under a dazed state. "Someone's trying to steal our kill." The Elementalist beside them noticed the commotion and turned his head, immediately discovering Nyan. Yet before even half of these words could come out of his mouth, Nyan dashed over and used the handle of his dagger to strike the Elementalist in the forehead. Concussive blow. After successfully stunning his target, Nyan followed up with assassinate, lacerate, and finished it off with a vital strike aimed at his opponent's throat. Nyan's actions were quite fast. In just a short amount of time, he managed to inflict a massive amount of damage. 2022-2936. 4 damage values floated above the elementalist's head. By the time the elementalist came out of his dazed state, he was left with only 18 health remaining. The mage had gone into a state of panic. Nyan's damage was just too terrifying. 5-5. 2 more damage values floated above the elementalist's head in succession. The elementalist hurriedly took out a basic health potion. Just as the bottle touched his lips, Nyan's dagger flashed into view and lightly slashed across his chest. 8. A damage value floated atop his head. The elementalist staggered back and reached out as if to grasp something, but his hand found only empty air. Soon after, he collapsed on the ground as his health bar fell to 0. That's 1 down, Nyan whispered to himself as he picked up the piece of equipment that the elementalist dropped. By this time, the holy mage had come out of his daze, but unluckily for him, Nyan had already finished off the elementalist. The holy mage turned tail and attempted to escape, but how could Nyan possibly give him such an opportunity? Nyan brandished his dagger and gave chase to the fleeing mage. After catching up, he unleashed a barrage of attacks on the holy mage's back. 12, 13, 15. Without exception, every single one of his skills was on cooldown. Therefore, Nyan could only use a normal attack. However, due to a thief's attack speed being innately fast, the damage dealt was still quite considerable. The holy mage wasn't about to go down without a fight, though. He turned around and hit Nyan with Holy Strike, then followed up with Holy Smite, dealing a total of 53 damage. During all this, the fighter, berserker, and paladin had continued fighting with the deer chief. They became aware of the situation after noticing that, all of a sudden, the constant damage from their mages in the rear had suddenly disappeared. Someone mounted a sneak attack. "It's that thief, Nyan Nirvana Flame," the fighter anxiously shouted. Why did this scoundrel have to suddenly appear during such a crucial moment in their fight against the leader-class monster? In addition, Nyan still had over 20 minutes of retaliation time left. What are we gonna do? Little by little, the berserkers slowly retreated. Their current circumstances were quite unfavorable. They were suffering from a pincer attack, with the deer chief attacking from the front and Nyan attacking from the rear. The 3 frontliners had been constantly dealing with the deer chief, which was why each of them had a little under half their health remaining. If they were even a little careless, it was very likely that all 5 of them would die here today. In the blink of an eye, Nyan had taken out their elementalist. Their other mage was still alive, but he barely had any health left. The way things were looking, the situation was about to become even more worrisome. "First, kill the deer chief, we'll deal with the rest later," the fighter instructed. The deer chief's aggro was completely focused on them. If they ignored the deer chief and went after Nyan instead, it would definitely cause them trouble later on. The deer chief doesn't have much health left. Cleave. The fighter cleaved down with his sword. The berserker and paladin also quickened their pace as they unceasingly hacked at the deer chief. Flame slash, radiant slash. The berserker and paladin each used their most powerful skills, with the intent of causing high amounts of damage. One after another, damage values drifted up from the deer chief's head. It was a race against time for both sides. The battle between Nyan and the holy mage was also nearing its climax. The two continued to battle as they ran, with one fleeing from the other. Nyan constantly maneuvered his way around the holy mage and repeatedly slashed at his exposed back. Wherever the dagger struck, blood would spurt out. The holy mage continuously unloaded magic spells as he attempted to break away from Nyan. Gradually, both their health bars fell. However, it was clear that the holy mage's health was falling faster. He hurriedly took out both a basic health potion and a basic recovery potion, then drank them. +3, +3. Before even a few seconds had passed, Nyan struck out and interrupted the healing from the basic recovery potion. 1815. "Run over here," the fighter was burning with anxiety as he yelled out. He was fighting the deer chief while also keeping a close eye on the battle between Nyan and the holy mage. It was clear to him that his teammate wasn't much of a match for this thief. The holy mage was down to only 36 health. "Damn that bastard. Isn't he targeting us on purpose?" The fighter cursed as he continuously slashed at the deer chief. After taking out Dian Kang and his group, Nyan suddenly appeared here. This definitely wasn't a coincidence. Don't tell me. This thief is friends with that arcane mage and his group. Nyan, I'll remember you. Our Radiant Sacred Flame Guild definitely won't let you off easily. The berserker furiously shouted. "I'm extremely honored. I'll gladly await you maggots at any time," Nyan replied with an indifferent expression. At this point in time, Radiant Sacred Flame was but a small guild. Even if you were to add up all their members, they still wouldn't surpass 1,000. They certainly didn't have the time or energy to search everywhere for Nyan and Tang Yao. Granted, even if they were able to find Tang Yao and Nyan, they still couldn't possibly dispatch the entire guild after them. Besides, if they were to send everyone over and he decided that he couldn't afford to take them on, then couldn't he just hide instead? In the past, Nyan had single-handedly caused the 5 guilds under the Cao Su financial group to scramble after him. Even their several 100,000 people were incapable of dealing with him, so why would Nyan fear a small fry like Radiant Sacred Flame Guild? Not to mention that the reincarnated Nyan was definitely much more difficult to deal with than the Nyan from the past, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Even if your backup arrives, they'll simply be sending side dishes, one Nyan said with contempt. He stabbed his dagger into the holy mage's chest, finishing him off. Glancing at his own health bar, he saw that he still had a little over 50 remaining. This number was within his expectations. Nyan dashed over to where the warriors were. The dear chief's health had been whittled down to where it had only around 10% remaining. Nyan was preparing to snatch whatever equipment dropped from the dear chief. Kill, the fighter furiously yelled while using shield strike to push the dear chief back. Suddenly, the dear chief started to waver. Linear slash. The berserker tightly gripped his greatsword and slashed at the dear chief. 15. Damage value floated above the dear chief's head. It was a critical strike. The dear chief let out a miserable whine and then collapsed. The fighter quickly bent down, picked up the item that the dear chief dropped and threw it into his bag. I was just a step too late. Nyan halted his movements upon seeing the fighter pick up the loot and then began retreating back. The fighter only had a quarter of his health remaining. The berserker had about 40%, and the paladin had 35%. Although they had low health, facing these 3 close combat professions together certainly wasn't as simple as it seemed. Not to mention his dagger wouldn't do much damage against professions with thick armor such as the fighter. I can't deal with the 3 of them. I'll be better off not taking this risk, Nyan thought to himself. The fighter and the 2 others weren't willing to take such risks to block off Nyan either, as they didn't have much health remaining. Thus they just stood and waited as their health slowly recovered. Having only gained a single piece of bronze-grade equipment after losing 2 people in the fight against the dear chief, they certainly weren't looking at a profitable outcome. 2 more were killed, the fighter whispered under his breath as he stared daggers at Nyan. If they were to calculate their losses now, a total of 5 members from the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild had been killed by Nyan's hands today. Nyan wasn't very far from his enemies. Both sides stood still, simply staring at each other. Neither party dared to attack rashly. Although they all had low health, the 3 of them together could definitely take on Nyan. However, if they were separated, then who could say what the outcome might be? A single thief had frightened these 3 warriors to the point where they didn't dare to take action. This was simply a huge loss of face. Their expressions showed a hint of anger and humiliation. Nyan extended his right hand forward, raised a certain finger, and made an amusing yet disdainful gesture. The 3 of you aren't going to come. If you're not coming, I might as well leave then. Nyan glanced at the 3 and laughed mockingly. His eyes seemed to be focused on something deeper within the thickets. Movement and activity could be seen to the south, east, and west of his current position. He reckoned that the other Radiant Sacred Flame members were moving closer in an attempt to encircle him. Nyan didn't dare to be careless and hastily started retreating back. He moved like a hare as he dashed through the gaps between trees. Reinforcements have arrived. Block him and don't let him escape, the fighter ordered as he gave chase to Nyan. The berserker and paladin followed closely from behind. Why did it take you guys so long to get here? The fighter said gloomily in voice chat. We found out where that arcane mage was hiding and almost managed to catch him. If you guys hadn't gotten in trouble, that bastard would already be dead. What happened over on your side? Dao Zai and Huang Nai were killed, the fighter replied. What happened? Weren't they together with you guys? It was the work of that thief called Nyan Nirvana Flame again. He mounted a sneak attack against us and killed Dao Zai and Huang Nai, the fighter explained. He hid the fact that he and his party members had been fighting a deer chief at the time. FCK, it's that damn thief again. They had never met such a powerful thief before. Moreover, this scoundrel had been specifically targeting them this whole time. I reckon he's friends with that group of people we killed earlier. He escaped north. Let's chase him. Several figures made their way through the gaps in the thicket. Nyan was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already put a large distance between himself and his pursuers. Up ahead, several silhouettes emerged from the trees and flanked him on both sides. He couldn't go any further forward, and the fighter and the others were pursuing him from behind. No matter where he ran, he would definitely end up surrounded. Seeing no escape route, Nyan hid behind a tree and entered stealth. The fighter, berserker, and paladin who were pursuing from behind met up with the several figures who appeared up ahead. What happened? Where is he? Asked the fighter. He scanned the surroundings and found naught but trees and empty space. Where had Nyan disappeared to? Did he run off? I think he went in stealth. Let's stay here and search. The players spread out and began searching every nook and cranny in the surrounding area. Nyan maintained his breathing and made his way out while still under the effects of stealth. However, people from the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild were everywhere, which meant that the crisis was still unabated. "Where are you? What's the situation?" Tang Yao asked through the voice call. "I killed another two," replied Nyan as he glanced at his knapsack. Although there were 2 new pieces of equipment inside, they weren't anything special. Even if he put it up for auction, it would only sell for a few coppers at most. "Awesome, brat, I'm impressed," Tang Yao exclaimed in admiration. The Radiant Sacred Flame members usually operated in groups of 3 or 4. Tang Yao couldn't help but wonder how Nyan managed to accomplish such a feat. "Where are you right now?" asked Nyan. "I encountered a group of Radiant Sacred Flame members just a moment ago. I almost ended up being caught by them, so I fled deeper into the cave. In the end, they left the cave and went back outside. But now I can't get out. There are level 5 monsters everywhere and they've got me trapped," replied Tang Yao. He guessed the reason why those Radiant Sacred Flame members left was to deal with Nyan. This meant Nyan had indirectly saved his life. However, the problem was he was currently in an even more dangerous predicament. The deeper parts of the cave were filled with level 5 rock spiders. If he was even a bit careless, he would most likely lose his life. "Just stay put. I'll give you a return scroll when I get there." Having a return scroll would make things a lot easier, but can you even get here? The passage is completely blocked by rock spiders now. "We'll deal with that later. There's a bit of a problem over on my side, so I'm gonna hang up first." The side dishes part is a pun because the Chinese slang for noob is the same character as vegetable side dish. Nyan is basically saying that, even if they send more people, they're all noobs and are going to be food equipment dropped for him. Nyan hung up the call. Gradually, his body became more and more transparent until he completely blended in with the dense green thickets that surrounded him. He carefully observed the players who were constantly passing by. Several of these players ran straight past Nyan, yet not a single one noticed his presence. "I couldn't find him. Where the hell could he have gone? Forget about it. He's probably already escaped by now," the berserker named Lei Zai suggested. A slight fear still lingered in his mind, urging him to leave. After all, ever since Nyan had appeared, they were always the ones being attacked, never the ones attacking. By now, the number of dead on their side totaled 5 people, yet they weren't even able to touch a single hair on their opponent's body. He was an extremely dangerous individual, and it definitely wasn't worth the risk to continue chasing him down like this. What if they were unable to catch him and were killed instead? "What about that arcane mage, Yao Zai? We chased him into the rock spider cavern. When that thief Nyan appeared, we were called over to help catch him, so we couldn't chase that arcane mage any longer. But don't worry, I aggroed a bunch of rock spiders and lured them near the passage, so I reckon he won't be getting out anytime soon. Hang on, I think we should continue searching for that thief. His stealth should be coming to an end soon, and he's definitely still in this area." The fighter said, unwilling to give up the search. How could he just allow Nyan to escape? Nyan locked his gaze on the berserker, who only had 45% health remaining. As the berserker had just been in combat, he didn't have the time to sit down and recover his health. In addition, the system still considered him to be in a state of combat, which meant that his natural health recovery would be slowed considerably. Though his nearby guildmates gave him a sense of relief, he still kept a tight grip on the basic health potion he was hiding in his left hand. Yet there was one other reason why nobody was restoring their health. The fighter wouldn't allow it. He was hoping that their low health would lure Nyan out into the open. Even though they couldn't see Nyan, his mere existence forced them to remain cautious. The berserker also had a silencing paladin at full health by his side. The two of them began walking in Nyan's direction. Steadily, they drew closer and closer to where Nyan was hiding, yet they still didn't discover him. It was starting to look like the two would walk right into him. If an enemy were to make contact with a thief under the effects of stealth, the skill would immediately come to an end. Nyan focused his eyes on the berserker's throat, waited for the right moment, and then pounced. Vital strike. The dagger slashed across the berserker's neck, sending blood gushing out. 51. "He's here," the berserker cried out in alarm. He quickly retreated back and drank the basic health potion that he had in his hand. However, how could Nyan let this berserker get away? He lunged forward and stabbed his dagger into the berserker's chest, then followed up with lacerate. His dagger ruthlessly cut into his opponent's flesh. The berserker's health, which just been replenished, was once again depleted. Now the berserker was at low health and suffering from the bleed effect of lacerate. Recording death, Nyan's movements were so quick that the nearby paladin had only now reacted. He charged towards Nyan and slashed down with his sword, which was burning with a radiant splendor. Yan had planned on continuing to pursue the berserker, but the paladin coming up from behind forced him to change his plans. Yan's max health wasn't very high, so he didn't dare neglect the oncoming attack. Without a further thought, he dodged to the side, avoiding the blow. The paladin quickly put himself between Yan and the berserker, saving his teammate's life. Where is he? He's over there. All of the 10 or so members of the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild who were in the surrounding area came rushing over. Several of them shot spells in Yan's direction. When Yan looked at his current situation, he had no choice but to forget about killing the berserker. Instead of continuing his pursuit, he rolled to the side and dodged the incoming spells. By the time he stood up, the berserker had already run away. Bang, bang, bang. Yan's location was bombarded with spells. Most of them missed their target and harmlessly exploded off the surrounding trees. However, one of them managed to hit Yan, 23. With the nimbleness of a hare, Yan madly dashed through the thickets and quickly put more than 20 meters between himself and the mages behind. He would soon be out of their attack range. At this moment, the berserker who thought he was a safe distance away from the combat was actually not all that safe. Damn it, I'm bleeding, the berserker gloomily cursed. His basic health potion was still on cooldown, so he had to resort to drinking a basic recovery potion. However, not even the healing from the potion could overcome the constant damage from bleeding. 5 + 3 5 + 3 5. In the end, his struggle was futile. 5 seconds after drinking the potion, the berserker's health fell to 0 and he died. With his death, Yan had taken out yet another one of the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild's members. However, the berserker suffered a bit of injustice in his death. Unlike the others who died in combat, he just watched as his own health bled out until he died. The fighter felt a slight chill run down his spine. This thief by the name of Yan Nirvana Flame truly was just too terrifying. They had no way of restraining him. The fighter picked up the equipment that the berserker dropped at a bronze-grade piece of armor. Thankfully for them, it didn't end up in Yan's hands. Though Yan had taken out one of his opponents, he wasn't out of danger just yet. Up ahead, a battle thief and a paladin blocked his way forward. Meanwhile, several spells were being launched at him from behind. Seeing this, Yan hurriedly applied a bandage to himself. +20, +20, +20. Bang, 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 23, 22, 20. Bombardment of spells smashed into Yan, interrupting the healing from his bandages. Yan lowered his head and glanced at his health bar, 17 health remaining. While doing this, he also sucked in his stomach and made some slight maneuvers, causing 2 attacks to pass through empty air. The paladin's greatsword had just barely grazed Yan's cheek as it streaked by, and the battle thief's dagger had harmlessly cut into the air where his stomach had been moments prior. What mattered most in a direct confrontation such as this one was who had sharper eyes and quicker hands. This was because these confrontations would finish in mere seconds. Though in this confrontation, it was evident that Yan's skills were much higher. He broke through the blockade that the battle thief and paladin had formed and disappeared into the thickets. In doing so, he had put even more space between himself and his opponents. Damn, this bastard's fast. FCK, we let him escape again. They had been unable to gain any sort of advantage against Yan, even when engaging him in close combat. In the end, he escaped after taking the berserker's life, putting the total number of dead to 6. One after another, the members of the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild were being killed off by Yan. Forget it. Let's just head back, the fighter suggested. Unexpectedly, he no longer wished to pursue such an abnormal person like Yan any further. Everyone who heard this looked at each other with gloomy expressions. All right, a hint of helplessness could be heard in their tone. Yan had already successfully escaped, so what else could they do? Thus, the players from the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild gathered into groups and departed. While leaving, they didn't dare move more than 2 meters away from their teammates, as they were still fearful that Yan might suddenly emerge from hiding again. I killed another one of their members, a berserker this time. Also, their group has just left, Yan informed Tang Yao. Despite being encircled by over 10 people, Yan was still able to kill one of their members and then successfully escape. What kind of unimaginably impressive feat was this? Tang Yao burned with excitement as he thought about it. He felt it was a pity that he had chosen to be an arcane mage instead of a thief. Brother, you should continue taking care of me in the future. Tang Yao laughed happily. The tree that he could rely on for shade was truly refreshing. No problem, Yan replied straightforwardly. Just as distance determined the stamina of a horse, time would also reveal a person's true nature. When Yan was at his lowest in his past life, he watched as people deserted him left and right. It was then that he finally understood what it truly meant to have a brother. Brothers would always put each other first. Naturally, he would do the same for Tang Yao. After the players from the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild left, Yan made his way over to the cliff face where the rock spider cave was located. The cave entrance was well hidden and emanated a serene darkness. Who knew where it would lead to? Inside, long strands of silk hung from the cave walls and stalactites above. This silk resembled a veil of vines as it hid the interior of the cave from view. This was a level 5 area. The number of players who were able to train in this area were few. Rock Spider Cave. This place is pretty good, Nyan muttered to himself as he recollected all the information from his past life regarding the cave. Brushing away the webs outside, Nyan made his way into the cave. As he went deeper, the floor became slightly muddy, and the main entrance began branching off into numerous narrow pathways. Every single one of the rock spiders in this area was a level 5 monster. If he were to face them one-on-one, then perhaps he would be able to handle them. However, in the event that he encountered more than one, he could only flee for his life. Scritch, scritch, sharp cries could be heard reverberating from the depths of the cave until they finally faded away. All that remained was an eerie chill from the occasional gust of cold wind that blew in from the depths of the cave. "Tell me your coordinates," Nyan said through the voice call. 3522382235. "Be careful though, there's over 10 rock spiders blocking the way here. Are you sure you can reach me?" "I won't know if I don't try." Nyan glanced at his current coordinates and found that he wasn't far from Tang Yao. After finishing his conversation, he continued to carefully move through the tunnels. Scritch, scritch, Nyan heard a sharp cry echo out from just an earshot away. A nearby rock spider had climbed down from the walls and pounced at him. Nyan hurriedly moved backwards after noticing that the spider had launched itself at him. After avoiding the pounce, Nyan then stepped forward and retaliated with concussive blow. The rock spider sunk into a dazed state. Rock spider, level 5. Health 108, 130. Using the momentum from his previous attack, Nyan followed up with several more strikes. In addition, he also used Assassinate, Lacerate, and Vital Strike. The rock spider continuously threw itself at Nyan and attacked. It was 2 levels higher than him, and thus its damage was fairly high. Every attack that hit dealt at least 30 damage to him. Nyan started falling back while still keeping the rock spider within his attack range. As he retreated, he would repeatedly stab his dagger into the spider. After 20 seconds of fighting like this, the spider collapsed on the ground and let out a miserable shriek. Nyan used this short respite to glance at his health bar. He only had around 20% remaining. It appeared even a single rock spider was still a threat to him. However, there was one upside to fighting them. Rock spiders granted a great deal of experience upon death. Each spider gave 280 experience points. The amount alone was quite generous. The only downside was that no useful drops came from these rock spiders. Nyan sat down to rest and then ate some bread. Slowly but surely, his health recovered to full and all his skills came off cooldown. With his health recovered and skills once again ready for use, Nyan stood up and continued advancing into the darkness of the cave. Up ahead, he noticed 3 rock spiders moving about. After observing the location of each spider, Nyan took out his crossbow. He moved close to the nearby wall and aimed at the closest rock spider. Whoosh, 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 a line of bolts pierced through the air as they shot out towards their target. 535. 3 damage values floated upward above the spider's head. After taking the hits, the spider rushed over to where Nyan was hiding. Scritch, scritch, it let out a furious shriek as it pounced towards the one who had injured it. With this, Nyan had succeeded in drawing out a single rock spider without alerting its companions. When the spider neared his location, he drew his dagger and rushed out to greet it. The two engaged in close combat, with Nyan dishing out consecutive attacks. As they fought, numerous damage values appeared one after another above the spider's head. Within 20 seconds, the rock spider was dead. Surprisingly, this spider had dropped something. Nyan walked over and picked up the loot, a single copper. After waiting for his health to recover, Nyan used his crossbow to draw out the other spiders and kill them one by one, just as he had earlier. Using this tactic, he continued to make his way forward. By the time he finally arrived at Tang Yao's coordinates, several more spiders had died by his hands. Up ahead there was a wide area where many tunnels intersected. In that area, no less than 10 rock spiders could be seen wandering around. Nyan didn't immediately rush in, instead he just observed the surroundings. It seemed as though passing through this area safely would be quite difficult, especially considering that he might draw out more than one spider if he were to use his crossbow like before. 2 of them, can't say for sure if I'll be able to deal with them, Nyan thought to himself. He did have one plan in mind, but it required the use of one of his bandages. There was a problem with this plan though. He didn't have many bandages left, not to mention that a single intermediate combat bandage would cost him upwards of 20 coppers in materials. An average person would be hard-pressed to use even a single one due to the high cost. Silver chest. Numerous spiders had converged within the wide space where the tunnels intersected. They were constantly patrolling the area, which meant that their positions were ever changing. Nyan patiently waited for an opportunity to arise. He didn't need to wait long. About half a minute later, the spiders began congregating towards the center. It was then that Nyan noticed there was one lone spider that had lagged behind. It loitered off to the side, not too far from where he was. Nyan's eyes lit up. This was his chance. There was no time to lose. He raised his crossbow, aimed at the lone spider, and fired. Pa, pa, pa. 3 crossbow bolts lodged themselves into their target, enraging it. The spider immediately turned to face its aggressor and charged. Fortunately, none of the other spiders followed, thus Nyan welcomed its assault with open arms. When their skirmish reached its conclusion, the spider fell to the ground, dead. Nyan walked over to its corpse and picked up the single piece of equipment it dropped as loot, a white grade level 5 dark leather thief tunic. The drop rates for equipment were extremely low regardless of which class it belonged to the extent that prices for equipment always remained high. For instance, if this leather tunic were to be placed on the marketplace, it would sell for at least 6 or 7 coppers. Nyan tossed the leather tunic into his knapsack, then went back to waiting for another opportunity. Within the span of roughly 6 minutes, he had drawn out and killed another 3 spiders. Afterward, Nyan tallied up the remaining monsters and found that there were still 12 remaining. Unfortunately, these spiders were clumped too closely to be drawn out one at a time. Nyan searched for quite some time, but was unable to find a suitable position to repeat his earlier tactics. This seems to be the best position, though it's still a bit lacking. I suppose I'll give it a shot from here, though things might get a little dangerous. Nyan raised his crossbow once more and fired. Subsequently, 3 bolts were sent piercing through the air. 5, 5, 5. These bolts struck the body of a nearby rock spider. Scritch, scritch. The spider furiously cried out as it charged towards the one who had harmed it. Unlike the previous spiders he had lured, however, this one was being followed closely from behind by another. I aggroed 2 of them. Nyan's heart tightened as he made a hasty retreat back to one of the narrow tunnels within the cave. The narrowness of this passage meant there would be no room for 2 spiders to move side by side. When they drew close enough, Nyan pulled out his dagger. He directly engaged the rock spider he had aggroed first and unleashed a continuous chain of attacks upon it. The spider repeatedly lunged at Nyan. One after another, a line of damage values floated up above Nyan's head as they exchanged blows. 92%, 87%, 72%. Slowly but surely, Nyan's health continued to fall. While in combat, Nyan made sure to maintain awareness of both his surroundings and the positioning of his footsteps. Currently, the only spider capable of attacking him in the narrow tunnel was the one he aggroed first. As for its partner, who had closely followed from behind, it could do nothing more than cry out helplessly. The spider met its end when Nyan finally finished it off with vital strike. He glanced at his health bar. Around a quarter of his health remained, then quickly retreated back from his current position. Almost immediately after the first spider was killed, its ally who had been helplessly crying from behind lunged forward. Seeing this, Nyan hastened his retreat and began applying a combat bandage. +20, +20, +20. With each passing second, his health was being restored by a large amount. The rock spider repeatedly lunged at Nyan as the latter dodged and leaped back in retreat. However, he soon reached an impasse. Approximately 5 meters behind him, there was another spider. If Nyan were to continue moving like he was, then it would undoubtedly be aggroed. Thus, retreating was no longer an option. By this time, his health was restored to 80%, so he raised his dagger and ran forward to face the spider head-on. The 2 parties finally met and clashed. Unfortunately, all of Nyan's skills had yet to come off cooldown. Met with such a situation, all he could do was lash out with regular stabs and slashes. After evading the spider's lunge, Nyan would step forward and counter with successive attacks. Under the barrage of violent attacks from the spider, Nyan's health was quickly dropping. Whereas the spider currently had over 60% of its health remaining, Nyan only had a third left. In the end, the damage that could be dealt with regular attacks was rather limited. After all, thieves were a class that relied heavily on their skills to deal damage. 20 seconds later, Assassinate, Lacerate, and Vital Strike had finally come off cooldown. For Nyan, this was undoubtedly a great boon. Not even a moment later, the rock spider came leaping forward while baring its fangs. This is my chance. Nyan slipped his dagger past the spider's legs and aimed directly for its head-all while it was still leaping through the air. After his dagger was implanted deeply within the spider's eye, Nyan used the momentum to ruthlessly slash outwards, causing a thick green liquid to ooze from its mutilated head. Despite this, the rock spider still managed to use one of its legs to pierce through Nyan's shoulder, dealing 33 damage and sending a number floating above his head. Nyan quickly glanced at his health bar and found that he had a little over a tenth of his health remaining. That was dangerous. +30. He had hastily pulled out a basic health potion and gulped down its contents. His last hit with Vital Strike had taken out 39 points from the spider's health, but the fight still wasn't over. The rock spider dashed towards Nyan with the intent of ramming into him. When the two collided, the spider crashed into Nyan's chest and dealt 35 damage to him. After receiving the blow, Nyan quickly retreated back several steps. The rock spider turned its body to face where its opponent had retreated. Nyan swept his eyes over the spider's health bar and noticed it that only had 15 health remaining. In comparison, after drinking the basic health potion and taking the spider's attack directly, he barely had a tenth of his health left. Right now, if one of the spider's attacks were to even slightly graze him, then he would likely meet his end. He quickly took several more steps back as the spider lunged in pursuit. If he were to engage this spider, and if their battle was to be anything like the last, then it would be a mutually assured destruction. 5-5. As the spider pounced forward, two damage values popped up above its head one after another. In its final moments, the spider raised its forelimbs and attempted to stab Nyan as its lumbering body descended forward. Nyan instantly reacted and dodged the spider's final attack by rolling. Crash! The spider's body smashed into the ground beside him, creating a large pit in the earth. If he had been just a millisecond too slow, then he would have been struck by that attack. Nyan broke out into a cold sweat as he thought of how he had just narrowly escaped death. 5. System, you've gained 280 experience points. Pitifully, this spider hadn't dropped even a single item upon death. What's worse was that he had been forced to expend a combat bandage against a common mob like this rock spider. The cost of crafting a single bandage was such that the payout of this battle wasn't worth his efforts. After a few moments of rest, his health was at last fully restored. That was just too dangerous. If I'm going to lure out more rock spiders, then I should definitely avoid aggroing more than one of them at a time. Nyan picked himself up off the ground and walked over to the intersection. There was a lot more space to maneuver there now, as only 10 spiders remained. However, these 10 spiders were moving together in groups of 2 or 3, which made it incredibly difficult for Nyan to find an opportunity to strike. At least there's more room to move around now. I should be able to use stealth to make my way through here. At stealth's current level, I should be able to pass within a meter of these spiders without being detected. Gradually, Nyan's body became increasingly transparent until it completely blended in with the darkness of the cave. Shortly after, he began to slowly make his way forward. As he moved, Nyan spotted 3 spiders approaching him from behind. One was off to his left, about 3 meters away. The other 2 were off to his right, about 5 meters away. Nyan carefully observed the positions of each spider and determined their patrol routes as he continued moving ahead. Suddenly, 2 spiders crawled until they were just 2 meters away from his current position. Seeing this, Nyan quickly halted his footsteps. After a short period of time, the 2 spiders slowly moved on without having noticed his presence. While Nyan was moving forward, he suddenly happened to spot something over in the corner of the room. Nestled between several large rocks was a single chest that faintly glowed with a silver light. The rocks had obstructed his line of view, thus he was only able to see the edge of the silver chest. Son of a beach, they really hid it well. Unexpectedly, it's a silver treasure chest. Nyan's heart rate involuntarily sped up. At the same time, 3 spiders abruptly halted their movements and looked around. These actions were akin to a bucket of cold water being dumped over his head, causing him to immediately calm down. Right now, it was still too soon to get excited. The duration of stealth was finite, and he couldn't afford the luxury of spending the time to open the chest. Thus, he was forced to give up on the chest and leave it for another time. Nyan maintained his breathing. Having not discovered anything, the 3 spiders resumed their patrols and crawled further and further away. Nyan carefully crept his way around the remaining spiders until finally making it out of danger. He breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of work definitely wasn't suited for an average person. After proceeding forward for a while longer, Nyan glanced at his coordinates. Finally, I'm here. Tang Yao, where are you? The next moment, a figure slowly emerged from the nearby shadows. Who knew what hole this guy had deeply burrowed himself into? By the time he finally crawled out, his body was completely covered in dirt. Haha, not bad. You hid yourself pretty well, Nyan said with a smile. Tang Yao patted the dirt off his body and gloomily replied, don't say any more. Anyways, there were so many rock spiders over there. How'd you manage to get through? Stealth, Nyan answered back. You can even do that. Tang Yao's mind went blank for a moment. That intersection was littered with rock spiders. How the hell could a thief stealth their way through that? It was an incredibly difficult task to pull off. Why wouldn't I be able to? Nyan chuckled as he sent Tang Yao a trade request. After the latter accepted, he placed the fire chaser set and a single return scroll inside the trade window. Why you're giving all of this to me? Tang Yao stared out with a blank face. He never thought the fire chaser set would have such high property bonuses. I got these off of Diane Kang when they dropped from his corpse. There was a staff among those items as well, but it's not suited for you. Anyways, take this fire chaser set with you. As for the return scroll, don't use it just yet. I want you to stay here with me for a bit, Yan replied. He and Tang Yao were brothers who had known each other since childhood. To put it simply, compared to their friendship, this fire chaser set didn't amount to much. All right, I guess I can't refuse. A hint of anticipation flashed through Tang Yao's eyes. After donning the fire chaser set, Tang Yao's outer appearance improved significantly. If he were to go out now, he would undoubtedly attract many women. What's your magic damage at now? Yan asked. 50. To Tang Yao, this amount was something he couldn't even imagine reaching in the past. Not bad, you should be able to run some of the harder dungeons and quests with that much, though it seems your current weapon is still a bit lacking. You should try and find yourself a better one when you return to town, Yan suggested. Tang Yao receiving this fire chaser set for free so suddenly was tantamount to Yan helping him reach the heavens with a single step. The path he would need to walk in the future had become a lot shorter. Tang Yao kept gazing at the current equipment he was wearing, seemingly unable to stop himself from admiring it. Let's stay here and train for a bit. There's a silver treasure chest up ahead and I want you to tag along and help me retrieve it. Here, I'll make the party. With how high Tang Yao's damage was now, killing rock spiders in this cave would be a piece of cake. There was a treasure chest just waiting to be opened. If he didn't retrieve whatever was inside today, then he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Silver chest, where? Tang Yao began burning with excitement. Up until now, he had only ever managed to find and open a single chest, not to mention, it was only a common white one. He had never even seen a silver chest before, let alone open one. Let's clear out those rock spiders back at that intersection first, Yan replied. Now, with Tang Yao's assistance, there would be a lot less pressure on him when dealing with 2 rock spiders. 3 rock spiders might not even pose a challenge. After arriving at the intersection, Yan took out his crossbow and loaded it. Then he took aim at a nearby spider and fired, sending 3 bolts flying out of the crossbow in quick succession. He ended up aggroing 2 rock spiders with his attacked one that was hit and its companion in tow. Yan positioned himself in the front while Tang Yao brandished his staff and released an arcane fireball and arcane blaze from the rear. Every spell he launched would deal over 30 or so damage. Occasionally, he would even score a critical hit, causing 2 50s to appear. They're 2 levels above me, yet I'm able to deal this kind of damage, Tang Yao exclaimed while seemingly in a daze. His own damage output had shocked him. Under the combined efforts of their attacks, the 2 spiders collapsed on the ground by the time Yan's health had fallen to around 50%. Afterward, the 2 victors took the time to rest up. While Yan sat down and recovered his health, Tang Yao took out some spring water and used it to replenish his mana. What's your experience at? Yan asked as he stood up, his health having fully recovered. Level 356. How about you? Tang Yao replied. He had played for over a week to get to this level. Level 39. Leveling in conviction was extremely difficult. Each level required an insane amount of experience to level up. Considering that he had just started playing a few days ago, his leveling speed was fast enough to frighten someone. Not even 2 days had passed and he was already level 3. If word were to get out, it would definitely fright many people. While they chatted, Yan used his crossbow to lure out another 2 spiders and killed them. Repeating this tactic, the entire area was soon completely cleared of monsters. Yan bent down and picked up an item that had dropped from the last rock spider. It was a charged skill book for warriors. The market price for a charged skill book should be around 20-some coppers right now. Indeed, the drop rate in a level 5 area is much higher compared to the low-level ones. What it drop? A charged skill book. Tang Yao waved his hands and said, I'm pretty satisfied with just this fire chaser set, so you can take all the drops. Besides, I won't need to start looking for new equipment until I reach level 5. To Yan, however, a single skill book wasn't of much value either. In the end, he didn't even try to argue with Tang Yao and threw the charged skill book into his knapsack. With the spiders all cleared out, Yan walked over to where he had spotted the chest earlier. As he neared its location, he discovered many strange engravings and patterns etched into the top of the chest. These designs were extremely elaborate. In addition, there was a lock on this chest that kept it firmly sealed. Damn, I haven't learned lockpicking yet. Lockpicking was a skill that could only be learned after reaching level 5. Not to mention, the skill book that taught it was extremely expensive as well, and since this was a level 5 map, a locked chest appearing wouldn't be unexpected. Well, what are we going to do then? Tang Yao asked. This was the first time he had ever come across a silver chest, and it was going to end with this kind of outcome. Let's leave it for now and try to get to level 5 as quickly as possible. Who knows, by that time that chest might still be here, Yan helplessly replied. Just as Yan and Tang Yao were preparing to leave and go back to training, a nearby boulder suddenly began trembling. What's that? Tang Yao asked after being startled. The trembling boulder was quite large, roughly twice the size of an ordinary rock spider, and had a hard and coarse surface. Had it not been trembling, it would have perfectly blended in with the numerous other boulders that were strewn about the area. Abruptly, 8 legs extended out of this boulder as it stood up. Once it was fully upright, it gradually opened its eyes, revealing 8 mossy green lights. Scritch, scritch, it let out a shrill cry. The boulder was actually a rock spider. It's a leader-class rock spider. Nyan's heart tightened. He immediately entered stealth and made his way around it, positioning himself behind its back. Rock Spider Elite, Level 5. Health 180, 180. The spider glanced at its surroundings and quickly locked its gaze onto Tang Yao's position. Tang Yao looked back at the spider and saw his own image being reflected in its eyes. This, combined with the spider's sinister appearance, was especially terrifying to him. He immediately turned back and began to retreat. What are we gonna do? This is a Level 5. Leader class. Rock Spider, Tang Yao nervously exclaimed. The strongest mob he'd ever encountered up until now was a measly Level 3 leader class. Not to mention, this was his first time entering a Level 5 area, and unexpectedly, he had already come across such a powerful opponent. Kill it, blast it with magic. Nyan answered back. It was far more dangerous to try and run instead of fighting it. They would definitely die while trying to escape. In addition, there was also the possibility of aggroing other spiders while on the run. As for escaping with a return scroll, it required 20 seconds to activate and would cancel upon being hit, which meant that it was out of the question as well. Under these circumstances, they were better off fighting it. Would the two of them even be able to kill a Level 5 leader-class monster? Tang Yao was skeptical. Make sure you get far away from it, at least 20 meters. Then find a narrow tunnel and bunker down inside. Don't run too far in though, otherwise you might aggro some more spiders. Nyan warned. Tang Yao was still a novice, and entrusting him with such a dangerous task would be difficult. In this situation, Nyan was perfectly safe and could escape at any time. As for Tang Yao, however, Nyan couldn't guarantee his survival if he were to fight. Thus, they could only resign themselves to fate. Scritch. Scritch the rock spider furiously cried out as it charged towards Tang Yao. Oh, for FCK's sake, Tang Yao hurriedly sped up his pace. While running, he followed Nyan's advice and fired an arcane fireball at it. Bang, the fireball exploded when it crashed into the spider's body and dealt 18 damage, causing a damage value to float above its head. Its defense was absurd. Fire magic was supposed to deal bonus damage to rock spiders, but even so the damage was still just too low. However, this was to be expected. It was a leader-class monster after all, so the damage was still alright. There's my chance. Nyan's eyes lit up as he struck the back of the rock spider with a smothering strike. The spider trembled and stopped in place. It's only going to be stunned 3 seconds. Normally, smothering strike would daze an enemy for 6 seconds, but this rock spider was a leader-class monster. It had a certain resistance to crowd control effects. Thus, Nyan's control skills were only half as effective against it. Regardless, these 3 seconds were still more than enough. Hit it, don't just stand there and watch, Nyan shouted. Upon hearing Nyan, Tang Yao immediately cast Arcane Blaze. Boom, the fiery blaze exploded when it hit the spider's body. When the spider woke from its dazed state, Nyan took the initiative and struck out with Assassinate. After using his dagger to stab into its fleshy abdomen, he followed through with Lacerate and slashed outward. His attack opened up a gaping hole on the spider's underside where a thick green liquid began oozing out. Even though Nyan had begun attacking, the spider was still aggroed onto Tang Yao. After coming out of its dazed state, it continued its pursuit. Seeing this, Tang Yao rapidly retreated into a narrow passage. Bam! The spider's immense body rammed itself into the opening of the passage, but couldn't make it in. The surrounding walls trembled from this, causing several rocks to break from the ceiling and come crashing down to the ground. Scritch, scritch, the spider cried out furiously as it tried to squeeze its massive body into the passage. Come and see how this elder will take care of you. After realizing the spider couldn't enter, Tang Yao suddenly became much more courageous. He brandished his staff and fired off an arcane missile, then followed up with an arcane fireball. Damn it, arcane missile is only dealing half as much damage as an arcane fireball. The cooldown for arcane missile was very short because it was a regular spell. The casting time was quite short as well, requiring only a single second. Meanwhile, arcane fireball had a 10-second cooldown and required 3 seconds to cast, so it was impossible for him to continuously cast arcane fireball. As Tang Yao fired off spells, the rock spider continued to unceasingly ram itself into the entrance of the passageway, causing the walls on both sides to shake. Soon cracks began emerging in the walls, and the ceiling of the passageway gradually began to show signs of a possible collapse. Not only was Tang Yao the first one to attack the leader-class rock spider, but he was also the one putting out the most damage. It was because of this that the spider's aggro had been firmly placed on him. Meanwhile, the spider had completely ignored Nyan, who was attacking it with a combination of skills, leaving the latter behind as it continued pursuing Tang Yao. Yan took advantage of the current situation, and while the spider was still distracted by Tang Yao, fished out the vial of poison within his knapsack and used it to coat his dagger. 5 seconds later, he finished applying the poison. He approached the spider from the rear and stabbed his dagger into its abdomen while using Vital Strike, 10 Defense 52. The rock spider became poisoned and a status debuff was applied. Additionally, Yan's Vital Strike was a critical hit and dealt quite a bit of damage. Scritch, scritch, the spider shrieked out in pain. It switched its focus to Yan and pounced towards him. The spider's sudden change in targets caught Yan off guard, forcing him to hastily fall back. 78. Despite his attempts to flee, however, the rock spider's attack still managed to connect, draining the larger half of his health. Seeing his health bar quickly deplete, Yan didn't dare to be careless. He immediately fished out a basic health potion and downed it, then rolled away and began retreating. The spider followed in pursuit. With the spider's attention elsewhere, Tang Yao was free to fire off a salvo of spells. He sent off Arcane Missile, Arcane Blaze, and Arcane Fireball in quick succession. I'm going to be out of mana soon. Tang Yao glanced at his health and mana bars and found that he had roughly a quarter of his mana remaining. His mana expenditure was too ferocious. There was simply no chance his natural regeneration could keep up. Do you have any mana potions? Yan asked. I have a basic mana potion. Then hurry up and drink it. We'll deal with it later, Yan instructed. When he turned back to face the rock spider, he found that it had already neared his position. In response, he brandished his dagger and struck out with concussive blow, forcing the charging spider to abruptly halt its movements. Yan took advantage of this and put some more space between himself and the spider. Even though the spider had been struck by concussive blow, it still managed to land an attack during the exchange. Yan glanced at his health bar and found that roughly an eighth remained. Seeing this, he hurriedly used a combat bandage on himself. +20, +20, +20. During all this, Tang Yao had fished out a bottle filled with a blue liquid from his knapsack and drank it. Drinking the potion actually gave him a slight heartache, not because of the potion itself, but because that single bottle of blue liquid was worth 10 coppers. To him, it was a life-saving treasure, one that he wouldn't use even in dire circumstances. Tang Yao's mana was instantly restored to 90%. With his mana now replenished, he unleashed several spells in succession. Each and every one of them exploded on contact, dealing a high amount of damage. Before 2 seconds had even passed, the rock spider woke from its dazed state. Upon waking, it immediately abandoned its attempt to pursue Yan and instead rushed towards Tang Yao. Its aggro had shifted once again. Keep at it, it's almost dead, Yan shouted. Once his health was fully restored from the combat bandages, he rushed to the spider's side once again. The damage he and Tang Yao were dealing was by no means low. Even though their opponent was a level 5 leader-class monster, it was still unable to withstand this kind of assault. By now, it only had a little over 10% of its health remaining. Scritch, scritch, the spider cried out manically as its entire body suddenly turned a shade of crimson red. Not good. This son of a beach became enraged. Keep your distance and be careful of its attacks, Yan nervously shouted. Even though Tang Yao still didn't understand what was going on, he followed Yan's instructions regardless and began hastily retreating while continuing to cast spells. During his retreat, a spike jutted out from the ground below and pierced towards him. Fortunately, Tang Yao was still moving when this rock spike emerged, and as such, it only managed to barely graze him. However, this slight scratch still dealt 32 damage to his health. If this rock spike had hit Tang Yao directly, Yan estimated that he would have lost at least 2/3 of his health. The attack nearly frightened Tang Yao to death, but the fact that he survived made him rejoice inside. Keep running and don't stop. Oh, and make sure to avoid stepping on any areas where you see the ground trembling or cracking, Yan shouted. If Tang Yao paused for even a moment, then he would meet his end. Sure enough, as soon as Yan finished talking, more rock spikes began jutting out from the ground. Tang Yao listened to Yan's advice and paid close attention to the earth beneath his feet, occasionally dodging from side to side. Even so, aside from the first rock spike, not a single one managed to hit him. Tang Yao couldn't help but wonder how Yan discovered this method for dodging the rock spikes. Could it be that he had slain a leader-class rock spider in the past? In the end, he put this thought in the back of his mind and concentrated solely on evading the rock spikes erupting beneath his feet. He would occasionally see an opportunity to attack with a spell or two, but he never had the time to act. The spider seemed to become even more enraged as it watched attack after attack miss. It began to unceasingly ram itself into the tunnel walls in anger. Suddenly, crash, the walls finally crumbled and collapsed. The spider climbed over the pile of rubble and rushed inside the tunnel, pouncing towards Tang Yao. Run quickly, Yan shouted. I can't, there's another rock spider behind me. If I run any further, I'll end up aggroing it. Tang Yao nervously called out as he looked back at the spider's immense body, which was fast approaching. Yan looked at the spider's health bar. 5%. It only had a sliver of life left. It's fine. Keep running, Yan shouted as he checked his skill bar. By now, several of his skills had come off cooldown. He chased after the spider and arrived near its rear. Assassinate, lacerate, 2, 3. It still has 2% remaining. Vital strike. Nyan lunged forward and pierced his dagger into the spider's abdomen. Scritch, scritch, the spider let out a miserable shriek as it fell to the ground with a heavy crash. The impact made the entire cave tremble and shake. We finally killed it. Nyan finally relaxed as he breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over to the rock spider's corpse and picked up the loot. Hey, over here, I've still got one chasing me. Tang Yao ran over to Nyan with a smaller rock spider in tow him. When he was evading the leader-class rock spider just a moment ago, he was unable to avoid alerting one of the spiders in the area. Thankfully, it was only a common monster. Tang Yao ran behind Nyan and let the latter hold back the spider while he cast spells from the back. The two made short work of the spider, and it soon collapsed on the floor. My God, I'm going to die of exhaustion. Tang panted as he propped himself up against a nearby wall and began to slowly recover his health and mana. How they ever managed to kill this leader-class rock spider, which was 2 levels above them, was beyond him. Nonetheless, it was most likely his greatest achievement since starting the game, you know. I think I've just realized how awesome I actually am. Nyan took out the 2 items that the leader-class rock spider had dropped, a single skill book and a silver white key. Skill book, media. Description: beckon forth meteors to smite your enemies. Requirements: 1 syllable, 3 gestures, and 1 talisman. Properties: beginner summon 5 meteors. Each meteor deals 5 bonus damage, 10 points of burn damage in a 5 by 5 meter area. Cooldown: 120 seconds. Restrictions: Elementalist, Arcane Mage can only be learned by the righteous faction that protects the light. This was an uncommon Arcane Mage skill book and an extremely rare one at that. At the beginner level, it could summon blazing fireballs that would rain down from the sky like meteors. Each fireball could strike 5 targets within a designated area simultaneously. At later levels, it would become a powerful area-wide spell. Even something like this can drop, you lucky son of a beach. Nyan was almost speechless. The meteor skill was exceedingly rare, as it could only be found in level 1 to 30 areas where rum spiders, rock spiders, and flame spiders spawned. Moreover, it would only drop from leader class or higher versions of said monsters. What's worse was that the drop rate for this skill wasn't more than 1 in 10,000. With the current level of the majority of the player base, this skill would be priceless in the marketplace. They really did meet with unexpected success today. As for the rare drop, it was most likely due to killing a leader-class monster that was 2 levels higher than them. What did it drop? Tang Yao asked in surprise. Looks like your luck isn't half bad today. It dropped a meteor skill book. At the beginner level, it serves as an unparalleled area of effect skill, dealing high damage in a small area. At the later levels, it becomes a pretty decent mobbing skill. Nyan felt a slight hint of envy as he summarized the skill to Tang Yao, an arcane mage acquiring meteor during the first 2 weeks of the game. This truly was too much of a blessing. Really, Tang Yao suddenly stood up in surprise. Let me see, it's not bad, you can use it, but compared to Templar magic, giant magic, or dragon magic, it's still somewhat lacking. Nyan threw the meteor skill book over to Tang Yao and then looked at the other item that had dropped. Silver key used to open level 20 treasure chests that are silver or lower. Uses: 3-3. What's Templar magic and dragon magic? You'll find out in the future. For now, just take this meteor skill book, I'll be taking the key, Nyan replied. He and Tang Yao would both be getting the items most useful for themselves. Nevertheless, the key was still better in Nyan's hands because only he would be able to get the most value out of it. Not to mention that, with this key, he could now finally open that locked silver treasure chest. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Tang Yao went ahead and learned Meteor. Afterwards, when he read the skill's description, he felt extremely satisfied. He had been thoroughly depressed due to being pursued by the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild all day. Who would have guessed that Nyan's arrival would have completely reversed his dire situation, turning all of his sorrows into joy in the process. Nyan walked over to the silver treasure chest and began unlocking it with the silver key. System opening treasure chest. Estimated completion 2050. Click. The chest was unlocked. He glanced at the key, which now had its durability reduced from 3 to 2. Not bad. I can still use this 2 more times. Nyan threw the key into his knapsack and then started to feel around the inside of the chest. Eventually, he grasped an item. It was small, round, and felt smooth inside his hand. It's a ring. Nyan's surprise echoed in his thoughts as he fished out the item from the chest. The band had an ashy gray color, and he found it difficult to discern what material it was crafted from. Upon the setting, attached to one side of the band sat an opaque white jewel adorned at the very center. Engraved on this opaque white jewel was the image of a spider. Despite its small size, the engraving was vivid and lifelike. It made it appear as though a jade white spider truly did exist within this jewel. Silk spinner ring. Properties unidentified. It's a silk spinner ring. Yan gasped in surprise. The silk spinner ring was a bronze-grade accessory that could only be found in areas where spider-type monsters spawned. Moreover, it was a ring that retained its usefulness all the way up to level 60. This was due to the ring's unique properties. It could shoot out a tough, resilient thread of spider silk that adhered to most surfaces and could extend up to 10 feet in length. In essence, it was the perfect treasure for scaling or jumping over obstacles such as rooftops, walls, ledges, or trees. "What's a silk spinner ring?" Tang Yao asked in bewilderment. Yan faintly smiled and replied, "Just look at the craftsmanship. It should be at least a silver-grade accessory." Although the properties of this ring were yet to be appraised, he was able to discern the grade of equipment like this just by glancing at the name. "Oh, so it was a silver-grade accessory. No wonder you were so excited," Tang Yao replied as he came to a sudden realization. From Yan's perspective, this silk spinner ring was much more valuable than the Meteor skill book. This was because this ring would make him significantly more versatile, therefore he would have plenty more options to consider when working towards a specific goal. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, now if only I can get a hold of that jewel from the Treant King, then everything will be perfect. A friend of mine invited me to run the Treant Forest with her tomorrow, and there's still a few open spots. Do you want to join? Sure, but would they even agree to have me? Tang Yao asked in a somewhat anxious tone. He and his friends had wanted to form a team and run a dungeon in the past, however. Not a single team wanted them or agreed to let them join. "No worries, you have me with you after all. Besides, your magic damage is 50 now. Such a high damage arcane mage. Even if they wanted to find one, they wouldn't be able to. Have some confidence in yourself. You're my brother after all." Yan smiled and patted Tang Yao on the shoulder. "Understood. If you have any more advice to give, then please let me know now. Whatever you tell me, I'll practice it. I don't believe there's anything I can't learn." Listening to these words, Tang Yao was in high spirits and felt touched by Yan's words. "Well, I've already told you all that you need to know in regards to improving your skills. The most crucial aspect now is whether you've practiced enough or not. As long as you practice, improve your reaction time, and put in the effort to avoid making any large mistakes, you'll have nothing to worry about. Try finding people to duel with early in the day to improve your skills. When you get to level 5, I'll find some people and we'll form a team to run Secret Cavern. There, I'll help you grab the Arcane Mage's Exiled Disciple set. I'll have you so satisfied, you'll explode from happiness," Yan said. With him here, it would be difficult for Tang Yao not to become an experteven if he didn't want to. "Really? Then it won't do if I don't make an effort." Tang Yao was now full of motivation. In the past, he felt it didn't matter how much he practiced his skills because in the end, he would never catch up to the people who were considered elites. However now, after listening to Yan's words, he felt a bright future lay ahead of him. Afterward, Yan gave Yao Yao a call through voice chat. "What do you want?" Yao Yao asked in an annoyed tone. In truth, she was no longer angry at Yan. When she answered the call, however, she pretended to still be angry with him. "Do you still have any extra spaces for Treant Forest tomorrow?" Yan smiled helplessly. "2 more open spaces. I have a friend who I want to bring along. Are you guys willing to take him?" "What level is your friend?" He's not joining just to leech experience, is he? Cause if he is, I'll have to ask my senior sister first. Also, what class does this friend of yours play?" Yao Yao answered in an abrasive tone. "Arcane Mage." "Oh, what's his magic damage?" "Over 50, to be more accurate, it's 52. "His damage is that high?" Yao Yao exclaimed in surprise. Her magic damage as a holy mage was only at 30 Savina number, which was considered to be quite high among others at the same level. She never expected that Yan's friend would possess more magic damage than her, and by such a large margin at that. "Hold on, I'll go ask my senior sister. She'll most likely agree to it." For an arcane mage to possess such high magic damage, they definitely must have cleared many dungeons in the past. These people were top experts. Even if their team found one and begged them to join, they still might not necessarily agree to join. And now, one of these experts had been delivered right to their doorstep. Her senior sister would have absolutely no reason to refuse. Normally, it would be quite the opposite, with Tang Yao being the one doing the refusing or accepting. "All right, go and ask. I'll be waiting for your reply." A few moments later, she sent a reply. "I've asked Big Sister Yu Lan. She agreed to let your friend join, so bring him with you when you come tomorrow morning." "It's all right." Yan nodded his head and hung up the call. Doot, hello. Yao Yao still wanted to ask Yan why his friend would even want to join them. From their perspective, this kind of expert wasn't easy to find, and they definitely weren't someone who would casually join up with a team like theirs. However, Yan had already hung up on her. The only noise she heard from the call now was the busy signal that signified that the call had ended, which ended up infuriating her to no end as she madly stamped her feet on the ground. "Hanging up on me so quickly." Now that you've got an expert by your side, you suddenly think you're too good for me. Is that how it is? HMPH. How infuriating. So, how'd it go? Are they willing to let me join? Tang Yao asked in an anxious tone as he fiddled with his hands. Up until now, Tang Yao had always been someone who would join pickup groups. Occasionally, he would join a group and run some common instances with them. However, he had never formed a regular party or team. The teams that were able to run level 3 or higher instances also tended to be ones with a significant influence among the player base. Not to mention, these teams usually had fixed members. In almost all cases, there was simply no chance for an ordinary player to join. This was because if a team were to accept a weak player, that player would only hold the team back. This was why teams had harsh requirements and were particularly picky when recruiting new members. However, as long as a player met their requirements and joined their ranks, then they would easily become a part of the team. Such recruits would be called upon to join the ranks whenever the team was lacking in members. Hence why Tang Yao waited with heated expectation when Na Yan had hung up the call. As a person who had also been unable to enter an elite team in the past, Na Yan understood his feelings well. Tang Yao's eagerness and anticipation made Na Yan reminisce about when he had first entered a team in the past. His feelings had been about the same back then as well. They agreed. All you need to do is tag along with me tomorrow and you'll be fine. Your stats alone would make any team eager to have you, so relax. After all, playing an arcane mage requires a significant amount of skill. That's great, Tang Yao excitedly exclaimed. Tomorrow was going to be his first time running a high-level instance like the Treant Forest. This was an opportunity he had been yearning for even in his dreams. Are there any requirements to this instance? For this instance, there are no specific requirements for arcane mages. Just make sure not to draw any aggro and you'll be fine. By the way, Treants have a fairly low resistance against fire magic, so who knows? Maybe you'll have done the most damage by the end of tomorrow, Na Yan said while smiling. Meanwhile, Tang Yao was taking this matter seriously. When he recalled his first time running an instance, he didn't fare any better. Did you bring any talismans with you? I've got 5. Let's have a look at Meteor then. Cast the spell for me before we leave here in a bit. Where am I going to cast it? The surrounding area only had 1 or 2 rock spiders at most. Using the skill here would be too much of a waste. I'll gather them up, so just get ready, Na Yan replied as he ran off deeper into the cave. Okay, Tang Yao fished out a talisman from his bag. He was filled with anticipation and was quite eager to find out just how powerful his new spell was. Na Yan continued running deeper into the cave. Whenever he encountered a rock spider, he would attack it once and instead of tangling with it any further, continue on his way. After these spiders were attacked, they would chase after him. The number of spiders chasing him steadily increased until they began slowing down due to the crowding. Na Yan was quite nimble as he moved back and forth through the cave. The mass of 20-plus rock spiders following behind him as they cried out made him resemble a train. Tang Yao was busy tidying up his knapsack when he heard the sound of activity coming from deeper within the cave. When he walked over to take a look, he discovered a deluge of 20-plus spiders surging through the passage. They appeared as though they were going to swallow up everything in their path. Oh, my God, how did you manage to aggro so many of them? Tang Yao cried out in alarm as he turned around and began running for dear life. Stop dawdling, hurry up and cast Meteor already, Na Yan pestered through voice chat. Meteor takes 10 seconds to cast. By the time I finish casting, it'll already be too late, Tang Yao anxiously replied. He estimated he would be overrun by spiders before he could even finish casting the spell. I don't care, just start casting. Come on, hurry up. Tang Yao clenched his teeth and unraveled the talisman. After brandishing his staff, he began casting Meteor. Soon, large amounts of fire essence from the surrounding area began converging at his location. As the fire essence gathered, the sheer heat from the scorching blaze caused the temperature in the surrounding air to rise. Tang Yao watched as Na Yan led the 20-plus rock spiders through the passageway and into the cave intersection. As spiders surged into the intersection like a massive wave, Na Yan ran into the narrow passage where Tang Yao had retreated. The passage was so narrow that only a single spider managed to squeeze itself through, but in doing so, it blocked off access to the passage for the rest of the spiders behind itself. Concussive blow. Na Yan turned around and struck the leading spider in the head, causing it to enter a dazed state and stop the movements of the spiders behind itself. 8 seconds. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. As time slowly ticked by, the fire essence which was steadily gathering around Tang Yao became increasingly intense. For the most part, the spells that required a set of syllables to cast were also the ones that had a relatively large area of effect. From Na Yan's knowledge and experience, Meteor was the only area of effect spell that elementalists and arcane mages could learn at level 0, and it was quite efficient at killing many monsters. However, even if you were to gather up 1,000 elementalists and arcane mages, you still might not necessarily find one that possessed Meteor. After 3 seconds passed, the spider woke from its dazed state and immediately pounced towards Nyan. In reaction, Nyan raised his dagger and began skirmishing with the rock spider. He kept the spider firmly in place and prevented any of its attacks from reaching Tang Yao so as to avoid interrupting the spell. 10 seconds, whether this moment was long or short depended on one's perspective. The truth of the matter, however, was that the moment would simply be over once you counted from 1 to 10. While in a trance-like state, Tang Yao raised his staff and chanted lines of strange syllables that even he didn't know the meaning of. When he finished casting, an enormous fireball fell from above. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed out as the fireball crashed into the group of spiders. The fireball resembled a heavenly maiden upon impact, scattering fiery blossoms in every direction. These blazing flowers didn't immediately extinguish upon landing on the ground. Instead, they continued to burn, dealing a fixed amount of damage every second to the spiders that were caught in the explosion. Scritch, scritch, the 20-plus spiders caught in the explosion were in a state of upheaval as they cried out in agony. No matter what kind of state they were in, however, they were still unable to attack Nyan and Tang Yao, so he had already calculated everything. No wonder he dared to aggro so many monsters at once. Nyan and Tang Yao were only able to kill monsters like this by taking advantage of the unique topography of this intersection. Attempting to use this tactic and unleash a fireball upon a large group of enemies would have been suicidal if they were out in an open field. Normally, the destruction caused by meteor would be extremely limited in narrow spaces such as this. As it turned out, however, the intersection within the cave was quite suitable for casting the spell. Tang Yao couldn't help but admire Nyan even more, for him to be able to think of a tactic like this. A second later, another fireball rained down from above and exploded after hitting the ground. The brilliant flames expanded into the surroundings upon impact. 3 more enormous fireballs subsequently rained from the sky. Of the spiders that had been hit by meteor, 6 were directly crushed, 16 burned to the death from continuous area of effect burn damage, and the remaining were all dying or near death. The destructive capabilities of meteor had been clearly displayed before their very eyes. Tang Yao gazed blankly at the pile of rock spider corpses that laid before him. He had single-handedly caused all this destruction, a realization which hard for him to conceive. Nyan, did I really do all this? Tang Yao asked foolishly. Only after looking at the enormous amount of experience did he finally come to accept it. Just a moment ago, he really was the caster of that formidable meteor spell. What have you got that blank look for? Come on, let's take care of the remaining spiders. Nyan smiled and said, I'm out of mana. Tang Yao gazed at his mana bar that was almost completely bereft of any color. He still had enough to cast a few arcane missiles, but he wouldn't be able to cast anything like Flame Explosion. After hearing Tang Yao's words, Nyan recalled something. Meteor was a spell that voraciously consumed mana. That fact that Tang Yao was able to cast it was already quite impressive. Not to mention, he even had a little bit of mana left over to cast other spells. Besides the mana consumption, Meteor also required talismans which weren't cheap either. Therefore, if he was to continue casting this spell while grinding monsters, then Tang Yao would find his funds being quickly eaten away. Nyan pounced towards one of the remaining rock spiders and used Vital Strike to kill it. Following this, he and Tang Yao began cleaning up the remaining spiders. Soon, every single of one of those 20-plus spiders had met their end and collapsed on the floor. Nyan walked over to the corpses and gathered up the loot, which amounted to a total of 3 coppers. In the end, not a single piece of equipment had dropped. Nyan glanced at his experience bar. It had risen by another 3% after killing so many rock spiders. We've cleared out all the monsters in this area. Let's head deeper in, Nyan suggested. Mob grinding in such a manner could only be experienced every once in a while, as the monsters wouldn't respawn fast enough to make it a viable tactic. What? Why are we going even further in? Tang Yao asked in a surprised manner. There's something I must do deeper in the cave. Besides, the scenery inside this cave is quite mystical, Nyan replied as he smiled mysteriously. Upon arriving inside this cave, Nyan had vaguely remembered something unique about it. There was a spring at the very end of the rock spider cave. Not only was the water in this spring quite deep, but it also contained many strong currents which weaved and intersected with one another underneath the surface. As for why these currents existed, it was because the spring connected to an underground lake. After passing through the lake, you would find yourself arriving at a secluded ravine where all kinds of exotic medicinal herbs grew in large abundance. However, there was something even more valuable inside this ravine, something which countless players could only yearn for in their dreams, a torn page from the Book of Order. In the game's lore, the Book of Order and Book of Chaos were both divine objects which had been handed down since the era of shared governance 8,731,235. Even after 500 or 600 years had passed, the legend of these 2 books continued to spread. Their emergence was a mystery, as well as the origins of their author. Order and chaos represented the laws of the world. Each of the two books contained 6 volumes, 36 chapters total. These books represented 2 distinct and opposing powers which were scattered across the world. Legend has it that if one were to gather every page and complete the Book of Order, they would be able to revive the God of Order and gain immense power. Moreover, the owner of the Book of Order would become the supreme pontiff of the righteous faction and control all the holy shrines in the continent. On the opposite side of the spectrum, if one were to complete the Book of Chaos, they would gain immense destructive power and become the ruler of darkness, arch-nemesis of the owner of the Book of Order. The Book of Order and the Book of Chaos were both legendary existences. When the first 6-chapter volume emerged, a cinematic played showing the long history of the Viridian Empire and Satrine Empire. The 6 chapters from the first volume of the Book of Order were as follows: the chapter of justice, the chapter of virtue, the chapter of courage, the chapter of wisdom, the chapter of harmony, and the chapter of freedom. These 6 chapters fell in the hands of 6 people, each of whom were experts that possessed a seat as one of the top 100 members in the righteous faction. The owners of the chapter of justice, the chapter of courage, and the chapter of wisdom were respectively the first seat, the third seat, and the 6th seat. As such, the correlation between the two caused these chapters from the Book of Order to be viewed as divine existences by the public. It was correct that each of these chapters from the Book of Order possessed a powerful strength, but the caveat was that they could not be stored in a player's personal storage. Thus, the player would be forced to carry them on person. When the owner of a chapter was killed by another player, the chapter would always drop, unless the player possessed all 6 chapters. Due to this, the fighting and killing instigated by the Book of Order was almost never ending. The chapter of justice, chapter of courage, and chapter of wisdom eventually fell into the hands of the leaders of 3 super guilds. The owners of the remaining chapters also gained formidable power, but they had to always keep a low profile whenever they set out. They would also try to avoid using their chapter's powers in the presence of other players. Even so, Nyan had still witnessed the powerful might of these chapters from the Book of Order in videos before. The holder of the chapter of justice was the president of Angel Corp, a demon hunter from the elf race Angi Tianchi. He once confronted and defeated over 100 hostile enemies by summoning 16 righteous knights. One person had defeated over 100 players. This event later became a legend. The holder of the chapter of wisdom was Holy Judgment's guild leader, a holy mage emperor killer. He had withstood the invasion of the undead, during which he used the forbidden magic Resplendent Brilliance and eliminated 300 liches, thus creating another legend. The holder of the chapter of courage was the guild leader of the Holy Empire Guild, a berserker sleepy fox. During a guild war, he rushed deep into the enemy ranks all by himself, killing an enemy every few steps and personally beheading over 200 of them. He had slaughtered everything before him. Nyan couldn't help but burn with excitement when he thought of this. The Book of Order truly was an item of immense temptation, and now, in his new life, Nyan had the chance to gather all 6 chapters of the first volume. There was only one problem: he didn't know if he could. Nyan knew the whereabouts of the 6 chapters in the first volume quite clearly. As for the other 30 chapters that were scattered across the world, he roughly knew most of their locations. The one he was currently searching for was the 3rd chapter of the Book of Order. The chapter of courage. What are we going to do when we get further in? Is it dangerous? Tang Yao curiously asked. Yes, very. Nyan nodded and replied. If it's that dangerous, then why do you want to go there? Tang Yao asked while deep in confusion. There's a certain item there I want to retrieve. Nyan laughed as he responded. The game had just recently come out, and players like Tang Yao wouldn't know just how alluring a single chapter from the Book of Order was. I see. Tang Yao slowly nodded his head. He still didn't understand why Nyan wanted to go despite being aware of the danger. However, it seemed Nyan already had a plan, so he didn't inquire any further. After finishing their conversation, the two headed deeper into the cave. The passages were extremely narrow, which massively reduced Meteor's effectiveness. As a result, the two had to resort to using ordinary methods to clear the way as they slowly advanced. Rock spiders fell one after another. Under Nyan's guidance, Tang Yao felt his skills improve significantly. You're making rapid progress. Keep practicing like this and you'll find yourself becoming an expert in no time. Oh yeah, since we'll be heading to a dungeon tomorrow, let me give you a rundown on a few of the basics. The key aspects are aggro management and positioning. The dungeon we're running tomorrow is going to be a bit difficult, so it's best that you take caution, especially since we're dealing with the Trink King, Nyan said while facing Tang Yao. He went on and passed down all his knowledge regarding arcane mages and dungeoneering to Tang Yao. From time to time, he would also explain a few of the key parts of Trink Forest. Tang Yao keenly listened to every word he said. Before meeting Nyan, he could have been considered an average player. Neither his skills nor his equipment would have been considered anything special. In the end, he could only continue lagging behind others in the lower levels. But right now he was wearing the Fire Chaser set, which meant that his equipment was among the very best. Not only did this great success make him feel self-conscious, but it also put an immense pressure on him. In order to live up to his own expectations, Tang Yao began to work as hard as an actual expert would. In truth, Tang Yao's aptitude was pretty decent. Though it couldn't be considered at the apex, he would still be considered quite skilled. After receiving Nai Yan's pointers, however, he completely transformed. Even if he wasn't regarded as an expert in respect to his skills, it was evident that he knew how to improve. What else do I have to take note of? The most important stats for an arcane mage are intelligence, awareness, and focus. Among these three, intelligence is the primary stat, and undoubtedly the most important. Now this leaves the remaining two, awareness and focus, which are auxiliary stats. Awareness improves your survivability when confronting enemies that are able to stealth, whereas focus makes it harder for your spells to be interrupted. Hence, these two stats are extremely important as well. You can't improve auxiliary stats by leveling up, thus you must rely on passive skills to improve them. So if you want to keep up with others, make sure to possess the relevant passive skills. By the way, if you see any suitable skill books in the future and want to buy them but lack the money, let me know. I'll help you pay for them, Nai Yan said. Money isn't something I'm lacking, so you don't have to do that. I'll just need to hang around the auction house some more in the future, that's all, Tang Yao said as he shook his head. He took all of Nai Yan's advice to heart. As the pair neared the end of the cave, the faint sound of running water could be heard. Well, now that we've reached our destination, you should head back. There are 3 leader-class rock spiders up ahead, and I'm afraid you won't be able to make it past them, Nai Yan suggested. In his past life, he had seen a video online about how the chapter of courage was found. From this video, he had completely memorized the path to the chapter. I see. Well, you be careful then. Nai Yan nodded his head. I'll call you before heading over to the dungeon tomorrow, so go train and level for now. I'll be leaving then. Tang Yao took out the return scroll, unraveled it, and read it out loud. After 20 seconds, he became a streak of white light and teleported away. Nai Yan watched as Tang Yao was spirited away, then headed further into the cave. Originally, he had planned to wait until his level was higher before retrieving any chapters from the Book of Order. At his current level, retrieving the chapter of courage would be quite troublesome. Since he was already here, however, he decided that he might as well try it out. After all, if he was successful in obtaining the chapter of courage, then it would certainly make it much easier for him to level in the future. Nai Yan traveled deeper into the cave, where the secret area was located, and hid among the shadows. After walking for 3 minutes, he found himself in an open space. Off in the distance, he could see 3 giant leader-class rock spiders patrolling the area. Even further back, beyond the rock spiders, he could see an area entirely composed of water, roughly around 200 square meters. The water circulated from a narrow channel which eventually led underground. This was the source of running water that he had heard from before. 3 leader-class rock spiders blocked his path to the pond. They frequently moved about in the open space, only stopping in place to scratch their heads with their legs every once in a while. Nai Yan carefully observed them. He estimated that roughly 10 meters lied between him and the water's edge. For non-thief classes, it was absolutely impossible to pass through this area without alerting the leader-class rock spiders. Other classes would have to resort to killing them if they wanted to make it through the area. I guess there's no choice but to go in regardless. Nai Yan understood the risky nature of such a tactic, but he had overcome situations that were several times more dangerous than this one before. The most alluring characteristic of the thief class was the sheer excitement it provided. Thieves did what no other classes dared to do, and in doing so, they experienced the feeling of dancing between life and death. Perhaps his own nature was one that welcomed risks and dangers. What mattered most was that Nai Yan enjoyed this feeling. He strived to achieve the impossible and overcome dangerous situations one after another because it was proof of his own ability. After some quick calculations, he estimated that 2.5 meters was the closest he could get to one of the spiders without alerting it. As long as I'm not within 2.5 meters, I should be safe. Nai Yan entered stealth and began making his way forward. The 3 leader-class rock spiders continued to move about the area, their large eyes constantly reflecting images of their surroundings. Within the area, not a single thing was overlooked under their vigilant watch. In his past life, a player once calculated the statistics of the various types of monsters. They discovered that among animal-type monsters, spider types were ranked number 7 when it came to awareness. To put this into perspective, the number of animal-type monsters in the game amounted to approximately 6,000. This alone proved just how high the awareness of spiders was. Nai Yan carefully maintained the distance between himself and the leader-class rock spiders. He gradually moved towards the water's edge while simultaneously controlling his breathing. Using clock position, the locations of all 3 spiders were respectively 3.5 meters at 9 o'clock, 5 meters at 12 o'clock, and 6 meters at 11:00. His body resembled a gecko as he stuck himself to the cave wall and gradually shuffled his way forward. Every action was made with meticulous care. From the loose stones near the cave wall to the scattered gravel underneath his feet, they were all variables that he had to take into consideration. Caution was a ship that sailed for 10,000 years. Nyan felt he could never be too careful. The 6 years of experience he had gained in his past life granted him a deep understanding of this kind of reasoning. It was something he truly learned only after experiencing countless bitter lessons. In total, he had died over 300 times outside of instances. Needless to say, the times he died while in them was even more. An expert who had never experienced death was never an expert to begin with. If one wanted to be looked upon as an expert, then it was absolutely essential to take risks and gain experience in PvP. It was because experience could only be gained in such dangerous situations that death was unavoidable. In the eyes of an expert, players who had never experienced death or only grinded monsters to reach level 100 were still considered beginners. It was truly only because of his numerous experiences with death that Nyan became a somewhat well-known great thief and was only a hair's breadth away from obtaining the title of Shadow Dancer. The difference between Shadow Dancer and an average thief was only a single title. At that time, however, only 6 other people within the entire Atlantic continent held the title of Shadow Dancer. As Nyan moved forward, he gradually came within roughly 3 meters of one of the nearby leader-class rock spiders. The spider suddenly trembled and turned its gaze towards Nyan's location. Fortunately, Nyan was completely immersed within the darkness of the cave. The shadows here provided him an excellent environment to conceal himself. Even so, the rock spider's gaze was so intense that it actually appeared to be capable of piercing through the darkness. The tenseness in his heart reached an extreme as he held his breath and stuck as close to the cave wall as possible. The spider trembled as it saw a distinct silhouette gradually come into view. Scritch, scritch, it let out a cry and rushed towards its newfound opponent. Damn it, I've been discovered. Nyan's heart sank as he activated a speed scroll and sped towards the spring as fast he could. In that same moment, the 2 other spiders also took action and attempted to flank Nyan. They blocked off his path while the previous spider attempted to ram him. Nyan bent his knees to their limit and then leapt out of the way of the attacking spider. His character's weight load was currently light, thus he had a maximum jumping distance of 3 meters and jump height of half a meter. In a flash, he leapt out of the rock spider's attack range. Boom! The spider's immense body rammed into the wall. The impact fractured the wall, sending rubble falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the other 2 spiders simultaneously pounced at him from the front and left flank. However, Nyan's senses were sharp. He quickly went into a roll after landing, avoiding the oncoming charge of both spiders. Bang! The 2 spiders collided with each other, and as a result, they flipped over and sprawled out on their backs. The 3 leader-class rock spiders had nearly blocked off all paths of escape with their massive bodies alone. Nyan successfully escaped their encirclement by passing through a small gap between the 3 spiders, after which he continued running forward. Upon reaching the 5-meter mark, he increased his pace even more as he bolted towards the spring. One of the spiders managed to recover faster than the others and pounced towards Nyan. Seeing this, Nyan leaped into the air, and with a splash, dove head first into the spring. The 3 rock spiders hovered around when they arrived at the water's edge. However, in the end, none of them dared to enter. It was yet another narrow escape. As Nyan dove deeper, he activated the Water Aversion Pearl's ability. There was even less light underwater, which meant that his view distance was extremely limited. Meanwhile, the underlying currents posed a huge challenge as they pushed him every which way, making it more difficult to swim. At times, they would even forcefully push or pull him away from his destination. Nyan stabilized himself and carefully observed his surroundings. After reclaiming his bearings, he swam forth once more. There shouldn't be any monsters here, Nyan thought to himself. He swam for another 10 minutes before seeing gentle pillars of light shine down through the waters above him. I remember this place. There's a treasure chest near this location, Nyan thought as he swam through the dark waters at the bottom of the lake. In his previous life, every inch of this area had been thoroughly searched by others. Even the hidden nooks and crannies weren't exempt from this search. It was because of this that Nyan knew there was someone who had found a treasure chest in this location before. Aside from the water far above, the surrounding region was pitch black. Therefore, Nyan could only rely on his sense of touch as he navigated through the area. He felt a slight pain as his feet hit the ground, and he came into contact with several protruding rocks he had reached the lakebed. Ignoring the pain, Nyan continued to fumble his way through the rocks on the lakebed. He reached his hands into the soft, delicate sand below and searched around. His hands soon came into contact with an object seemingly hidden underneath the lakebed. Immediately, he began digging his way through layers upon layers of sand until a faint golden shimmer entered his eyes, causing his pupils to sharply contract. I struck it rich. It's a gold treasure chest. The golden treasure chest emitted a brilliant luster within the darkness of the lakebed. Every inch of its surface was covered with delicate carvings. Although these engravings seemed somewhat worn and aged, it didn't affect the overall aesthetic of the chest. On the contrary, it gave off the appeal of an artifact with historical value. What was even more remarkable was a certain symbol on the chest that caught Nyan's eye, a delicate engraving of a wolf. The engraving was roughly the size of an adult's fist. When Nyan looked closely, he could even make out each individual hair on this extremely detailed engraving. Both equipment and objects within the Atlantic continent were filled with a strong historical value from all eras. Each and every sculpture, painting, handiwork, and weapon carried the historical characteristics of their respective era. Therefore, no matter what the decade, century, or era, there would always be relevant research on that certain time period. With 10 full years of experience with this game, Nyan had a meticulous understanding of the history behind these engravings, paintings, and so on. This particular engraving was the symbol of an infamous pirate group that roamed the Sea region during the era of shared governance, 8,731,235. They were an endless headache for the Republic until their legislative body finally decided to act. The Republic dispatched their most elite naval forces to exterminate the pirates. The Allied Navy formed by the coalition of humans, giants, elves, and beastmen forced these pirates to flee for their lives. In the end, these pirates were eventually defeated. However, rumors have it that, before the war between the pirates and the Republic broke out, the pirates hid their treasures and scattered them in various locations throughout the continent. In response, the Republic decreed that ownership of the lost treasures would go to whomever finds them. As a result, countless treasure hunting groups were formed in hopes of finding lost treasure. Indeed, many of these lost treasures ended up being found during this time period. However, many remained hidden, lost within the Atlantic continent for centuries. This golden chest was one such relic left behind from the era of shared governance. The historical value of this ancient chest alone would make historians lose their minds. Nyan only knew that someone from his past life had found a chest in this area. He thought that the treasure chest would just be an ordinary one. Never did he expect that it was actually a golden treasure chest left behind from the era of shared governance. Whoever found the chest must have meticulously and deliberately hid the chest's rank because of this. Nyan opened the chest and reached inside. After feeling around for a bit, he grabbed onto what appeared to be a dagger. When he felt the dagger in his palm, Nyan couldn't suppress the fierce excitement within his heart. He hastily took the dagger out from the chest and gazed at its properties. Assassin's Decree Dagger. Properties unidentified. As the dagger needed to be appraised, he couldn't tell what its properties were yet. However, despite having been worn down after sitting here for centuries, the cold glint reflecting off the blade's edge showed that it was still sharp. This dagger had a unique design, vastly different from a common dagger. The handle was embroidered with various multicolored jewels, which made it look extremely beautiful. There was also a blood groove on the flat side of the blade, which made the dagger look streamlined and sleek. The tip was not unlike a barb, with the blade curving inwards. This dagger looked like it could easily cut through flesh. Assassin's Decree. Nyan tried to recall of any information related to this dagger, but nothing surfaced. He had never come across this dagger before, and thus he was unable to guess its properties. Despite this, he was still able to discern from the design of the dagger alone that it was at least a gold-grade piece of equipment. Nyan understood just how significant owning a gold-grade piece of equipment this early in the game's existence would be. He would have many opportunities in the future which wouldn't have presented themselves had he not obtained this dagger. Knowing this, Nyan was filled with endless excitement as he stored the dagger into his knapsack. Even if he failed to retrieve the chapter of courage this time, this dagger alone would have made the trip worthwhile. According to how the game was designed, it was highly unlikely that two chests of the same quality would appear in the same area. The chances for such a situation to occur were slim to none. Thus, Nyan didn't bother searching the lakebed anymore and instead began swimming up towards the surface where rays of light gently shone down into the water. As he neared the surface, the light became increasingly intense. Splash! When Nyan's head broke through the surface of the water, he found himself in an extremely small spring. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered a beautiful valley. The clear spring he found himself in flowed down the valley gulch and into a flourishing forest below. An abundance of grass grew freely in the rest of the valley, resembling a thick green carpet which covered everything aside from the forest itself. Various kinds of wild flowers were littered across the area. These flowers gave off a delicate fragrance which wafted throughout the region. Surrounding the valley were steep green mountains that acted as a natural barrier from the outside world. These mountains were home to a diverse range of vegetation, which meant this area was most likely sealed off from the rest of the world. A short while later, Nyan was now walking through the deeper parts of the forest below. The dense foliage blocked off most of the sunlight from above, however. Some light still managed to pass through the tender green leaves and shine down upon the earth below. It was because of this that the forest was not dark, but instead tinted a shade of viridian which gave off a mysterious yet warming sensation. As Nyan walked through the forest, the surroundings made it seem as though he had entered a completely different world. Nyan swept his gaze over every nook and cranny in the forest. When he spotted a certain shrub at the base of the mountain, he was incapable of looking away. This particular shrub reached up to his knees and had many branches. Its appearance was not unlike a jade sculpture, translucent and radiating with vibrant colors. Tucked away within the shrub's leaves was a single scarlet-red fruit that resembled a cherry tender and glistening. This is a red ernberry. I didn't think a plant like this could appear in such a low-level area. Nyan's memories were still quite clear during the latter years of his past life. The selling price of a single red ernberry reached up to several hundred gold. Moreover, each and every red ernberry held different properties. Nyan walked towards the steep mountain wall and carefully harvested the red ernberry from the shrub. Fortunately, he had already learned the gatherer skill. Otherwise, he would have had no chance in retrieving this fruit in event, which would have been truly unfortunate. Red ernberry, rare fruit. Description: the player who eats this fruit will gain +2 willpower permanently. Restrictions: each player may only consume this fruit up to 3 times. Further consumption will not yield any additional benefits. Considering the red ernberry's inherent rarity, and the fact that it could also permanently increase a player's stats, it was no wonder this fruit could sell for upwards of several hundred gold. Nyan contemplated for a while before finally deciding to eat the fruit. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Besides, this fruit was meant to be eaten, only a fool would actually sell it. An additional 2 willpower was quite decent. Willpower was a stat that reduced the effectiveness of debuffs such as sickness, poison, curses, resistance debuffs, etc. on a player. It didn't matter if it was PvP or PvE, willpower was a stat that would always be useful. After all, the number of mobs and classes that could cast debuffs on a player were more than just a few. Nyan put the fruit into his mouth. It melted almost instantaneously and became a warm current that flowed directly to his stomach. He took a quick glance at his willpower stat. It had gone from 0 to 2. Having 2 willpower at such a low level was rather useful. After eating the red ernberry, he didn't dally any further and headed deeper into the forest. After walking down a path hidden in the grass for roughly 5 minutes, he finally entered the deeper part of the forest. Here the trees were more lush and exuberant, but the lighting was much dimmer due to the light having to penetrate through much more vegetation to reach the ground below. The forest floor was covered in a layer of dead leaves that stretched as far as the eye could see. Within the dark forest, a single bright ray of light could be seen shining through the dense foliage. The absence of any other lights only served to make it all the more prominent and clear. At the center of the ray of light was a meter-high cylindrical column that seemed to have been carved out of stone. Placed atop this column was a thick book which seemed to have been eroded by the elements. Its worn state seemed to be a testament to the book's long and distant history. This book was, according to Nyan's memories, aptly named Annal of the Era of Shared Governance. Its contents detailed all of the historical events that occurred during the era of shared governance. It was within this thick history book that the chapter of courage was hidden. Nyan walked up to the column and extended his right hand towards the cover of the book. The moment his fingers made contact, the book opened up by itself and began rapidly flipping through its pages. Suddenly, a narration began playing. Within this secret forest, you've discovered a thick book that chronicles the history of an ancient era. Upon placing your hand on the book, you suddenly feel a mysterious force enter your body. What's this? You inquire to yourself while brimming with curiosity. Shortly after, the pages in the book begin turning by themselves, revealing mysterious silver-leafed characters. From these characters, you learn this Annals of the Era of Shared Governance was written by a combination of 3 languages: the Cassate Giant Language, Ancient Universal Language, and Dragon Language. You record this newfound knowledge in your head. System: you've learned the language of the Cassate Giants. System: you've learned the language of the dragons. System: you've learned the ancient language of the common people. System: you've received the Annals of the Era of Shared Governance. The Atlantic continent contained over 300 languages. Before, Nyan had only learned the current common language, which was the language of the humans. Yet suddenly, he had learned 3 new languages. He quickly glanced over his information page and realized it had a new section titled Annals of the Era of Shared Governance. Within this section was a description of every notable event that had occurred during that era. This sort of data was invaluable. In the future, it could help Nyan accomplish many tasks and identify various items. This Annals of the Era of Shared Governance will save me a lot of time and trouble when completing quests related to that era. Nyan couldn't help but think to himself. Looking closely at the book, you're surprised to discover a separate piece of paper tucked away between the pages of the book. Numerous rows of mysterious, dark golden characters dotted this page. As you look over the lines of gibberish, you slowly realize that these characters belong to the language of the Cassate giants and spell out Chapter of Courage. "I've finally found it," Nyan pleasantly thought to himself as he glanced at the chapter's properties. Description: the third chapter of the first volume of the Book of Order, a fragment of a legendary item. Whoever shall possess this chapter will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. Properties: receive 2 stat points and 1 mastery point every 5 levels. Focus plus 15, willpower plus 15, resilience plus 16, jump plus 15, reflex plus 15, speed plus 16. Transcendent Insight: gain the ability to see through your enemies, allows you to view enemy character information, also grants the ability to appraise items. Passive: awareness plus 10. Judicator of God: grants immunity to all magic, gain 500 health, and summon an advanced life-saving shield that absorbs 60% of all incoming damage for 5 minutes. This skill cannot be used in instances. Cooldown 10 days, 110. Restrictions: can only be bound by a member of the Righteous Guardian of Order. Note: item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's inventory. Nyan stared out blankly as his hands began to tremble lightly. He had seen the properties of this chapter on the internet in his past life before, but now, as he held the chapter in his hands, he experienced an entirely different feeling. He reckoned this Adjudicator of God was the very skill the guild leader of Holy Empire, Sleepy Fox, had used to slaughter his way through 200 players in his past life. Not to mention the skill even made the player immune to every single type of magic for 5 minutes. What kind of overpowered ability was this? What was even more disgusting was the fact that Sleepy Fox already had top-tier equipment in the first place. If you added immunity to all magic, 500 health, and a shield that absorbed 60% of all damage, then his strength would undoubtedly become excessive beyond reason. To meet him on the battlefield would simply be meeting a god of death. However, the cooldown period of the skill was still quite high. After all, it would take 10 days before the skill could be activated again, which was why most players wouldn't rashly use the skill unless they were at a critical juncture. If you included the other stat bonuses and properties of the chapter, Nyan had effectively leapt up to become one of the top experts, if not the strongest player in the game. This chapter from the Book of Order clearly lived up to its name as a legendary existence. After placing the Chapter of Courage into his knapsack, Nyan glanced at his stat page and found that several of his stats had risen by a large amount. When Adjudicator of God came off cooldown, he would become unequaled in terms of combat strength. However, from now on, he would have to take extra caution whenever he was killing mobs or fighting players. This was because the Chapter of Courage would immediately drop from his body if he died. The only way to prevent this was to find the other 5 chapters and complete the first volume of the Book of Order. Despite having finally retrieved the Chapter of Courage, Nyan didn't relax or loosen his guard at all. After storing the chapter in his knapsack, he took out a return scroll and began channeling it. System unable to activate return scroll from this location. Alarms rang out in Nyan's mind. He understood well what this announcement signified. He was currently in a sealed region. How could the game allow him to get the Chapter of Courage so easily? It was reasonable to assume that the chapter would have a guardian protecting it, which was a boss known as the Guardian of Order. However, up until now, why had it still not made an appearance? In the past, Nyan had merely skimmed through the video regarding the chapter. There was one thing, however, that remained deeply engraved in his mind: the imposing figure of the Guardian of Order. As Nyan thought about this, the ground beneath his feet began to violently tremble and crack. It was as though something below was attempting to force its way up. Nyan glanced at the path he took to get here, but found it had been obstructed by falling boulders. Shit, I have to make a run for it. He looked around, but there wasn't even a single exit anywhere in sight. With no other options left, he began heading towards the mountain. Upon arrival, he found a slope that didn't seem too steep and began nimbly climbing his way up. Many trees grew atop the mountain slope, giving him plenty of handholds. While climbing, Nyan suddenly recalled something. Oh right, the silk spinner ring. Up until now, he still hadn't found an opportunity to appraise the ring. However, now, with transcendent insight, appraising it would be a cinch. He took the ring out from his knapsack and appraised it. Silk spinner ring, bronze, unique accessory. Requirements: level 0. Properties: release a thread of silk that can adhere to certain surfaces. The thread can extend up to 5 meters in length and has a tensile strength of 200 pounds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Weight 0.05 lb. Restrictions: can be equipped by all factions. After equipping the silk spinner ring, he wanted to appraise Assassin's decree as well. At that very moment, however, a powerful gust of heat was expelled from the valley below as the ground shattered into countless pieces. Like a volcanic eruption, countless boulders and rock fragments were sent flying into the air. Many of the trees in the valley had been uprooted and were strewn across the area, while others had spontaneously combusted, a scene of utter and absolute destruction. At the very center of the valley, a horrifying crater of lava emerged and swallowed up everything within its reach. A dormant giant, awoken from its slumber, pulled itself up from deep beneath the ground. It was the servant of God and possessed the power to bestow divine judgment. I don't have much time. The suddenness of it all prevented Nyan from appraising the dagger, as he had to divert his attention back to scaling the mountain. The burst of heat had caught him off guard, and he nearly slipped and fell back down to the valley below. Standing atop one of the many trees growing horizontally on the mountainside, Nyan glanced upwards, looking for the next handhold. After spotting one about 2 meters away, he leapt high up into the air and grabbed onto a protruding rock, then clambered up. With this, he had made some more progress scaling the mountain. Meanwhile, back at the valley, a giant head emerged from the cracks in the earth, followed by immense arms, a torso, and legs. From head to toe, the giant was roughly 60 meters in height. 2 wings covered in pitch-black feathers sprouted from its back. In its hand was a 30-meter-long crystal scepter. When it emerged from the earth, its entire body ignited with a blazing red aura, causing a whirlwind of scorching heat to rise and form at the center of the valley. With transcendent insight, Nyan could see the giant's stats. Guardian of Order, low-level intelligence, level 100. Health, 200,000, 200,000. The giant spoke with a bellowing voice that stretched far into the valley. Though whatever he was saying sounded like gibberish, it was actually the language of the dragons. His words roughly translated to light and darkness alternate in cycles. I am the protector of God's will and guard his order. If there is a sinful person who desires to purloin the chapter from the Book of Order, then they shall receive divine judgment. Legends say that the guardians were birthed from the merging of giant and dragon. Viewed as freaks of nature, they were banished into the deep wilderness where they eventually received God's baptism. Entrusted with a task from God, they protect the various chapters scattered across the world. The guardian's gaze swept across its surroundings, finally coming to rest on a figure that had almost climbed to the mountain's peak. With a single beat of its massive wings, the giant's immense body rapidly rose up into the air. The giant bellowed, black flame tempest. As if answering the giant's call, a scorching black cloud of flame emerged out of thin air and began rapidly congealing into a sphere. Afterwards, the ball of black flame shot towards Nyan. Boom! The black flame tempest exploded on the mountainside, scattering pitch-black fireballs in every direction and setting the entire area ablaze. Not far from Levin Hills, in a small forest town by the name of Link, the earth violently shook and trembled. Players who had gathered at the town were left frightened and anxious due to the sudden commotion. What's going on? Look over there, where the mountains are. The entirety of the mountain's peak had been engulfed in a cloud of black flame, and within those black flames emerged the immense silhouette of a figure hovering in the air. It was as though an apostle of destruction had arrived from the gates of hell itself. Soon, a disaster warning was issued in Link. Warning: a dragon has emerged south of Link. We advise all nearby players to depart the area immediately. After a few brief moments, a flash of brilliant light was emitted from the transfer point in Link. A group of fully armed NPC soldiers wearing bright silver armor had arrived in town. On the chest of each of these soldiers was a medal engraved with the insignia of the Holy Crusaders. The soldiers rapidly assembled in the public square, their numbers reaching in excess of several hundred. Within the Viridian Empire, there existed 2 elite armies which were considered to be the Empire's most powerful fighting forces. The first belonged to the Imperial Church and were known as the Holy Crusaders. This army was composed of over 500,000 troops, and their commander-in-chief was the Holy Mage, Jebiah the Great. They were tasked with the duty of protecting the entire empire. The second army was the Guardian Legion of the Temple of Light, known as the Temple Guards. They numbered less at around 50,000 strong. Unlike the Holy Crusaders, however, their sole duty was to safeguard the Temple of Light and uphold the religion of the entire empire. These several hundred soldiers who had arrived to guard the town belonged to the Holy Crusaders. No wonder, it was a monster from the dragon race. The players vigorously chatted amongst themselves while gazing at the Guardian of Order who was hovering in the sky. The dragon race, an existence that was both powerful and distant to mankind. During the Dark Era 2,678,230, dragons had reigned supreme and established a mighty empire on the continent, which enslaved all other races. Eventually, their rule was toppled by the combined alliance of giants, humans, dwarves, elves, and beastmen. To prevent facing retaliation from the dragons in the future, the Alliance enacted a mass genocide of all dragons throughout the continent. Thus, the former glory of the dragon race was no more. However, they didn't simply fade from existence. There were still many dragons scattered across the continent, hidden away in their secluded abodes. The Viridian Empire had classified the Guardian of Order as a member of the dragon race. Although they were technically wrong, at least in regards to exterior appearances, there were only minute differences between the two. With the appearance of the NPCs, the minds of players began working. A monster of the dragon race had emerged, along with a large number of NPC soldiers. In such a scenario, the two parties were most certainly going to clash, which left the players wondering what sort of profits they could fish out from this spectacle. Soon the information became widespread, and with it, guilds began appearing one after another through the transfer point at Link. The three most prominent guilds were Splendid Temple, Dark Massacre, and Holy Empire, each of which had sent anywhere from 1,000 to over several thousand players. The equipment the dragon might drop truly represented an irresistible enticement for these guilds. In just a short period of time, Link had suddenly become armed to the teeth. Even the ballistae in the guard towers were being loaded and prepped. A few moments earlier, Nyan lifted his head and gazed at the immense figure hovering in the sky. The pair of wings on its back were large enough to blot out the entire sun. When the Guardian displayed its might by casting Black Flame Tempest, clouds of black flame emerged and covered the sky before congealing into a dense fireball. As if it were a meteor, the dense ball of black flame crashed towards Nyan, engulfing everything in its path. The large black fireball exploded upon colliding with the mountain, sending several smaller fireballs scattering across the surroundings. On impact, they smashed boulders to rubble, created deep craters everywhere, and charred the earth black. Even when faced with such a situation, Nyan still didn't panic. Instead, by relying on his experience, eyesight, and judgment, he remained cool-headed and found a safe place to hide after calculating the fireball's trajectory. Fortunately, the fireballs weren't concentrated in a single area, but the explosive power of each individual fireball was still quite a terrifying sight to behold. Shit, he's coming down. Nyan tilted his head and gazed upward. He saw the Guardian of Order's immense body, descending towards his general location like a hawk swooping down to catch its prey. This creature, which looked like it had come from the deepest layers of hell, definitely wasn't something he was currently capable of contending with. Compared to the Guardian, Nyan was such a frail existence that even so much as a slight touch from the Guardian of Order could end his life. Nyan didn't spare a single second as he began rapidly descending down the mountain. He made it about halfway before stopping at a steep cliff. As he peered downwards, he noticed it was roughly an 80 to 90 meter drop. Taking a quick glance behind, he saw the Guardian fast approaching his location. Without a second thought, he made a leap of faith and jumped off the cliff. Boom! The Guardian of Order descended onto the cliff where Nyan had just been standing moments ago. The impact of his landing shattered the surrounding rocks and boulders. As Nyan fell from the mountain, his speed rapidly increased. He could feel the vegetation growing on the cliffside sweeping past his ear. Occasionally, one or two branches would briefly break his fall, only to immediately snap after bearing the full force of his impact. 795. Each collision caused damage values to appear above his head one after another. Nyan rapidly approached the earth, his body soon to crash into the ground. With his left arm extended, he activated the ability from the silk spinner ring. A web line shot out and adhered to the cliff face between the vegetation, slowly decelerating his descent. The line was tough and resilient and resembled a rubber band as it gradually stretched itself to the limit. The tension on the web line continuously increased. The force of Nyan's fall surpassed the silk line's tensile strength, and the line gave out with a snap, taking many of the branches and rubble from the cliff face along with it. Despite snapping, the web line still managed to significantly slow down his falling speed. 56. Thud. Nyan fell onto the ground. Fortunately, the fall damage wasn't too high and was within the limits of what his health could handle. In normal circumstances, if a player didn't have an item such as the silk spinner ring to cushion the fall, they would most certainly die. Having climbed and fallen over the other side of the mountain, the distance from his current location to Link wasn't too far off. With safety being his #1 priority, Nyan entered stealth and activated a basic haste scroll. From a half-withered bush at the base of the mountain, he made a sprint towards Link. The large crowds in the town should offer a little protection. Having failed its attack, the Guardian of Order beat its wings and hovered in the air. Nyan had already escaped the valley by entering stealth and disappeared without a trace. After the fall, Nyan and the Guardian were more than 100 meters apart. Even if the level disparity between them was high, it still couldn't make up for the distance. Hence, even if the Guardian had a clear view of Nyan, it would still be unable to see through his stealth. With regards to how stealth detection range was calculated, it depended on level disparity, the awareness stat, and observation ability. With some rough estimations, Yan was confident that as long as he stood at least 100 meters from the Guardian, he would be safe from its detection. Even if it was a level 100 elite class, its level, awareness, and observational abilities couldn't make up for such a large gap in distance. Yan turned his head to look back. At this point, the Guardian of Order still hadn't left the area. Rather, it was heading over in his direction to investigate. Without delay, Yan held his breath and hid behind a large boulder. The Guardian beat its wings and flew over. As it hovered in the sky, it investigated the area below it for any signs of movement, but didn't manage to discover Yan. The hunter and the hunted, the Guardian of Order was like the eagle in the sky, while Yan was like the prey on the ground. There was still roughly a kilometer between him and Link. Under the attentive gaze of the Guardian, there was no way for him to safely travel such a large distance. There's still another method. I can use the return scroll. It was possible to use the return scroll in this location, however. It would take a full 20 seconds to activate. Moreover, when channeling, the scroll would emit a bright light which would definitely attract the Guardian of Order's attention. With its flying speed, the Guardian wouldn't need more than 10 seconds to fly over to Yan and kill him after discovering his location. As the Guardian gradually descended from the air, the distance between it and Yan became increasingly near. This'll be troublesome, Yan anxiously thought. If the Guardian were to enter a range of less than 100 meters, it was possible for his hiding location to be detected. With every step, danger was slowly approaching. Since I can't hide and avoid it, I might as well try fleeing for my life. Only, I'm not sure if I can make the half-mile run. Just as the Guardian prepared to descend onto the ground. Whoosh, 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 3 arrows swiftly came flying over, all shot from afar. Each arrow separately aimed for its head, throat, and heart. The Guardian avoided them by flying to the side, causing all 3 arrows to miss their target. In the distance, atop a large withered old tree, a tall NPC archer wearing silver-plated armor drew his bow. Whoosh, 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 another 3 arrows were fired into the air. The Guardian of Order let out a hiss. Seemingly resentful of the provocation of these low-level beings, it pounced towards the NPC. Several soldiers approached the archer in the tree. Commander Nisode, the defensive perimeter has been built. We're awaiting further instructions, reported the several fully equipped soldiers. It's approaching. Withdraw to Link. This foolish dragon will experience the divine judgment of the Holy Crusaders. Commander Nisode shot a glance at the Guardian of Order speeding towards them in the air. Afterwards, he returned the bow to his back, leapt from the tree, and gracefully landed on the ground. Under Commander Nicole's provocations, the Guardian of Order flew over Yan's head and headed straight for Link. System Level 1 Disaster Warning. Invasion of a Dragon. The Guardian bellowed in the dragon language, blazing meteor. The Guardian brandished its scepter. An enormous meteor formed out of blazing flames fell from the sky and streaked towards Link. Flames were set ablaze in the sky. The meteor, 50 to 60 meters in size, would most likely engulf the surrounding 2,500 square meters. Activate the basic defensive formation. Commander Nisode climbed up to the tallest tower in Link and issued the order to those below him. Afterwards, a blue barrier began forming and protected the entire town within it. Boom! The meteor exploded over the barrier while fire blossoms scattered in all directions. The barrier trembled violently due to the impact. Even all the players within the town could feel the barrier trembling as the remnant heat and fire elements assaulted their senses. Attack! Commander Nisode issued out another order from the command tower. Immediately, every ballista within the town aimed at the Guardian of Order and fired. Whoosh, 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 countless bolts flew through the air in a densely packed salvo. Simultaneously, several thousand archer and mage players also fired a volley of attacks. Meanwhile, the Guardian of Order unceasingly fired off its own magic attacks. Under its barrage of attacks, the barrier began showing signs of breaking as cracks appeared everywhere. Bang! A loud explosion echoed throughout the town as the barrier was shattered into pieces. With the barrier shattered, the Guardian rushed into the town and descended to the ground. With a single step, the Guardian crushed a nearby building, sending smashed tiles, bricks, and other building materials flying everywhere. The appearance of the Guardian wreaked havoc among the players in the town. Holy shit, it's a level 100 elite monster. Fighters, don't rush forward. Mages, where are the F-seeking mages? All of you, fire your spells. Shift CK, damn it. All of our attacks are misses. The level gap is too high. Panic and confusion spread through the players, and the town was in a state of chaos and upheaval. Over 10 heavily armored Holy Crusaders rushed forward to engage the Guardian. Surrounding the Guardian, the soldiers began their assault, but their countless attacks fell short and were the equivalent of raindrops as they landed on the Guardian's body. The Guardian was glowing red as a flaming aura surged from its scales. It was a terrifying existence which brought about destruction. With every swing of its scepter, a Holy Crusader would be smashed and sent flying. Buildings were crushed or knocked down, and the ground was scorched and charred, leaving a path of ruin wherever it passed. By the glory of the Holy Crusaders, my name is Commander Nisod, and I will pass divine judgment upon this sinister dragon, tyrant impaling arrow. With these 3 words spoken, Commander Nisod placed his hand on the bowstring. He grunted heavily as he pulled back until it reached its maximum draw weight. Boom, he released the bowstring. The arrow fiercely spiraled forward and carried a biting cold rotating energy along with it. Bang! The arrow briefly encountered some resistance when it met with the Guardian's scales, only to immediately pierce into and bore its way through the Guardian's body. 87,829. An unfeasibly high damage value had appeared above the Guardian's head. The acute damage made the Guardian of Order release an indignant roar containing its wrath and fury. It raised the immense scepter in its grasp high into the air. The surrounding fire elements, along with the smoldering remnants of its previous spells, began to gather around and took the shape of an immense rotating pillar of flame. The fighting in Link became increasingly intense. As for the origin of such a disaster, Nyan, he was inwardly rejoicing in his mind. Fortunately, the soldiers from Link led the Guardian of Order away, otherwise I would have undoubtedly met my end. Nyan was lingering around the outskirts of the town. Under the numerous attacks of the town's soldiers, the Guardian of Order would soon be unable to resist any longer. He was curious what sort of equipment such a high-level monster like the Guardian would drop. As he thought of this, Nyan's mind was full of anticipation. He drew slightly closer to the Guardian at roughly 60 meters away and hid under the cover of a ruined building. Since there was still a bit of time, Nyan took out Assassin's Decree from his knapsack and decided to appraise it with transcendent insight. Assassin's Decree Gold, secondary weapon. Requirements level 5. Properties: attack 2629, strength plus 16, accuracy plus 12. Attack speed 2.5. Weight 3 lbs. Restrictions: can be equipped by all factions. It was a secondary weapon and was truly worthy of being gold tier level 5 with an attack of nearly 30. He would be able to equip it once he learned dual wielding and reached level 5. His attack would then rise tremendously when he possessed such a powerful weapon. After glancing at its properties, Nyan put Assassin's Decree back into his knapsack. As for whether the Guardian of Order would drop any equipment, Nyan didn't have high hopes. After all, the Guardian of Order was merely a protector, and its existence was simply to safeguard the chapters from the Book of Order. These types of beings frequently dropped no equipment. However, there were naturally always exceptions to these cases. The chapters from the Book of Order weren't going to be left in incompetent hands. Thus, existences such as the Guardians of Order emerged. The game designers put in such a powerful creature to guard the chapter, yet only gave it low-level intelligence. Therefore, the Guardian of Order only acted by instinct, and its aggro system was the same as any other ordinary monster. Therefore, Commander Nisod's arrival had saved Nyan's life at the most critical juncture. There's actually quite a few people here. Nyan swept his gaze over the surrounding environment and noticed many other players eyeing the current battle like tigers watching their prey. The moment the Guardian of Order died, these 100 or so players would all simultaneously take action in an attempt to pilfer whatever equipment that dropped. There are so many people here. Even if the equipment does drop, I definitely won't be able to snatch it. I already got the Chapter of Courage. I should be satisfied with what I have, Nyan inwardly contemplated. He was an easily satisfied person. Thus he never held high hopes when situations occurred where it was certain he would not obtain anything. Nyan focused his gaze after peering past several obstacles and caught sight of a few acquaintances. Splendid Star, a 20-something-year-old man with a squarish jawline. He was the guild leader of Splendid Temple. Even though he couldn't be regarded as handsome, he was still passable in terms of looks. His clean-shaven face gave off a bright and refreshing kind of look. In Nyan's past life, he had friendly interactions with Nyan. Having helped Nyan on several occasions, he had a reckless personality but valued loyalty and friendship. In turn, Nyan had also accompanied him and his friends during several guild expeditions. Swift Slash, a sloppy-looking man and the 36-year-old guild leader of Dark Massacre. According to rumors, he was part of the criminal underworld and had quite a few underlings under his command. His personality was nothing great and would every so often butt heads with Splendid Star. As such, Nyan himself didn't have too great of an impression on this person. Sleepy Fox, a player who was roughly 30 years old. Nyan wasn't too familiar with him, nor did they have any sort of relationship. However, as the guild leader of Holy Empire, he was a somewhat well-known name. It was rumored his prestige within the guild was fairly high, was capable of leading Holy Empire into becoming one of the top 10 largest guilds. This achievement alone was proof of his strength. He was also the holder of the Chapter of Courage in Nyan's previous life. Splendid Star and his group were lying in wait among the ruined buildings in the west. Swift Slash and his group were located in the southwest. Both sides were watching like tigers awaiting their prey, ready to act any moment. On the other hand, Sleepy Fox was located in the east. The corner of his mouth curved into a ridiculing smile as he gazed at the two sides ready to duke it out. He planned to swoop in when both sides were exhausted. As he watched such a scene unfold, Nayan couldn't help thinking, what if Sleepy Fox were to know he had taken the chapter of courage which was supposed to belong to him? What kind of reaction would Sleepy Fox have? Would he grab all his men and unrelentingly chase him down? Swift slash, with our splendid temple members here, your dark massacre guild should just step off to the side. Don't be so unwilling to accept it. I was the first to reach level 5 before you. I was also the first to clear the Treant Forest and Blackflame Forest before you. No matter in real life or in the game, I've always been ahead of you, Splendid Star bluntly proclaimed as he stared at Swift Slash in an unyielding manner. Swift Slash's face turned ashen. Splendid Star's words had infuriated him quite a bit. He sneered, so what if your splendid temple guild cleared the Blackflame Forest? Your clear rate was only 68%, it's nothing to brag about. Your guild's honor is only higher than ours by 200 points. Given some time, we'd easily catch up. We're 200 points ahead of you right now, but who knows? Maybe by tomorrow, we'll be ahead by 1,000, then the day after, 2,000. Trying to overtake us, try again in your next life. Guild reputation was a representation of a guild's strength otherwise. Why else would they care about such a tiny gap in honor points? Bastard, you're looking to die. What's so terrific about Splendid Star and his guild? Come on, let's kill them. A member of Dark Massacre passionately shouted from within the group. Brat, if you have the guts, then come up here. Over on Splendid Temple's side, their members were itching to go as well. However, neither side made a move and only continued cursing at each other. The main goal of their trip was still to secure the equipment the Guardian of Order might drop. This equipment was the target of all three guild leaders. Meanwhile, the Holy Crusaders vehemently resisted the Guardian of Order, not yielding by even a single inch. The archers at the rear continued to fire a rain of arrows, with every single one concentrated solely on the Guardian's body. The Guardian of Order thundered furiously and cast its magic. The deep and archaic dragon language echoed above Link, with spells one after another pouring down like a torrent of raindrops. The Guardian of Order doesn't have much health left. Quick, snatch the equipment. No one knew which person shouted those words, but immediately a deluge of players pounced towards the Guardian of Order. After Commander Nisode let out an explosive shout, a single arrow shot out from his bow and pierced the Guardian of Order's shoulder, causing blood to gush out everywhere. The Guardian issued a mournful cry before transforming into white light and vanishing in the air. A single gold piece of armor fell from where it had been. It's the equipment, get it. Splendid Star coldly shouted, kill whoever manages to snatch the equipment. The guild leader of Holy Empire, Sleepy Fox, also ordered from the guild chat. 300 to 400 players pounced from all directions and charged towards the armor that had fallen from the Guardian of Order. Every guild within the game could be seen included in the crowded and especially chaotic scene to behold. He never expected the Guardian of Order would actually drop a piece of equipment. Moreover, it appeared the equipment dropped was gold grade as well. Seeing this, Nayan also charged into the fray. He was already here, so why not give it a try anyway? A berserker from Holy Empire had taken the lead by activating charge, which increased his speed by a significant amount. Soon, it appeared as if he were about to snatch the equipment at any moment. However, 10 spells immediately came flying over, bombarding his body simultaneously. After being hit by so many spells at once, his body transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. FCK, Sleepy Fox, seeing the piece of equipment just within his grasp fly away once more, cursed loudly. Keep fighting. The three major guilds still didn't approach the dropped equipment. Instead, they began fighting and fired barrages of spells at one another. 7 or so players approached the dropped equipment and were immediately met with an explosion of spells that turned them into ashes. Nayan was roughly 20 meters from the dropped equipment with a member from Dark Massacre, a fighter, obstructing the path ahead. The fighter noticed Nayan and came forward to intercept him. With his body lowered, Nayan evaded and weaved his body past the fighter's attack. The fighter's body shot into empty space. He stared out blankly before turning his head. By that time, Nayan had already run far away. Charge. As a berserker, Sleepy Fox took the lead and rushed forward. Immediately, a dozen spells came bombarding towards him. As he was about to be hit, Sleepy Fox dodge rolled at the last moment. Of the dozen spells, only 3 managed to land on his body. The equipment belongs to me. Sleepy Fox felt ecstatic as he bent down to pick up the equipment on the ground. Don't be so quick to get happy, Swift Slash coldly shouted. Immobilize. Swift Slash brandished his staff, chanted several syllables, and cast Immobilize. Sleepy Fox's body immediately became rigid as he was rooted in place. While Swift Slash was a shadow priest, Immobilize was still a rarely seen spell that could cause a player's body to become rigid. At beginner level, it could root a player in place for 3 seconds. Damn it, Sleepy Fox cursed in his mind. He was unable to move any part of his body. At the same moment, Swift Slash and Splendid Star both simultaneously pounced towards the armor and drew increasingly near. 5 meters, 3 meters. In terms of speed, Swift Slash would definitely be able to snatch the armor before Splendid Star. Yan had entered stealth and followed Swift Slash and Splendid Star closely from behind. However, the two were still faster than him by a pace which meant he definitely wouldn't be able to snatch it away. Since he couldn't get the equipment himself, why not send it to a friend? Yan swept his left leg out. Tripping was a basic movement in Conviction. In melee combat, a player could trip their opponent and cause them to stumble. The success rate depended on the person's strength stat and the opponent's body weight. Fortunately, Yan's left leg managed to stop right in front of Swift Slash's foot, causing him to immediately lose his balance and fall once his leg was hooked. Thud, Swift Slash fell onto the ground while Splendid Star extended his right hand and grabbed the armor before stuffing it into his bag. Only then did they realize there had been a thief following them closely from behind. With the gold-grade armor having found an owner, Splendid Star hastily returned to his guild ranks. Sleepy Fox felt extremely vexed. If Swift Slash hadn't abruptly rooted him in place, that gold-grade armor would have belonged to him. Some felt elated and others felt upset, but no one could surpass the joy Splendid Star currently felt because he had become the biggest winner this time around. He glanced over and observed Yan. Earlier, the timing of this thief's triple beta basic movement was simply perfect. No matter the timing or position, he was not even a single iota off. The perfection of his timing and positioning definitely wasn't by coincidence, it was intentional. Moreover, Yan was closer to him at that time. Reasonably enough, if Yan had attempted to trip him instead, he'd have no way to evade. However, Yan still purposefully chose Swift Slash. If it weren't for this, the gold-grade armor would have never fallen into his hands. I didn't manage to get anything. Yan shrugged his shoulders and spoke in an indifferent manner, then turned around to leave. You want to leave after all that? Don't think you're going to be let off that easily. Swift Slash coldly snorted. If it weren't for Yan, the equipment would have definitely belonged to him. In the same moment he spoke, several dozen Dark Massacre members in the area coldly shouted and began converging around Yan, blocking his exit in a semicircle. What? You people want to detain me here? Yan's replied with an unperturbed smile. However, his mind was still deeply scheming. It would be somewhat difficult if he wanted to break out of Swift Slash's encirclement with his power alone. Moreover, if Swift Slash wanted to come to blows, Yan felt he wasn't a good person to provoke either. He's my friend. Swift Slash, if you want to cause him problems, first ask yourself if our Splendid Temple members will approve or not. Splendid Star interrupted, seemingly determined to oppose Swift Slash as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Yan. While behind him, the Splendid Temple members, after hearing their leader voice out his opinion, stepped up as well. It was only because of him that Yan ended up provoking Swift Slash. So naturally, he wouldn't stay himself from the matter at hand. Splendid Star, are you certain you want to contend against me? Swift Slash coldly threatened. Correct, our Splendid Temple isn't afraid of your Dark Massacre Guild. Brothers, tell me if I'm correct. Splendid Star turned back and asked his guild members. Correct, the people from Splendid Temple roared in unison. If you Dark Massacre people have the guts, then come up and fight. This old man will happily accompany you. You ball-less sons of bitches. Don't tell me you're suddenly afraid. The people from Splendid Temple began shouting obscenities, with both sides entering a shouting match afterwards. With swords drawn and bows bent, either side began forming their respective ranks. The atmosphere smelled of fresh gunpowder. A fight was going to break out at any moment. Splendid Temple had over 700 players remaining, while Dark Massacre had nearly 1,000. From the look of things, each side had taken heavy losses from the Guardian of Order. Thus, in terms of numbers, Splendid Temple was at a disadvantage. Yan glanced at Splendid Star by his side. This guy was the exact same in Yan's past life who valued loyalty quite a bit. It appeared Yan didn't make a mistake in helping Splendid Star today. However, if they were going to face off against Dark Massacre, Yan had to bear the brunt. It seemed the upcoming battle was going to be considerably dangerous and fierce. If he died, the loss in level and experience were of lesser importance. What was most important was the chapter of Couragean item he absolutely didn't want being dropped. It appears I have no business being here. Sleepy Fox laughed, bringing his companions off to the side. If a large spectacle were about to begin, then why not have it play out a little quicker? Either way, the matter was unrelated to him, so he could not get involved with it. As for the gold-grade armor, there was nothing he could do since he wasn't able to get his hands on it. Among the Holy Empire members, a certain paladin wearing bright silver armor walked to the front and leaned over beside Sleepy Fox's ear. Boss, that thief is the expert I mentioned before. The paladin said as he pointed his finger towards Yan. Astonishingly, he was the paladin Yan had crossed paths with before, Flying Stone. Sleepy Fox exclaimed in surprise. He then observed Yan from the distance. It appeared this Nyan was still quite young, however. His skills were fairly good. From his actions earlier, he resembled a leopard as he went to trip Swift Slash. He's only level 3. Don't tell me his team was so strong they were able to clear Fallen Shaman Camp at that level. Boss, what are we gonna do? Stone asked. After all, they were still somewhat acquainted with Nyan. Moreover, at this moment, he sincerely believed that they should help Nyan. Let me think it over. Sleepy Fox pondered for a long time. For Nyan, was it worth it to make an enemy out of Dark Massacre solely for his sake? After a brief moment, he had his answer. Since the beginning, Sleepy Fox had never attached importance to a small fry guild such as Dark Massacre. Hey, brother Nyan. In a few days, our Holy Empire Guild is planning to run Agmoda Muddy Wetlands. I wonder if you're interested in joining. Sleepy Fox loudly called out. Sleepy Fox's abrupt interruption immediately caught everyone's attention. Even Swift Slash and Splendid Star simultaneously cast their gaze over in Sleepy Fox's direction. Splendid Temple and Dark Massacre were currently in a deadlock. Thus, the intentions of the Holy Empire Guild were especially important to take note of, because whoever Holy Empire decided to help would directly influence the outcome of the battle. How does Sleepy Fox recognize me? Nyan shot a glance at Sleepy Fox and saw Stone standing by his side. Ah, so it was like this. The Agmodo Muddy Wetlands, huh? Sure, I can think it over. However, if you want me to clear a dungeon with you, I have one condition. I get the first pick on any thief equipment I have use for, Nyan replied. At this moment, every player of the Dark Massacre, Splendid Temple, or even Holy Empire focused their gaze on Nyan. They discovered he was no more than an average player who hadn't even joined a guild yet. However, why would the guild leader of Holy Empire, Sleepy Fox, invite him on a dungeon run? Even more outrageous was the fact Nyan didn't immediately accept. He even made excessive demands, getting first priority on all thief equipment. Who the hell does he think he is? Holy Empire was a famous guild among the player base. With 56,000 honor points, it was an existence which far overshadowed the likes of Splendid Temple and Dark Massacre. In the eyes of players, guild prestige was the index for whether a guild was strong and powerful. Every cleared instance, as well as completing quests for the first time, guaranteed some honor points. Naturally, the honor points received increased with instance difficulty. Therefore, the higher the guild prestige, the more likely it was to find strong experts within the top rankings of the guild. Another benefit was the ability to attract elite players to the guild. At any rate, the guild leader of Holy Empire, Sleepy Fox, could be regarded as a celebrity. Moreover, this celebrity surprisingly invited an obscure no-name player like Nyan to run a dungeon with him. This was truly a strange and unforeseen turn of events. Many players looked at Nyan with differing expressions. However, what they all shared in common was the extreme jealousy and envy in their heart. After all, most players would be extremely honored and elated to have been personally invited to a dungeon run by the guild leader of Holy Empire himself. A lone Tempest thief moved closer to Sleepy Fox's side and berated leader. That guy's way too outrageous. The moment he opened his mouth, he requested first pick on all thief drops. Who the hell does he think he is? He then shot a cold glance at Nyan. If Nyan were to enter their team, wouldn't that mean all the thief equipment would go to him? What would there be left remaining for himself then? Like I said before, Nyan is an expert. Trying to invite him definitely won't be easy, Stone instantly refuted back. After hearing Nyan's demands, Sleepy Fox laughed. He's truly got quite an ego. Previously, I still didn't believe he was an expert. However, this time around, I could be considered more or less convinced. Since he dared to be so arrogant with his requests, it must mean he has a little skill. Stone nodded his head and took a glance at the Tempest thief to his side. Since the guild leader voiced his opinion, that thief could only turn his head off to the side dejectedly. Brother Nyan, if you're willing to agree, then naturally all thief drops will go to you first, Sleepy Fox straightforwardly replied. Sleepy Fox unexpectedly agreed to Nyan's excessive demands. Everyone present stared with widened eyes. This was too unbelievable. The expression of all the surrounding players turned strange as they gazed at Nyan. Just who was this person if he was capable of making Sleepy Fox concede so much just in order to befriend him? Since Sleepy Fox was capable of leading the Holy Empire to a position of reverence, it meant he had a little boldness in him. Nyan pondered for a brief moment. If he wanted to be fully equipped with top-tier gear, it wouldn't be possible unless he ran dungeons. The equipment that could be bought in stores and the auction house were mostly second-rate gear because most guilds were unlikely to sell the equipment if it was a rare drop. The only method for obtaining the best gear was by running dungeons with a team. Although Holy Empire's elite team wasn't as strong as the one in his previous life, they were still a decent alternative. If that's the case, send me a message when you're ready to run the dungeon, Nyan replied. Swift Slash was also listening to the conversation going on between Nyan and Sleepy Fox. At this moment, Dark Massacre had been put in an awkward situation. If he wanted to deal with Nyan, not only would he have to go up against Splendid Temple, he'd have to face Holy Empire as well. How could his own forces possibly stand up against two entire guilds? Swift slash, spare me some face. Let's forget about the matters that occurred today, all right. Brother Nyan is a friend of mine, Sleepy Fox said with a smile. His smiling expression contained a trace of danger. If Swift Slash wasn't willing to look past his grievances, Sleepy Fox's Holy Empire certainly wouldn't be as easy to deal with as Splendid Temple. Since guild leader Sleepy Fox has spoken, I'll let this matter pass. Swift Slash swept his gaze at Nyan and Splendid Star and coldly snorted. He then turned to face his party. We're leaving. Swift Slash brought the rest of Dark Massacre with him and departed. After his departure, Sleepy Fox began walking over to Nyan's side. Splendid Star made conjectures but no definite conclusions regarding Nyan's identity. However, since Sleepy Fox was treating him so courteously, he must have some kind of background. We just happened to meet by chance, nothing too close, Nyan replied with a faint smile. Is that so? Splendid Star examined Nyan's facial expression and determined it was unlikely he was lying. However, if that were the truth, the manner in which Sleepy Fox treated Nyan really was worth thinking over. Brother Splendid Star, your harvests today were rather decent, Sleepy Fox interrupted. An amiable smile lay on his face and his tone was serene. He did not mention the conflict that had occurred moments ago, as if what they were fighting for was merely a single piece of equipment. This was expected of the leader of Holy Empire. Sleepy Fox did indeed have a fairly broad heart. Brother Fox, please don't bring that up. If you want this gold-tier armor, there's no harm in giving it to you as a gift, Splendid Star replied dejectedly. Why is that? Don't tell me the equipment's properties are bad. It's not that. The properties aren't bad. You'll understand when you see it for yourself. Afterwards, Splendid Star shared the properties of the gold-tier armor he had just recently obtained. Unyielding Armor of Courage Gold. Requirements, level 100. Properties, Defense 580, 5621, Thorns Aura plus 5, Strength Blessing plus 12, Counter plus 15. Weights 38 lbs. Restrictions, Warrior can be equipped by all factions. Sleepy Fox sucked in a breath of air. It is a gold-tier armor. Ah, what a pity. Sleepy Fox sighed after exclaiming in admiration. This armor was strong, but it was currently useless as it could only be equipped at level 100. Who the hell knew how long that would take to reach? Indeed, it's a pity. Moreover, the properties on it are rather decent too. I went through such hardships to get this armor only to discover I have to wait until level 100 to equip it. Even if I threw it up in my shop, I doubt many people would want it. Splendid Star sighed. It was no wonder Splendid Star felt so dejected. No matter, just chuck it in your storage and treat it as a treasure, Sleepy Fox comforted with a smile. Haha, indeed, it is a treasure. Splendid Star laughed loudly. He then stored the armor back into his bag. Expert, we meet again. Next time we'll able to run a dungeon together. The paladin Flying Stone walked over and greeted with an excited laugh. Nyan replied with a slight nod. When everyone from Holy Empire suddenly began referring to Nyan as expert, Splendid Star stared at him with an astonished expression. Just how high was his degree of skill? I still have business to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. I won't be troubling you two guild leaders any longer. Nyan excused himself and said his farewells. He still had many matters left unattended. The current highest-leveled player within the game was already level 6. Moreover, the experts of top guilds like Sleepy Fox and his group were all level 5. Although Nyan did indeed obtain quite a few good pieces of equipment this time around, the fact remained that he still had to slowly catch up bit by bit. Hence, he didn't want too much of his time being squandered. Brother Nyan, don't forget your promise. Sleepy Fox, seeing Nyan wanted to depart, quickly called out and reminded him of their promise. I'll be fine as long as you give me 3 hours prior notice, Nyan replied. I'll add you as a friend then, Sleepy Fox suggested and sent Nyan a friend request. Me as well, Splendid Star interrupted and sent Nyan a friend request at the same time. He also sent Sleepy Fox one as well. Holy Empire was much stronger than Splendid Tempest. Thus, adding Sleepy Fox as a friend undoubtedly gained him a powerful ally as well. System, you've added Sleepy Fox as a friend. System, you've added Splendid Star as a friend. After leaving Sleepy Fox and Splendid Star, Nyan headed in the direction of Link's transfer point. Due to the devastation and havoc caused by the Guardian of Order running amok, Link had become a ruin of its former self. Barely any buildings remained standing. I can finally finish Physician Blevins' quest. However, it's still best if I purchase more bat teeth first, Nyan pondered. Quite a bit of time had already passed, so the players should have picked up quite a few bat teeth by now. As for Physician Blevins, since he had already issued the quest, he wouldn't leave before the deadline ended. Nyan arrived at Mordor and hung up his sign, 1 copper for 1 stack of bat teeth. Immediately, the area bustled with activity and a large crowd of players gathered around his shop. From Nyan's perspective, these players were akin to an oncoming wave of money. Brother, you're here to purchase bat teeth again. I have a stack here with me. I have a stack as well. The business was even livelier than it had been earlier in the morning. Nyan's storage began rapidly accumulating with bat teeth. Only after an hour did business slow down. However, by that time, his personal storage had no less than 3,000 stacks of bat teeth piled up. He also made trips to 2 other towns and purchased 2,000 more stacks. Afterwards, he exchanged all 5,000 stacks of bat teeth with Blacksmith Cade for a net profit of 50 silvers. In addition to his remaining capital, he had a total of 61 silvers in inventory. The average beginner player regarded this amount as an unimaginably large sum of money. I've purchased quite a few bat teeth today. I'll wait until tomorrow and continue buying more, Nyan thought. He glanced at the time, June 7th. It appeared the day after tomorrow would be the announcement for the opening of a new dungeon, Sosal Valley. When the time came, he guessed many large guilds would be lining up to explore the area. Suddenly, Nyan recalled a certain something and smacked his head. How did I manage to forget this too? The final boss in the level 3 dungeon, Sosal Valley, named Bauso the roaming werewolf, was quite difficult to deal with. Moreover, the claws of the werewolves in the dungeon were all coated with a highly toxic poison. Perhaps, not few would horrendously fall victim to this dungeon. For example, in his previous life, he and his friends had been met with such a fate when they first made their attempts. Before the dungeon had opened, one of the known cures for the poison, black phenol, only sold for 2 coppers each, and the recipes to create it only sold for 60 coppers each. However, once the dungeon opened, on that day alone the price of black phenol shot up by 500%, and the recipe's price shot up by 1,000. One of his friends joked around about the matter, saying if he could go back in time, he would have stocked up on black phenol and black phenol recipes, with the intent of striking it rich once the dungeon opened. At that time the matter had only been a joke, but who could have known Nyan would actually go back in time? This joke had ended up becoming a reality. Nyan's train of thought suddenly diverged. It wasn't only Sosal Valley. Similar situations had occurred during the future openings of other dungeons. For example, with the opening of Golden City, the prices of equipment with dark resistance +5 or higher increased by 10-fold when Spectre Gorge opened. The prices of equipment with focus +7 or higher increased by 20-fold. This sort of situation occurred frequently with the opening of a new dungeon, so by no means was a case like Sosal Valley isolated. After going back in time, there were opportunities to strike it rich everywhere, yet he had still worried about not making enough money. Nyan arrived at the auction house and opened their catalog page. Within their alchemy section, he found a large amount of black phenol. Altogether, there were a little over 180 bottles for sale, with each bottle selling for around 2 coppers. The current amount of uses this black phenol had were quite limited, which made them hard to sell, and was the reason their price could not rise any higher. Nyan bought all 180 bottles without the slightest hesitation. He then checked the subsection for alchemy recipes 56 black phenol formulas in total, each selling for 20 or so coppers. He bought all of these in one go as well. At this point in time, black phenol was classified as a useless material. However, very soon, players would quickly learn of its value. The moment Sosal Valley opened, they would return to purchase black phenol only to discover its price had already sharply increased to a nearly unimaginable level. From then on, the market price of black phenol would stabilize at no less than 10 coppers per bottle. Moreover, it could be frequently sold for higher. When he finished purchasing what he needed from the auction house, Nyan began walking over to the personal storage. He planned to leave these items there until the day Sosal Valley opened. After all, it was too much trouble keeping them on his body. 5 alchemists, each wearing a silver moon-shaped badge, strolled past Nyan. They paid him no heed as they passed by, seemingly enveloped in their own banter. How strange. I wanted to buy a black phenol recipe to level up my alchemy, but who would have they were sold out. I had no choice but to buy a silver phenol formula instead. How is that possible? How many people, if any, ever buy that kind of item? When I checked in the morning, there were still 50 or 60 formulas for sale in the auction house. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go check for yourself. Not only the formula, even the item itself was all sold out. Indeed, that's strange. When Nyan listened to the conversation of these alchemists, the corner of his mouth couldn't help curving into a slight smile as these several players walked by. When he arrived, Nyan deposited all of the black phenol formulas and bottles of black phenol inside his storage. Afterward, he purchased a few more consumables, haste scrolls, strength scrolls, underwater breathing pills, etc. He then arrived at Telak town through the transfer point and ran in the direction of Lake Rando. There was still half an hour until the servers shut down, so if possible, he'd like to hand in the quest before going offline. Nyan used a basic haste scroll and increased his speed by 20%. After 30 seconds, the buff would fade away. However, he would immediately use another one to maintain his high travel speed after the basic haste scroll's cooldown disappeared. If word of Nyan's actions were to spread, he would certainly receive a flurry of angry complaints from other players. The average player, even when encountering danger, wouldn't be willing to rashly use a luxury item such as the basic haste scroll. However, Nyan was simply using this scroll for no other reason than to slightly increase his speed so he could save a bit of time. The Fishman village appeared at the edge of Nyan's vision. However, as he neared, he discovered the village had been turned into ruins. There were Fishman corpses littered everywhere. This was the work of Victorious Return. However, all of their members had already departed. Under the glow of the sunset, the broken-down huts of the Fishman village appeared especially bleak. However, after the servers shut down, everything would respawn by tomorrow. After clearing the Fishman village, at the very least, Victorious Return received 10 pieces of silver-grade equipment. If their luck was good, they may have even obtained 1 or 2 pieces of gold-grade equipment. Additionally, they also obtained a large quantity of fishscale leather that was used to craft equipment. Turns out the members from Victorious Return moved pretty quickly, Nyan thought. He felt a slight sense of crisis developing in his heart. Though his enemies were great in number, the most important point was that even if he was developing on his own, their growth wouldn't halt either. After passing the Fishman village, Nyan dived headfirst into Lake Rando and quickly swam towards Physician Blevins' little island. Around 10 minutes later, Center Island was finally within his vision. When he gazed at the island, he could make out the lonesome figure of an elderly man off in the distance. He appeared to be fishing from the shoreline underneath the waning light of the setting sun. I wonder what sort of reward I'll obtain this time around. When Nyan thought of this, he couldn't help but increase his pace. Youngster, you've returned. How are you doing with the task I entrusted you? Physician Blevins asked after seeing Nyan come ashore. Senior, I've gathered all of the materials you requested. These are the 90 fine silks Senior tasked to me to retrieve. I hope they are enough to aid in Senior's task. Nyan then handed the fine silks to Physician Blevins. At last, I've collected enough fine silk. It seems I can return to the Hilton stronghold by the next day. The brave warriors at the stronghold will remember your kindness. Generous and benevolent adventurer, may the holy radiance bless you. The darkness will finally disappear and light will spread throughout the continent, Physician Blevins replied in a hopeful tone as he stored the fine silks into his satchel. System, your influence in Hilton's stronghold has increased by 11. Nyan glanced at the system announcement that had just appeared. In certain regions, the higher a player's influence, the easier it would become for that player to receive specific quests. Moreover, the player would also receive preferable treatment and discounts when purchasing items. When can I head to the Hilton stronghold for a visit? I can't let these 11 influence points go to waste, Nyan couldn't help but think. May God bless the brave warriors stationed at the stronghold. Nyan acted in a sincere manner and replied with a prayer as well. This type of tone and speech when speaking to an NPC absolutely made a difference. These things can be regarded as a token of my heartfelt appreciation. Generous and benevolent adventurer, I wish you a pleasant journey. System, you have received 16,523 experience points. System, you have received boots of swiftness gold. Nyan thought he would receive 3 pieces of equipment as a reward for the quest, 1 for every 20%. He never expected in reality he would only receive 1. Maybe this was one of those quests that gave a better reward the more you handed in at once. Unexpectedly, the reward this time was a pair of gold-grade boots. He examined the properties for this pair of boots. Boots of swiftness gold. Requirements level 5. Properties defense 1921, resilience plus 11, movement speed plus 12. Weight 2 lb. Restrictions thief can be equipped by all factions. It adds 11 points of resilience and 12 points in movement speed. What a good item. Every point of resilience increased health by 2 and slightly increased defense. 11 resilience was an increase in 22 health and 11 defense. Moreover, the boots also had the property of movement speed plus 12. It was simply one of the best pieces of equipment you could get at the early levels. I finally have a good pair of boots to use at level 5. Nyan stored the boots of swiftness into his bag. Afterward, he expressed his gratitude to Physician Blevins. When he checked his experience bar, it was already at 97%. He would level up very soon. There were still 10 minutes or so before the servers shut down. He swam over to the nearby water spiders in the area and began killing. After 10 minutes of non-stop training and 10 spiders later, he had only risen to 98%. It looks like I won't be able to level up today. I'll randomly kill a few mobs first thing tomorrow and I should be able to level up by then. Whatever, I'll just get off now, Nyan thought. Since there was less than a minute remaining, it wasn't enough time for him to kill another monster. Thus, he logged off and lifted the gaming helmet off his head. When Nyan exited the game, he immediately began an intense and rhythmic exercise regimen consisting of resistance training, squats, boxing, martial arts, and reflex training. He completed each set of exercises 10 times, only stopping once every 5 minutes to rest and replenish his stamina with nutritional supplements. Besides punching force, strong kicking power was also an important requirement in martial arts as well. Nyan was prepared to do weighted squats. His 2 legs immediately felt strained when he attached 30 kilograms of weight to his body. He placed both hands behind his head and began lowering his body from a standing position. He stopped when his knees bent at a near 90-degree angle, and then he began returning to his original position. 1 repetition, 2 repetitions. After 3 repetitions, not much time had passed, yet his back had already began to sweat. When he completed 20 repetitions, he felt his entire body was on the verge of collapse. However, after drinking some nutrition tonic and resting for 2 minutes, he continued onward with his second set of squats. Within his moment of rest, his stamina progressively recovered while his exhaustion was swept away. After going back in time, my current body's recovery ability is rather decent. With such a good aptitude, I definitely can't let it go to waste, Nyan couldn't help but think. When his body began gradually adapting to the additional weights, he added another 5 kilograms. He then picked up his machine dynamics textbook and began studying while doing squats. His body was pushed to its physical limits, yet he clenched his teeth and continued to persevere. The combined application of the lever arm and torque inside the machine, the calculation of current strength. The problems I had so much trouble with in the past were actually this easy. Nyan began writing and drawing on his notebook. His writing speed was fairly quick. In but a brief moment, he had solved a highly difficult problem regarding current strength. His body was exhausted at this moment. However, his mind was exceptionally active. Even if he returned to the past, he had still experienced a lifetime's worth of bitterness and solitude. Therefore, Nyan knew it was not easy to come by his current happy life. He wanted everyone in his life to be happy. He wanted himself to become stronger. No matter if it was in game or real life, economical ability or personal fighting accomplishments, he had to be strong in all those areas. Only then could he have the power to protect all that he held dear. Cao Su, if you're unwilling to let my family go in this life as well, I'll definitely kill you. Nyan's expression flickered with murderous intent. He then added another 5-kilogram weight and quickened his pace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sound of his heavy breathing echoed out of the room. The affection for his loved ones and the hatred for his enemies, these were 2 emotions were at extremes. However, either one of them could cause a person to burst with endless potential and ability. And at this moment, both were propelling him to move forward. 97, 98, 99. Nyan had reached his limit long ago. He was persevering solely through willpower alone. The weights were pushing down on his body. He was unable to breathe. However, at that moment, he explosively roared, 100. Nyan put every single muscle fiber within his being to use. Bearing the 40-kilogram weights which weighed down on his body, he shakily pushed himself upright. In the instant he straightened out his body, he felt he had drained every last ounce of strength he had. An intense fatigue rushed forth as he collapsed on the floor. I reached my limit. Nyan lay on his back while repeatedly gasping for breath, every muscle aching with pain. Even under this extreme fatigue, he could still feel the exhaustion gradually lightening in the same way as before. Nyan crawled back up after resting on the floor for 5 minutes. He felt his fatigue had significantly lessened as he stretched his 4 limbs. Perhaps I should go out and test my strength, Nyan thought. This was an era where everyone engaged in some form of physical tempering. Nearly every citizen practiced taekwondo, kickboxing, or some other form of martial arts. There were martial arts facilities littered everywhere along any street. Usually, these martial arts facilities had several experts hired as instructors to teach patrons. Fitness equipment and exercise machines were incorporated into these facilities much like a regular gym. These facilities charged a fixed fee every hour for patrons who wished to use the equipment and machines. The working hours for the average person were quite brief, so most people liked to spend their spare time exercising at these facilities. People who didn't exercise were looked down upon by the rest of society. Even when it came to picking up girls, men who knew martial arts would have a much easier time. Furthermore, there were frequent appearances of beautiful women with fantastic figures at these martial arts facilities. Nyan had been through it all in his past life. He had gone mad from grief, insane from hopelessness, and debaucherous as well. He became even more of a silkprince when his father gained success. He had loitered around at all types of locations, and he especially never forgot or neglected those facilities where all the beautiful women frequented. Occasionally, he would even play around all through the night. At that time, he truly had the type of disgusting personality people could not bear. Zai Yao was the only thing that acted as a restraint in his mind and prevented him from crossing the line. Only when his father had suffered under Cao Su's attacks did he finally return to being studious and well-behaved. However, by then it was already too late. When he was well off in his previous life, he had never gone to the martial arts facilities to actually train, but to chase girls instead. This time around, his mentality and experiences were widely different. Yan walked over to the nearest martial arts facility in his area, Lin Family Martial Arts Facility. It was a facility run by the father of one of his classmates. However, this classmate wasn't someone he could particularly stand, so he hoped he wouldn't encounter her when he entered the facility. The Lin Family Martial Arts Facility couldn't be counted as particularly large, but it was still of a decent size. The interior decorations weren't bad either, and the various kinds of equipment and exercise machines were all available. In other words, within the local area, it could still be considered well-known. Yan stepped into the facility. As he lowered his head and looked at the reception counter, a familiar figure entered his eyes. Damn it, why is she at the desk today? The one receiving customers at the desk was Lin Jia. Truthfully, he and Lin Jia could be said to have a slight connection. They both lived near each other and were classmates in elementary school, middle school, and high school. Her looks weren't bad either. She was one of the prettiest girls in middle school. Though when they reached high school, her looks became sorely outclassed compared to the other girls he met. In Yan's eyes, there was no need for comparison when it came to her and Ziyao. It was debatable if you tried to pass the one off as good-looking, while the other was undoubtedly a beauty that moved many hearts. Despite this, during middle school, he did indeed have a crush on this girl. He had even written her a love letter, which was promptly rejected when it was received. Sometime after the event, she began proclaiming publicly that Yan was secretly in love with her, which left him with basically no face. This event left him with a shadow in his heart that he wasn't able to break free from until he transferred schools to the city. As he gradually grew older, he came to understand that Lin Jia was a very vain type of person. How could someone like her ever be together with an impoverished person like him? Later on, after Yan turned from a poor boy into a silk prince, she and Yan crossed paths again during a gathering at his place one night. That night, Yan threw $300,000 worth of banknotes at her. During the whole ordeal, she remained surprisingly tactful. After taking the money, she left and never tried to tangle with or get close to Yan again. As he recalled this annoying memory, Yan became unwilling to think of it any further. Yan turned to leave. However, after pausing for a moment, he had a change of heart. Mentally, he was already a 20-something-year-old man. There was no need for him to be bothered because of this little girl. In any case, he was going to transfer schools in the future. By then, he would have no relation to her at all. Why would he have to hide? Boss, give me a card for 2 hours. Yan placed $50 on the desk counter. The voice could still be regarded as somewhat familiar to her. She lifted her head to look at the person who spoke and discovered it was Yan. Waving him away, she revealed a disdainful expression and said, "You came here to find me, right? Well, I don't have any free time, so leave." In her heart, there was no difference between Yan and a loudly buzzing housefly. Lin Jia was indeed a little pretty. She wore a silk dress with a neckline that exposed a large area of white skin. Her cheeks were smooth and clean. Her eyebrows were drawn in a curve with eyeliner. Paired with her bright eyes, it did indeed make her seem somewhat coquettish. However, before Yan's current gaze, Lin Jia was nothing more than a little girl who knew how to dress up slightly, that's all. During middle school, his eyes must have truly been covered with shit to have been infatuated with a girl like her. Later on, during several student gatherings, he had found girls more beautiful than her everywhere. At that time, he realized she was only considered more beautiful because she was slightly better than her peers at dressing up and putting on makeup. This was the sole reason she was able to stay popular during their time together in middle school and high school. "I want a 2-hour card to use the gym." Yan indifferently glanced at Lin Jia. "Yan, I already told you. Stop coming around to pester me. With a scrawny matchstick appearance like yours, you still want to come here and exercise." Lin Jia replied with a sneer on her face. She then waved her hand and threw a card at Yan. "This girl has been watching too many television dramas." Yan was too lazy to bother with this girl. He picked up the exercise card and headed farther into the facility. Lin Jia still wanted to say a few more words, but Yan had already turned around. Thus, what was left facing her was only his back. The few words she had left to say were swallowed back down her throat. However, she then followed with a sneer and said, "Your family owes $600,000 in debt, making you a penniless bum. Your group of relatives drop by every day demanding repayment, and your parents are nowhere to be found. You still have the whim to come here and exercise." When her harsh words reached Yan's ears, his heart rose with a slight anger. If this were the previous him, perhaps he would have already rushed up in a rage. However, now, as a 28-year-old man, it just wasn't worth his time arguing with a snobbish brat who had barely reached adulthood. Lin Jia gazed at the receding figure of Yan's back. She stared absent-mindedly as if she were looking at an illusion. From when she last recalled, Yan didn't seem this muscular or robust. Hey, how is that possible? This guy is a famous matchstick known for always being frail and sickly. Even if he didn't move, he'd get sick and ask for a leave of absence. The tone of her voice contained a trace of mockery. Linjia, who was that person just now? Asked a young man who went over to Linjia's side. His hair was dyed blonde and he appeared to be in his early 20s. That was one of my classmates, one of our honor students who ranked third in literature. Linjia replied. Her expression immediately revealed a charming smile when she saw this young man coming over. Tusk, so what if he's an honor student? In my eyes, he's no more than fart. With a tiny body like that, I bet I could send him flying with a single punch. Hey babe, what say you and I head over to the hotel tonight and have some fun? The young man named Baowei groped Linjia's perky buttocks with his perverted hand. A moment later, the hand began reaching deeper under her skirt. Hee hee, you know this is my father's place, right? If he catches you, he might even beat you to death. Linjia rejected his advances and pushed his hand aside. Nevertheless, her actions and tone were quite gentle as she giggled while reprimanding him. Naiyan inwardly sneered when he caught a glance of what was occurring back at the desk counter. Turning his back, he proceeded to the machines to test his strength. The first machine was to test his pulling strength. Naiyan sat back and placed both hands on the grips of the machine. NHGH. He heavily grunted and pulled down on the machine handles. Under the sudden change in force, the machine's display began rapidly flashing with numbers. 60 kg, 80 kg, 100 kg, 161 kg, 162 kg. Naiyan released his grip on the handles when he couldn't hold on any longer. Ha! He gasped heavily for breath. The value was too lacking when compared to his previous self. However, relatively speaking, it could already be regarded as pretty good with his current physique. The following machine tested how much weight he could squat. Naiyan walked up to it and began bearing its increasing weight on his back. 80 kg, 90 kg. The number displayed on the machine steadily increased. It soon reached 90 kilograms, a weight which surpassed the limit of some amateur athlete fighters. Hey, what are you looking at? Baowei asked, nudging Linjia beside him. How is this possible? Linjia muttered to herself while gazing in a certain direction, her mind which was reeling back in extreme shock. What's not possible? Baowei turned his head to look in the same direction. He was left momentarily stunned as he stood there with his eyes widened and a blank expression on his face. It was quite evident Naiyan's stature was on the somewhat small and thin side. Yet at this moment, his small body, which bore several times its own weight, was gradually lowering as he squatted down. If one looked, the screen on the squat machine displayed a value of over 160 kilograms. Such a scene was simply terrifying. What kind of monster was he? In international competitions, there was no lack of athletes squatting well over 1,000 kilograms. However, these people were all unequaled strong men who have gone through specialized training. For the average fighter, it was already quite excellent if they could squat 200 or 300 kilograms. Within a small town like Ningjiang, the number of people who could squat over 160 kilograms could still be counted on two hands. Just how did Naiyan possess such a terrifying amount of strength with such a small and thin physique? After getting 160 kilograms on the squat machine, Naiyan arrived beside the machine that tested punching strength. After a moment of stretching, Naiyan entered a basic fighting stance. He resembled a cheetah in the moment he struck his fist out. Boom. The sound of his fist hitting the machine reverberated. The screen on the machine displayed a punching force of 130 kilograms. Punch strength, a new record has been set. Since Ningjiang was a small town, it was even rarer for an expert to frequent a place like the Lin family martial arts facility. 130 kilograms was all it took to set a new record in a facility. Others in less remote regions would have felt this was some sort of joke. My body's foundation isn't bad, Naiyan thought, before walking over to the machine that tested reaction time. Leg strength, arm strength, core strength, etc. were the basic foundations of a fighter. Therefore, even if Naiyan hadn't learned any fighting techniques, he could still become a city-level athlete fighter. He could easily enter the finals of a city-level competition solely by relying on his physical prowess. Reaction speed, a new record has been set. Kick strength, a new record has been set. Running speed, a new record has been set. Linjia was stunned as she watched Naiyan set new records one after another in the facility. The world must have gone crazy. Was the person she looked at truly Naiyan? As she recalled, Naiyan had always been a feeble boy who would fall over from the slightest breeze. Who would have ever thought his inner aptitude was so surprisingly strong to an extent like this? All of the previous records in these machines were set by her father. However, 6 of them were now broken by Naiyan. As for the others, Naiyan's numbers were about the same as her father's. Since this was the case, wouldn't that mean Naiyan was even stronger? Who is that guy? He's a monster, Baowei asked as his voice slightly trembled. This guy is even stronger than the bodyguards back home. Thank God I didn't mess with him earlier. Otherwise, with his strength, a single kick would break several of my ribs. Linjia had a sour feeling in her heart. Naiyan had never shown off in front of her in such a way before. If she had known he was this strong, she would have already tried getting in bed with him long ago. From her perspective, a woman needed to be conquered by a man. The stronger the man was, the more sense of security she would feel. If only she had known he was this strong earlier. So what if he was poor as hell? With his strength, if he applied to enter the #1 military academy after graduation, she had no doubts he would easily be accepted. Entering the #1 military academy was equivalent to possessing a bright future. She only now understood how blind and foolish she was in the past. She had mistaken a precious jade for a useless pebble. My reaction speed still isn't fast enough, Nian inwardly criticized. Reaction speed directly influenced the outcome of a fight. Moreover, reaction and thinking speed were both very important factors when playing conviction as well. A large crowd was gathered in a circle around the facility's arena. They were there to spectate the two fighters who were in the middle of a spar. At this moment, however, everyone's attention was drawn solely onto Nian. The crowd couldn't help but wonder, who was this terrifying brat? A quiet sense of fear radiated throughout the facility. Nian raised his head and discovered everyone was staring at him. He glanced at the arena and saw two heavily built men standing there. They were both around 180 centimeters tall and their bodies were covered in robust muscles. With a single look, anyone could tell they'd been training for a long time. At that moment, Nian was slightly itching to test out his skill. He stared at those two men and asked without a second thought, "Hey, you two over there. Are you guys interested in having a spar?" And no, there's no need. The taller man in blue gym shorts hurriedly declined as he felt his legs go somewhat soft. Nian felt slightly disappointed after hearing their responses. It seems he wouldn't get the opportunity to experience the pleasure of a fight today. He looked at the time and noticed his 2 hours were almost up. He then turned back and headed for the reception desk. When Bao Wei, who was standing beside the desk, saw Nian arriving, he revealed a flattering smile and made way for Nian by retreating off to the side. Lin Jia tidied up her hair and revealed what she considered a charming smile. Nian, however, felt it was quite nauseating. "I'm returning this." Nian threw the card on the counter. "Brother Nai, there's no need to pay the fee for the 2 hours here. Consider it as me treating you. Furthermore, here's the reward for setting new records in the facility. Altogether, it's 26,000. Lin Jia took out a bank card and handed it over to Nian. All training facilities gave out established rewards. If a patron came in and set a new record on one of the machines, they would receive some reward money. This was a sort of business. The records for the various machines were connected throughout the entire country. If a record was set, and the higher the test results, it could raise the influence of a facility. Thus, in order to attract more experts to their place, establishments used methods such as giving out rewards. 26,000 was roughly the amount of profit a large training facility made in a day. "Brother Nai, I have some free time later tonight. Are you interested in having a drink with me at the evening trance tonight?" "It's my treat," Lin Jia asked, revealing an expression she considered to be seductive. The evening trance was a well-known drinking establishment in Ningjiang. It was also rather high class with many sectioned-off private rooms installed inside the establishment, many of which were used to commit unsavory actions. Needless to say, Lin Jia's invitation was undoubtedly a dubious one, a man and a woman entering together in a private room who wouldn't know what was going to happen. Although Lin Jia was somewhat good-looking, Nian had met numerous beautiful women in his past life. Furthermore, how could Lin Jia ever compare to Zai Yao? "I'm sorry, I'll have to decline," Nian disinterestedly replied. He turned around and walked towards the exit. Lin Jia originally believed that by relying on her beauty she could seduce Nian. She never expected that she would immediately have the door slammed right in front of her face. She stood there momentarily puzzled. Wasn't Nian always secretly in love with her? Wasn't she returning the feelings he had written for her in that love letter? Nian's cold and indifferent attitude left her somewhat angry and resentful. Before walking out of the door, Nian turned around and said, "When school starts, tell everyone in our class that I transferred schools and I'll visit them sometime in the future." "You're transferring schools? Where?" Lin Jia asked in surprise. "That's none of your business," Nian replied, walking out of the facility. "Since that guy rejected you, I'm free tonight. How about we head to the evening trance together?" Bao Wei happily laughed. He then walked up and pinched Lin Jia's soft bosom. Scram! Lin Jia was in a terrible mood and angrily slapped Bao Wei's hand away. "Tusk, you're just a cheap slut who'd sleep with anyone. What's so great about you?" Bao Wei sneered after being rejected by Lin Jia and turned to leave. Lin Jia gazed at Nian's retreating back and spat out in disdain. "Hey, aren't you just a poor brat? Yet you're so high standard that even this lady here isn't good enough for you." However, Lin Jia understood the reality of the situation. Nian's talent would most likely allow him to soar into the heavens. Thus, she could only stand there sourly and let out a few curses.